In the final 12 hours before the apocalypse, an unprecedented disaster quietly looms. All modern technology is about to collapse. Even basic electricity and communication will vanish, and firearms will become useless. This is destined to be the most primitive and bloodthirsty feast of the long night. Adding to the horror, the dormant zombies will fully awaken as night falls. At 6:01 in the morning, in a rented apartment in the Happiness Garden community of J City's southern district, a black spot frog lay on Qin He's face. This frog, named Da Vinci, was originally just a tadpole he casually caught in the wild. Remarkably, it survived under the care of an owner with zero experience in breeding, which was nothing short of a miracle. Just then, a system notification suddenly sounded, announcing the binding of the travel frog system with Qin He and Da Vinci. He awoke with a start, and the frog tumbled onto his chest, not forgetting to nip at his belly. Rubbing his aching temples, Qin He recalled the inexplicable game from the night before. He had been on the verge of victory when his teammates suddenly disconnected, and even the server crashed. At the time, he thought it was just a glitch in the game, and in frustration, he shut down and went asleep. As he drew the curtains, the blinding sunlight made him squint, only to reveal a scene that took his breath away. A couple on the opposite balcony was engaged in a gruesome spectacle, with the woman tearing off the man's face. Moments later, the elegant and fiery female neighbor from the 21st floor and her new boyfriend plummeted to their deaths, throwing the entire community into a state of panic and chaos. Suddenly, a frantic knocking interrupted his thoughts. The desperate cries for help outside the door abruptly stopped, replaced by the chilling sound of devouring, as dark red liquid seeped through the door crack. Qin He quickly grabbed a toilet plunger from the bathroom and peered through the peephole to see two blood-soaked individuals tearing into a woman who had fallen. The bloodied face of his overweight landlady suddenly pressed against the peephole, threatening a rent increase, but her screams were soon drowned out by the sounds of biting. Once silence returned outside, Qin He hurriedly checked the system panel, only to discover he had become a frog master, with Da Vinci as his first travel frog. When he gently stroked Da Vinci's head, the mischievous frog slipped through the door crack, seemingly intent on packing a female zombie with trailing intestines into its travel backpack. If you're planning on getting your owner killed, at least try not to be so blatant about it. Honestly, Qin He was feeling a bit nervous. His heart was in his throat, worried that the clueless Da Vinci might actually bring back a female zombie. He silently prayed that Da Vinci wasn't entirely a fool. Suddenly, Qin He received a message. Da Vinci attempted to activate its retrieval ability on the female zombie. His heart skipped a beat, but he quickly relaxed that it failed because Da Vinci's level was too low, and the weight of the item exceeded its current limit. Qin He breathed a sigh of relief and put down the toilet plunger he was gripping tightly. Thankfully, Da Vinci's retrieval ability was limited, or else bringing back a zombie would have been disastrous. However, Da Vinci didn't give up. It hesitated for a moment, and then tried to retrieve the female zombie again. Qin He rolled his eyes in exasperation, wondering why this fool was so determined to bring a zombie back to him. He couldn't help but shout internally, "Could you do something useful? Like getting some water, food, or a handy weapon?" Da Vinci, undeterred, tried a third time to retrieve the zombie. After failing again, it finally abandoned the idea with some regret and continued hopping forward. It muttered to itself, "It seems you might be destined to be single forever." As it hopped along, Da Vinci passed by an open room. It stopped and curiously peeked inside. There, a zombie was gnawing on a severed hand. The sight made Da Vinci suddenly feel a bit hungry, wondering if it should head home for a meal. Seeing this, Qin He was completely frustrated. He gritted his teeth in anger. Why is this fool only thinking about food? Can't it bring back something useful? He lamented that the traveling frog could only venture out once every 24 hours, and if this trip yielded nothing, it would be a wasted opportunity. By now, Qin He had lost all hope in Da Vinci. In his view, bringing back a roll of toilet paper would be considered a success. However, Da Vinci seemed to hear Qin He's thoughts. It abandoned the idea of going home and decided to return with a full load after all. It was a diligent traveling frog. It boldly hopped to the zombie's feet, narrowly avoiding being squashed by a raised foot. The zombie seemed to notice Da Vinci, paused its gnawing, and stared at it with cloudy eyes. Da Vinci met its gaze for 3 seconds before the zombie let out a ho-ho sound and continued munching on its arm. Da Vinci thought the zombie was a fool too and ignored it, continuing to explore the room. Inside, a longbow hung on the wall, but it didn't catch Da Vinci's interest. It continued its exploration on its own. Seeing this, Qin He wished he could enter the game and give Da Vinci a good shake. A longbow would be an incredibly useful ranged weapon for him right now, at least for self-defense. But this fool didn't even glance at it before moving on. How carefree could it be? Da Vinci reached a corner and found a baseball bat, but it didn't like it and didn't retrieve it. It hopped into another room and saw a fruit knife. But still, it didn't feel the urge to take it. As Da Vinci continued exploring, a small insect flew by. immediately grabbing its attention. Instinctively, it began to chase and try to catch it with its tongue but failed. Undeterred, Da Vinci kept trying. Qin He lay helplessly on his bed, realizing that frogs truly live by chance. He muttered to himself, relying on anything else is pointless, it's better to rely on yourself. However, Qin He did find one advantage in Da Vinci: its scouting ability was pretty good. Based on Da Vinci's observations, there were 4 zombies in the hallway and 1 in the only open room. This meant there were only 5 zombies on the entire 20th floor. This information gave Qin He some comfort. At least now he had a preliminary understanding of the outside situation and could start thinking of strategies. Da Vinci continued exploring and entered another bedroom. It discovered a black box under the bed, which finally caught its attention. Da Vinci immediately activated its retrieval ability, successfully storing the box. Afterward, it looked around and, finding nothing else worth retrieving, left the room. In the living room, Da Vinci noticed a fish tank on the table with a few fish swimming leisurely inside. For some reason, it suddenly felt a pang of sympathy. Qin He closed his eyes, vividly imagining the messages Da Vinci was sending. At this moment, he was most concerned about what was inside the black box Da Vinci had just retrieved. From the description, it seemed to be a shoebox. Thinking about this, Qin He couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Da Vinci's travel backpack now had only 2 slots, meaning it could only bring back a limited number of items each trip. Moreover, each slot was counted by quantity, whether it was a feather or a tank. It occupied just 1 slot. Each trip allowed for only 2 items, and similar items couldn't stack, which made Qin He feel quite helpless. If the black box indeed contained a pair of shoes, this trip would be a failure. While shoes were important in the post-apocalyptic world, compared to the longbow, Qin He would definitely choose the latter. Given the current situation, even the baseball bat was more useful than a pair of sneakers, certainly more than the toilet plunger he held. Da Vinci gazed at the small fish tank, and a whimsical idea flashed through its mind. It decided to grant these little fish their freedom. With a flick of its ability, Da Vinci targeted the table beneath the fish tank. In a glimmer of light, the table vanished into thin air. Without support, the fish tank crashed heavily to the ground, producing a deafening noise. Glass shards scattered everywhere, and water splashed wildly. The little fish flopped desperately on the floor, struggling for survival. Da Vinci watched the scene with satisfaction, thinking it had finally given the fish the long-desired freedom. It hopped out of the room cheerfully, feeling as if it had accomplished a great deed. Phrases like anonymously doing good, leaving without a trace, and hiding one's achievements swirled in its mind. However, the loud crash of the shattered fish tank attracted unexpected visitors. Zombies wandering in the hallway were drawn to the noise, and 3 of them stormed into the room. They rampaged through the living room, colliding with each other, nearly squashing the traveling frog on the floor. As if blessed by Lady Luck, Da Vinci darted skillfully between the chaotic zombie footsteps and eventually managed to hop out of the room. It glanced back at the struggling fish on the floor, feeling smug and convinced that it had done a good deed today. Qin He witnessed the scene, utterly speechless. "You just killed them, you know?" He couldn't help but retort. However, he soon realized that the naive creature had inadvertently done something right. It had lured all the zombies on the floor into one room. Suddenly, Qin He became alert. There had originally been 4 zombies in the hallway, but now there were only 3 in the room. This meant there was still 1 outside. He cautiously approached the door and peered through the peephole. Sure enough, the pesky landlord was standing right outside, his face nearly pressed against the peephole. "Just because I didn't open the door for you, you're targeting me, huh?" Qin He thought to himself. At that moment, Da Vinci squeezed through the gap under the door and hopped to Qin He's feet, tilting its head to look up at him. The system's notification sounded. "Your Da Vinci has returned from its journey, and the items in its backpack have been automatically transferred to your brain domain warehouse. Your Da Vinci hopped 131 steps today, earning 131 travel experience points." Qin He bent down to pick up Da Vinci, gently stroking its head. The little frog hummed contentedly, its eyes narrowing to slits. "Hungry," it suddenly chirped. "Glutton," Qin He playfully scolded, placing Da Vinci in its little nest and tossing a few feeder worms to it. With Da Vinci taken care of, Qin He began to check his mental warehouse. In the 100-slot warehouse, the first slot held a black box, and the second slot contained a small square table. He ignored the useless table and focused on the black box. "Extract," Qin He silently commanded. With a faint hum, the black box materialized in front of him. "Hope it's not a pair of shoes," Qin He muttered as he reached for the box. To his surprise, the box was heavier than expected. Shoes wouldn't be this heavy, he thought. So what could it be? Qin He carefully opened the box and the sight before him took his breath away. A small, exquisitely crafted compound crossbow lay quietly inside, designed for one-handed use with a convenient cocking mechanism. The box also contained over a dozen neatly arranged bolts. Qin He was secretly delighted. This was an unexpected surprise. Da Vinci, you silly thing. You actually brought back something this great. Qin He couldn't help but exclaim. With this compound crossbow, dealing with the few zombies outside should be manageable. But he quickly calmed down, realizing he'd never used such a weapon before, and decided to practice first. Before starting his practice, Qin He didn't forget to reward the hero, Da Vinci. He caught a few bugs and placed them in front of Da Vinci. The travel frog seemed to notice something unusual. Usually, it got 10 bugs, so why the extra today? It couldn't help but wonder what Qin He was up to. Don't overthink it, just enjoy your meal, Qin He said softly. You've done a great job today. I'll give you an upgrade later. After feeding Da Vinci, Qin He began to familiarize himself with the compound crossbow. He carefully cocked it, loaded a bolt, and aimed at a cushion on the sofa. With a thunk, the bolt hit the target dead center. Qin He was relieved. The weapon was quite easy to handle. He chose the cushion as a target to avoid making too much noise, knowing from Da Vinci's earlier reaction to the fish tank spill that the zombies were sensitive to sound. Da Vinci, watching the pierced cushion, was a bit upset. That cushion had been its companion for several nights, and it felt Qin He didn't understand that bond. With a hint of resentment, Da Vinci decided to take a nap, ignoring its clueless owner. Noticing Da Vinci's reaction, Qin He couldn't help but smile. Several nights? You spend most nights sleeping on my face, he thought. Thanks to the travel system, he could understand the thoughts of this silly frog. However, Da Vinci's thinking seemed to have become more complex, and Qin He wondered if the apocalypse had somehow made it smarter. With this question in mind, Qin He walked to the balcony and carefully pulled back the curtain slightly to peek outside. After a morning of screams, the neighborhood was eerily quiet. Even the usually noisy cats were silent. It seemed that any remaining survivors were hiding indoors, too afraid to make a move. Qin He was secretly grateful for being single. At least he didn't have to worry about anyone around him turning into a zombie. Back in the room, Qin He decided to upgrade Da Vinci. He closed his eyes and entered the system interface in his mind. Da Vinci had gained 131 travel experience points from its outing. Upgrading Da Vinci required 10 points, and a lottery draw cost 99 points. Considering he would need Da Vinci for scouting in the future, Qin He didn't hesitate to choose the upgrade. With the consumption of 10 points, Da Vinci's level increased to LV2. The little frog suddenly felt a warmth spreading through its body, as if filled with energy. It quietly planned to travel further next time, with its range increased by 50 meters. Qin He carefully checked Da Vinci's attribute panel. Frog number 1, Black Spot Frog Da Vinci. Level, LV2 020. Travel trigger, Gentle Head Pat. Travel backpack, 3 slots. Each slot can hold one type of item, stackable quantity 1. Travel range, 150 meters. Travel cooldown, 24 hours. Growth, can trigger normal evolution upon leveling up, advanced evolution every 10 levels, ultimate evolution every 50 levels. Trait, low desirability to be eaten, mutated creatures have little appetite for frogs. Talent, low desirability to be eaten, mutated creatures have little appetite for you. Taboo, when the frog is traveling, the frog handler cannot interfere manually, including following or forcing a route. Seeing that advanced evolution could be triggered at level 10, Qin He decided to continue upgrading Da Vinci. He spent 90 experience points, raising Da Vinci to level 5. Each upgrade brought some improvements, sometimes increasing travel range, other times adding backpack slots. Through these upgrades, Qin He gradually understood the pattern. The normal evolution triggered after leveling up would either increase Da Vinci's travel distance or add slots to its travel backpack. This randomness seemed to fit Da Vinci's aimless travel style perfectly. It seems that to witness a different evolution, I'll have to wait until it reaches level 10, Qin He thought to himself. His gaze fell on the little frog, and he couldn't help but wonder what its ultimate evolution at level 50 would look like. He then checked his remaining travel experience points. 31 points clearly weren't enough for a lottery draw, let alone leveling up. Qin He sighed, resigned to waiting for Da Vinci's next journey. After upgrading the little frog, he suddenly recalled the apocalyptic game warning he had received in his dreams. From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., the zombies would remain sealed, but after 6 p.m., they would become frenzied. He glanced at the clock on the wall. It was 8 a.m., leaving him 10 hours until nightfall. Realizing the urgency, Qin He immediately began to inventory his supplies. Half a bottle of mineral water, a pack of instant noodles, a sausage. Seeing how little food was left, he realized that even if he tried to scrape by, he wouldn't last 3 days. More worrying was the unknown extent of the zombies' madness once night fell. Clenching his fist, Qin He resolved to strengthen himself, gather supplies, and, most importantly, clear out the zombies nearby. He picked up his single-handed compound crossbow, deciding to first deal with the landlord at the door. Moving cautiously, Qin He shifted the small table blocking the door and peered through the peephole. The landlord, now a zombie, still stood at the entrance. His gray eyes reduced to small black dots at the center. Taking a deep breath, Qin He loaded his crossbow. First, he secured the chain lock connecting the doorframe and door, then slowly opened a crack. The zombie landlord immediately turned, emitting a hoarse growl as it lunged, but was halted by the chain. Its face pressed against the door gap as it howled uselessly. Thwack! Qin He raised his crossbow and aimed at the zombie's forehead. At such a close range, missing was nearly impossible. After the arrow hit its target, he quickly shut the door and barricaded it with the table again. Peering through the peephole, he saw the zombie landlord fall backward, motionless, with an arrow lodged in its forehead. As expected, the zombie's weakness is their brain. Qin He sighed in relief, soon receiving a system notification. Killed level 1 zombie, experience 1, Doomsday Coins 2. As he pondered the use of Doomsday Coins, a broadcast suddenly echoed through the world channel. After hours of fear and the thrill of the hunt, you must realize by now that the Apocalypse game isn't some telemarketing scam, right? I bet you've been joyfully taking down zombies, haven't you? The experience you gain can level you up, and those Doomsday Coins are crucial for your survival. Don't let anyone else take them from you. The broadcast continued. Friendly reminder 1. On the eve of the long night, simple random tasks will appear. They have no penalties for failure, so it's recommended to accept and complete them. See you later, and good luck surviving. Listening to the broadcast, Qin He realized the situation was more complicated than he'd imagined. He understood that every step he took from now on would be a matter of life and death. Qin He peered through the peephole and saw that the zombie landlord was lying motionless on the ground, evidently killed by him. The noise of the landlord's fall attracted the attention of a zombie that had been lured into the room by Da Vinci earlier. Fortunately, only one zombie staggered to the door. Using the same tactic, Qin He quickly reloaded his crossbow. He cautiously opened the door, leaving just a 10-centimeter gap due to the security chain. The zombie sensed the movement and lunged at Qin He, but could only growl softly with its face pressed against the narrow opening. Qin He aimed his crossbow, and with a twang, the bolt pierced the zombie's forehead with precision. A system notification appeared. Killed level 1 zombie. Experience 1. Doomsday Coin 1. Qin He frowned, clearly dissatisfied with the meager reward. He calculated that he had gained 2 experience points from killing 2 zombies, needing 3 more to level up. Gently tapping on the door frame, he managed to lure another zombie. He raised his crossbow and shot decisively as it approached, taking it down once more. The system chimed in. Killed level 1 zombie. Experience 1. Doomsday Coin 2. Suddenly, a notification sounded, triggering Da Vinci's talent, pleasant surprise, increasing the drop rate. A 20-centimeter high white light column appeared on the ground, within which lay a card. Excited, Qin He grabbed the card through the door gap and quickly shut the door. The card read, Beginner Combat Suit, Durability 11, Constitution 1, Agility 1, Strength 1. Instructions. Tier to use. Qin He tore the card open, and a black jacket materialized in his hands. Recalling the apocalyptic game's arrival in his dream, he began to understand. Killing zombies not only grants experience and Doomsday Coins, but also equipment. He donned the jacket, finding it a perfect fit, and noticed his physical attributes improved. He checked his status. Qin He, Traveling Frog Handler, LV 035. Constitution, 10 was 9. Strength, 10 was 9. Agility, 11 was 10. Spirit, 20 unchanged. Weapon, composite crossbow, a fairly ordinary mid to long range weapon, but at least you're no longer using a toilet plunger. Armor, Beginner Combat Suit, Durability 11. Inventory, 100 slots. Although the attributes only increased by 1 point, Qin He felt a bit stronger than before. He reloaded his crossbow, ready for another round. Needing just 2 more experience points to level up, he opened the door and repeated his previous strategy. A zombie from the opposite apartment approached upon hearing the noise, but before it could see him, a crossbow bolt had already pierced its skull. System notification. Killed level 1 zombie. Experience 1. Doomsday Coin 1. No light column appeared this time, indicating that the drop rate for equipment wasn't high. It was only due to Da Vinci's talent that he got an item earlier. He tapped the doorframe again, but no more zombies appeared. Qin He recalled the situation on the 20th floor. When Da Vinci went out to explore, only the door across the hall was open. A woman was being attacked by 2 zombies in the hallway. The zombie landlord was at his door, and another was the owner of the opposite room, gnawing on his own arm. Now, only the one that hadn't come out remained. Pondering the zombie's behavior, Qin He gently opened the door and looked around before tapping the doorframe again. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Your traveling frog killed a level 1 zombie. Experience 1. Doomsday Coin 1. Automatically credited to your account. Ding, congratulations, you have leveled up to level 2. All attributes 1. Gained 1 free attribute point. Qin He was puzzled, glancing back at Da Vinci, who was still sound asleep, incredulous that the clumsy creature could kill a zombie in its sleep. Holding his reloaded crossbow, he cautiously approached the opposite door. Upon reaching it, he saw the zombie lying on its back, black-red blood oozing from its head. A fish lay crushed on the floor, with bits of it stuck to the zombie's shoe. Qin He suddenly understood. After Da Vinci had smashed the fish tank earlier, the water and fish on the floor had caused this scene. The zombie heard the noise and tried to rush out, but slipped on the fish and hit its head on the sharp corner of a marble coffee table, meeting its end. Just like that, it was over. Qin He looked at the bodies on the ground, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The little frog's achievements were truly impressive. First a few fish, and now an entire family, neatly sent to another world. Qin He picked up his crossbow, carefully scanning the room. Da Vinci's earlier exploration had confirmed the area was safe, with no zombies lurking. He moved quickly, first taking the bow from the wall, then grabbing the baseball bat, stowing both in his extraordinary mental storage space. As he continued his search, he found little of use aside from a metal chain. Turning to the kitchen, he began a rescue-style scavenge. He cleared out the fridge of all ready-to-eat food, storing it all in his mental space. The convenience of this spatial ability was remarkable, requiring only a thought to access or store items. After a thorough search, Qin He had a decent haul: 2 boxes of luncheon meat, 2 cucumbers, 2 tomatoes, a green onion which could serve as a dish in some situations, 3 apples, 2 cans of beer, and 2 bottles of water. If used sparingly, this food could last at least 2 days. Qin He calculated. According to the game rules, when night fell, the zombie seals would be lifted, doubling their speed and strength. Therefore, he should avoid going out if possible, and simply endure the next 72 hours. With the search complete, Qin He stepped out into the hallway. Carefully, he retrieved his crossbow bolts from the heads of the fallen zombies, searching their bodies for keys. Sure enough, each person had their own set. The most notable was the landlord, who had a large bunch of keys at her waist, as if she owned the entire building. Qin He realized she was a modern-day landlord. With this master key, Qin He felt much more at ease. If he needed to collect rent from each apartment in the future, it would be much more convenient. Just then, a green exclamation mark appeared on the floor in front of him. He immediately realized this must be a random quest. Qin He cautiously reached out to touch it, and the light vanished instantly. A notification suddenly flashed before Qin He. Ding, random mission triggered. Search the entire floor. Complete the mission to receive a Doomsday Wood blind box. No penalties for failure. Qin He thought to himself, indeed, a random mission? This apocalypse game emphasized the game aspect, except this time. The game was real. The mission was straightforward. Search the entire floor. There was no reason not to accept the reward, especially since there were no penalties for failure. It was practically a freebie. The building he lived in had small apartments, with only 4 units per floor. He didn't need to search his own place. He had already checked 1 apartment earlier, leaving just 2 more. Except, Qin He decisively chose to take on the mission. The system immediately provided feedback. Random mission to search the entire floor, progress 13. As expected, his own apartment didn't count. Seeing the progress, Qin He realized the room he searched earlier was already considered 1/3 complete. After accepting the mission, Qin He didn't continue searching right away. He picked up a chain he had obtained earlier and headed to the fire escape at the corner. The elevator was out of service, but the fire escape was still accessible. To prevent zombies from other floors from wandering in during the long night, he used the chain to lock the fire escape door. This metal door opened towards the hallway, so ordinary zombies would have to break it down to get in. This way, the loud noise of breaking the door would serve as a natural warning system. Having completed this precaution, Qin He allocated the 1 free attribute point he gained from leveling up to agility. In this zombie-infested apocalypse, increasing speed and reaction time was a wise choice. As the saying goes, the faster you run, the longer you live. At that moment, leveling up from LV1 to LV2 required 10 experience points, equivalent to killing 10 level 1 zombies. Before the long night arrived, any improvement was worthwhile. Qin He approached the door of apartment 2022 with a key in hand. He knocked lightly, saying, "Hello, this is the property management. We've cleared a safe passage outside, and I'm here to escort you out." He knocked a couple more times. The purpose was simple. If there were zombies inside, they'd be drawn to the sound and scratch the door. If there was no response, the place was either empty or occupied by normal people. Qin He didn't know much about his neighbors. In a city like this, everyone was busy with their lives, and it was rare to see neighbors more than a few times a year. This was one of the reasons modern cities were becoming less personable. Everyone was busy being a chive, and even if they knew each other, they were just well-acquainted chives. After knocking, there was no sound from inside. Qin He then took out the key, carefully inserted it into the lock, and gently turned the doorknob. He opened a small gap and peeked inside cautiously. No zombies. He stepped into the room, crossbow in hand. The kitchen was clean and tidy, clearly belonging to someone who didn't cook much. The small living room was cluttered with various items. Suddenly, A low growling came from deeper in the apartment. Grr. Qin He immediately raised his crossbow and aimed ahead, cursing under his breath. Why didn't it come out when I knocked? The growling continued, but no zombies emerged. Qin He cautiously moved forward and finally saw a shocking scene in the bedroom. Two zombies lay on the bed, tightly bound together with ropes. One was a naked female zombie with a bloody hole in her head, clearly dead. The male zombie tied with her was twisting its neck to stare at Qin He, growling. What the hell is this? Qin He was utterly baffled. Do young people nowadays engage in such bizarre activities? Thwack! The crossbow bolt flew through the air, piercing the male zombie's forehead, putting the young couple to rest. Qin He retrieved the bolt and quickly searched the room. Apart from a few packs of instant noodles, frozen dumplings, and a large container of mineral water, there was nothing else useful. He stored these supplies in his mental warehouse and left the strange apartment. Checking the mission progress, it was now 23 complete. Only one apartment remained 2024. Qin He vaguely remembered that 2024 was home to a pair of sisters who did live streaming. They often sang and danced late into the night for their big brothers, annoying the neighbors downstairs, who filed numerous complaints. Eventually, the downstairs neighbors couldn't take it anymore and moved out. One of the zombies he had just killed was one of the sisters. So, what about the other sister? Qin He approached the door of 2024 and repeated his tactic. Knock knock hello. This is the property security. We've cleared a safe passage and are here to escort everyone out. Regardless of whether someone was inside, Qin He decided to enter. As he stood at the door, he suddenly heard a woman's startled cry. Yes, the situation is urgent now. Our property management is cooperating with the community work, Qin He said, pretending to be a security guard. Please pack up quickly, and we'll come back to get you later. I have to go now and notify others. Despite saying this, Qin He didn't leave. Instead, he continued to wait at the door. Wait, the woman shouted. A moment later, there was a faint click as the door opened. A young woman, disheveled and with bloodstains on her chest and arms, appeared at the doorway. She looked at Qin He with panic in her eyes. Help me, please. I don't want to die. I don't want to die, she pleaded urgently. Instinctively, Qin He took a step back, scrutinizing the girl before him. Have you been bitten? He asked cautiously. I haven't been bitten, she yelled frantically, covering her chest and arms with her hands. But the wounds were still clearly visible. Then how did you get those wounds? Did you scratch yourself? Qin He clearly didn't believe her. He noticed her complexion was ashen, and her eyes were mostly gray, signs of an impending transformation into a zombie. The girl suddenly became hysterical. Can't you understand human speech? I studied in America for 4 years, and you dare to doubt me? You lowlife. Get someone to save me now. All right, I'll grant you salvation, Qin He replied calmly, raising his crossbow and aiming at her forehead. And free you from pain forever. Thwang. The crossbow bolt fired, striking the girl squarely in the head, exiting through the back. Being so loud, do you want to attract all the zombies upstairs and downstairs? Qin He muttered as he retrieved the bolt from the girl's lifeless body slumped on the floor. Saving you in this way is the best option. You'll never feel pain, always living in your American dream, forever dreaming of being an upper-class person. A system notification sounded. Ding, killed a level 0.5 zombie. Experience 0.5. Apocalypse coins 0.5. Qin He couldn't help but remark, well, I must say the Apocalypse game has a very user-friendly setup. Being infected but not yet transformed counts as half a zombie. Very humane. He entered the room, finding it in complete disarray. Unlike what one would expect from a tidy girl. Trash was piled up, takeout boxes scattered everywhere, with only the streaming setup still somewhat orderly. After searching for a while, Qin He was disappointed to find nothing of value. At least a couple of cucumbers would be nice. But there's nothing, he muttered to himself. Just then, the system chimed again. Ding, completed random search task. Reward. Apocalypse sturdy wood blind box. Experience 10. Apocalypse coins 50. Ding, congratulations on leveling up to LV3. All attributes 1. Gained 1 free attribute point. Qin He immediately felt the growth from leveling up. Without hesitation, he added the free attribute point to agility, adhering to his principle of, fight if you can, run if you can't. Suddenly, a loud noise interrupted his thoughts. Bang! Qin He looked towards the sound, realizing it came from the fire escape door. He quickly loaded his crossbow, keeping a wary eye on the fire door. Outside, the chaotic sounds of zombie growls and thumping were clearly from those attracted by the girl's earlier shouting. Qin He checked his quiver, noting he had 10 bolts left. He realized the current situation was different from when he was at home. Outside was a horde of zombies, and one wrong move could spell disaster. Qin He calmly devised a plan, guessing that the zombies were drawn by noise and might quiet down if there was none. Sure enough, a few minutes later, the zombies outside fell silent, confirming his theory. Qin He waited another 10 minutes to ensure there was no movement outside. He glanced at his watch. It was already 4 p.m. I should get back home and prepare, Qin He decided, contemplating how to eliminate the zombies at the fire door before nightfall to prevent them from becoming a ticking time bomb. He quietly retreated to his home, securing the door with a table before collapsing onto the couch to rest. Then, from his mind's storage, he retrieved the Apocalypse game blind box awarded for completing the search task, ready to open it and arm himself. The Apocalypse sturdy wood blind box can contain equipment, skills, talents, daily necessities, and other good stuff, Qin He thought. To open it, just use the command. Open. Click. The blind box opened in response. Buzz as Qin He opened the box. 4 beams of light, 2 white and 2 green, suddenly shot up. In front of Qin He, 4 beams of light emerged from the mystery box, 2 white and 2 green. He took a deep breath, surprised that among the 4 items, 2 were of green quality. He carefully extracted the 4 cards and examined them one by one. The first white card displayed, Beginner Combat Boots. Qin He immediately tore it open and put on the boots, which increased his strength and agility. The second white card was Beginner Combat Pants, which he quickly donned, feeling an overall enhancement in his attributes. The third card, a green one, thrilled Qin He. The power crossbow significantly boosted his strength and agility and came with a rare attribute, a 30 chance to knock back targets. He carefully inspected this powerful ranged weapon, contemplating its use in battle. The last green card was the Universal Quiver, which could automatically replenish crossbow bolts. Qin He was delighted to find that this quiver alleviated his concerns about ammunition, though he wasn't quite sure how durability was calculated. After equipping himself with the new gear, Qin He began to inventory his food and water supplies. He placed a pack of frozen dumplings into his cerebral storage, planning to later test whether food would spoil there. As he lay on the bed to rest, Qin He checked his attribute panel. He was astonished to find that his agility attribute had surpassed his mental attribute, reaching 3 times that of an average person. Outside, the occasional screams and explosions could still be heard, but the zombies in the fire escape seemed to have quieted down. Qin He glanced at his watch. There was still an hour and a half until nightfall. He decided to deal with the zombies outside the door now to prevent the situation from worsening when night came. Fully armed, Qin He stood in front of the fire safety door, listening intently for any sounds from outside. He gripped the power crossbow tightly, ready to face the imminent battle. He could still hear faint footsteps. Indeed, the zombies were still there. Qin He carefully unlocked the chain, the soft click echoing sharply in the silent hallway. The zombies outside the fire exit immediately perked up, turning their heads in unison towards the sound, emitting a low growl that seemed to forewarn of impending danger. Taking a deep breath, Qin He kicked the fire door open with force. Boom! The door slammed with a deafening crash. The zombies closest to the door were instantly crushed between the door and the wall, their heads bursting with a spray of blood and brain matter. Those further away were knocked over like bowling pins, tumbling down the stairs in a chain reaction. However, one zombie standing to the side of the door managed to escape unscathed. Snarling, it lunged at Qin He. Reacting swiftly, Qin He raised his hand and shot an arrow, piercing the zombie's head with precision. It fell to the ground, twitching briefly before lying still. Scanning his surroundings, Qin He confirmed that all the zombies had been knocked down the stairs. He couldn't help but feel relieved that his plan had worked. Initially, he considered dealing with them one by one through the door gap, but quickly realized the risk was too high. Then, a sudden inspiration struck him. The fire door opened outward, and with the narrow stair landing, a powerful enough push could take down the entire horde. Looking at the dented door he had kicked, Qin He couldn't help but marvel at his enhanced strength. Incredible, he thought to himself. Below, the zombies were entangled in a heap, struggling against each other. The first zombie to stagger to its feet began to lurch upwards. Qin He raised his crossbow, aiming at the leading zombie. Whoosh! The arrow struck the zombie squarely in the forehead. To Qin He's delight, the weapon's knockback effect activated. The hit zombie flew backward like a broken kite, crashing into the zombies that had just started to rise, knocking them back down. Qin He remembered the excellent attribute of his crossbow, a 30 chance to knock back the target. Seizing the opportunity as the zombies collapsed again, Qin He quickly reloaded and aimed. Whoosh whoosh! 2 more zombies fell, pinning their comrades beneath them. The scene became even more chaotic, with zombies tangled and struggling to free themselves. Qin He capitalized on this perfect chance, starting a series of precise shots. Each arrow aimed for a zombie's head, and even if one shot missed, he immediately followed up with another. Since his quiver's arrows could regenerate infinitely, he had no worries about running out of ammunition. As the number of kills increased, system notifications kept chiming. Ding Da Vinci's unexpected delight triggered, drop rate increased. Ding Da Vinci's unexpected delight triggered, drop rate increased. Small white beams of light appeared among the zombie corpses, indicating new loot drops. Qin He glanced at the enticing beams, but remained focused, continuing to reload and shoot. He planned in his mind, finish off this group of zombies first, then go down to collect the spoils. Whizzing through the air, several arrows struck down the last few zombies. Qin He cautiously stepped onto the staircase, slick with filthy blood, wary of slipping. He quickly gathered the cards from the 4 white beams of light, storing them in his brain domain warehouse while vigilantly scanning the area for any remaining undead. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. Ding, congratulations! Level up to LV4. All attributes 1. And 1 free attribute point gained. Qin He felt a surge of joy, but before he could relish the moment, the sound of approaching zombie growls echoed from below. Gripping the stair railing, he glanced down to find a zombie crawling up the stairs at an alarming speed. Rubbing his eyes for clarity, he confirmed Ida, female zombie with disheveled hair, clad in a tight black leather outfit, her figure strikingly curvaceous. She crawled like a spider, propelling herself with her arms at a dizzying pace. More astonishing was the leather collar around her neck trailing a chain, at the end of which hung the upper half of a male zombie. This half-zombie clutched the chain with one hand while the other gripped a leather-wrapped vine. The bizarre scene left Qin He baffled, thinking the building was full of unique talents besides himself. He quickly retreated a few steps, reloaded his crossbow, and aimed. However, the Spider-Woman's speed was too great, and his first arrow merely grazed her head. Qin He adjusted his strategy, targeting her path forward. With a thud, the arrow struck her chest. The Spider-Woman let out a furious roar, now positioned atop the zombie pile at the bottom of the stairs, baring her teeth at Qin He. It was then he noticed her eyes were a pale green, starkly different from the usual zombie gray. At that moment, the system chimed again. Ding, random mission triggered. Congratulations, you've encountered an elite zombie in the Apocalypse game. The Passionate Spider-Woman. Attributes: 35 Strength, 30 Agility, 28 Spirit, 8 Constitution. Defeat her to earn 100 experience points and 100 Apocalypse coins. No penalty for mission failure, as you might already be dead. Accept? Without hesitation, Qin He accepted the mission, even though the Spider-Woman's attributes clearly surpassed his, especially her constitution being nearly double his. But with the mission in motion, there was no turning back. The Spider-Woman growled again, and Qin He seized the momentary pause to unleash another arrow. Yet, she merely tilted her head, dodging the attack once more. Qin He was stunned by the elite zombie's intelligence. Suddenly, the Spider-Woman swung her body, using the male zombie at the end of her chain like a meteor hammer. Qin He narrowly stepped back as the half-zombie's flailing limbs brushed past his nose. Unexpectedly, the leather vine followed, snapping toward Qin He. He dodged again, amazed at the eerie coordination of their attacks. The Spider-Woman retracted her meteor hammer and continued her ascent. Qin He swiftly reloaded his crossbow, took aim, and fired. But the Spider-Woman clung to the wall, evading the arrow and using the momentum to surge forward, her limbs adhering agilely to the vertical surface. Reaching for another arrow, Qin He realized his quiver was empty. At this critical juncture, the Spider-Woman lunged like a rabid dog. Qin He barely avoided her, countering with a punch. But her meteor hammer forced him to withdraw his attack and dodge to the left. In the nick of time, a new arrow appeared in his waist quiver. Qin He quickly loaded it, firing without aiming. With a thump, the arrow hit the Spider-Woman's right chest, triggering a knockback effect and shifting the battle's momentum. The Spider-Woman was knocked back down the stairs, hitting the wall with a dull thud. Qin He seized the fleeting opportunity, swiftly retreating behind the fire door, closing it quickly and securing it with a chain. Leaning against the metal door, he panted heavily, sweat trickling down his forehead. Elite monsters are definitely much tougher than those beginner zombies, Qin He thought. I'll have to avoid confronting it hidden for now. He glanced at his quiver, finding it empty. Although he could regenerate 1 arrow per minute, it was clearly insufficient against such formidable foes. Frowning, Qin He pondered, if just one elite monster is this troublesome, how will I manage when night officially falls? Suddenly, a violent pounding interrupted his thoughts. Bang! Bang! The Spider-Woman began to fiercely attack the door. Fortunately, the fire door opened outward, limiting the effectiveness of the inward blows unless the door was completely destroyed. Qin He braced the door with all his strength, hoping it would hold for a while longer. He glanced at his watch. 5:25 p.m. 5 minutes until the Apocalypse trading post opens. Qin He calculated. I can't miss this chance, but I also need to deal with the problem outside. At that moment, he remembered the 4 cards he had obtained from killing zombies earlier. Hoping for something useful, he quickly went through them. The first card, Beginner Combat Gloves, Durability 11, Constitution 1, Agility 1. Great item. Without hesitation, Qin He tore open the card, and a pair of black breathable gloves appeared in his hands. He put them on, feeling slightly stronger. The second card, Beginner Combat Cap, Durability 11, Constitution 1, Spirit 1. It even boosts Spirit? Qin He was pleasantly surprised as he tore open the card and donned the stylish black canvas cap. The third card, Glow Stick, break in the middle to illuminate for 10 minutes. Could be somewhat useful, Qin He thought, storing it in his mental inventory, but not needed right now. The fourth card, Apocalypse Toilet Paper. Reading the description, Qin He couldn't help but scoff. Seriously, what's the difference between this and using my hand? He checked his watch again. 5:29 p.m. Damn. The apocalypse trading post is about to start. Qin He anxiously glanced at the metal door behind him, hoping it would hold a little longer. At 5:30 p.m., a sudden notification broke the silence. Ding, congratulations to those who can still see this message. It proves you're still alive. The unexpected message startled Qin He. His eyes quickly scanned the screen, which displayed the words Doomsday Trading Post Open. Following that, a series of instructions appeared. Before opening the trading post, please create your own nickname. Remember, you can only create a nickname once. If the name is taken, a number will be added to differentiate. If you don't want to be a numbered person, think carefully. Qin He frowned, pondering how to come up with a unique nickname. His eyes inadvertently landed on his pet frog, Da Vinci. A wry smile appeared on his face as he realized that he had borrowed a historical figure's name even for his pet, marking him as someone terrible at naming things. After a brief thought, Qin He decided to keep it simple and just use his own name. After all, no one knows me here, he muttered to himself. This way, it's both easy and brainless. Confirm nickname. Qin He? The system prompted again. Confirm. Qin He responded decisively, not wanting to waste time on a name. After all, just beyond the door, there was a spider woman lurking, ready to attack him. The urgent task was to quickly check the trading post to see if he could buy something to deal with her. With the confirmation of his nickname, a light screen the size of a 32-inch monitor suddenly appeared in front of Qin He. The screen was divided into two main sections. The left side was the Doomsday Store, while the right side was the free trading post. The Doomsday Store was further divided into categories like weapons, living supplies, and medical supplies. The free trading post had a similar structure. At the bottom of the screen was a lively chat window. The chat window was filled with a variety of messages, ranging from fear to complaints, and even excitement. Long Out in 1837. Damn. So many duplicate names. Shura 15132. My dream came true. Finally killed that deadbeat bastard. I chopped his head off with an axe. Ha ha ha. Shura 444322. Damn. Why are there so many named Shura? Are they all bad at naming? Delicate Princess 213. Why has the world become like this? I'm a girl and so scared. Can any kind brother help me? I'm in Lotus District, J City. Godslayer 7852. Bad news, everyone. The military has completely collapsed. There's a permanent field brigade near my home, and it's been overrun. We can only rely on ourselves now. Emperor Batian 212. Anyone in H City? Want to team up? I'm already level 2. Mother Slayer. Ha ha ha, I killed my mom, damn. Xiao Linzi 222. Guys, I'm a student from D City number 2 high school. My name is Lin Xiaobai. I've been bitten. I want to say, if you see someone in white clothes with a red helmet in D City, that's me. Please leave me alone. Let me wander the world as a zombie. Don't worry, I've locked my helmet and neck, so I won't bite you. Red Dragon Supreme. This is F City. We've formed a team. Anyone who wants to join, message me. We're also buying all kinds of weapons and equipment at fair prices. Post it on the trading post if you have any. Doomsday Little Cannon. Anyone in our city, look here. We've formed a team. If you want to join us to survive, message me. Seeing these messages, Qin He couldn't help but chuckle. The high rate of duplicate nicknames was indeed surprising, with names like Shura clearly being popular. He decided to send a message himself to test the uniqueness of his nickname. Qin He, 123,456. However, his satisfaction was short-lived as reality quickly struck back. Qin He 34, 654,321. Damn it. Qin He cursed under his breath, but he quickly shrugged it off. In the face of the apocalypse, duplicate names seemed like the least of his worries. After skimming through the chat messages, Qin He decided not to waste too much time on them. He decisively opened the Doomsday Free Trading Post, only to find the items disorganized. Someone was even selling tampons at an outrageous price of 10 Doomsday coins, which seemed like blatant profiteering to Qin He. But on second thought, this was understandable. The sudden onset of the Doomsday left most people unprepared, with barely enough supplies for themselves, let alone extra to trade. Qin He quickly skipped over the food and water categories, figuring these could be scavenged outside for now, and there was no need to waste money on them. His attention turned to the medical supplies category, where he soon spotted an item called Virus Blocking Injection. Virus Blocking Injection. Use within 12 hours of being infected by a mutated creature to block virus spread and restore health. Price: 10,000 doomsday coins. Damn! Qin He couldn't help but curse at the exorbitant price. Qin He stood in front of the shop interface, his gaze fixed on the pharmaceutical section. A mysterious potion priced at 10,000 doomsday coins caught his attention, but he quickly realized it was far beyond his purchasing power. The other items were common medications like cold remedies, anti-diarrheal pills, and painkillers, affordable, yet not immediately necessary. His eyes then shifted to the weapons and equipment section. Due to the doomsday setting, modern technology, including firearms, was unusable, leaving the shop stocked solely with melee weapons. These basic weapons were cheap, mostly around 10 doomsday coins, but inferior to the gear he already had. Finally, Qin He opened the skills and talents interface. Several starter skills were neatly listed, each priced at 50 doomsday coins. He carefully read through the descriptions of each skill. Leap Slash required either a one-handed or two-handed weapon to perform a forward jumping slash, dealing damage and briefly stunning targets within a 2-meter range. This is a brute skill, Qin He thought. To kill zombies, you just need to smash their brains, so why bother with damage stats? Draw Slash was designed for one-handed swords, capable of delivering an arc-shaped area attack. Charge was a martial skill that allowed for a quick forward movement. Shadow Stab, on the other hand, was a dagger skill that created deceptive afterimages during attacks. While Qin He acknowledged the unique features of these skills, none seemed urgently needed. More importantly, each skill cost 50 coins, and he would also need to purchase the appropriate weapon, which exceeded his budget. He continued browsing, searching for a skill compatible with his crossbow. Soon, a skill called Charged Arrow caught his eye. This skill could be used with bow or crossbow weapons, immobilizing targets briefly upon impact and bypassing defenses. Most importantly, Qin He met the attribute requirements to use it. This looks promising, Qin He noted to himself. I'll keep it in mind and see if there's an even better option. The description of the fireball skill made Qin He furrow his brows. Although the single target attack had considerable power, its accuracy against moving targets was concerning. He continued to scroll down, his eyes stopping at the healing spell. This skill was quite appealing, especially with its stamina recovery effect, which could be a lifesaver in critical moments. However, his current financial constraints forced him to temporarily set this option aside. Turning back, Qin He decisively chose the Charged Arrow skill. With a flash of light, the new skill was imprinted in his mind. He raised his hand to browse through the chat in the trading channel, hoping to gather more useful information. Unfortunately, most of the messages were filled with panic and despair, offering little substantive help. It was 5:40 p.m., leaving only 20 minutes until nightfall. Qin He took a deep breath, gripping his powerful crossbow tightly. He believed this short amount of time would be enough to deal with the Spider-Woman outside the door. Suddenly, a loud crash sent Qin He stumbling a few steps back. The fire door was deformed and dented under the Spider-Woman's fierce assault, soon revealing a gap. Her grotesque face squeezed through the opening, letting out a piercing screech. Qin He reacted swiftly, raising his hand to release an arrow. Unfortunately, the hasty shot only grazed the Spider-Woman's cheek. As he retreated, he reloaded the crossbow, keeping a vigilant eye on his opponent's movements. The Spider-Woman swung the chain around her neck, with half a male zombie attached, hurling it like a meteor hammer. Qin He was prepared, nimbly dodging to the back right. As expected, the Spider-Woman lunged after him. He dodged again, simultaneously firing another arrow. This shot struck the Spider-Woman's left chest but failed to cause any real damage. The creature seemed unfazed, once more swinging her meteor hammer in a charge. Qin He grew more composed, easily evading the attack while landing another shot. A soft ding sounded as the crossbow's knockback effect was triggered. The Spider-Woman was caught off guard, slamming heavily against the wall. Qin He's eyes lit up, knowing the opportunity had arrived. He immediately raised his crossbow, activating the Charged Arrow skill. A pale blue light enveloped the weapon, gradually shrinking and concentrating as time passed. Qin He held his breath, focusing intently, waiting for the moment of release. 1 second of charging. Qin He suddenly unleashed his energy, a deep growl erupting from his throat. The Spider-Woman was caught off guard by the attack and was thrown to the ground. She quickly scrambled to her feet, baring her teeth at Qin He with a fierce glare in her eyes, and charged forward once again. 2 seconds of charging. Like an arrow released from a bow, the Spider-Woman leaped forward, extending her claws with a menacing snarl on her face, her fangs bared, exuding a terrifying aura. 3 seconds of charging. Just as the Spider-Woman's claws were about to strike Qin He's face, a thunderous boom erupted. Qin He released his long-prepared arrow. A dazzling blue light enveloped the bolt as it shot forth like lightning, hitting the Spider-Woman square in the chest. With such a large target, missing was nearly impossible. The Spider-Woman's body instantly froze, as if turned to stone. Her vacant eyes and rigid expression were fixed on the human who was once again raising his crossbow, aiming at her head. In that moment, a flicker of surprise flashed in her eyes as she watched him pull the trigger once more. With a thunk, another arrow pierced the air, embedding itself perfectly in the Spider-Woman's forehead, the arrowhead exiting through the back of her skull. Her pale green eyes remained wide open, filled with a hint of unwillingness as she collapsed to the ground. Damn, even zombies have thoughts now? Qin He muttered to himself, but didn't hesitate. He quickly stepped forward and repeatedly shot at the Spider-Woman's head. The thunk, thunk, thunk of arrows continued until he had fired 7 or 8 times. A system notification chimed in. Ding Elite Monster, Lovesick Spider-Woman, defeated. Reward. 100 experience, 100 Doomsday coins. Ding Elite Monster defeated. Reward. 50 experience, 35 coins. Ding level up to 5. All attributes 1. Free points 1. Ding level up to 6. All attributes 1. Free points 1. Ding level up to 7. All attributes 1. Free points 1. Leveling up 3 times in a row. Qin He felt a surge of excitement. The earlier zombie kills had taken him from level 3 to 4, and now the experience from defeating the elite monster, along with the rewards, had boosted him 3 levels in one go. It was an incredibly satisfying feeling. Suddenly, a buzzing sound filled the air as 3 beams of light shot up from the Spider-Woman's corpse. 2 were white, and 1 was blue. Blue? Qin He was taken aback. He didn't expect to get a blue card from killing an elite monster. His luck was off the charts. He quickly stored the 3 cards in his neural warehouse. Glancing at the time, it was 5:55 p.m. Qin He tore off a piece of cloth, used it to drag the Spider-Woman's body, and tossed it outside the fire exit. He did this partly to prevent the corpse from rotting and stinking over time, and partly because leaving it there made him uncomfortable. Although the fire exit door was slightly damaged, it could still be closed, albeit with a larger gap than before. After securing it with a chain, it should hold for a while. After thoroughly checking the surroundings to ensure everything was secure, Qin He returned home. It was exactly 6 p.m. A deafening bell suddenly rang out. The system issued another announcement. Once again, this long night is simply darkness. Apart from electricity, communications, and modern technology, including firearms, being unusable, the rest of the ecological environment remains unaffected. Of course, without sunlight, the temperature might drop, but the Earth's core is hot, so it won't enter an ice age within 72 hours. Just make sure to have some warm clothing ready. A reminder, during the 7th Titwahor night, mutated creatures are fully unsealed, with powers 1 to several times stronger than during the day. Besides achievement tasks, hidden tasks will appear randomly, but they are highly challenging and failure will result in penalties. Choose wisely, and don't overestimate yourself. Friendly reminder, the Doomsday Trading Post opens every 23.5 hours for 0.5 hours each time. Don't miss the opportunity to enhance yourself. Finally, a blessing to you all. There is always more than one zombie behind you. 3, 2, 1. Night falls. Suddenly, the world that had been bathed in the afternoon's lingering glow was plunged into darkness. Qin He instinctively raised his hand, only to find that he truly couldn't see anything. He turned to look at the window and realized how foolish he'd been. The windows were completely blocked, preventing any outside light from entering. He cautiously groped his way to the window and gently pulled back the curtain. The sight outside took his breath away. Apart from the stars scattered across the sky, a blood-red moon hung high, casting a crimson glow. The entire world seemed draped in a red veil. Although it wasn't completely pitch black, the eerie scene was deeply unsettling. At that moment, the neighborhood erupted with a cacophony of howls. The cries of mutated creatures pierced the night from every corner. Then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from upstairs, mixed with desperate screams. The cries and shouts rose again, clearly from those who had survived the day but now faced the unleashed zombies' hunt. Bang! Bang! Help! Is anyone there? No. A sudden crashing sound came from the corridor, originating from the fire escape door. Someone was calling for help, but their plea turned into a horrific scream before abruptly stopping. After a while, silence returned to the fire escape. Qin He gripped his crossbow tightly, cautiously resting on the sofa. His plan was simple. Wait for his frog companion, Da Vinci's travel CD, to arrive, send it out to scout, and then decide his next move. Acting rashly now would be suicidal. At that moment, a system notification appeared in his vision. Personal achievements. 1. Survive for 72 hours, reward. 100 experience points, 100 apocalypse coins, 1 sturdy wood blind box. 2. Kill 050 ordinary mutated creatures, including plants and animals, reward. 200 experience points, 200 apocalypse coins, 1 bronze blind box. 3. Kill 05 elite mutated creatures, including plants and animals, reward. 500 experience points, 500 apocalypse coins, 1 silver blind box. 4. Kill 0-1 boss-level mutated creature, including plants and animals, reward 1,000 experience points, 1,000 apocalypse coins, 1 gold blind box. Complete all the above achievements to earn the title of Nighttime Management Master. Survivors are encouraged to complete them. Qin He read these achievements carefully, calculating in his mind. The first achievement was a blessing for those choosing to hide at home. Surviving 72 hours would earn them starting funds and experience. The remaining achievements were purely about accumulating kill counts and taking on the challenges of elite and boss-level mutated creatures. However, a question arose in his mind. What if someone decided to cheat? For example, a group could collaborate to corner zombies, letting one person deal the final blow, quickly turning that person into a powerhouse. Much like in many online games, where multiple smaller accounts are used to boost a main account. But soon, the system provided an answer. Team kills do not count towards personal achievements, experience will be evenly distributed, and equipment drop rates will decrease. Non-team multiple person kills will be rewarded as team efforts. To earn richer rewards, individual kills are recommended. Qin He realized that this apocalypse game was forcing everyone to become lone wolves. Personal kill achievements could only be completed by the individual, and any kills involving 2 or more people would be calculated as team efforts, even among strangers. After reading these rules, Qin He peered through the gap in the curtain at the night outside. His floor was relatively quiet. Everyone on that level had already fallen victim, and by the fire escape, he had dealt with some zombies that had been drawn there. This confirmed that his decision to clear out nearby zombies before nightfall was the right one. Taking advantage of the rare calm, Qin He lay down to rest, his ears always alert to any sounds from the fire door. Suddenly, he remembered the blue card and the 2 white cards. Retrieving them from his mental storage, he decided to look at the white cards first, a habit he developed saving the best for last. The first white card read, Basic Treasure Map. In a certain place, treasures are hidden. Use it to obtain a treasure chest. 3 basic maps combine into 1 advanced treasure chest. Levels include Advanced, Epic, and Legendary, with 3 maps combining into 1. Qin He couldn't help but think that such treasure maps were the most common items in many online games. Qin He looked at the treasure maps in his hand, pondering their potential. Although the maps varied in quality, each held some value. He debated whether to dig immediately or wait until he had a complete epic map before taking action. Shaking his head, Qin He decided to set these thoughts aside for now. He picked up a second white card that read Basic Stamina Recovery Potion. The potion's effect was enticing. Drinking it would instantly eliminate 50 of fatigue, rejuvenating the user. He carefully stored it away, thinking it might prove life-saving in a critical moment. Next, he examined a third blue card labeled Class C Eternal Day Sunglasses. Qin He scrutinized its attributes. Durability, 1010. Spirit 10, Strength 8, Constitution 4, Agility 4. Special attribute. Wearing them makes night appear as day, and during the day, everything remains bright. Qin He couldn't help but chuckle at the name, which sounded like an item from an online game. The description, young man with hands in his pockets, wearing sunglasses, you're the coolest, was amusingly over the top. Despite the humor, the sunglasses had impressive attributes. When he put them on, the surroundings appeared as clear as daylight. He felt relieved, knowing that the long 7-Titwohor night would no longer pose a threat. Checking his own stats, Qin He realized he had come a long way. Qin He, Frog Traveler. LV7, 31240 experience points. Constitution, 23, Strength, 30, Agility, 36, Spirit, 37. Weapons, none. Equipment, none. Storage, 100 slots, gold, 106.5. He noticed that the durability of his crossbow and quiver had decreased from 300 to 282. Recalling the dozen arrows he had fired at the Spider-Woman, Qin He understood that each shot reduced the durability by 1. As for his beginner combat gear with a durability of 1, Qin He speculated that it wore down through defense. He stopped worrying about it, and instead focused on the power surging through him. His physical abilities now rivaled those of 3 ordinary people. Qin He lay back on the bed, his eyes drifting to the sleeping Da Vinci beside him. He gently stroked the frog's head, maintaining a state of alertness even as he rested. He dozed off occasionally, waking periodically to monitor his surroundings, passing the time in this manner. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Qin He's mind. Ding, the frog's travel cooldown is over, and a new day's journey is about to begin. The next morning, Qin He woke up from his slumber. He got up, grabbed Da Vinci, and carefully fed it some mealworms, giving it more than usual this time. Qin thought to himself, this was to prevent the little guy from getting hungry while hopping around outside and then just wanting to come back home. He knew this silly frog too well. It was exactly the kind of thing it would do. After Da Vinci had eaten its fill, Qin gently patted its head. The frog seemed to feel its owner's affection, sending a shiver of pleasure through its body. It felt energized and decided it was time to go out for a stroll. After all, Staying in the dark house wasn't much fun. Da Vinci deftly squeezed through the door crack and entered the hallway. As soon as it stepped out, a strong smell of blood hit its nostrils. Looking around, the zombies that were wandering here yesterday were nowhere to be seen, especially the female zombie in the white dress. A peculiar thought popped into Da Vinci's mind. Could Qin have secretly taken her home and hidden her away? After all, its owner was a single guy. Seeing Da Vinci's thoughts, Qin couldn't help but be speechless. Ever since upgrading it last time, this frog's mind had been filled with all sorts of bizarre ideas. Da Vinci continued hopping forward. It passed by the room it visited yesterday, finding nothing new. All the other rooms had their doors tightly shut, and the cracks were too small for it to squeeze through. Feeling a bit disinterested, it started thinking about going back home to rest. Qin, lounging on the sofa, was closely monitoring Da Vinci's activities through their mental connection. He thought with some exasperation, "You're already thinking about coming back home? Maybe you should check upstairs or downstairs first. Don't be so lazy. You're a young and energetic frog, after all." Just then, a dull thud came from the fire escape, startling Da Vinci. But the sound also piqued its curiosity, prompting it to hop towards the fire escape. Da Vinci easily jumped through the wide gap, thinking that this door was much better than the one at home, with its larger crack. Upon reaching the stairwell, it saw a zombie missing its lower half struggling to crawl up the stairs with its arms. The stairs were slick with blood, and the zombie kept slipping back down, leaving trails of blood and entrails, making the steps even more slippery. To Da Vinci, the zombie seemed comical, like a child playing on a slide. It cast a disdainful glance at the zombie, which seemed to sense the mockery and let out a raspy growl at the frog. Suddenly, Da Vinci felt a pang of sympathy. Seeing this, Qin shook his head gently. "Little frog, it's one thing to feel sorry for some fish, but now you're even sympathizing with a zombie?" Da Vinci hopped over to the zombie and croaked twice, then jumped up the stairs, croaking again as if teaching it how to climb. Surprisingly, the zombie seemed to catch on. It braced its hands on the ground, bent its arms, and, mimicking Da Vinci, pushed off with force. Seeing the zombie learn to hop, Da Vinci was delighted. However, perhaps due to too much force or lack of balance, the zombie's body tilted and toppled over the handrail, falling straight down. Da Vinci was momentarily stunned, then hopped to the edge of the steps to look down. It watched as the half-bodied zombie bounced off the railing of the 17th floor, then continued to tumble down, hitting the 15th floor handrail, and so on. The stairwell echoed with a series of thuds, bangs, clatters, and crashes. Suddenly, a crisp ding sounded. A system notification announced, "Da Vinci has eliminated a level 3 crawler zombie, gaining 3 experience points and 5 gold coins, automatically credited to Qin He." In Qin He's cerebral warehouse, his small treasury chimed with the sound of clinking coins as the 5 gold coins were safely deposited. His experience points increased by 5. Qin couldn't help but marvel. Wow. Initially, Da Vinci, you silly thing, just wanted to teach that crawler zombie to climb stairs, but ended up teaching it to jump off, achieving a kill. What a serendipitous twist. This unexpected event also revealed an important piece of information. After nightfall, all zombies had broken free from their seals, their levels jumping from 1 to 3, and they seemed to have gained a slight amount of intelligence. However, judging by the zombie that just fell to its death, this intelligence boost was negligible. Da Vinci stuck out its tongue, thinking this zombie was truly foolish and perhaps better off dead. It suddenly felt it had done a good deed and decided to continue hopping up to the 21st floor. After all, it was a rare outing, and it wanted to make the most of it. Reaching the 21st floor, Da Vinci found the fire escape door ajar. It hopped to the elevator lobby, looked around, and noticed that the doors of all 4 apartments on this floor were wide open. This left it a bit puzzled, unsure of which one to explore first. Da Vinci had a sudden idea and jumped up, landing with its backside facing one of the apartments. It decided to start exploring that one first. Seeing this, Qin couldn't help but smile. "Well, using your backside to make decisions, are you? I used to think you were a smart little frog who relied on brains. I was so wrong." Your Da Vinci just hopped into the doorway of apartment 2101 and stared blankly at the kitchen. There stood a female zombie, clad in nude yoga pants, holding a spatula, with an hourglass figure. This scene seemed oddly familiar, reminding it of the short videos you often watch. Flashes of blue, purple, white, and nude yoga pants crossed Da Vinci's mind, all with curvy figures. It suddenly realized that you lingered the longest on the nude yoga pants. Qin He paused for a moment before letting out an awkward laugh. This little frog's attention is a bit off. When did I ever do such a thing? I can't remember. It's nonsense. Seeing how much you like nude yoga pants, Da Vinci decided to bring some back for your collection. It activated its retrieval ability on the zombie's yoga pants and successfully added them to its stash. Satisfied, it stuck out its tongue and stared at the now pantsless zombie for 3 minutes. It began to understand why you enjoyed watching those short videos. and even considered collecting other items from the zombie. A brilliant idea struck Da Vinci. Why not bring the entire curvy female zombie back? It thought this was a genius move, believing it could end your singlehood once and for all. Qin He was utterly speechless. Seriously? Taking the pants was one thing. But bringing back the whole zombie? That's really not necessary. Could you save some effort and space, and bring back something useful? Even the spatula she's holding, I wouldn't mind. This only strengthened Qin He's resolve to keep Da Vinci as a scout, not expecting much from its scavenging skills. Da Vinci tried to use its retrieval ability on the zombie herself but failed because the zombie's weight exceeded its limit. After several attempts, it still couldn't succeed. However, with the yoga pants safely in its possession, Da Vinci figured you'd still appreciate them and continued exploring the apartment. In the living room, Da Vinci glanced around. It ignored the TV and coffee table since you already had those at home. It hopped into the guest bedroom and found a white bedside table. Thinking it might contain something valuable, Da Vinci activated its retrieval ability and successfully added the bedside table to its collection. Pleased, it hopped out of the room and into the master bedroom. Finding nothing of interest, it moved on to the bathroom. Spotting water in the bathtub, it decided to take a bath. An hour later, feeling refreshed, Da Vinci resumed its search. Finding nothing else of interest, Da Vinci hopped into the kitchen. There, it noticed the female zombie turning her head, staring blankly at Da Vinci with her hollow eyes. Da Vinci locked eyes with the female zombie who wasn't wearing yoga pants, and was surprised to realize she was exactly the type he often paused to watch in short videos. He secretly decided that if he ever became strong enough, he would make her completely satisfied. No, he would fulfill her wishes. Upon closer inspection, Da Vinci noticed that the female zombie had a pair of light green eyes, which were surprisingly captivating. In that moment, he couldn't help but remember his status as a single frog for 3 months, and a wave of melancholy washed over him. Qin He turned over in bed, unsure how to react to the situation. He could only think helplessly, "Do as you please, little frog." However, the light green eyes made Qin He frown. Isn't that an elite monster? He recalled the Spider-Woman he had shot not long ago, whose eyes were also green. Just as Da Vinci was lost in thought, the female zombie suddenly started walking toward him. Realizing that his previous behavior might have been too bold, taking off her pants and boldly making eye contact, Da Vinci quickly hopped out of the room, ready to make his escape. He bounced down the hallway, only to find the female zombie still following him, yet not showing any hostility. At that moment, Da Vinci suddenly thought, zombies don't seem interested in frog brains. This realization made him feel a bit discriminated against, thinking, isn't this blatant discrimination? Qin He's brain is appealing, but my frog brain isn't. To protest this discrimination, Da Vinci decided to take some action. Can you not be reckless? Qin He, seeing this, hurriedly got out of bed, crossbow in hand, ready to go out. He worried, if this silly frog goes up and licks her, even if the edibility is reduced, she might still get angry. If she smashes down with that spatula, your little frog would be done for. Just then, the female zombie without yoga pants sniffed the air, as if she caught a scent of something. Her gaze suddenly fixed on the door of room 2102, and she let out a roar, charging over Da Vinci's head, spatula in hand, and began banging on the door of 2102, continuously growling. Da Vinci tilted his head, watching this scene, feeling completely ignored. Annoyed, he hopped in front of the female zombie and spat a bit of water at her, casting a disdainful look as if to say, "Whose brain are you looking down on?" However, the female zombie remained focused on pounding the door, completely ignoring him. Feeling severely insulted, Da Vinci decided to give the female zombie a little punishment. He targeted the spatula in her hand and used his retrieval ability, successfully claiming it. Originally intending to rescue the frog, Qin He saw this series of events unfold, turned around, closed the door, and lay back in bed, exasperated. He thought, that frog just never does anything right. Qin He recalled that after Da Vinci's upgrade and evolution, his travel backpack had only 4 slots, and similar items couldn't stack. On this outing, Da Vinci had already collected yoga pants, a bedside table, and now a spatula, using up 3 slots, leaving only 1. Lying in bed, Qin He shook his head and sighed, trying to comfort himself. Frog Da Vinci is a scout, a competent scout. Despite this, he felt a slight relief because it seemed zombies genuinely didn't like frog brains, meaning Da Vinci's reduced edibility trait was indeed effective. In the future, when the little frog went out, he wouldn't have to worry as much. Qin He hoped Da Vinci would make good use of the last slot and bring back something useful, like toilet paper. However, he had already lowered his expectations for this silly frog. Nevertheless, Da Vinci wasn't ready to stop just yet. Still feeling unsatisfied, he targeted the female zombie's top and used his retrieval ability again, successfully claiming it. Seeing the now completely bare female zombie, Da Vinci finally felt a sense of satisfaction and happily prepared to head home. Qin He exhaled deeply, muttering to himself, "Goodness, you little frog never fails to surprise me." Despite this, he realized that this adventure wasn't entirely useless. There was an elite monster on the 21st floor, and since it was currently attacking another apartment's door, it meant there might be survivors inside. At that moment, a loud noise came from upstairs. Qin He sat up abruptly, looking up at the ceiling, listening carefully to the commotion above. Just as Da Vinci was about to head home, a sudden loud noise erupted behind it. Turning around, it saw the female zombie it had stripped bare burst through the wooden door and charge into the room. This scene successfully captured Da Vinci's attention, and it curiously hopped over to the doorway to witness what unfolded next. Inside the room, a frail young man stood frozen, clutching a kitchen knife, his pupils reflecting the image of the advancing female zombie. The zombie, with her voluptuous figure and completely naked, moved with the force of a raging wave and stood still with an allure that could bewilder any soul. The young man was clearly stunned by the sight, forgetting the weapon in his hand. Not fond of gory scenes, Da Vinci raised a front paw to cover its left eye. However, its right eye caught sight of the female zombie pouncing on the young man, pinning him down and beginning to bite, causing blood to splatter. Da Vinci shook its head, thinking that this young man was likely doomed by his lustful thoughts. A series of wise sayings flashed through its mind. Lust is a bone-scraping knife. The word lust has a knife above it. Lust is emptiness. Meanwhile, Qin He was lounging on the sofa, munching on tomatoes to replenish her energy, contemplating her next move. Her main focus was on the virus-blocking potion in the Apocalypse store, a crucial safeguard in a world gone mad. After taking one last look at the bloody scene, Da Vinci turned and hopped into the fire escape, ready to head home. It felt that this outing had been quite fruitful, and was sure that its owner, old Qin, would be grateful to have such a diligent traveling frog. Bouncing down the fire escape from the 21st floor, Da Vinci noticed a pile of zombie corpses blocking the stairs on the 20th floor landing. It thought to itself, who could be so inconsiderate to leave such a mess? It even suspected that this might be your doing. Just as Da Vinci was about to head straight home, it noticed something emitting a yellow glow near the 19th floor fire exit. Driven by curiosity, it hopped over the zombie bodies in the stairwell and arrived at the 19th floor door. The object was a round egg with a stick on top, glowing yellow. Qin He frowned as she pondered the strange object Da Vinci described. Suddenly, she realized it might be a randomly appearing hidden quest, marked by a yellow exclamation point. Such quests offered rewards, but also penalties for failure. Qin He thought these tasks were better suited for teams, as they posed too much risk for a lone adventurer. She hurriedly called Da Vinci back home in her mind, promising tasty bugs as a treat. However, Da Vinci was deeply intrigued by the yellow exclamation mark. It took a leap forward, passing through the exclamation mark, which vanished instantly. A system notification chimed, informing Da Vinci that it had successfully accepted a random hidden quest. Since it was just a useless little frog, the quest was automatically assigned to its host, Qin He, with a warning to complete it promptly or face the consequences. Hearing this, Qin He collapsed onto the sofa in frustration, utterly exasperated. Da Vinci noticed the phenomenon of yellow lights passing through and disappearing, and was immediately intrigued. It hopped downstairs, eagerly searching for similar yellow symbols, joyfully continuing its exploration. Qin He watched Da Vinci's actions and sighed helplessly. "Are you addicted to playing, you silly frog? You're happy, but you're driving me crazy, you little rascal." At this moment, she suddenly missed Da Vinci immensely, hoping it would quickly return home for dinner instead of wandering around outside. She worriedly thought, if you keep wandering, your owner here might not make it. Da Vinci reached the fire escape on the 18th floor but didn't find the captivating symbol. It checked the elevator lobby on the 18th floor, which was empty, without even a trace of zombies. All the room doors were open, so Da Vinci decided to search them one by one. 10 minutes later, slightly disappointed, Da Vinci returned to the fire escape. Having found nothing, it planned to try its luck on the 17th floor. Soon, it arrived on the 17th floor, but the stairwell yielded no results. It began searching every room. The first room had bloodstains on the floor, which Da Vinci chose to ignore. In the master bedroom, it found a zombie corpse with a gaping wound in its head and calmly left the room. In the second apartment's living room, there were 2 more zombies with their heads similarly smashed in, their blood already coagulated. However, the mysterious yellow symbol remained elusive. After another 10 minutes, Da Vinci felt disappointed again, but remained undeterred in its exploration. Qin He thought helplessly, this isn't a traveling frog. It's a frog determined to exhaust its owner. Suddenly, Da Vinci heard chaotic footsteps coming from the fire escape on the 16th floor, piquing its interest. It cautiously moved to the edge of the stairs and peeked down. In the dim light, it saw 2 people wearing masks and hats hurriedly entering the 16th floor, one holding an axe and the other a long knife. Following them was a gray figure with a long tail, also entering the 16th floor. At the same time, other floors erupted with various howls and screams, creating chaos. Qin He stood up alertly, closely monitoring the information Da Vinci was transmitting. She analyzed, survivors? Looks like they're running for their lives. But what is that gray figure with the long tail? The entire building was instantly in turmoil, filled with terrified voices. Some people called for help but were suddenly silenced. Some cried as they jumped out of windows. Others ignited gas canisters. As night fell, the zombies became agitated again. Fortunately, Qin He's location was temporarily safe due to previously clearing out nearby zombies, although an elite zombie still lurked upstairs. Da Vinci tilted its head, deep in thought. It felt a strong curiosity about the long-tailed creature it had just seen and considered going downstairs to investigate. Seeing this, Qin He's scalp tingled with anxiety. She muttered helplessly to herself, "You really are something, silly frog. First, you have a compassionate heart, then a playful heart, and now a curious heart. I thought you were carefree, but I didn't expect you to have such a big and diverse heart. If you keep this up, you'll end up getting yourself killed, and you'll take me down with you." Da Vinci hopped wearily down the fire escape of the 20th floor. Its small body was exhausted. Finally, it squeezed through a crack in the door, but with its energy spent, it got stuck there, unable to move. It stared wide-eyed at Qin He, who was sitting on the sofa, seemingly pleading for help. Qin He walked over and gently pulled Da Vinci out by its head. Da Vinci felt a bit uncomfortable, thinking this human was a bit heavy-handed. Qin He then softly stroked Da Vinci's head, which sent a delightful tingle through the little frog's body, making it feel very comfortable. It was hungry and just wanted to eat and sleep. Qin He placed Da Vinci in the palm of his left hand and picked up some feedworms with his right to start feeding it. As he fed Da Vinci, he mumbled, "Next time, can't you be a bit more cautious? What if those zombies really eat frog brains? Even if they don't, what if they get annoyed with you? I know you're a lucky frog, but you still need to be more careful." Da Vinci tilted its head and blinked, as if contemplating how to be more cautious. It could only croak, not bark like a dog. After feeding Da Vinci, Qin He placed it on the sofa to rest. He took out a packet of instant noodles, expertly opened the packaging, sprinkled in some salt from the seasoning packet, and stored the rest in his mental inventory. He crushed the noodles, shook the bag to mix them evenly, and began to enjoy this simple treat. While eating, Qin He checked his mental inventory. Today's haul from Da Vinci left him both amused and exasperated. A nightstand, a pair of yoga pants, a shirt, and a spatula. He decided to examine the contents of the nightstand first. The top drawer held various face masks, the second contained a pack of cotton tissues and a box of balloons, while the third was lined with some jewelry. Qin He took the useful items and returned the rest. Next, he examined the yoga pants. As soon as he touched them, he felt a silky, cool sensation with a faint scent. The shirt was similar, carrying a slight aroma of sweat. The spatula was slightly bent, but still usable. He tossed these 3 items aside, focusing instead on the hidden task Da Vinci had triggered. He silently hoped the task wouldn't be too difficult. With this thought in mind, he began to review the details of the hidden mission. Qin He frowned as he stared at the sudden task notification in front of him, feeling a sinking sensation in his heart. He had initially thought the apocalypse game was just about killing zombies, but the task description now left him uneasy. With a sense of confusion, he read on. This hidden task offers minimal hints. Players must explore and decipher the hidden clues on their own. When you see her silhouette, your blood will race. When you catch her scent, your blood will race. Watching her cook will make your blood race. As Qin He read this, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Why did the task description seem so suggestive? Taking a deep breath, he continued reading the task requirements. Collect 3 items within 24 hours. 1. Scented yoga pants. 2. Scented crop top. 3. A slightly bent spatula. Task rewards, experience 200, doomsday coins 200, and a bronze blind box. Task failure penalty. If the task is not completed within the specified time, your location will be exposed, and zombies and mutated creatures within a 5-kilometer radius will converge on you. Please complete the task quickly. Time remaining, 23 hours and 30 minutes. After reading, Qin He's gaze involuntarily fell on the pile of items he had casually tossed on the bed: yoga pants, a crop top, and a spatula. He jumped up, grabbed the yoga pants, and felt the cool, silky fabric with disbelief. He glanced at the task description again, thinking, how could it be such a coincidence? His pet, Da Vinci, opened its eyes and curiously observed its owner, who was lost in thought while holding the yoga pants. It seemed pleased to see Qin He so fond of these items, and secretly decided to collect more similar things in the future. Qin He glanced at Da Vinci, thinking to himself, if you really pull this off, I'll get you the biggest bugs to eat, no matter what. He took a deep breath and chose to submit the task. The system prompt immediately appeared. Please insert task items. Insert scented yoga pants. Insert scented crop top. Insert slightly bent spatula. Submit. Qin He confirmed without hesitation. Ding, congratulations on completing the task. You have gained 200 experience points, 200 doomsday coins, and a bronze blind box. Qin He stood there, blinking in disbelief. Was it really that easy? He leaped off the couch, filled with both excitement and confusion. He couldn't believe Da Vinci's luck bringing back items that completed the hidden task. It was incredible. You little frog. You really hit the jackpot by accident. Qin He couldn't help but exclaim. Suddenly, he felt a surge of warmth throughout his body. The system prompt echoed once more. Ding, congratulations on leveling up. You have advanced from LV7 to LV8, gaining 1 to all attributes and 1 free attribute point. Qin He secretly rejoiced, never expecting that completing this task would not only earn him a Doomsday Bronze blind box, but also level him up. It was sheer delight. However, as he reveled in his joy, a thunderous announcement suddenly reverberated across the world. Mandarin broadcast on all channels. Player Qin He completed a hidden task in 45 seconds after accepting it, setting a new record, and is awarded the title Quick and Fast. Following this, the message was broadcast in various dialects, English, Russian, and other languages across all channels. Damn! Qin He's face turned grim upon hearing the title. Quick and Fast? It was a blatant insult. While those who understood knew it referred to his record-breaking task completion time, others might interpret it differently. Meanwhile, in a forest, a player camping outdoors heard the broadcast and couldn't help but marvel. Who is this Qin He? How did he complete a hidden task so quickly? This player was preparing for a sunrise livestream when the apocalypse hit. He thought staying in the wild would be safer, but 3 hours ago, he accidentally took on a hidden task to pick 1,000 wild mushrooms within 24 hours. Failure would result in a zombie horde attack. 4 hours later, his bag held only a few pitiful mushrooms. Regretting his rash decision, he cursed his own impulsiveness. Elsewhere, in an abandoned factory, a group of tattooed youths gathered around a yellow exclamation mark on the ground, discussing something unknown. Just now, that guy quickly completed the hidden task and even earned a title. A member of the Wild Wolf gang scoffed. I wouldn't want that title even if it were handed to me for free. Li Huahua, a green-haired young man and the leader of the Wild Wolf gang, strode out from the crowd. He glanced around with disdain in his eyes. Stop talking nonsense. That title definitely comes with attribute boosts. With so many of us, how could we not complete such a task? Seeing the silence among the group, he sneered, damn, a bunch of cowards. It's embarrassing to have you lot in the Wild Wolf gang. Puffing out his chest, Li Huahua proudly declared, remember, following me is the right choice. Got it? I'll show you what real courage looks like. As soon as he finished speaking, he punched the exclamation mark in front of him, dispersing it. Suddenly, a screen the size of a monitor appeared before him. It read, congratulations on accepting a hidden task. Don't worry, it's not about fighting zombies to the death. That would take away a lot of fun. The task is simple. As long as you know the Arabic numbers from 0 to 9, you can complete this task. See, it's easy, just number recognition. Feeling smug, Li Huahua ran his fingers through his hair, and his underlings immediately began to flatter him. Boss is awesome. So courageous and mighty. We pledge to follow the boss to the end. Yes, never abandoning or forsaking. Li Huahua nodded in satisfaction. Good, I've noted your loyalty. Let's see what's next. He flipped to the next page, and his expression changed suddenly. Below are 1,000 Olympic math competition questions. Complete them within 24 hours without a single mistake. Task rewards, experience 500, doomsday coins 500, and a silver blind box. Failure to complete the task within 24 hours will result in corresponding penalties. Countdown starts. 23 hours 59 minutes and 58 seconds. What the hell? Li Huahua went berserk. I dropped out of elementary school to hustle on the streets, and you give me a hidden task to do math problems? 1,000 math problems. Are you trying to kill me? At that moment, with a click, a ticking time bomb suddenly appeared at his feet, and the timer began counting down. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. Li Huahua wanted to run, thinking if he couldn't solve them, he could at least escape. But the moment he had that thought, a 1-meter diameter light ring formed beneath him. As it touched the ground, the surrounding bricks and stones were instantly pulverized. It was a laser ring. Touching it meant certain death. Damn! Li Huahua was so scared his legs went weak. He hurriedly looked at his underlings. Does any of you know how to do this? Hurry up and help me with these questions. However, with a rustle, everyone quickly backed away, scattering in groups. Someone shouted while running, come on, we dropped out of elementary school just like you to hustle. Now you're asking us to solve math problems. Are you out of your mind? Li Huahua was left isolated, facing 1,000 math problems and the ticking time bomb beneath his feet, trapped in a dire situation. In a brightly lit room within a manor, Wang Minghua, whose hair had turned silver yet still retained a vigorous demeanor, was intently staring at the screen in front of him. The display showed an astonishing record of a person named Qin He completing a hidden task in just 45 seconds. Turning to his young assistant, Wang Minghua asked in a serious tone, "How is second Miss's progress on the hidden task?" The assistant respectfully replied, "Sir, second Miss has solved the 21st puzzle. There are still 29 puzzles left to solve. She's been at it for 3 hours exactly." Wang Minghua nodded slightly, contemplating. "Make a note of the name Qin He. Keep an eye on them. Completing a hidden task in 45 seconds is no small feat." The assistant hesitated, then cautiously asked, "Sir, what if it was just luck and not actual skill?" Wang Minghua raised an eyebrow and looked at the assistant, countering, "Luck? Isn't that part of one's skill?" The assistant, though unconvinced, nodded respectfully in agreement. Meanwhile, in an underground base somewhere, Li Zhongjuan was gently tapping his pipe against the edge of the table. He mused, "The title sounds amusing, but that person really did complete the hidden task in the shortest time. Luck is one thing, but what if it's skill?" The young man sitting across from him seemed to catch on and quickly said, "General, I understand. I'll contact this person when the next trading post opens. Qin He is likely a nickname. I'll find out their real identity." Around the world, discussions about the title short and quick were rampant. Some mocked, others envied, while some chose to remain indifferent. In a modest rental apartment, Qin He was comfortably lounging on the sofa, examining the attributes of the short and quick title. Not only did this title boost all his attributes, but it also automatically reduced the difficulty of hidden tasks. What thrilled him the most was that the attributes of different titles could stack. Being short and quick is pretty cool, Qin He smirked, feeling a surge of joy. With a 10-point increase in all attributes and the ability to automatically lower the difficulty of hidden tasks, it was simply fantastic. He couldn't help but shout awesome. His shout startled his pet, Da Vinci. This clever creature curiously looked at its owner, seemingly pondering what had excited him so much. It even imagined if its owner would be more thrilled if it were wearing shorts instead of yoga pants. Regaining his composure, Qin He began to contemplate the future of his frog buddy, Da Vinci. Although it was still in the early stages, he was full of anticipation for its evolution, especially the super evolution at level 50. Later, Qin He took out the bronze mystery box and was pleasantly surprised to find 4 items inside. 2 beginner treasure maps, a durability repair scroll, and a green quality Ding Tenacity battle suit. This suit not only enhanced basic attributes, but also provided a 10 boost in constitution. Qin He carefully checked his attribute panel and found significant improvements across the board. He stood up, stretched a bit, and felt the changes in his body. He easily lifted a 1.5-meter bed with one hand, and could even lift a corner of the bed with a single finger, experiencing a significant increase in physical strength. Sitting back on the sofa, Qin He began to strategize on how to spend his 300-plus apocalypse coins. He considered the need to purchase equipment, skills, and the expensive yet essential virus-blocking medication. At the same time, he realized that relying solely on killing zombies for money was both slow and dangerous, prompting him to look for new business opportunities. Finally, Qin He remembered he hadn't upgraded Da Vinci yet. He was hopeful that the experience from this journey would help Da Vinci reach level 10, opening up the opportunity for evolution. Qin He reviewed Da Vinci's travel experience points. After the last upgrade, 31 points were left, and with the 321 points gained from the recent trip, there was a total of 352 points. She calculated carefully and realized that, following the pattern of needing 10 more points for each upgrade, these points were enough to level Da Vinci up to level 10. Qin He quickly got to work upgrading Da Vinci. Spent 50 points to reach level 6, adding 1 slot to the travel bag. Used 60 points to reach level 7, extending the travel range by 25 meters. Spent 70 points to reach level 8, extending the travel range by another 30 meters. Used 80 points to reach level 9, adding another slot to the travel bag. With 92 points remaining, it was just enough to reach level 10. Without hesitation, Qin He used the last 90 points, and Da Vinci successfully leveled up to 10, with the travel range increasing by another 25 meters. Just then, the system notification chimed. Ding, your travel frog Da Vinci has leveled up to LV10, triggering an advanced evolution. Da Vinci, who had been peacefully asleep, suddenly opened his eyes, confused by Qin He staring at him. He thought to himself, why does this person have a habit of watching others sleep? Just as Da Vinci was about to complain to Qin he suddenly felt dizzy, as if something was being infused into his mind. Moments later, Da Vinci had an epiphany, realizing he seemed to have acquired a new ability. The system promptly announced, "Congratulations, your Da Vinci has successfully undergone advanced evolution and gained the talent Clothing Stripping Assistant. This talent includes a special ability, which you can understand as a newfound penchant for stripping clothing off others." Qin He observed the now sleeping Da Vinci again, thinking that while this new talent was worth celebrating, it seemed rather improper. But considering Da Vinci's usual antics, it seemed to suit his personality. Afterward, Qin He began contemplating his achievement goals. The first goal was to stay up for 72 hours straight, which was no longer an issue for him. The second goal was to defeat 50 mutated creatures, including both animals and plants. This puzzled Qin He. Cold plants mutate too? Would there be walking trees? The concept seemed rather fantastical. Skipping the third goal, defeating 5 elite mutated creatures, Qin He focused on the final goal, defeating a leader-level mutated creature. This was undoubtedly the most challenging task, requiring him to complete it solo. Qin He pondered that if elite-level creatures required caution, leader-level ones would be even more formidable. The remaining time showed 49 hours, 34 minutes, and 23 seconds. Qin He was quite interested in the Nighttime Time Management Master title awarded for completing all tasks. Although the name sounded somewhat awkward, its effect was undeniably powerful, allowing the bearer to always have a slight edge over others. Having made up his mind, Qin He quickly finished a box of luncheon meat and a bag of instant noodles to replenish his energy. In this environment, such a meal was already quite decent. After eating, he lay down for a half-hour nap. Upon waking, Qin He carefully checked and donned his gear, gently ruffled Da Vinci's head, and headed out. His main targets this time were the elite female zombie on the 21st floor, who Da Vinci had stripped, and the young man wielding a kitchen knife. As soon as he exited the fire escape, Qin He heard the cacophony of growls from various floors below. As expected, the zombies had become more aggressive at night. Luckily, he had cleared the nearby threats before dark, or the situation might have been perilous now. Ignoring the commotion downstairs, Qin He adjusted his sunglasses and headed straight for the 21st floor. The equipment, known as Bing Eternal Day sunglasses, truly lived up to its name, allowing him to see the night as if it were day. Removing them resulted in complete darkness, but wearing them made everything as clear as day, making it an invaluable tool. Upon reaching the 21st floor, Qin He raised his fully loaded crossbow and stood in the hallway. He deliberately kicked the elevator door with his left foot, creating a clang-clang sound. Sure enough, the zombies in room 2102 immediately reacted, emitting hoarse, ha-ha noises. In the next moment, a young male zombie wielding a cleaver suddenly appeared around the corner of the elevator door. Qin He initially expected the zombie to be a horrifying sight with guts spilling out and decaying flesh all over, but the scene before him was unexpected. The zombie's upper body was surprisingly intact, with only the lower half torn to shreds, blood still oozing from the fresh wounds. As Qin He wondered why the elite female zombie had only devoured the lower half, she sidled out from behind the cleaver-wielding male. Her mouth was smeared with blood, as if she had just feasted. Even more chilling was the constant, eerie click-click sound her teeth made as they snapped together. Qin He's gaze darted between the male zombie's mangled lower half and the female zombie's bloody mouth, and he suddenly realized, "Oh, I see what kind of zombie you are." Before he finished speaking, the cleaver zombie roared angrily and charged at him. As it ran, blood gushed even more fiercely from its legs. The female zombie followed closely, her mouth wide open, the unsettling click-click of her teeth echoing incessantly. In the nick of time, Qin He decisively pulled the trigger. With a thwang, the crossbow bolt shot through the air, hitting the cleaver-wielding zombie squarely in the forehead. The knockback effect triggered instantly, sending the zombie flying backwards, crashing heavily into the female zombie behind it. However, the collision didn't knock the female zombie down. She merely stumbled back a few steps before regaining her balance. Her blood-smeared face turned back toward Qin He, emitting a more frantic click-click sound, clearly enraged. Qin He was prepared. His second bolt was already loaded, and he activated his charged arrow skill. In the narrow 1.2-meter-wide elevator, hitting the target was almost guaranteed. He had a plan. The charged arrow would immobilize the female zombie, followed by a rapid succession of arrows from the third to the eighth, aimed at her face, ensuring her defeat. Charging, 3, 2, 1, boom. With a soft exclamation, the charged arrow, enveloped in a pale blue light, shot forward. But just at that critical moment, the female zombie suddenly changed her attack strategy. Instead of a direct charge, she ducked low and lunged at Qin He's lower body. The blue glowing bolt skimmed over her smooth back, missing its target completely. Damn it! Qin He, usually composed, was taken aback, clearly not expecting such a twist. Holy crap! Qin He jumped in shock at the scene before him. Thanks to his agility and quick reflexes, along with his strength and robust physique, he narrowly avoided a deadly strike. His manhood almost bid farewell. Looking back, Qin He hadn't aimed for the opponent's head on purpose. The arrow would immobilize upon impact, so he aimed for the chest, as usual, a larger target and easier to hit. Little did he expect the opponent to attack his lower body. The charged arrow missed and blasted a large hole in the tightly shut wooden door across from him. This left Qin He feeling quite frustrated. Gripping the beam of the elevator ceiling with both hands, he looked down. The female zombie stared up at him, her mouth opening and closing rapidly, making a chilling caca sound. The way she was looking made his spine tingle, and his muscles involuntarily tightened. Damn it! Qin He cursed under his breath. The female zombie suddenly leaped up, mouth open to bite. Qin He barely swung forward, narrowly avoiding the deadly attack. After landing, he rolled forward and sat against the wall. Beside him lay the weapon dropped by a previous cleaver-wielding zombie. He considered picking it up to fight the female zombie hand-to-hand, but quickly dismissed the idea. I don't even know basic close combat, and I think I can take on an elite enemy with a kitchen knife? That's suicide. Qin He mocked his foolish thought, but he resolved that after escaping this time, he must learn some melee skills. Otherwise, in such tight spaces, his archer advantage would be lost. The female zombie lunged again. Sitting on the ground, Qin He raised his heavy crossbow and fired. Twang! The bolt hit the zombie's chest, but it didn't trigger a knockback effect. Instead, it enraged her. She crawled at an astonishing speed, reminiscent of a cartoon cat, rushing towards Qin He. Whoa! Qin He gasped, quickly jumping back against the wall. He pushed off with one leg, leaping into the air, once again narrowly dodging the zombie's attack. After landing, he immediately turned and shot. Perhaps due to nerves, the arrow only struck the turning zombie's back. Qin He kept retreating while reloading his crossbow. The zombie stood up and charged again. Twang! He fired another arrow, aiming for her head. Yet, the zombie merely tilted her head, avoiding the lethal shot. After several exchanges, Qin He realized that ordinary shots wouldn't subdue her. He could only wait for the charged arrow's cooldown to end another minute. At that moment, the female zombie lunged once more. This time, Qin He didn't aim for her head. He noticed these elite zombies seemed to retain some intelligence, actively avoiding headshots as if knowing it was their weak point. In contrast, they seldom dodged body shots. Twang! The bolt hit the zombie's chest, but in the next second, she was upon him, claws slashing towards his abdomen. Hissed Qin He sharply inhaled, quickly retreating. Looking down, he was relieved to see the zombie's claws had only left scratches on his clothes, not his skin. Damn it! Qin He muttered in frustration, leaning against the wall. He remembered his combat gear only had 3 durability points left, and now it was a major loss. At least he understood how durability was consumed. The female zombie stood up, her pale green eyes fixed on the prey cornered against the wall. She lifted the claw that had touched Qin He to her mouth and licked it. That determined gaze made his scalp tingle. Wow, it definitely has intelligence. Qin He marveled silently. The female zombie let out a roar akin to maniacal laughter and charged at him again. This time, her actions shocked Qin He even more. As she ran, she spread her arms wide, effectively blocking the 1.2-meter-wide corridor, seemingly aiming to envelop Qin He in a bear hug. Qin He certainly didn't want to experience that, so he leaped again, trying to vault over her head. Rip, as if anticipating his move. The zombie reached up with her claws, catching Qin He's thigh. His beginner combat pants instantly lost their durability, tearing into countless small pieces with a loud pop. Still airborne, Qin He felt a chill below, lamenting internally. My pants exploded. This apocalypse setting is way too detailed. No durability means they actually break? He finally understood that equipment durability was meant to absorb damage. Landing with a roll, he raised his heavy crossbow once more, aiming at the female zombie. Meanwhile, the shredded fabric fell onto the zombie's head, obscuring her vision. She flailed her arms wildly, trying to clear the obstruction. At the same time, the cooldown for his charged arrow finally ended. Qin He immediately raised his crossbow, ready to unleash his skill. A pale blue light enveloped the powerful crossbow. Qin He held his breath, focusing intently as he prepared to take aim. 3, 2, 1, fire! He counted silently in his mind before pulling the trigger. The bolt, trailing a blue glow, whistled through the air and struck the elite female zombie right in the chest. The female zombie was instantly immobilized, unable to move. Seizing the opportunity, Qin He quickly reloaded the crossbow. Aiming for the zombie's head, he pulled the trigger repeatedly. Thwack, 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 thwack. The bolts flew, turning the zombie's head into a pincushion. A system notification chimed. Killed elite zombie Kaka Yaya woman. Gained experience 50. Apocalypse coins 42. Counted towards achievement task. Qin He let out a long sigh of relief, finally having completed the difficult kill. He thought to himself, the name of this female zombie was truly fitting. Kaka Yaya woman. Just hearing it sent shivers down his spine. Suddenly, the system chimed again. Ding triggered Da Vinci's unexpected delight drop rate boost. This message appeared twice, and Qin He's heart leaped with joy. Immediately, 4 beams of light shone before him, 2 white and 2 green. It's a green drop. At the sight of the green light, Qin He felt his earlier fatigue lessen significantly. He eagerly reached out to grab the 4 cards. Just then, a breeze swept by, and Qin He felt a chill from below. Looking down, he remembered that his pants had been torn to shreds during the battle. Well, this is awkward, he muttered to himself. Qin He began examining the 4 cards that had dropped. The first white card, durability repair card, a single-use item. The second white card, spike trap, which can be set in a specified location and triggers when any target passes through. Qin He scrutinized this card, thinking it could be quite useful. The third green card, Ding Xiao Han staff. Attribute boosts, Constitution 3, Strength 1, Agility 1, Spirit 10. Superior attribute. Increases damage by 2 when casting ice-type abilities. Qin He clicked his tongue. Although it was a decent piece of equipment, it wasn't very practical for someone who didn't focus on magic. Still, he decided to keep it, as it might come in handy later. The fourth green card, Ding All-Purpose Combat Pants. Attribute boosts, Stamina 3, Strength 3, Agility 3, Spirit 1. Superior attribute. Increases all attributes by 2. Finally, no more going commando. Qin He was overjoyed and immediately tore open the card to put on the new pants. These pure black combat pants were excellently designed, with 2 practical pockets on each thigh and Velcro straps at the cuffs to keep out sand and provide warmth. What pleased Qin He the most was the superior attribute of these pants increasing all attributes by 2. It might not seem like much, but it was a significant upgrade from his previous novice combat pants. As Qin He reveled in the joy of acquiring new gear, a strange sound suddenly echoed from behind him. Who? The sudden noise from behind sent a shiver down Qin He's spine. He swiftly crouched and turned, aiming his crossbow, only to find no zombies behind him. It turned out to be a zombie face with pale eyes peering through a hole in the wooden door of room 2103, growling quietly. Breathing a sigh of relief, Qin He approached and shot an arrow through the zombie's head. After confirming through the hole that there were no other zombies inside, he reached out to open the door and began searching the room. All he found were a few onions and potatoes. He searched the other 3 rooms as well, managing to find a few bottles of water and some corn and cucumbers. On his way back, Qin He cautiously peered down the fire escape stairs. The wailing from below had noticeably decreased, but suddenly a dark gray figure flashed by, its tail particularly conspicuous. Qin He realized it was the mutated creature Vinci had encountered on his travels. He paused to listen, hearing the sound of a door being forced open, followed by a loud crash. Someone's terrified shouting and the sound of searching for a weapon were clearly audible, but soon everything fell silent. Qin He peeked again, seeing the dark gray figure swiftly moving around, emitting a raspy hissing sound. This commotion attracted more zombies, and Qin He carefully descended the stairs. The 19th and 18th floors were safe, but on the 17th floor, he encountered a one-armed zombie which he swiftly dispatched with a single arrow. Between the 16th and 17th floors, he saw the lower floors were crowded with zombies. Qin He decided to set up a barricade using the zombies themselves. He aimed and shot, using the recoil effect to knock the leading zombies back, causing a bottleneck. One arrow at a time, he continuously cleared the zombies rushing up. Beams of light appeared one after another, mostly white. After exhausting his arrows, Qin He quickly collected the cards from the ground and retreated to the 18th floor to rest. He drank a bottle of water and, while waiting for his arrows to replenish, examined the 4 white cards. The tempered spear card caught his attention, as it perfectly compensated for his lack of close combat ability. Because it's a medium to long-range weapon, at least you don't have to engage in close combat with a knife. Qin He gripped the spear, feeling its weight in his hands. This weapon perfectly compensated for his lack of close-quarters combat experience, allowing him to attack from a safe distance. He thought of his favorite general from the 3 kingdoms, Zhao Yun, and envisioned the heroic image of Zhao Zilong of Changshan charging on his white horse with a silver spear. As a man, who wouldn't aspire to wield a spear? At this moment, Qin He had his wish fulfilled. Eagerly, he tore open the card, and a spear instantly appeared in his grasp. The wooden shaft was about 1.6 meters long, with leather strips wrapped around the grip. The spearhead was a triangular prism, roughly 20 centimeters in length. Qin He stood up, holding the spear with both hands, and tried thrusting it forward. Whether due to increased strength or innate talent, he was surprised to find his movements steady and powerful, with the spear tip remaining perfectly still. Just then, the zombies downstairs had breached the wall of corpses and were swarming up. Qin He quickly moved to the landing between the 18th and 17th floors, holding his spear ready. The first zombie to climb the stairs poked its head up, only to have it pierced by his spear. Qin He effortlessly withdrew the spear, his actions smooth and fluid. The second zombie followed closely and was similarly dispatched with a single thrust through its skull. The zombie's body fell backward, colliding with a third one. Qin He swiftly switched to his crossbow, aimed and shot, pinning the third zombie's head to the stairs. As the battle continued, Qin He became increasingly adept at combining the spear and crossbow. Using the crossbow for long-range shots and the spear for close combat proved to be an excellent strategy in this environment. Before long, the remaining dozen or so zombies were all dealt with. Holding the spear in one hand, Qin He collected cards along the way with the other, checking the time as he went. The Apocalypse trading post was about to open, and he decided to head home first. He couldn't miss this opportunity. As for the mysterious black and gray figure, that would have to wait until after the trade. Back on the 20th floor, Qin He habitually locked the door to the fire escape. As he passed by a neighbor's door, he suddenly heard a crackling sound from inside. He frowned, thinking that all the rooms on this floor had already been cleared. His sense of caution heightened. He quickly raised his crossbow, aimed at the door, and quietly pushed it open. Qin He held his crossbow, scanning the room with caution. He was sure the entire floor had been thoroughly cleared, leaving no survivors. Yet, a faint click sound shattered the silence. Holding his breath, Qin He stepped lightly into the room to investigate. The kitchen seemed normal, but the eerie noise echoed again. He swiftly turned, aiming his crossbow at the living room, but still found nothing amiss. The third click occurred, and Qin He listened intently, realizing it wasn't the sound of a zombie. Just to be safe, he freed one hand to tap the dining table. No zombies jumped out. As he stood puzzled, the sound grew closer, seemingly coming from a chair behind the table. Without hesitation, Qin He kicked the chair aside, crossbow at the ready. To his surprise, it was a fish flopping vigorously on the floor. Qin He remembered that it was one of the koi fish Da Vinci had saved out of sympathy. Astonishingly, this fish had survived nearly 20 hours without water and was still so lively. Qin He stepped forward, pinning the fish's tail with his toe. Suddenly, the fish flipped over, biting fiercely at the sole of his shoe. Though it caused minimal harm, Qin He was startled by the fish's aggression. What shocked him more was the fish's eyes, which glowed an eerie pale green. Could this be an elite mutated creature? As Qin He pondered, the fish struggled violently, breaking its own tail and leaping towards his face. Qin He barely dodged, silently grateful for his narrow escape. He immediately stepped forward, crushing the fish underfoot. With a squelch, the fish's body burst open. A system notification chimed. Killed an elite mutated creature, the freed koi. Reward: 5 experience points. Qin He was taken aback. It truly was an elite monster, yet he had dispatched it so easily. While he marveled at his fortune, the system notified him again. Triggered Da Vinci's unexpected joy. Drop rate increased by 500. A 2-meter tall blue pillar of light appeared, revealing a blue card. Eager to examine the card's content, Qin He discovered it was a koi necklace. When worn, it would activate the koi effect, doubling rewards, offering a 20% discount on purchases, and reducing the difficulty of hidden tasks by 10 during blind box openings, treasure hunts, and item purchases. Thrilled, Qin He immediately began searching for the other fish. He found 2 more in the bathroom and easily dispatched them, earning 1 experience point each. After confirming there were no more, he returned home, planning to pay more attention to rooms with fish in the future. Back at home, Qin He glanced at the sleeping Da Vinci and gently patted its little head. Da Vinci unconsciously stuck out its tongue to lick his hand before falling back into a deep sleep. The system noted that Da Vinci felt the affection, but since it wasn't work time, it wouldn't go out to work, no matter how comfortable. Qin He shook his head with a smile and sat on the sofa to sort through the cards he had obtained from killing zombies earlier. Most were beginner combat gear, of little use to him now, so he stored them in his brain domain warehouse. There were also a few basic treasure maps and durability repair cards, which he planned to make good use of. The last card was the only one that caught Qin He's attention, a one-time use item called Basic Mist. He carefully read the description. It creates a 10-meter radius fog in the throne area, lasting 10 seconds, temporarily blinding all creatures except the user. Qin He's eyes lit up, realizing this was an excellent tool for stealth attacks. The other cards seemed ordinary and weren't immediately useful. Suddenly, an all-channel broadcast sounded. Congratulations to all survivors. If you're seeing this message, it means you're still alive. The Apocalypse trading post is now open, and the trading channel is active. As soon as the announcement ended, a 32-inch holographic screen appeared in front of Qin He. The familiar layout came into view. On the left was the Apocalypse store, on the right was the free market, and below was the trading chat channel. The chat area was instantly flooded with various purchase requests. Desert Eagle 214 urgently needs water and is willing to exchange 3 Doomsday coins for it. Shura 828 seeks clothing and equipment after a zombie attack. Green Hat 213 and Lee Millionaire 21 complained about the scarcity of weapons, with the latter having killed over 30 zombies and still coming up empty-handed. Delicate Softed 223 pleaded pitifully for food and weapons, drawing a suggestive response from Killer God 333. Various guilds also began recruiting members. Red Dragon Guild 1 was buying equipment in City H. while Strongest Reputation Guild 2 had set up a base at the Heavenly Hotel in City J. As he browsed, Qin He noticed that the Strongest Reputation Guild was also in City J, prompting him to ponder their strategies. He also realized the scarcity of equipment, especially weapons and clothing, identifying a potential profit avenue. Just as Qin He was lost in thought, the chat area was suddenly inundated with messages. To his shock, all these messages were calling out his name. Qin He stared wide-eyed at the screen, momentarily at a loss for words. The news from Special Ops Zone 2 spread through the chat area like a wave. 3 accounts, Xiaoqiao, Tianfeng, and Leitang, sent out consecutive messages. Qin He, if you see this message, please contact us as soon as possible. We are a legitimate military unit that can provide you with the safest growth support. Location: City W. Qin He stared at the screen, momentarily too stunned to speak. He thought to himself, I'm just an ordinary civilian. Is it really necessary for them to make such a fuss? Special Ops Zone 2, a legitimate military unit. Wow, but when did I become so famous? Once the brief moderation ended, the chat area erupted with activity. Players began to speculate. Who is this Qin He that even the official military is looking for him? Are you serious? You haven't heard of Qin He? He's the one known for being quick and efficient. Yeah, the one who completed a hidden mission in record time and earned the title of Quick and Efficient Qin He. So envious to be recruited by the official military. That's impressive. Quick and Efficient Qin He, I want to team up with you. Qin He read these comments, his expression darkening. It's fine to say I'm strong, but do they have to add quick and efficient? How do they even know? He grumbled internally. The chat area was moderated again, with the 3 accounts from Special Ops Zone 2 repeatedly calling for Qin He. He frowned, contemplating. City W is too far, and the journey is uncertain, posing significant risks. Moreover, this public recruitment approach makes him suspicious. He decided not to respond for now. During the pause in chat activity, Qin He turned to the skills section of the Doomsday Store, searching for skills he needed. On the last page, he finally found a skill that piqued his interest. Sweeping Strike. A polearm weapon skill that unleashes a fan-shaped sweep forward, dealing 501 strength physical damage with a 3-minute cooldown. Requires Constitution 15, Strength 15, Agility 15, and Spirit 10 to use. Price: 100 Doomsday Coins. Qin He was puzzled by the attribute damage described in the skill, but he decided to purchase this invaluable skill for countering close-range attacks. Thanks to the Koi effect, he acquired the skill at a discounted price of 80 Doomsday Coins. Afterward, Qin He continued browsing for other skills, hoping to find something related to crossbows, but was unsuccessful. Just as he was about to exit the skill store, a new topic in the chat area caught his attention. Players began discussing a piece of purple equipment that appeared on the last page of the equipment store, priced at a steep 2,000 Doomsday Coins. Some marveled at its rarity, while others questioned its practicality. The discussion quickly turned into a display of wealth and envy. Qin He silently observed these discussions, pondering his next move. I really am the president of the Red Dragon Guild. What are you guys thinking? How many days has it been since the apocalypse began? How many people can immediately come up with 2,000 apocalypse coins? You'd have to kill at least 1,000 zombies to earn that, right? On the forum, a discussion about a mysterious item sparked heated debate. The most reputable member, Strongest Credibility Pig Intestine, agreed. The president of the Red Dragon Guild is right. Even our strongest honor members have only managed to single-handedly kill 100 zombies so far. Still, in the hands of the right person, that item is definitely a powerful weapon. Qin He, intrigued, opened the weapons and equipment store. Rows of basic equipment filled his screen, and he quickly flipped to the last page. A purple glow caught his attention. A capacity recovery quiver, an offhand equipment, enhanced version. Qin He carefully read the attribute description. Quiver capacity of 60 arrows, with 1 arrow restored every 30 seconds. He couldn't help but exclaim, oh my goodness! This was practically made for him. Compared to his current green quiver with a capacity of only 30 arrows, and 1 arrow restored every minute, Qin He was tempted. However, the price of 2,000 apocalypse coins made him frown. Even with the Lucky Carp buff giving him a 20 discount, the cost of 1,600 coins was still far beyond the nearly 300 coins he currently had. Qin He pondered that for most people, this quiver might seem a little unnecessary. In the early days of the apocalypse, spending 2,000 coins to arm oneself was clearly wiser. No wonder there were more spectators than actual buyers, with perhaps only himself genuinely interested. Reluctantly exiting the store interface, Qin He turned to check the free marketplace. The skills category was empty, which was not surprising at the start of the game. The equipment section was also barren, which surprised him slightly. Then he realized that equipment had durability limits, so it made sense that no one wanted to sell their spares cheaply. Entering the life supplies category, Qin He was dazzled by the array of goods. However, the shocking prices once again left him speechless. 1 pencil, starting bid 1 coin, direct purchase 3 coins. 1 roll of toilet paper, starting bid 1 coin, direct purchase 2 coins. 1 cucumber, starting bid 1 coin, direct purchase 2 coins. 1 balloon, starting bid 1 coin, direct purchase 5 coins. Qin He initially thought these absurd prices were just pranks or scams. Yet, to his astonishment, these items were snapped up the moment they were listed. He couldn't help but wonder, what on earth is going on? Ah, really? Qin He was in disbelief when he saw the situation. Spending 5 doomsday coins just to buy a pencil? Is there really someone so rich they're just throwing money around? Frowning, Qin He examined the details of the items closely. The screen displayed. Pencil. Seller. Mishi Guild Debatian. Starting bid. 1 doomsday coin. By now, 3 doomsday coins. Bidder. Mishi Guild Air Guzi. A look of realization dawned on Qin He's face. So that's it, it's a money laundering scheme. The Mishi Guild is using this method to pool small amounts of money from its members into one account, commonly known as power leveling, a main account. Doomsday coins, being a virtual currency, cannot be freely traded face-to-face yet. To consolidate scattered coins, they have to use this method of listing and buying among their own members. Qin He couldn't help but sigh, realizing it's all a legitimate strategy. Suddenly, an idea came to Qin He. He remembered he had a pile of surplus whiteboard equipment and a green quality staff with excellent attributes. While the market was still in a state of demand exceeding supply, it was wise to sell the whiteboard items quickly. With that thought, Qin He immediately listed several pieces of spare whiteboard equipment on the auction house. He priced his whiteboard equipment at a bargain of 9 doomsday coins, based on the doomsday store's pricing. As soon as he posted them, they were snapped up. He continued to list more, and they continued to get snapped up. The chat area exploded with chatter. Someone's selling equipment. Can't believe someone has so much gear they're selling it. I killed zombies and only got useless junk. How does this guy have so much gear? Wow, all the listings are from one person. Can you guess who it is? They're famous. Is it Qin He, the one who's quick and efficient? No way, you guessed it. How did Qin He get so much gear? How many zombies did he have to kill? Maybe it's not the quantity, but Qin He's incredible luck. Qin He, need a charming companion? Someone gentle and sweet? So fast and efficient, living up to the reputation. 1 inch. Seeing the heated discussions in the chat, Qin He shook his head helplessly. He thought to himself, someday, you guys will know my real size. No, the real Qin He. In less than a minute, a dozen pieces of whiteboard equipment were sold, earning over 100 doomsday coins. Combined with what he already had, it was nearly 400 coins, but still far from the purple quiver he desired. Qin He thought to himself, I'll have to try my luck and hope for a generous buyer. Taking a deep breath, he listed the green quality staff on the auction house. Ding Xiao Han staff. Constitution 3 Strength 1 Agility 1 Spirit 10. Special attribute. Increases damage by 2 when casting ice-type spells. Starting bid. 700 doomsday coins. By now, 3,000 doomsday coins. Qin He carefully considered this pricing. The starting bid was set low to avoid scaring off potential buyers. Although a purple quality quiver sold for only 2,000 doomsday coins in the doomsday store, this staff was a casting weapon with special attributes, making it more valuable. So he boldly set the buy now price at 3,000 doomsday coins, preventing it from being snapped up at a low price while leaving room for bidding. The chat area exploded again. Oh my god. Qin He listed another green staff. Seriously? Qin He's luck is amazing. I've killed so many zombies and only got a single whiteboard knife. And he's listing multiple items at once. He even listed a green weapon, and it's a rare drop staff. Is his luck that good? Or is he using some kind of face powder? Qin He is really impressive. I just want to know if he's accepting followers. Followers? You must be kidding. In this apocalypse, do you need followers or little sisters? What do you mean by that? Are mature women like me not welcomed? Mature women are great. Like the kind with glasses, a fitted suit, and a pencil skirt? Maybe holding a pointer? Reading this, Qin He couldn't help but think sarcastically. Are you guys all veteran drivers with over 20 years of experience, constantly on the fast lane? Meanwhile, in a certain manner, Wang Minghua and his family were gathered, their eyes fixed on the screen displaying Qin He's Ding Xiao Han staff. The air was thick with tension and anticipation. A young woman with a stunning figure and porcelain skin slowly parted her rosy lips, her eyes sparkling with disbelief. She whispered, Can you believe Qin He put up a green-grade weapon for auction? Weapons are rare enough, let alone one with top-notch attributes. Does he not realize its value? Wang Minghua looked at his granddaughter with affection and explained with a smile. Yuyao, my dear, there must be a reason why he's auctioning it. Wang Yuyao looked at her grandfather in confusion, and the rest of the Wang family cast curious glances in his direction. Stroking his beard, Wang Minghua continued, the first reason could be that he possesses a large number of similar weapons, The Wang family collectively gasped at this statement. They thought to themselves that auctioning off a non-attribute weapon was one thing, but directly auctioning off an attribute weapon, especially a weapon, was truly astonishing. Even their Wang family, a prominent family in Yue City, had managed to secure only a single green-grade sword after the apocalypse struck, despite having preserved their strength and completing a hidden task through Wang Yuyao. The Wang family began to murmur among themselves, their estimation of Qin He rising rapidly. Someone speculated, could he be a lone wolf? If he can single-handedly take down so many zombies, his strength must be remarkable. Wang Mingwa smiled and continued, since he's selling it, we should buy it. Our Wang family has accumulated 3,000 gold coins since the apocalypse began, which should be enough to purchase it. He stood up and addressed the family members. We have 2 reasons to buy it. First, to strengthen our own power. Second, if Qin He truly needs money, we would be doing him a favor. Forming a connection with someone who has both strength and fortune is a benefit that money can't measure. The Wang family exchanged looks, someone voicing doubt. What benefits could there be? We don't even know where he is. Yes, if he's miles away, what use is he to us? Another voice agreed. Questions arose one after another, but Wang Mingwa listened quietly, his face still holding an enigmatic smile. Wang Yuyao slowly stood up, a shrewd glint flashing in her eyes. She spoke with certainty. If I'm not mistaken, Grandpa has recognized Qin He's capabilities and wants to establish a long-term exchange relationship with him. This way, he can eventually trade with us directly. Wang Mingwa nodded approvingly. Well said. He paused, then continued. No matter the era, information is the most crucial element. Whether he's a lone wolf or has a team behind him, we Wang family members are business people. Business people do one thing. Trade. The scene shifts to an underground base. Yu Guoquan stood opposite General Li Zhongjuan, his face full of dissatisfaction. He said angrily, General, that kid Qin He hasn't responded yet, completely disregarding our Special Operations Zone 2. Isn't it too forward for us to go to such lengths to recruit him? General Li Zhongjuan gently tapped his pipe, a mysterious smile on his face. You're mistaken, he said slowly. The reason I had you make such a big fuss wasn't just to recruit him. Yu Guoquan looked puzzled, unable to grasp the general's intentions despite following him for many years. Huh. Li Zhongjuan exhaled a puff of smoke and patiently explained. It seems you still don't understand. I had you do this to make more people aware of our existence, to know we have strength and need capable people. Yu Guoquan frowned, still somewhat confused. Then why mention only Qin He during the campaign and not everyone? Li Zhongjuan chuckled, speaking earnestly, Guoquan, this era has changed. It's a survival of the fittest. Our priority now is to become the strong ones to better protect ourselves and those around us. Seeing Yu Guoquan still puzzled, Li Zhongjuan continued, think of Qin He as a filter. Mentioning only his name signals that our Special Operations Zone 2 has standards for recruitment, and not just anyone can join. Understand? Yu Guoquan suddenly realized the general's intention. Li Zhongjuan nodded with satisfaction, adding, of course, if that kid does come to us, it would be a pleasant surprise. Besides, given the current situation, survival will only become more difficult. When he can't hold on any longer, he'll naturally think of us. After all, we were the first to reach out to him. Yu Guoquan, still concerned, asked frankly, General, I don't mean to discourage you, but what if that kid is already dead? It's been 24 hours since the long night, and even our top operatives have had accidents. Li Zhongjuan smiled confidently. I told you before, sometimes good luck is a form of strength. He pointed at the screen in front of them. Check the weapons category in the free trading zone. He's alive and well. Yu Guoquan looked at the screen in front of him, following the general's instructions to open the weapons category. A green quality weapon was prominently listed, and it was the only one. He saw the seller's name, Qin He. Yu Guoquan exclaimed in surprise. This kid listed a green quality weapon? And it's got great attributes. Why sell such a good item? Doesn't he know the value of weapons, especially those with special attributes? Li Zhongjuan chuckled. Green quality weapons usually drop from elite-level mutated creatures. As you mentioned, it's only been a few days since the apocalypse, and he's already listing such a good weapon. It means he has even better ones and doesn't care for this one. Do I need to explain the significance? Yu Guoquan realized, exhaling in understanding, I get it. This means he's killed a significant number of elite-level mutated creatures. Li Zhongjuan nodded. Since he's listing this weapon, let's buy it as a goodwill gesture, showing him our genuine interest in recruiting him, while also bolstering our own arsenal. Then, Li Zhongjuan suddenly remembered something and added, by the way, I noticed the staff's special attributes suit that heroine in your squad. What's her name again? The one with the ice spike ability? Yu Guoquan promptly replied, Han Xiaoran. Her mental strength is quite high, and she's learned the ice spike skill. Yes, that's the girl, Yu Guoquan said excitedly, his eyes shining with pride. He recalled the brave female soldier and continued, let's buy it for her. When the team was scattered for individual upgrades, she was always leading the charge, becoming fiercer with every encounter. This era needs warriors like her. His companion nodded in agreement. Indeed, during yesterday's individual upgrades, she outperformed all the male soldiers in the unit. She's truly a force to be reckoned with. Yu Guochuan's face showed a hint of satisfaction, proud of the soldier he had trained. He quickly turned and said as he walked away, "I'll head to the finance office to get it purchased." Meanwhile, the auction platform's chat area was buzzing with activity. Shura9527 exclaimed, "Oh my god, 700 Doomsday coins is an astronomical amount. I've only managed to save up less than 50 so far." War Frenzy 44 mocked mercilessly, "That's why you're just trash. Forever dreaming of coins you'll never have." Demon Slayer 22 was incredulous. "Wow, someone actually bid." Duck of the World curiously asked, "Impressive. Who managed to bid 700 coins? Let me see. Who is this Yulin Wang family?" Fallen 12 explained, "You don't know the Yulin Wang family? Before the apocalypse, they were a well-known conglomerate." Bullen A China Shop 24 sighed, "Indeed, even in the apocalypse, it's the world of conglomerates and aristocratic families. When will we common folks ever rise up?" Shura 9527 exclaimed again, "Wow, someone raised the bid." At that moment, Qin He, who was intently watching the screen, was holding his frog Da Vinci with excitement. For some reason, he felt like holding it brought him luck. He hadn't expected much when he put the green quality staff up for auction, thinking 700 Doomsday coins was already a lot, especially for a staff, which not many people could use. But as soon as it was listed, bids started coming in. Holding Da Vinci really seemed to bring good fortune. What surprised him even more was the lively discussion about the auction in the chat area. Qin He thought to himself, "Wow, people really have money, with each bid increment at least 100 Doomsday coins. I must be the poorest." He continued to monitor the auction's progress. The little fortune god from the second war zone has already raised the bid to 900 Doomsday coins. Oh right, weren't they trying to recruit Qin He? Looks like they're trying to win him over with money. The Yulin Wang family raised the bid again. Even the Apocalypse Guild joined in, and wow, the bid is now at 1,100 Doomsday coins. These people are seriously loaded. Suddenly, a recruitment message flashed across the screen. "Our Apocalypse Guild is recruiting, with great benefits. We welcome all friends to join. With us, your family. Without brothers, there's no survival." Someone joked, "I bet Qin He is grinning ear to ear right now. I envy him. In just a few minutes, he's made over 1,000. Qin He frowned, feeling bewildered. He thought, "A god? How did I suddenly earn that title? Guys, you're giving me too much credit. Let's keep it low-key. I'm not ready for fame yet." Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Yulin Wang family estate, everyone was intently watching the screen. Qin He's staff had reached 1,200 Doomsday coins, and there were quite a few bidders, mostly guilds, joining the fray. The situation was getting intense. Wang Minghua chuckled. "I thought we had it in the bag, but it seems like a lot of people want a piece of this action." Someone asked worriedly, "Sir, should we raise our bid? The price has already surpassed 1,400. Isn't it getting a bit too high?" Another person agreed, "Yes, even if this weapon has excellent attributes, the price is getting ridiculously high. Sir, maybe we should back out." "Back out?" Wang Minghua stared at the screen, determination in his eyes. "No way. Double the bid." The Wang family members were taken aback, surprised by his decision. Raising the bid is one thing, but doubling it? "Sir, are you sure about this?" Wang Minghua watched his family's puzzled expressions with a slight smile on his lips. He slowly began, "Did you really think we were raising the bid just to win over that Qin He?" The Wang family exchanged confused glances. A young family member couldn't help but ask, "Isn't that what we're doing? Spending money to buy that Qin guy's stuff?" Wang Minghua didn't answer directly, but instead looked at his beloved granddaughter, Wang Yuyao. She caught on, stood up and explained, "Initially, we were indeed trying to win Qin He's favor. But now, this auction has become a perfect opportunity to showcase the strength of our Wang family. If we want to be a dominant force in this era, we need to attract more people to join us. It has become a promotional tactic." "Exactly." Wang Minghua nodded with satisfaction, adding, "We need to draw Qin He closer and let everyone know our family's power. Then, it will be our turn to choose our followers." "You're truly farsighted, old man," a family elder praised. "Yes," another family member said excitedly, "soon, everyone will want to be associated with us, eager to become followers of the Wang family." "That's precisely the plan," Wang Minghua confirmed. Meanwhile, the public chat section of the auction platform was buzzing with activity. Shilua 9527. "Wow. The Yulin Wang family just raised the bid by 200, and it's now at 1,600 Doom coins. Having money is really something." Warrior 34. Special Ops Zone 2 has taken the lead again. "I'm so pumped watching this." Wolf 12. "I used to think money wasn't important, and even more so in the apocalypse, but I was wrong. Money is damn important. Single duck. I wonder if Qin He is overjoyed right now. Fallen one. Oh my god. Mishi just raised the bid again. It's at 2,000 now. How do they all have so much money? I'd love to join them. Sweet Siren 4. I want to join too. Can someone come and get me? I really want to go. I'm good at anything. I will be God 22. Yulin Wang family raised it to 2,100. Even though it's not my auction, it feels great. Big Bean. Special Ops Zone 2 raised it to 2,200. Keep it coming. Shilua 9527. Damn. Strongest Honor just bumped it up to 2,300 coins. Impressive. Qin He stared at the screen, furrowing his brows. The staff weapon was worth 1,500 Doom coins at most, and now it had exceeded 2,000, which was unexpected. But then he thought, all this money would be his eventually, and his mood brightened. He analyzed, Special Ops Zone 2 previously tried to recruit me, so they're probably bidding to show their determination. The Yulin Wang family is said to be a large clan, even before the apocalypse. They have many people, so it's understandable they want it for themselves. But why is Strongest Honor, a smaller group, getting involved? Is my staff really that attractive? Qin He pondered for a moment and realized, Strongest Honor is probably just trying to get some attention. At the same time, in the headquarters of Strongest Honor in J City, a skinny young man with floral tattoos nervously asked, Boss, we don't have much in reserve. Do you really want to buy that staff? It doesn't seem that valuable. The young man drinking nearby, the leader of Strongest Honor, Huang Tao, took another sip and leisurely said, You don't get it. I never intended to win the bid. I just wanted to stir things up and promote ourselves while driving up the price to exhaust those big players. In this era, if others are stronger, we are in danger. Understand? I get it. The young man nodded, still worried. But what if they see our high bid and stop? After all, 2,300 Doom coins is astronomical, and we only have 2,500 in total. They won't. Huang Tao said confidently, Special Ops Zone 2 won't give up on recruiting Qin He. We need to help them out by causing chaos. Qin He will surely be grateful. Just then, the numbers on the screen changed again. The young man exclaimed, Boss, Special Ops Zone 2 raised it again to 2,400 Doom coins. You were right. They really want to win. Of course, I'm always right. Huang Tao laughed smugly, a sly glint in his eyes. If we're causing trouble, we might as well do it thoroughly. Raise the bid. I want to push them to the limit. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Wang family estate grew tense. It's reached 2,500 coins. Wang Yuyao said angrily, Is Strongest Honor deliberately opposing us? Raise the bid. Let's see how many coins that small guild has. The Wang family members echoed. Right? We can't lose momentum. The Wang family has never lost in an auction, an elder family member said passionately. However, to everyone's surprise, Wang Minghua calmly said, No, we won't bid anymore. Not bid anymore? The Wang family exchanged looks, unable to believe their ears. Are we just giving up? Won't we lose face? Wang Minghua displayed a mysterious smile, not answering immediately, but slowly surveying everyone present. Wang Minghua continued to smile, a glint of triumph in his eyes. He glanced around at the members of the Wang family in Yulin and said softly, Our goal has been achieved. It's enough to let people know we exist. There's no need to fuss with a troublemaker. He paused, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Does he want to buy it? Fine. Let him go head-to-head with Special Operations Zone 2. We can sit back and watch them wear each other out. Isn't that even better? The members of the Wang family in Yulin suddenly understood and nodded in agreement. They all focused intently on the trading interface, eagerly anticipating the drama about to unfold. Meanwhile, in the command room of Special Operations Zone 2, Yu Guoquan slammed his hand on the table, his face full of displeasure. General, it's one thing for the Wang family to compete with us, but even the small guild, Supreme Honor, is joining in? This kid bid 2,500 gold coins, clearly just to cause trouble. Li Zhongjuan leisurely tapped his pipe, a hint of a smile on his face. Don't worry, old Yu. Through this bidding round, most people now know about us, and our objective is met. Besides, he gave Yu Guoquan a knowing look. Are our gold coins not gold coins? Let him and the Wang family exhaust themselves. Qin He will have to thank us in the end because we've helped raise the price. Yu Guoquan's eyes lit up, and then he burst into laughter. Good idea. Let those little guys play among themselves. Xiao Rant's weapon will have plenty of chances later on. This will give them a run for their money. The two exchanged a knowing smile, their tacit understanding unspoken. In the public channel of the trading house, players were fervently discussing. Shura 9527, 2,500 gold coins. That's insane, truly impressive. Supreme Honor is really going all out. War God 34. Look at them, dealing in thousands of gold coins at a time, while I can only stare at my few dozen coins in silence. Wolf Destroyer 12. You have dozens of coins? I've only got 10 so far. What am I supposed to do? Just give up on life? One duck under heaven. Why aren't Special Operations Zone 2 and the Wong family raising their bids? Fallen 1-1. Hmm? Really? They haven't raised their bids. Could it be they're planning a last-second snipe? Sweet Enchantress 4. Quite possible. There's still 3 minutes left until the auction ends. They must be waiting to snipe. Qin He stood in front of the trading house, unable to hide the joy on his face. 2,500 doomsday coins, he calculated silently, after buying the purple quiver at an 80 discount. I'll still have around 1,000 left. Thinking about exchanging a green item for a purple one and still profiting 1,000 doomsday coins, he felt delighted. Whatever the intentions of these big players, the result was favorable for him, and that was enough. All he had to do now was wait quietly for the hefty sum to chime into his account. However, at the headquarters of Supreme Honor in J City, the atmosphere was unbearably tense. Everyone was glued to the screen, hardly daring to breathe. The 2,500 doomsday coins represented the entire savings of their guild, painstakingly accumulated by dozens of members, even at the cost of some comrades. If the Wong family and Special Operations Zone 2 really didn't raise their bids, Huang Tao, the guild leader, had a face that fluctuated between anger and despair. The situation had spiraled entirely out of his control, diverging greatly from his plan. Boss, a guild member cautiously spoke up. Maybe they'll snipe the auction at the last second. We've seen this tactic before. Do you need to tell me that? Huang Tao growled through gritted teeth. They'll definitely try to snipe it. The auction countdown began. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Congratulations to Supreme Honor for winning the auction item Dingxiao on staff. Please collect promptly. The entire Supreme Honor headquarters fell into a deathly silence. Huang Tao's face contorted, changing from red to white, then to green. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles white, his body trembling. Bastards! A bunch of bastards! He suddenly roared. You've played me to death. Huang Tao clutched his head in agony, his voice filled with despair. I'm in so much pain. It hurts. Bang. Huang Tao, seething with rage, smashed the bottle in his hand. Shards of glass flew everywhere, and the candle before him shattered, its flame flickering wildly. His original plan was to disrupt the auction, deplete the funds of the major powers, and then withdraw after the bidding. But who would have thought those guys would suddenly stop bidding? All his hard-earned savings vanished into thin air. Boss, what do we do now? The brother standing next to him asked nervously, his voice trembling. Their fortunes and futures were now in ruins, shrouded in darkness. Huang Tao looked up at the ceiling illuminated by candlelight, feeling lost and uncertain. How could he know what to do? At this moment, his greatest fear was that his men, driven by anger, might turn against him. Suddenly, a chill spread from his chest. Huang Tao looked down to find a sharp knife protruding from his chest. Struggling, he turned around to see that the one holding the knife was none other than Lu Hua, the guild's vice president. You. Huang Tao's eyes widened, but before he could finish speaking, Lu Hua pulled out the knife and kicked him to the ground. The sudden turn of events stunned everyone in the room. Lu Hua, gripping the blood-stained knife, surveyed the room and shouted, Brothers, this Huang has been leading us astray, causing us loss after loss. And now, he's squandered all the money we risked our lives for. Don't you want to kill him? The room erupted with voices of agreement. Well done, Lu. Damn, I've had enough of him for a long time. Let me stab him too. Finish him off. Lu Hua raised his hand to quiet them, speaking in a low voice. There are still zombies outside, so let's keep it down. From now on, I'll lead us to become the strongest guild, a force to be reckoned with. We'll all prosper together. The group quietly applauded in agreement, though the loss of 2,500 apocalypse coins was hard to swallow. They had hoped to buy equipment and skills to strengthen their abilities with the auction proceeds, but now that dream was shattered. Amidst their gloom, a frail-looking young man suddenly stepped forward. His name was Xiaoqiao, a recent recruit of the strongest honor guild. Boss Lu, I know someone named Qin He. Could it be that Qin He? Xiaoqiao's words immediately caught everyone's attention. Lu Hua's eyes lit up, and he urged, Oh, tell us more. Xiaoqiao began to embellish his story. The Qin He I know was in my class. He's tall and strong, a fierce fighter. Usually, it takes 4 or 5 people to take him down. Once, over 20 people from the neighboring class surrounded him, and he beat them all to tears. Xiaoqiao was exaggerating because he had a personal vendetta. Back in school, the girl he had a crush on for 3 years confessed to liking Qin He, making Xiaoqiao feel inferior and filled with jealousy and hatred. He had thought about killing Qin He but never dared to act in a normal society. Now, with the apocalypse, he saw his chance. Lu Hua frowned, pondering. There are so many people named Qin He in the country. It might not be him. Xiaoqiao quickly added, Boss Lu, that Qin He lives just a few blocks away from us. Lu Hua considered for a moment, and then addressed everyone. Our primary goal is survival. We'll continue dealing with the zombies as before, with me leading the charge. As for the Qin He Strong mentioned, after this long night, I think we should check it out. If it's not the Qin He we're looking for, we'll gain experience. If it is, we'll get our money back. What if he refuses? Someone asked. Then we kill him. Lu Hua replied decisively. But if it's really him, he might be too strong. Another voiced concern. No matter how strong, he's still human. With our numbers, we can take him down. Lu Hua said confidently. Exactly. Another chimed in, and since Strong was his classmate, he can approach him and stab him from behind when he least expects it. All right, that's the plan. Everyone agreed in unison. Xiaoqiao stood aside, a sinister smile on his lips. He thought to himself, Qin He, I hope you're still alive. I want to finish you off personally. Meanwhile, in another location, Qin He was staring at a system notification. Ding friendly reminder, the Ding Xiaohan staff you listed has successfully sold for 2,500 Apocalypse coins. Apocalypse game, no transaction fee deducted. 2,500 Apocalypse coins have been transferred to your personal account. Qin He couldn't help but laugh. The purple quiver in the Apocalypse store was priced at just 2,000 Apocalypse coins, and his green staff had surprisingly fetched a high price of 2,500 Apocalypse coins, an unexpected windfall. He excitedly picked up Da Vinci beside him, giving it a firm squeeze. Da Vinci opened its sleepy eyes, staring at him for a long moment. Qin He watched as Da Vinci, his pet, suddenly broke free from his hand and jumped back into its little nest. It seemed to think its owner was too lonely, even trying to bond with a frog. Da Vinci blinked its big eyes as if to say, it's time to find you a woman, so you don't have to keep bothering me. Qin He chuckled and turned his attention back to the screen in front of him. With only 5 minutes left before the trading post closed, he quickly navigated to the purple quiver's location. As he clicked to purchase, the coin necklace's effect activated, granting him a 20% discount. In a flash, 1,600 doomsday coins vanished, and the purple quiver appeared in his virtual inventory. The transaction left Qin He a bit thrilled. Reflecting on the day's gains, it was almost unbelievable. He auctioned off a green weapon and exchanged it for a purple quiver, netting nearly 1,000 coins in profit. He eagerly extracted the new quiver and replaced his old, lower-grade one. The new quiver's attributes were impressive. Grade B capacity restorative crossbow quiver. Durability, 600,600. Offhand right. 1 constitution, 1 strength, 1 agility, 1 spirit. Superior attribute. Enhanced version, large capacity, holds more, restores quickly. Quiver capacity 60, 1 arrow restores every 30 seconds. Qin He examined the new equipment closely. Unlike traditional swinging quivers, this was an ergonomically designed arrow box. The crossbow bolts were arranged cleverly to maximize space. Only about a dozen arrow tails were visible, with the rest concealed inside the box. Despite its steep price, Qin He felt it was worth every coin. With some time left, he quickly browsed through the trading post but found nothing else of interest. Feeling a bit bored, Qin He glanced at the chat area and noticed it was buzzing with activity. Shura 9527. Damn, that purple grade quiver got snatched up. Someone bought it for 2,000 doomsday coins. Wargod 34. Who bought it? That's some serious spending. Yazzie 11199. You can't track purchases directly from the doomsday store, so we have no idea which big shot had the spare cash to buy such gear. 1duck 33. Today was wild. First watching major factions fight over Qin He's little staff, and now someone dropping 2,000 doomsday coins in the store. I'm feeling more and more inadequate. Sweet Demonis 4. Qin He, I hope you see this. I'm 172 centimeters, used to be a model, then became a flight attendant, and I weigh 65 kilograms, which is on the chubby side if you reply. I'll tell you where I am. Qin He 1. I'm in K City, come find me. Sweet Demonis 4. Screw off, you imposter. Qin He 1. Miss, come on, can I just say I'm Qin He's alternate account? Shura 9527. I guarantee Qin He is watching this. Qin He 1. Better clean up your act, you'll need it someday. Qin He glanced at the chat and found the crowd a bit tiresome, so he closed the interface. He muttered to himself, am I really the type who can't resist a woman? Although, 172 centimeters is pretty tall. After the trading house closed, Qin He picked up some green onions and luncheon meat, pairing them with instant noodles for a rather unconventional meal. This peculiar combination of ingredients made him chuckle at himself, knowing it wasn't a dish everyone would appreciate. Once full, Qin He reclined on the sofa for a short nap, which unexpectedly stretched to 3 hours. When he awoke, it was still pitch black outside. He put on his eternal day sunglasses, and the world instantly lit up as if it were broad daylight. After carefully checking his gear and gently stroking the still sleeping Da Vinci, Qin He finally stepped out of his home. Reviewing his personal achievement tasks, he noted that he was nearly halfway through eliminating 50 common zombies. and he had already taken down 2 elite monsters. While taking on a Lord-level mutated creature was still unrealistic, he felt confident about tackling more elite monsters. As he reached the fire escape, he saw a zombie wedged halfway through the door, struggling in vain. He put away his powerful crossbow and drew his quenched spear, swiftly piercing the zombie's head. Immediately, a system notification sounded, activating Da Vinci's surprise drop rate boost. A white light landed, and Qin He happily pocketed the card, feeling lucky with this auspicious start. Carefully pushing open the fire door, he began a systematic search of the floors. Starting from the 19th floor, he meticulously checked each corner to ensure no zombies were lurking. After completing his search, he dismantled 2 door panels to construct a makeshift passage. After clearing each floor, he locked the fire door from the outside to prevent zombies from wandering. On the 17th floor, he unexpectedly found 2 cucumbers, a bottle of water, and a bag of bread, slightly improving his meal options. At the stairway turn on the 16th floor, the previously slain zombies had piled up into a wall of corpses. He laid a door panel over them to avoid stepping into empty space and to prevent any potentially undead zombies from launching a surprise attack. Reaching the 15th floor, he was immediately met by a lunging zombie as he opened the door. Qin He reacted swiftly, dispatching it with a single spear thrust to the head. In the elevator lobby, he cautiously assessed the condition of each room. After knocking on the walls, he heard zombies responding but couldn't see them, which made him uneasy. Following the sounds, Qin He arrived at room 1501. The open fridge in the kitchen raised his suspicions. Had someone searched here before him? Upon closer inspection, he found the noises were coming from the bathroom. Gently opening the door, he was amused by the sight before him. A zombie was stuck on the toilet, its bottom wedged tight, futilely reaching out towards him. Shaking his head with a smile, Qin He ended the talented zombie's pitiful plight with one shot. In room 1502, he only found a pack of chocolate cookies. Upon entering room 1503, the cozy decor suggested it was once a girl's home. In the bathroom lay a headless female corpse, and as Qin He pondered the whereabouts of the head, he suddenly heard a familiar click-clack sound from nearby. The noise instantly reminded him of the terrifying click-clack girl from the 21st floor, sending shivers down his spine. Looking down, he spotted a long-haired head moving behind the bathroom door. Qin He held his breath, tightened his grip on his weapon, and prepared for the potential danger. Crack! The severed head on the ground, though detached from its body, continued to move eerily. Its pale gray eyes were wide open, staring intently at Qin He, who held a long spear. The teeth clattered together, producing a chilling sound. Without hesitation, Qin He thrust his spear precisely through the restless skull. Having dealt with the immediate threat, Qin He quickly left the room and reached the door of apartment 1504. As he pushed it open, an overwhelming stench of decay hit him, reminiscent of a foul-smelling drain in a chemical plant. Even with a mask on, the pungent odor seemed inescapable. Just as Qin He was about to retreat, he felt something sticky under his foot. He glanced down to see a puddle of pale yellow-green liquid clinging to his shoe like mucus. "What on earth is this?" he muttered to himself. Surveying the room, he was taken aback by the sight. The entire floor, walls, and furniture were covered in this revolting slime. It was as if he had stumbled into the stomach of some giant creature, with digestive fluids pulsating everywhere. Suddenly, a peculiar object caught Qin He's attention. It was a white, yellow-spotted thing, mostly enveloped in the slime. Curiosity urged him to get a closer look, but the nauseating smell and the sticky sensation underfoot held him back. Reluctantly, Qin He retreated from the room. Even someone like him, accustomed to countless bloody scenes, was utterly overwhelmed by this indescribable sight. Compared to gore, this bizarre slime was far more unsettling. Qin He couldn't help but wonder about the owner of this place before the apocalypse. How could anyone endure such an environment? Determined to continue his exploration, Qin He took decisive action. He dismantled the wooden door and dining table from apartment 1503, laying them on the floor of 1504 as a makeshift pathway. Carefully treading on the wooden boards, he finally reached the center of the living room, where he could clearly see the mysterious object encased in slime. Is that an egg? Qin He was astonished to discover 3 giant white eggs with yellow spots, each the size of a basketball. What kind of creature lays eggs this large? What on earth was this family up to? He was baffled. At that moment, a chill suddenly shot up his spine to the back of his head. Qin He's heart tightened, sensing something was amiss. Damn, this is ruthless. Who? Qin He spun around suddenly, only to be met with a massive, gaping maw coming straight at him. In a split second, he instinctively raised his spear and thrust it forward with all his might. Thud! The spear struck true, piercing the roof of the gaping mouth. However, to his surprise, the mouth snapped shut instantly, clamping down hard on the spear. It was in that moment that Qin He finally saw the creature for what it was, a gigantic python. Its body was covered in black and gray scales, as thick as a barrel, and its triangular head was as large as a millstone. Its eerie green eyes glowed with a sinister light, fixed intently on Qin He. An elite mutated creature? Qin He thought, startled. Could this be the black-gray figure that attacked the 16th floor yesterday? Recalling the long-tailed silhouette, he was now certain it was this very snake. Before he could think further, the snake's head whipped around, flinging Qin He and the spear aside. Thanks to his high agility and quick reflexes, Qin He adjusted his posture midair, using the spear to brace himself against the ground, and gracefully landed in a half-arc. He staggered back several steps to absorb the impact. Good thing I've stacked up on agility, Qin He mused with relief. The old me would have been snake food by now. There was no time to ponder the snake's origins. Qin He quickly drew his crossbow and fired at the snake's head. Clang! The arrow hit its mark but bounced off the tough scales. This thing is too tough, Qin He thought, alarmed. Meanwhile, the python had slithered closer, raising its neck to nearly touch the ceiling, towering almost 3 meters high. It gazed down at Qin He with a cold, murderous intent. Qin He began to sway his body from side to side, trying to divert the snake's attention. It was a technique he learned from survival shows, where snake catchers would use one hand to distract the snake while the other stayed out of sight, ready to grab it at the right moment. But this python is way too big to handle with one hand, Qin He thought. The priority now is to escape this room. Just then, he noticed a large, unhealed burn mark on the snake's raised neck. Found my opening. Qin He's eyes lit up. As he scanned his surroundings for an escape route, the python suddenly launched another attack. It lunged at him with its mouth wide open like lightning. Qin He swiftly dodged to the left, narrowly avoiding a fatal bite, though the snake's tongue still brushed past him. He immediately thrust his spear, aiming for the burn mark. However, just as he was about to strike, the snake's tail came crashing down from above, forcing Qin He to withdraw his spear and dodge awkwardly. Clutching his spear, he dashed towards the door. Fortunately, the makeshift door panel he had set up earlier prevented the sticky floor from slowing him down. Just as he was about to burst through the door, a strange gust from outside slammed it shut with a bang. Damn it! The usually composed Qin He couldn't help but curse out loud. The python was closing in again, raising its head for another attack. Thinking quickly, Qin He ducked into the kitchen. The python followed, its head twisting to squeeze through the entrance. Hiss! The python lunged once more, but Qin He evaded with greater ease. After several encounters, he had figured out the snake's attack patterns. Either it would raise its head to bite or lash out with its tail. However, the cramped kitchen limited the python's movements, as its back half couldn't fit inside, leaving its head as the primary threat. Realizing this, Qin He adjusted his strategy. His current goal was to subdue the python. Using the crossbow wasn't an option since the snake wouldn't give him time to load. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Remembered he had a spike trap card. After dodging another attack, he quickly pulled out the card and tossed it at the snake's raised body. The paper floated gently onto the snake's belly. Qin He silently hoped this counted as placing it somewhere. However, nothing happened. Watching the paper crumble to ash, Qin He frowned and thought, is the trap malfunctioning? At that moment, the python attacked again. Buzz! A sharp sound sliced through the air. Where the card had vanished, a white light flashed, and a spike as thick as a small tree, 3 meters long, appeared out of nowhere, piercing the python's belly and pinning it to the ground. Buzz, buzz, buzz. More spikes shot out from where the card had disappeared. Thud, thud. The spikes drove into the python one after another, securing it firmly. Phew. Wow. Qin He, who was intently studying the spikes, suddenly sensed imminent danger and instinctively dodged to the side. A sharp spike whizzed past his cheek, narrowly missing him, and pierced straight through the kitchen's exhaust fan. His heart raced as he realized this was an indiscriminate attack. Quickly adjusting his stance, Qin He nimbly evaded the oncoming barrage of spikes. He was inwardly frustrated, having initially thought the spike trap was merely meant to deter creatures that came too close, not realizing it was such a frenzied, indiscriminate assault. Swish, swish. 2 more spikes shot towards him, and Qin He skillfully dodged once more. However, the large black python occupying the entire kitchen wasn't as fortunate. Despite its efforts to evade, the spikes exploded around it, leaving it with nowhere to escape. Worse still, the spikes that pierced its body embedded into the floor or walls, effectively pinning the python down and severely limiting its mobility. Swish! A spike lodged between Qin He's legs on the floor as he narrowly avoided it with a split-legged jump. Just then, with a sickening thud, a spike precisely pierced the black python's raised neck, pinning it to the cabinet. Moments later, the spike trap ceased firing. The python was now covered in spikes, resembling a porcupine. One spike had even pierced through its jaw, pinning it firmly to the ground. Qin He seized the opportunity, swiftly raising his tempered spear and aiming it at the python's gaping mouth. The spearhead entered through the upper jaw, directly piercing the snake's head. Unsure if he had hit a vital spot, Qin He quickly withdrew the spear and repeatedly thrust it into the python's mouth. Squelch! One thrust pierced the mouth, with the spearhead emerging from its left eye, blood gushing out. The python bellowed in pain, letting out an ear-splitting hiss. Squelch! Another thrust went straight to its throat, with the spearhead emerging from the back of its head. Squelch! Squelch! In no time, the snake's head was riddled with gaping holes. Exhausted and panting, Qin He lamented the small brain capacity of serpents. After a relentless effort, squelch! He delivered another fatal blow. A system notification sounded. Ding, you have slain the elite mutated creature, the mutated black python. Personal elite mutated creature kill achievement progress. 35. Ding, Da Vinci's unexpected joy drop rate has been triggered. At last, the fearsome beast fell. Qin He, dragging his weary body, pulled over a small stool from the kitchen and sat against the wall to rest. Reflecting on the battle, Qin He realized that the challenge in defeating the mutated black python lay not in technique, but in its astounding combination of size, speed, strength, and endurance. Its hard scales, capable of deflecting crossbow bolts, had forced him into a prolonged confrontation. He pondered for a moment, considering that it was only the second night of the long night. Yet the mutated creatures were already so formidable. Would they become even more terrifying on the third night? Just then, 4 beams of light, 2 green and 2 white, suddenly illuminated around the python's corpse, interrupting Qin He's thoughts. Qin He walked up to the 3 snake eggs and stored them in his mental warehouse. Although he wasn't sure what purpose these snake eggs might serve, he considered them a reward for defeating the elite python, and it seemed foolish not to take them. As he pondered the idea of frying snake eggs, he realized he had never tried such an unusual ingredient before. On his way home, as Qin He was climbing the stairs to the 18th floor, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. According to the principles of biological reproduction, eggs that can hatch offspring usually require both a male and female to mate. This realization made him stop abruptly, inhaling sharply. Could there be another black python? At that moment, a hissing sound echoed, but it wasn't from Qin He. Cautiously, he peeked downstairs and saw a dark gray figure silently slipping onto the 15th floor. A cold sweat broke out on Qin He's forehead as he realized he had narrowly avoided being caught between 2 elite mutated black pythons. Soon after, a raspy roar erupted from the 15th floor, likely the black python discovering its mate's corpse. Qin He carefully continued upstairs and collapsed onto his sofa once he got home. After resting for a while, Qin He began contemplating the different developmental paths of humans and animals after being infected by the apocalypse virus. Massaging his temples, he tried to organize his thoughts and concluded that each individual might respond differently. Just then, Da Vinci sprang from his nest, leaping onto Qin He with an expression of discontent and disdain. Only then did Qin He realize the unpleasant odor clinging to him, prompting him to quickly take a shower. 10 minutes later, feeling refreshed, Qin He donned his thermal wear and returned to the sofa. Da Vinci snugly settled into his lap this time, a testament to the effectiveness of his shower. Qin He cracked open a can of beer and began to review his day's haul. Aside from a few ordinary whiteboard items, his attention was drawn to 2 green cards. The first card was for a Grade D Giant Power Black Scale Glove, which not only provided considerable attribute boosts but also offered a 10 strength increase. Eagerly, Qin He donned the glove and immediately felt a surge of power. The second card was for a Grade D Heavy Strike Shield. Although it didn't offer many attribute enhancements, its special skill, Shield Bash, piqued Qin He's interest. He examined the shield's unique material closely, contemplating its practical use in combat. Despite his exhaustion, Qin He felt a surge of anticipation due to these newly acquired items. He understood that in this perilous post-apocalyptic world, every increase in strength could be vital for survival. Qin He strapped the shield onto his left forearm and crouched down, gripping a spear with his right hand. The sensation thrilled him, especially when he discovered the shield's exceptional attribute. It had a stunning effect on attacks. After 3 consecutive hits, the 4th would trigger a heavy strike, stunning the target for 0.5 seconds. Qin He marveled at the shield's powerful attributes and felt grateful for the unexpected surprise brought by his companion frog, which had increased the drop rate to an astonishing 350. While Qin He reveled in his new gear, his pet, Da Vinci, lounged lazily on the sofa. The clever cat eyed his excited owner with disdain, as if to say, "Sometimes you're just like a child, maybe even a foolish one." Nevertheless, Da Vinci soon decided to return to its nap, hoping Qin He would keep it quiet enough for its sleep. Noticing Da Vinci's reaction, Qin He chuckled and walked over to affectionately rub its little head. He whispered, Go ahead and sleep. I'll get you a big worm to eat when you wake up. However, the tranquility was shattered by a deafening crash. The fire escape door was flung open, and Qin He instantly became alert, quickly getting to his feet to equip himself. But before he was fully prepared, the front door was slammed open from the outside, the door panel thudding heavily onto the floor. A terrifying figure appeared at the doorway, a massive python. Its large, triangular head loomed with its mouth wide open, tongue flicking out with a hissing sound. Its body was covered in dark gray scales that gleamed coldly under the hallway lights. This unexpected turn of events stunned Da Vinci as well. It sat on the sofa, eyes wide, staring at the colossal creature at the door, subconsciously licking its lips. A thought flickered in Da Vinci's mind. The owner promised a big worm, but it hadn't expected one this enormous. Realizing the size of the snake, Da Vinci feared that Qin He might not be a match for it. It had an ominous feeling that not only would it miss out on a meal, but it might also become the snake's meal instead. Qin He's mind raced as he tried to comprehend the bizarre situation. He recalled his earlier precautions, removing his shoes on the 18th floor, stuffing his scent-laden socks into room 1803, and storing his combat gear in the brain domain warehouse before heading home. He was baffled as to how the giant snake had managed to track him down despite all these measures. At that moment, Qin He found himself in an awkward situation. Clad in thermal underwear for the first time in such a battle, he faced a black python larger and more formidable than the one he had previously defeated. The snake's head lunged through the doorway, jaws wide open, aiming to bite Qin He. Bang! Qin quickly raised his shield, and the snake's head crashed into it with a deafening roar. Da Vinci, sitting on the sofa, was captivated by the dramatic scene, watching with wide eyes and no hint of fear. It covered its eyes with its front paws, as if praying for Qin He. Qin He almost chuckled at Da Vinci's antics, but promptly refocused on the battle. After blocking the snake's head with his shield, he swiftly counterattacked. Thud! He forcefully knocked the snake's head away with the shield, and his right hand thrust the spear forward. Da Vinci excitedly clapped its paws, as if praising Qin He's seamless attack and defense, likening it to a skilled dive of a frog. However, the python ignored the incoming spear and instead opened its mouth wide, attempting to swallow Qin He whole. Qin He deftly dodged to the right, simultaneously raising his shield to strike the snake's head again. This was the second shield attack, and one more would trigger the shield bash effect. Da Vinci, observing from the side, mused that the snake was rather foolish with its single-minded attack strategy. It suddenly recalled the legend of its frog ancestor defeating a tiger with a sliding tackle, though the story's truth was questionable. Qin He easily evaded the snake's latest charge, catching a glimpse of Da Vinci sitting earnestly, amusingly thinking to himself, what a crazy sliding tackle. Bang! The third shield strike landed, activating the heavy blow effect. The python was left dizzy, collapsing to the ground. Strike the eye. Seizing the opportunity, Qin He aimed his spear at the snake's eye. With a squelch, the spearhead pierced the eye. Da Vinci leapt up in excitement, cheering, convinced that Qin He had learned this move from its ancestor. Ignoring Da Vinci's wild imagination, Qin He continued to pound the snake's head with his shield. As the snake regained consciousness, it withdrew in pain, its head swinging erratically in an attempt to alleviate its agony. Qin He took this chance to quickly equip the rest of his gear, feeling an explosive surge of power coursing through him. Now, Qin He assumed an optimal stance, left hand holding the shield in front of his chest, right hand gripping the spear placed atop the shield, crouched and ready. Da Vinci, seeing this, thought Qin He resembled an ancient warrior from television and began cheering him on with a frog-like call. Ribbit, 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 ribbit. Qin He was indifferent to the majestic frog calls, wondering if they truly boosted morale. Nonetheless, he prepared to charge. Just then, he noticed a sudden change in the python. It raised a frill around its neck, vibrating with a rattling sound. Da Vinci, observing this, found the snake's current appearance quite intimidating and quietly retreated under the bed, deciding to stay silent. Qin He nearly laughed at the unexpected transformation, wondering if the python had more tricks up its sleeve. Sure enough, the python opened its mouth and spewed a thick green liquid, like a column, directly at him. Qin He quickly raised his shield to block, and the liquid splattered upon impact, beginning to corrode the surrounding items. Realizing the liquid was corrosive venom, Qin He understood the situation had become even more perilous. The python continued its relentless venom assault, functioning like an unceasing spray machine. Qin He crouched behind his shield, watching as the room's contents smoked and corroded, the acrid smell growing stronger. Worse yet, the venom was eating away at the shield's durability, which had dropped from 100 to 60 points. Realizing he couldn't sustain this, Qin He decided to take a risky gamble. He swapped his spear for a powerful crossbow, charging it single-handedly. 3, 2, 1. Charging complete. Just as Qin He swiftly withdrew his shield, a spray of venom hit his foot. His beginner combat boots, with only 1 point of durability, were instantly destroyed. Hiss. The venom made direct contact with the top of his foot, the scorching sting spreading through his body like wildfire. Chung. Qin He gritted his teeth, enduring the searing pain as he quickly pulled the trigger to release the charged arrow. The massive body of the black python was wedged in the doorway, making it the perfect target. Thud. The charged arrow hit its mark, pinning the creature in place. Qin He moved like lightning, swapping his crossbow for a spear while stepping barefoot through the corrosive venom. In 2 swift leaps, he was airborne. He raised his shield high and slammed it down onto the serpent's raised head. The python crashed to the ground, and Qin He seized the opportunity, thrusting his spear at the top of its head. Squelch. The spear failed to penetrate the tough scales. Alarmed, Qin He realized the creature's hide was too hard. Time was running out, and the immobilization effect would soon wear off. He quickly changed tactics, climbing onto the giant snake's neck and using his shield to pound the serpent's head with both hands. Bang, bang, bang. The successive heavy blows rendered the black python unconscious once again. Now fully equipped, Qin He had significantly boosted attributes, with increased attack power and speed. Each time the python barely regained consciousness, he managed to land 4 precise stunning attacks within 0.5 seconds. Unable to breach the defense, Qin He decided to change his strategy. He aimed to shatter the snake's brain with vibration. However, each shield strike consumed 4 durability points. With only 60 durability left, the shield was rapidly wearing down. Qin He worried about the precious shield being destroyed. Meanwhile, Da Vinci was anxiously pacing nearby. It wanted to suggest Qin He use his teeth to bite, or even consider helping out personally. But realizing its only skill was a frog-like tongue attack, which would merely lick the enemy, it dismissed the idea. Bang, bang, bang. After several fierce strikes, Qin He was alarmed to find he still hadn't heard the sound of a kill confirmation. The shield was on the verge of breaking, and one more combo would completely destroy it. Enraged, Qin He stood up, gripping the shield tightly with both hands, and smashed it down on the snake's head like a madman. Bang! I'll smash you to death. Qin He's eyes blazed with furious intensity. Once more, he raised the shield high, channeling his entire strength, and brought it crashing down. Bang! A series of system notifications immediately followed. Ding, you have slain an elite mutated creature, the mutated black python. Personal elite mutated creature kill achievement progress. 45. Ding, experience 50, Doomsday coin 60. Ding, triggered Da Vinci's unexpected delight. Drop rate increased by 500. Qin He let out a long sigh and wearily sank into the sofa. Taking down 2 elite mutated black pythons had drained her energy, but she knew this was no time to rest. She pulled out a standard durability repair scroll and used it on her shield, which had only 2 points of durability left. With a flash of white light, the shield's durability was instantly restored to 100 points, giving her a bit of relief. At that moment, Da Vinci crawled out from under the bed and hopped over to the black python's corpse, eyes wide with curiosity. Qin He heard the little frog's thoughts and couldn't help but smile. She had a sudden inspiration, realizing that the mutated black python might serve as food. She quickly used her storage ability to place the massive snake corpse into her mental storage space, taking up only 1 slot. Da Vinci looked around in surprise as the snake vanished. Qin He shrugged and spread her hands, feigning ignorance. She told Da Vinci that although she didn't know where the snake went, they were moving homes today. Qin He checked her foot, which had been slightly reddened by the corrosive venom. Thankfully, it was just a mild irritation. She swiftly changed into new socks and combat boots and began packing essentials. Originally, she planned to move to a lower floor to find a new shelter that would accommodate Da Vinci's travel range. The python's attack had merely expedited this plan. With Da Vinci in tow, Qin He carefully descended the fire escape. As she walked, she pondered how the python had tracked her down, suspecting it might be related to the snake egg from before. Reaching the 15th floor, she stored another slain python in her mental storage space. Qin He's destination was the 8th floor, where the landlord's private residence offered sturdier protection. She recalled visiting it when signing the lease and was particularly impressed by the specially made fire door. On her way down, Qin He scavenged a variety of supplies from each floor. Water, food, spices, and medicinal were stored in her mental space. She easily dispatched 2 ordinary zombies she encountered on the 9th floor. Finally arriving at the 8th floor, Qin He breathed a sigh of relief. The fire door was intact. She took out the landlord's set of keys and quickly found the one that opened the door. Looking at this door, sturdier than those on other floors, Qin He felt a glimmer of hope that this could become her new safe haven. The lock was quite ordinary, and the accompanying key was flat and unremarkable. In contrast, the landlord's door lock appeared much more upscale, with a cross-shaped key that stood out among the others. Qin He easily located it, inserted the key into the lock, and with a gentle twist, heard a click as the door opened. He quietly stepped inside and carefully closed the door behind him. Recalling his first visit to sign the lease, Qin He envisioned the layout of the place. On the left was the entertainment area, featuring a billiard room, a card room, a gym, and a small private theater. To the right were the master bedroom and the landlord's daughter's room, and further in was an open kitchen, a spacious living room, and a bathroom. On that signing day, the landlord had boasted about her luxurious bathtub, claiming she often indulged in milk essence baths at night, leaving her skin silky smooth and the air fragrant. At the time, Qin He paid little attention to her flaunting wealth, focused instead on the lease agreement. It's just a bathtub, what's the big deal? He thought to himself. In hindsight, he realized how naive he had been. Now, he understood the benefits of wealth. Qin He considered the landlord's situation. Her daughter studying abroad, her husband frequently traveling for business, leaving her alone at home. Logically, the house should be empty at this moment. Nonetheless, ever cautious, Qin He tapped his shield with the barrel of his gun, producing a thump-thump warning sound. Suddenly, the house filled with the growls of zombies, echoing from multiple directions. Qin He froze. The doors and windows were tightly shut. So how did the zombies get in? Could it be that the landlord's husband and daughter had returned? Just then, two robust young zombie men burst out from the bedrooms. They were shirtless, wearing only shorts, with bodies that were perfectly sculpted. Chests like stone slabs, abs like iron blocks, the kind that would make young women blush, older women drool, and wealthy women part with their money. Qin He was grateful for his caution. These two must have come to sign the lease too, he mused. Swiftly, he drove a spear through the head of the leading zombie. As the other lunged at him, he struck it with his shield, causing it to stagger back. Taking advantage of the moment, Qin He drew out his spear, twisted his body, and hurled it with force. The spearhead pierced through the retreating zombie's skull, pinning it to the wall, the shaft still quivering slightly. Hopefully, no more zombies are here to sign the lease, Qin He thought, just as he heard another growl behind him. Damn! He exclaimed, quickly turning with his shield raised. Another muscular zombie crashed into it, snarling menacingly at Qin He through the barrier. Steadying himself, Qin He lifted his crossbow with ease, aimed at the zombie's head, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. The bolt shot through the zombie's skull, exiting the back and carrying a mix of red and white matter with it. The three young zombie men were thus released from their plight, no longer needing to toil. Qin He took a deep breath, not from exhaustion, but in awe of the landlord's capabilities. 5 minutes later, Qin He tossed the three zombie corpses out the window. After a quick cleanup, he replaced the bedding with his own and lay down, remarking, "There's nothing like sleeping on your own stuff." Da Vinci, his pet, hopped onto the pillow beside him and lay quietly. Suddenly, it licked Qin He's face. "Whoa, that's sticky," Qin He muttered. Qin He rolled over and lay on his back. Da Vinci, with agility, leapt onto his chest, curiously eyeing the cards in his hand. These were the spoils from defeating zombies and the mutated black python couple earlier. Among the white cards, there were 2 durability repair cards, 1 beginner's treasure map, and 2 pieces of newbie combat gear. The green cards were even more valuable, with 2 particular standouts: a pair of boots called Ding Swift Black Scale Boots, with a durability of 33. Their attributes were impressive Constitution 2, Strength 2, Agility 2, and Spirit 4. Even more exciting was their active skill Fancy Footwork, which could triple dodge response and running speed for 10 seconds, with only a 10-minute cooldown. Eagerly, Qin He tore open the card, revealing a pair of mountain boots covered in black scales. He quickly put them on, immediately feeling the comfort of high-quality gear. New shoes are always the best, he mused, deciding to sell his old ones. The excellent attributes of these new boots perfectly suited his fight-or-flight combat style. The other green card surprised Qin He. Unlike the previous weapons and gear, this was a bottle of dark green corrosive poison, likely linked to the venom sprayed by the black python. He cautiously stored this card in his mental inventory, thinking such a special item would be useful eventually. After organizing the cards, Qin He checked his attribute panel. Qin He. Title: Traveler Frogman Short and Fast. LV8 167,300. Constitution: 62 Strength, 80 Agility, 60 Spirit, 64. Weapon: Power Crossbow Durability 2, 45300. Secondary weapon: Tempered Spear Durability 7, 3100. Offhand right. E-Capacity Recovery Quiver Durability 576600. Offhand left. Ding Heavy Strike Shield. Equipment: Omitted. Inventory: 16,100 slots. Gold: 1,406. Seeing his strength attribute surpass 80, Qin He felt a surge of excitement. He realized that except for his hat, all his gear was of green quality. "I wonder when I can wear a full set of blue gear," he mused aloud. "Green isn't bad, but too much of it is a crime." He chuckled at his own rhyming skills. At that moment, Qin He remembered the 3 snake eggs. He had intended to study them at home, but the black python's attack had delayed him. He sat up, gently placed Da Vinci aside, and arranged the 3 eggs on the ground. Their white shells were marked with dark yellow patterns, making him wonder if they could hatch into little snakes. Da Vinci curiously hopped over to the eggs, letting out a surprised ribbit. It seemed to feel some sympathy for these 3 large eggs. Qin He frowned and said, Are you thinking of rescuing these eggs again? Forget it. Your compassion is misplaced. He quickly put the eggs away, deciding to figure out what to do with them later. Da Vinci, seeing the eggs suddenly disappear, hopped around in surprise, giving Qin He a look that seemed to accuse him of thwarting its attempt to show kindness. You little frog, stop worrying so much. Qin He chuckled, holding Da Vinci to his chest and lying back on the bed. Exhaustion from the past few days finally caught up with him, and he was grateful the landlord had reinforced the fire door to keep out ordinary zombies. Accompanied by the eerie howls outside, Qin He soon drifted off to sleep. He wasn't sure how much time had passed when a metallic sound woke him. Ding, your traveling frog, Da Vinci, has fully recharged. Qin He put on his sunglasses, glanced at his watch, and realized he'd slept for nearly 6 hours. His spirit and energy were fully restored, and the fatigue was completely gone. Da Vinci gently licked his face, indicating it was hungry. Qin He affectionately pinched its little belly and took out over a dozen feed worms from his mental inventory, placing them in his palm. Da Vinci quickly devoured the worms, finishing them all in less than a minute. Your Da Vinci is full of energy and thinks it might be time for a little adventure outside. Da Vinci blinked at Qin He, signaling its desire to go out and play. Hey, I know exactly why you want to go out, Qin He said, gearing up and placing Da Vinci on his shoulder. He approached the fire door, checked the peephole to ensure it was safe outside, and then opened the door, setting Da Vinci down and patting its head. Da Vinci hopped out of Qin He's hand, but a sudden gust of cold wind made it hesitate, wanting to go back inside to sleep. However, Qin He firmly nudged it out the door, closing it behind him, saying, You've eaten and haven't even started working yet, and you want to call it a day? No way. Don't be too lazy, I'm telling you. Left outside, Da Vinci was momentarily stunned, then stuck out its tongue, thinking Qin He was heartless. It figured the reason for Qin He's coldness might be because he'd been single too long, affecting his mental state. Da Vinci decided it would end Qin He's single life, confident it could attract a good-looking zombie, even if it couldn't do much else. Geez, Qin He couldn't help but curse upon hearing Da Vinci's thoughts, yet he had to admire the frog's wild imagination. Once Da Vinci bounded downstairs, Qin He pulled up a sofa to sit beside the fire escape door. She left the door open, intending to wait for her little frog to return. Da Vinci reached the 7th floor and nimbly wandered through the corridor. The empty floor didn't pique its interest, so it decided to continue its exploration downward. Upon arriving at the 6th floor, it was greeted with an odd sight. A male zombie stood motionless in the elevator lobby, staring blankly at the ceiling. Curious, Da Vinci looked up as well, only to find nothing there. It couldn't help but think this zombie might be a bit of a fool. Moving on, Da Vinci glanced into the 2nd apartment as it passed by. The floor was stained with dried blood, and a female zombie, missing her lower half, was struggling to crawl across the floor, emitting a hoarse ha-ha sound. Da Vinci shook its head, feeling a bit sorry but decided to give it a try since it was, after all, a female zombie. It activated its collection ability on the half-zombie, surprisingly succeeding. Qin He stood up from the sofa in shock, exclaiming in disbelief, Oh my god, are you serious? Half a body. Isn't it gross? She then speculated, looks like the frog's collection limit is probably around half a person, about 40 to 50 pounds? Da Vinci was quite pleased with its haul, feeling it had done something very worthwhile today. 10 minutes later, Da Vinci arrived on the 5th floor. The scene here was even more astonishing. Dozens of zombies crowded the hallway, including several rather attractive female zombies whose bodies were intact, though their faces and necks were gruesomely mauled. After some deliberation, Da Vinci decided to keep the half but pretty zombie for now. Suddenly, a glimpse of a pale ankle caught Da Vinci's eye. Following the sight, it saw a pair of pink, silky yoga pants. However, looking further up, it discovered the owner of the yoga pants was missing most of her upper body, her head dangling by a thread of bone. Da Vinci hesitated but ultimately decided to only collect the yoga pants. During the collection process, its strip clean assistant ability was triggered, and the system thoroughly disinfected and purified the item. Satisfied, Da Vinci weaved through the horde of zombies and continued to explore other rooms. Meanwhile, Qin He stood up from the sofa, skillfully twirling her spear. She decided to use the waiting time to practice some basic thrusting techniques, as it was better to hone her combat skills than sit idly by. Da Vinci took a quick tour of room 601, but found nothing of interest. Moving on to 602, the broken door stood ajar, and pieces of intestines were strewn across the floor. Disgusted, it turned away. reasoning that a household that left intestines lying around probably had nothing worth collecting. Entering room 603, Da Vinci was attracted by the antique furniture. The redwood sofa, table, and TV cabinet exuded a unique aroma, seemingly capable of elevating the entire spirit. A few minutes later, it paused in front of a large bookshelf, its gaze drawn to a golden-cased box. Due to its fondness for gold items, Da Vinci activated its collection ability on the box. The system noted that the Strip Clean Assistant ability was incompatible with the item, but the collection was still successful. Content: Da Vinci left the room and continued its exploration. Qin He put her spear away, thoughtfully touching her nose. She pondered aloud. What does unable to trigger mean? Does the Strip Clean Assistant only work on clothes being worn? After all, even before this ability, it was possible to strip clothes. So what exactly is the purpose of this ability? Da Vinci hopped out of room 603, disappointed by the sparse room containing only a table and a bed, with no TV and just a plastic basin in the bathroom. It finally understood the meaning of wage slave. Turning into room 604, an unsettling sight unfolded. A zombie dangled from a rope tied to the ceiling light, swaying back and forth, emitting a raspy ha-ha. The room was filled with plants and greenery, layered like a small garden, with many flowers and plants Da Vinci couldn't name. At that moment, a gray figure slinked into view, dragging a long tail. Qin He cautiously put her spear away, fully focused and ready for what might happen next. Another gray figure entered the scene, its tail swaying gently. Da Vinci's round eyes scanned up and down, recognizing a slightly plump mouse. The two small creatures locked eyes, and a hint of tension filled the air. The mouse's nose twitched as it sniffed the surroundings, while Da Vinci kept licking its lips, seemingly contemplating how to deal with this unexpected visitor. Suddenly, Da Vinci decided to make the first move. It extended its long tongue and licked the mouse's face. This unexpected action seemed to freeze time. The mouse was stunned, motionless, as if bewildered by this strange greeting. Moments later, the mouse snapped back to reality and turned to leave. It squeaked twice in a slightly annoyed tone as it walked away. Da Vinci tilted its head, watching the mouse's retreating figure, thinking it might be shy. This amusing reaction piqued Da Vinci's interest, sparking the idea of making a new friend. Nearby, Qin He was diligently practicing with his spear, but couldn't help keeping an eye on the situation. He thought to himself that making friends could indeed help the little frog overcome its social anxiety. Yet, he found the prospect of befriending a mouse somewhat odd. Before Qin He could ponder further, Da Vinci was already hopping after the mouse. The mouse, clearly frightened by the relentless frog, wondered what this jumping creature wanted after the lick. It dashed forward desperately, while Da Vinci only grew more enthusiastic in the chase. The mouse scurried around in a panic, squeaking loudly, which only excited Da Vinci more. Qin He watched the scene unfold, raising an eyebrow and shrugging, thinking, well, that's quite the character for a frog. After a bout of chasing, the mouse took refuge under a leafy plant. Da Vinci, mistaking the mouse's action for a game of hide-and-seek, immediately leaped in front of it, letting out a loud ribbit to declare its victory. The sound startled the mouse, which darted up a stand and dove into a pot filled with Venus flytraps. Only then did Da Vinci notice the unusually large flytraps, watching as one of them opened its massive jaws toward the mouse. Da Vinci panicked, frantically signaling the mouse to run. However, the mouse misunderstood its intentions, suspecting another trap and choosing to stay put. In that instant, the mouse was caught tightly by the flytrap. Watching the mouse struggle helplessly within the flytrap, Da Vinci shook its head. It thought, I told you to run, didn't I? Yet, seeing the mouse's predicament, Da Vinci couldn't help but feel a strong urge to help. Qin He stood by, astonished, thinking, a heroic act? Now that's interesting. He had no idea what would happen next, but clearly, this frog's antics always managed to surprise him. Da Vinci's gaze swept across the room as he pondered how to rescue the mouse trapped in the Venus flytrap. He keenly noticed the tall stand in the center of the room, determining it was the key. The frog leaped and crashed into the stand, but it only wobbled slightly and didn't fall. Undeterred, Da Vinci jumped onto a nearby small table, accidentally knocking over a slender vase. The vase shattered with a sharp crash that echoed through the silent room, startling the zombie hanging from the chandelier. The zombie became agitated, thrashing about and letting out loud howls. The sudden violent shaking was too much for the chandelier, which snapped from the ceiling with a crack. The zombie fell to the ground, stumbling toward the source of the noise. In the chaos, the tall stand was knocked over, and the Venus flytrap pot smashed to the floor with a loud crash. The noise drove the zombie into a frenzy, causing it to careen wildly around the room. It stomped on the Venus flytrap, sending plant juices flying everywhere. The zombie glanced at Da Vinci but seemed uninterested in the small frog, wandering aimlessly around the room instead. The mouse was finally free and looked at Da Vinci with gratitude and curiosity. The two small creatures began getting to know each other in their own ways. The mouse stretched its neck, sniffing the frog, while Da Vinci gently licked the mouse's head with his tongue. Meanwhile, Qin He sat on the steps of the fire escape. He initially intended to go downstairs to help, but after witnessing the scene, he changed his mind. Although the travel frog has a rule against following and interfering, sometimes it's necessary to break the rules in dangerous situations. However, seeing what unfolded, he decided his frog no longer needed his intervention. Da Vinci is quite the social butterfly, Qin He mused to himself. At least he's better at making friends than I am. With my lack of male companionship despite my luck with women, he couldn't help but feel a touch of loneliness. Da Vinci soon learned his new friend's name Xiaoqiao. Although the name seemed unremarkable, Xiaoqiao claimed to be a noble among the local mice. Da Vinci chose to believe him, as trust is essential between friends. The two new friends left the room side by side, one hopping and the other scurrying. Xiaoqiao invited Da Vinci to join him for a meal, and the frog happily agreed. Qin He watched this scene unfold, wondering if this mouse named Xiaoqiao might whisk his frog away. He was also curious about how these two different species communicated so seamlessly. Was it really just through licking? Da Vinci followed Xiaoqiao down the wall to the 5th floor. Xiaoqiao was well acquainted with this level and quickly found his stash of food in room 501. He pulled out a walnut with his paws, cracked it open with his large front teeth, and pushed half toward Da Vinci. Da Vinci's eyes widened as he watched Xiaoqiao happily gnaw on half a walnut, his eyes rolling in delight. The frog thought to himself that this mouse's intelligence was questionable. Didn't it know frogs don't have teeth to crack walnut shells? Realizing this, Xiaoqiao broke the shell for Da Vinci and used his paws to offer the walnut meat. Da Vinci expressed his gratitude, but explained that he only eats insects, preferably flying ones. Xiaoqiao seemed to understand, his eyes twinkling. 5 minutes later, Xiaoqiao led Da Vinci to room 502. The kitchen floor was littered with broken plates, and a swarm of flies hovered over some rotting meat and vegetables. Da Vinci slapped Xiaoqiao on the head, indicating that as a noble frog, he wouldn't eat such disgusting things. Xiaoqiao humbly accepted the criticism and suggested they go do something fun. The frog eagerly agreed. Qin He sank back onto the sofa, thinking Xiaoqiao probably meant no harm, just a bit too enthusiastic. The harmonious relationship between the two small creatures surprised him. However, it was good for Da Vinci to stay active, as every hop added to his travel experience. Of course, the frog had long forgotten about his original mission. Da Vinci followed Xiaoqiao downstairs to the 4th floor. They carefully hugged the wall, avoiding the feet of several zombies, and finally reached room 404. Once inside, they glanced at the kitchen before heading to the living room, and finally the master bedroom. Xiaoqiao looked up at the bed, signaling Da Vinci to do the same. Da Vinci looked up and saw a red marker on the bed, similar in shape to the yellow marker he had seen before, but a different color. It resembled a red exclamation point, with a round base and a stick on top. Qin He was shocked, instantly standing up. A yellow exclamation mark indicated a hidden task, with penalties for failure. What could the red exclamation mark mean? He suddenly felt uneasy and silently prayed, "Please, my little ancestor, don't touch that. There's nothing fun about it, really nothing fun." Xiaoqiao leapt gracefully onto the bed, deftly passing through the hovering red cursor. Surprisingly, the cursor remained completely still, as if nothing had happened. Xiaoqiao turned around, eyes sparkling with excitement, gesturing for Da Vinci to give it a try too. Da Vinci was instantly intrigued. Last time, the cursor vanished at the slightest touch, leaving it wanting more. This time, it was determined to have some real fun. After all, Xiaoqiao had passed through several times, and the cursor still stood firm. Da Vinci first hopped onto the bed, then gathered its strength and charged at the red exclamation mark. Just as it passed through, the exclamation mark shattered, dissolving into tiny star-like sparks that disappeared into the air. The two little companions were momentarily stunned by the sight, then burst into joyful jumping and bouncing on the bed, clearly enjoying themselves. Just then, a soft sound interrupted their frolic. Ding, a system notification chimed. Your Da Vinci has successfully accepted a difficult level hidden quest. Since your frog is destined to fail the quest, it is now assigned to the host. Please complete the quest requirements promptly, or face failure penalties. Qin He was halfway down the stairs, intending to stop the commotion, but upon hearing the system notification, she slumped onto the steps. She sighed helplessly. You two are having a blast, completely indifferent to my fate. A difficult level hidden quest. Just the name is terrifying, she suddenly thought. If the frog doesn't come home, does that mean the quest won't fall on me? Then she shook her head self-deprecatingly. Is that trying to exploit the system? Meanwhile, Da Vinci was oblivious to its owner's worries, happily playing with its new friend, Xiaoqiao. Although Xiaoqiao seemed a bit clumsy, it was undeniably adorable. The two little adventurers hit it off and decided to continue their search for new fun. Xiaoqiao eagerly led the way. Qin He lay sprawled on the sofa, looking utterly defeated. Yeah, you're both very willing, both eagerly accepting. She frowned in thought. These two together. Da Vinci fears nothing, and Xiaoqiao is bold but not too bright. This combination is a disaster waiting to happen. Under Xiaoqiao's guidance, Da Vinci reached the third floor. They easily squeezed through the crack of room 301's door. Xiaoqiao hugged the wall, taking Da Vinci to hide beside a trash bin. It cautiously peeked into the living room, then quickly pulled back, signaling its new friend to take a look. Curious, Da Vinci poked its little head out to peer into the living room. There stood a person in a black tactical jacket, gripping a fire axe with both hands. Da Vinci looked up and shuddered. The person's face was gaunt, with blood continuously trickling from the corners of their mouth. Da Vinci found the scene utterly repulsive. Yet, it had to admit, the only appealing feature of this eerie figure was those eyes, glowing with an eerie blue light. Eyes glowing with a mysterious blue light? Qin He leaned back on the sofa, tilting his head to stare at the ceiling, a slight frown on his face. He was mentally going over the rules of the apocalypse game. Gray eyes represented ordinary mutated creatures, green for elites, and blue, probably a lord-level boss. Qin He shivered involuntarily. Elite monsters were already troublesome enough, let alone a lord-level one. He decided it was best not to provoke it. Let that blue-eyed creature stay quietly in its place. A boss that doesn't stir up trouble. He could always come back to take it down when he was stronger. Meanwhile, his travel companion, the frog named Da Vinci, seemed intrigued by the creature emitting the blue glow. It boldly hopped in front of the creature, while Xiaoqiao, hiding behind a trash can, was trembling with fear, even losing control of its bladder. Da Vinci looked around and noticed the zombie holding a fire axe standing motionless, like a statue. It glanced back at the terrified Xiaoqiao, seemingly showing off its bravery. Then, Da Vinci decided to demonstrate its skill to its friend by using its collection ability on the zombie's clothes. Qin He took a deep breath, no longer surprised by his frog's audacious behavior. He recalled the scene when Da Vinci had stripped a yoga elite zombie, thinking that this had become its signature move. Noticing the travel range was nearing its limit, Qin He decided to play a little longer before heading home. However, he also considered letting Da Vinci stay at Xiaoqiao's place for a while, as the red difficulty hidden task sounded terrifying, and it was best not to trigger it for now. He half-jokingly thought that maybe Da Vinci would meet other charming little frogs. Da Vinci successfully collected the zombie's shirt, and the system immediately cleaned and disinfected it. Strangely, even after the shirt disappeared, the fire axe zombie remained completely still, as if nothing had happened. Having accomplished this feat, Da Vinci hopped back to the trash can, and it and Xiaoqiao quickly left the room, returning to the 5th floor. Xiaoqiao invited Da Vinci to come over and play, but Da Vinci politely declined, thinking it was better to go to their respective homes. The two friends set a time and place for their next meeting and reluctantly said goodbye. Qin He leaned against the fire escape door, waiting for Da Vinci to hop upstairs. He was curious about the system sync triggered by the strip assistant, but knew that his frog's talents were always unpredictable. He could only find out once it returned. When Da Vinci reached the 8th floor and saw Qin He waiting at the door, it seemed to think its owner had finally come to pick it up out of kindness. However, as Qin He picked it up and closed the door behind them, Da Vinci sensed something was off from his grip. Still, it figured that whatever happened, eating first was the priority. Qin He gently patted Da Vinci's head, as if announcing the successful end of this trip. A system notification sounded, transferring the items in Da Vinci's backpack to Qin He's mental storage, and informing him that Da Vinci had hopped 502 steps today, earning 502 points of universal travel experience. Da Vinci felt that Qin He's way of feeding it today was a bit rough, wondering if this was fair compensation for the treasures it brought back. After feeding Da Vinci, Qin He set it aside to rest and began to inventory the loot his frog had brought back. The first item was half of a female zombie, which he decided not to take out for now, lest it dampen the frog's enthusiasm. The second was a pair of pink yoga pants, and as he was about to toss them aside, the item's information made him pause. Exclusive, Zombies Yoga Pant. Durability, 33. Constitution, 1. Agility, 1. Source, a regular female zombie who loved yoga in life. Exclusive attribute. Wearing these while practicing yoga will make your bones and muscles feel relaxed. Qin He drew a sharp breath. Exclusive equipment? While the attributes seemed minor, it was still quite bizarre. He held the yoga pants in his hands, noticing their cool and smooth texture. Da Vinci opened its eyes, seeing Qin He admiring the yoga pants, and felt secretly pleased. It thought that next time it could bring back more items like this. But then it reconsidered, wondering if Qin He was thinking about something else while holding the pants. Da Vinci decided not to dwell on it, and continued to sleep to regain its energy. A smile crept onto Qin He's face. If Da Vinci kept bringing back yoga pants with attribute bonuses like this, It could have whatever it wanted to eat. Although the attributes were basic, not even as good as beginner combat gear, having any attribute bonus meant they could be sold for money. This undoubtedly opened up a new path to fortune. However, a question suddenly popped into Qin He's mind. Didn't the last pair of yoga pants have any attributes? Could this be the ability of the strip assistant talent? With this question in mind, Qin He began to recall the previous details. Qin He meticulously examined the items Da Vinci brought back from this trip. He first picked up a pair of yoga pants, recalling the last time Da Vinci returned with pants that had no special attributes. This time was different, as Da Vinci had evolved the undressing assistant ability, and the pants now had attributes. Qin He pondered, speculating that this might be due to an innate talent bonus. His attention then turned to a jacket, which Da Vinci had stripped from a zombie with glowing blue eyes. Qin He carefully checked its attributes. Exclusive, Ah Cheng's jacket. 44. Constitution 15, Strength 10, Agility 10, Spirit 10. Exclusive attributes. Overall Constitution increased by 10, overall Strength increased by 5. Source: Lord-level zombie BOSS decapitator Ah Cheng. Ah Cheng, originally named Chen Cheng, suffered from acquired psychological disorders, with a penchant for torturing small animals, especially enjoying decapitating them with a fire axe. Qin He gasped, realizing that this jacket's attributes far surpassed his current battle wear, the Ding Tenacity suit. Not only were the base attributes higher, but the exclusive attributes also enhanced both constitution and strength. He couldn't help but admire Da Vinci's powerful undressing assistant ability and looked forward to its ultimate evolution at level 50. Gently stroking Da Vinci's head, Qin He was secretly delighted that this frog had been promoted from scout to a bringer of fortune. Out loud, he cautioned, "You should still keep a low profile on your outings, even if you're not exactly appetizing to others. Don't get too cocky." However, he knew he couldn't change Da Vinci's ways, as he couldn't interfere with its travel methods. Finally, Qin He picked up a delicate yellow box. Opening it, he found a large gold ingot wrapped in taffeta. Staring at the gleaming gold, Qin He couldn't help but reflect on the irony of fate before the apocalypse. Money seemed to avoid him like the plague. After the apocalypse, these now worthless riches came to him willingly. Even knowing their lack of utility, he stored the gold ingot in his brain domain warehouse. Suddenly, Qin He remembered the difficult hidden quest Da Vinci had undertaken. The warmth in his heart turned cold instantly, as such tasks could be deadly. He gently patted Da Vinci's head, murmuring, "Little frog, please let it be simple." His heart was filled with anxiety and concern over the unknown task ahead. An unexpected high-difficulty task suddenly appeared, making Qin He feel a wave of nervousness. He took a deep breath and carefully read the task details. Defeat the Lord-level zombie boss decapitator Ah Cheng. The target was within a 1,000-meter radius, but its exact location needed to be found. The time limit was only 4 hours, and while the rewards were generous, the penalty for failure was 48 hours of immobilization. Qin He recalled the Ah Cheng previously encountered by Da Vinci and Xiaoqiao. It all made sense now. Ah Cheng had remained inactive because it hadn't been triggered. He speculated that Ah Cheng was randomly promoted to Lord level when the task was activated. As Qin He worried about the difficulty of the task, a system notification chimed. The short and fast title and the koi necklace were activated simultaneously, reducing the task difficulty by 40. Although he wasn't sure about the specific effects, Qin He felt slightly relieved. At that moment, Da Vinci woke up and asked Qin He about his condition with concern. Despite his anxiety, Qin He reassured his loyal companion. With time running out, Qin He decided to enhance his gear. He tried wearing yoga pants under his combat pants, hoping to stack attributes. However, this idea didn't work and only drew a surprised look from Da Vinci. Finally, Qin He quickly donned a full set of black combat gear: a combat cap, sunglasses, combat uniform, combat pants, and black-scaled combat boots. He strapped a quiver and a powerful crossbow to his waist, wore a shield on his left arm, and gripped a tempered spear in his right hand. Standing before the full-length mirror, Qin He looked at his fully armed self, took a deep breath, and prepared to face the daunting challenge ahead. Qin He's Da Vinci gazed at him, as if seeing a true warrior. The dashing outfit convinced Da Vinci that the earlier absurdity of wearing yoga pants was just a momentary lapse. It quietly speculated that Qin He must have something extraordinary to attend to, given his attire. Before he left, Da Vinci reminded him to return soon, as even a large house can feel lonely to a solitary frog. Hearing this, Qin He couldn't help but smile, though his expression quickly turned serious. He gently opened the door, then quietly pushed open the door to the fire escape. During Da Vinci's travels, Qin He had pinpointed the location of the Lord-level zombie, a Chung Room 301. From the 8th floor to the 3rd, there were 4 floors in between, each with ordinary zombies wandering around. To prevent these zombies from interfering with his confrontation with the Chung, Qin He decided to isolate them first. He employed his previous method, locking the fire escape doors from the outside from the 7th to the 4th floor, rather than choosing to kill them first. The logic behind this decision was simple. Killing the ordinary zombies first would likely cause a commotion, possibly alerting the Lord-level Chung prematurely. At that point, he would have to face a horde of zombies alone. Although Qin He was confident, he wasn't reckless. Besides, the zombies trapped in the fire escape wouldn't break through the doors anytime soon. Following his plan, Qin He quietly bypassed the 3rd floor, locked the fire escape on the 2nd floor, and headed straight to the 1st floor elevator lobby. He noticed that the area outside the complex was unusually quiet, with only a few stray zombies wandering about. To avoid unnecessary complications, he ignored these zombies and locked the lobby door on the 1st floor. With these preparations complete, Qin He returned to the 3rd floor and approached the door to room 301. First, he leaned against the wall, carefully observing room 302 to ensure there were no abnormalities, then gently closed the door to 302. He then silently moved through the elevator area, closing the doors to rooms 303 and 304 one by one. Back at the door of room 301, Qin He gently hung a small ceramic soup spoon tied with a string on the door handle. He then slowly retreated, stopping at the stairway corner. This spot offered a strategic view of room 301's door, allowing him to observe the situation and retreat if necessary. Taking a deep breath, Qin He pulled the string. The ceramic spoon fell with a crisp sound. Immediately, a low growl emanated from room 301. With a loud crash, the door to 301 was violently flung open. A burly figure wielding a fire axe rushed out. Damn! Qin He was completely stunned at the sight of the figure. The zombie lord, Xiaoqiao, stood bare-chested, wielding only a fire axe. His muscles, like deep ravines, remained striking even in his undead state. With a roar, Xiaoqiao sniffed the air, his eyes glowing with an eerie, ghostly blue light. Qin He had been waiting at the corner, ready to strike. He decisively pulled the trigger, and a blue beam shot out, hitting Xiaoqiao in the abdomen and triggering a stunning effect. Qin He quickly advanced, thrusting his tempered spear twice, each strike dealing 80 points of damage. Suddenly, a health bar appeared above Xiaoqiao's head, only 10 centimeters long, displaying 98. Qin He struck again, bringing the health bar down to 97. It dawned on him. To defeat a Lord-level mutated creature, he needed to deplete its health bar, just like in a game. This realization far exceeded his expectations, truly living up to the name Doomsday Game. The stun effect wore off, and Xiaoqiao roared, swinging his axe. Qin He sidestepped, avoiding the blow as the axe shattered the tiles beneath. Xiaoqiao showed no signs of dodging, as if aware of his own resilience, and swung the axe in a wide arc. Qin He couldn't evade in time, raising his shield to block, but the force pushed him back, staggering. His shield's durability decreased by 3 points, causing him concern. Qin He counterattacked with a spear thrust, then rolled into the elevator area, crossbow at the ready. Xiaoqiao leaped, bringing the axe down. Qin He fired a crossbow bolt, but it only hit Xiaoqiao's calf, dealing 30 points of damage. He stepped back swiftly, dodging the axe swing. Suddenly, a system alert informed him that Xiaoqiao had activated a jump attack skill, causing an area stun. Caught off guard, Qin He was momentarily stunned. As he regained his senses, the fire axe was already sweeping toward him. His shield came up a fraction too late, and the axe struck his left side, slamming him into the wall. Pain surged through him, but fortunately, only his armor's durability was affected, leaving him unscathed. Xiaoqiao swung again, and Qin He raised his shield just in time, losing another 4 durability points. As he defended and retreated, he quickly calculated. Each attack dealing 80 points of damage only reduced Xiaoqiao's health by 1, meaning Xiaoqiao had a total of 8,000 health points. To defeat him, Qin He needed to land 100 precise hits, each dealing 80 points of damage. This battle was destined to be a long and grueling one. Qin He quickly assessed the situation in his mind. He knew clearly that if this stalemate continued, he would inevitably be the one to lose. His shield could only withstand 25 more attacks, and his gear would shatter under a couple of heavy blows from his opponent. He had to devise a strategy that minimized direct contact and maximized his advantage in ranged attacks. At that moment, Qin He backed up to the fire exit, an idea suddenly flashing in his mind. He swiftly raised his shield to block a fierce axe strike from the Lord-level Xiaoqiao, then darted into the fire escape stairwell. This narrow space significantly restricted his opponent's wide and sweeping attack style and provided Qin He with an excellent tactical advantage, could shoot while retreating upstairs, with much more room to maneuver compared to the elevator shaft. Qin He was acutely aware that he could only retreat upwards. If he rashly descended to the 1st floor, he would be torn apart by the horde of zombies swarming outside the lobby, a certain path to doom. The Lord-level Xiaoqiao also charged out of the 3rd floor fire exit, dragging a fire axe as he stormed up the stairs. Qin He seized the moment and pulled the trigger of his powerful crossbow. With a thunk, The bolt struck the zombie Aching squarely in the chest. A system notification popped up. 80 damage dealt with a normal attack. Self-strength 1 triggers knockback effect. Aching was sent flying, crashing heavily against the partially open fire door, causing the door to dent inward. Qin He silently exclaimed, "Perfect opportunity," and quickly activated his recently cooled down charged arrow. He held his breath, counting down 3 seconds. 3. The Lord-level Aching struggled to his feet. 2. Aching raised his axe, ready to strike. 1. Aching leapt forward, about to land in front of Qin He. In that critical moment, Qin He decisively pulled the trigger. The charged arrow whistled through the air, hitting Aching in the abdomen. The powerful impact caused the Lord-level Aching to lose balance midair and crash to the ground. Qin He seized the chance, wielding his tempered spear, and thrust repeatedly. Thud, 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 for muffled sounds as the spearhead pierced Aching's abdomen. At this point, Qin He was beyond aiming for a precise kill. As long as he hit the opponent's body, it was enough. After all, it was a battle of health points. Aiming for the head was pointless. Moreover, the head was a smaller target, and missing would be counterproductive. Aiming for the chest and abdomen was the best choice. The system notification flashed continuously. 80 damage dealt with a normal attack, self-strength 1. 80 damage dealt with a normal attack, self-strength 1. 80 damage dealt with a normal attack, self-strength 1. 80 damage dealt with a normal attack, self-strength 1. Just as Qin He steadied himself, the Lord-level Aching also got back on his feet. Without waiting for Aching to stabilize, Qin He immediately fired his crossbow, the bolt hitting Aching's left chest accurately. After landing the shot, he continued to retreat, increasing the distance. After several rounds of fierce combat, the health bar above the Lord-level Aching had dropped to 73. At this point, the battle had turned from a test of strength into a test of endurance. Qin He kept retreating while continuously firing his crossbow, each shot precisely hitting the target and triggering the knockback effect. The Lord-level Aching was repeatedly knocked back, tumbling from the 15th floor down to the 12th, rolling through the stairwell. The fight continued up to the 21st floor. Qin He turned once more and fired his crossbow, this time striking the Lord Aching in the head, triggering yet another knockback effect. Qin He exhaled deeply. To be honest, fighting from the 3rd floor all the way to the top, even with his high stamina, he was starting to feel the strain. After this prolonged battle, his health bar was down to just 29. Gritting his teeth, Qin He tightly gripped the stair railing, his gaze resolutely fixed upwards toward the 21st floor and beyond. He silently vowed to himself, "Head to the rooftop. Final showdown." Xiaoqiao sat beside the tent on the rooftop, his gaze sweeping over the city bathed in the eerie glow of a blood-red moon. Despite the night stretching on for over 40 hours, the city remained illuminated by this unsettling light, complemented by flames raging in various parts. In this faint illumination, the surroundings were barely discernible. He had been stationed on the rooftop for quite some time, during which he had personally ended the lives of 4 or 5 zombies, including his own girlfriend. They had planned to meet each other's parents and get married during the new year, but fate had a cruel twist, forcing him to end her life. Yet, with each zombie he killed, the sadness gradually faded away. Now, all Xiaoqiao felt was a desperate urge to survive. He vowed silently that the longer he lived, the more zombies he could kill, avenging his girlfriend in the process. To pass the unbearable time, Xiaoqiao picked up binoculars and carefully surveyed the surroundings. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto the rooftop of a distant building. Through the lens, he saw a young man burst through the rooftop door, causing Xiaoqiao's hands to tremble with excitement. After all this time, he had finally spotted another survivor. In the dim red light, Xiaoqiao observed the man's gear. Fully equipped, holding a shield reminiscent of a medieval knight's in his left hand, a spear in his right, with a crossbow hanging from his waist. The man stood with his back to the rooftop door, adopting a defensive stance as if anticipating something. The next moment, a towering figure burst through the rooftop door, a zombie, naked and wielding an axe. Xiaoqiao's eyes widened as he watched the towering zombie leap, its axe tracing an arc through the air, aiming heavily at the shield-bearing spear wielder. The man swiftly retreated, and the zombie's massive axe crashed into a concrete chimney on the rooftop, shattering it. "My God, is that really a zombie?" Xiaoqiao gasped inwardly, incredulous at the sight of a weapon-wielding, leaping zombie. What kind of zombie was this? Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Qin He was engaged in a fierce battle with this unusual zombie. He narrowly dodged the opponent's leaping strike and immediately raised his crossbow to shoot. Causes 80 points of damage, normal attack, own strength 1. The Lord-level zombie, a Chung, roared in anger as an arrow pierced its chest, then charged forward, raising its axe to strike. Qin He raised his shield to block, a loud bang echoing. He then gripped his spear with both hands, unleashing this sweeping army skill. The spear's tip swept across, carving a deep, bone-revealing wound in a Qing's chest. Causes 180 points of damage. Skill attack 100 strength 1. After landing the blow, Qin He quickly retreated, checking the zombie's health bar 25 remaining. At that moment, the Lord-level zombie, A Chung, suddenly erupted with a crimson glow, like a burning blood flame. Lord-level zombie A Chung triggered a berserk bloodlust state at 25 or less health, tripling strength and agility for 30 seconds. Due to a difficult hidden task, reduced by 40, lasting 18 seconds. Damn it! Qin He, already exhausted, couldn't help but curse. He had planned to kite the zombie after reaching the rooftop, but hadn't anticipated such an overwhelming state. Even with the berserk bloodlust reduced to 18 seconds, the threefold increase in strength and agility was daunting. A Chung roared, dragging its axe and charging forward. 5 meters closed in an instant, the axe sweeping across. Qin He hastily raised his shield but was knocked to the ground. A Chung immediately raised the battle axe, leaping to strike. Qin He barely rolled to the left to evade, counting down in his mind. 15 seconds. The axe descended again, and Qin He quickly got up, shield ready. 14 seconds. The axe blade grazed past his scalp. 13 seconds. 12 seconds. A Cheng suddenly lunged, using the axe as a hammer to slam into Qin He's chest. Despite holding the shield with both hands, Qin He was sent flying by the immense force. 11 seconds. Gritting his teeth, Qin He activated the stylish maneuver skill of his black-scaled boots, instantly tripling his strength and agility for 10 seconds. This was his trump card for a final strike, now forced into early use. With 11 seconds of the opponent's berserk state remaining and his own skill lasting 10 seconds, he could offset it entirely if nothing went wrong. A battle of speed versus speed commenced. The axe swept again, but Qin He, with his tripled agility, deftly ducked and thrust his spear into a Cheng's abdomen. Causes 80 points of damage. Normal attack. Own strength 1. Lord-level zombie A Cheng's health bar remains at 24. A Cheng's rage intensified, swinging the axe with both hands in a relentless assault. The axe was swung with such force that it sliced through the air with a whoosh, each swing narrowly missing Qin He. Even with his agile footwork, Qin He found himself in constant danger. His stamina was at its limit, and sweat soaked through his clothes. He held his breath, focusing intently, waiting for his opponent's berserk bloodlust state to subside. Suddenly, there was a loud crash. The axe struck the ground with tremendous force, carving a deep groove into the rooftop. Instinctively, Qin He sidestepped to the right, his heart pounding like a drum. His shield's durability had dropped to 10, and he dared not use it to block any more attacks. In a split second, Qin He swiftly pulled a durability repair card from his pocket and used it on his shield. Instantly, the shield's durability was restored to 100. Just as Qin He breathed a sigh of relief, another whistling sound pierced the air. The axe came crashing down from above with ferocious speed. Having just repaired his shield, Qin He couldn't dodge in time and had to raise his shield with both hands to absorb the blow. Bang! The massive axe struck the shield with a deafening noise. The force of the impact drove Qin He to one knee, his arms numb from the shock. He silently thanked his luck. In its berserk bloodlust state, the creature's strength was tripled, making its attacks 3 times as powerful. Fortunately, he had just repaired the shield, or it would have shattered. In the distance, Song Hao watched the rooftop battle through binoculars, his heart pounding with anxiety. He marveled at the red blood flames engulfing the zombie, noting how its speed and strength had significantly increased. He was equally impressed by the young man's ability to evade fatal blows time and again. Song Hao thought to himself that if it were him, he would have been split in two by a single axe swing. Suddenly, Song Hao saw something astonishing through his binoculars. His eyes widened, and he gasped, "That's..." At the same moment, Qin He used the force of the blow to roll backward. As he got to his feet, he saw the Lord-level Aching spreading its arms wide and letting out an earth-shattering roar. Instantly, the blood flames enveloping Aching tripled in size, even extending to its axe. It leaped into the air, raising the massive axe high like a blood-red lightning bolt, aiming straight for Qin He. Qin He immediately realized that the Lord-level Aching had triggered a jump slash in its berserk bloodlust state, transforming the skill into a berserk bloodlust slash. The effective range was 9 meters. However, due to a 40 difficulty reduction, the actual range was reduced to 7.2 meters, with the stun duration cut to 0.6 seconds. With less than a meter between himself and Aching, Qin He's mind raced. How could he retreat 6 meters in an instant? A desperate thought flashed through his mind. Damn, I'm doomed. Qin He quickly retreated, trying to put some distance between himself and the enemy. However, even with his agility tripled, covering 6 meters in one step was an impossible feat just then. The Lord-class Aching landed heavily, causing the entire rooftop to tremble. Debris and dust floated in the air as if time had stopped. Without hesitation, A Cheng unleashed a ferocious bloodthirsty slash, and the powerful shockwave instantly immobilized Qin He, leaving him stunned for zero point 0.6 seconds. A crisis loomed. The Lord-class A Cheng stepped forward, raising his massive axe high, aiming to bring it down on Qin He's head. In the distance, Song Hao gripped his binoculars tightly, his palms already soaked with sweat. Seeing the seismic impact from the zombies landing that had frozen the young man in place, his heart nearly leapt out of his chest. Move! Get out of the way! Song Hao screamed internally, but he dared not make a sound, fearing it might alert the zombies in the stairwell. As the axe descended, Qin He's novice combat cap reached zero durability and shattered. The intense pain cleared his head in an instant. Although the cap had absorbed most of the attack, the tremendous force still left him dizzy. Even with his physical strength exceeding 80, it was hard to withstand such a blow. Seeing that his target had survived, A Cheng raised his axe for another strike. In a split second, Qin He threw out a card. With a bang, a dense black-gray fog burst forth, enveloping a 10-meter radius. This was a basic fog, designed to obscure the vision of all creatures except the user for 10 seconds. A Cheng's axe swung through empty air, and he stood bewildered in the mist, his ghostly blue eyes searching aimlessly. Qin He stood right in front of him, quickly downing a basic stamina recovery potion, instantly dispelling his fatigue. The final battle began. Qin He stabbed A Cheng in the abdomen twice, each strike dealing 80 points of damage. A Cheng's health bar dropped to 22, enraging him as he swung his axe wildly. Qin He easily dodged the attacks, launching 2 more precise stabs, dropping A Cheng's health to 20. With 7 seconds of fog remaining, A Cheng roared and turned, sweeping his axe. Qin He had already slipped behind him, delivering 4 quick stabs to his back. A Cheng's health fell to 17. Qin He ducked under the erratic sweep of the axe and continued his assault. 6 seconds. 5 seconds. For seconds, Qin He kept changing positions, circling A Cheng and attacking. Each thrust hit its mark, steadily depleting A Cheng's health. As the fog was about to lift, A Cheng's axe came rushing toward Qin He's face. Qin He raised his shield to block, but the immense force sent him flying out of the fog's cover. From a distance, Song Hao watched, excitedly pounding on the rooftop railing. He noticed the crossbow in Qin He's hands glowing with an increasingly bright blue light, silently cheering for the stranger. As the fog cleared, A Cheng leapt into the air, axe poised to strike Qin He. But Qin He was ready. He aimed at A Cheng midair and pulled the trigger without hesitation. The blue crossbow bolt shot through the air, striking A Cheng squarely in the chest. Thud! The figure of Lord Acheng, who had been brandishing an axe, suddenly froze and fell heavily to the ground. Taking advantage of the moment, Qin He dashed forward with his tempered spear, thrusting it repeatedly into the zombie's heart. Splat! Splat! Blood splattered as each strike landed with pinpoint accuracy. The system notifications flashed rapidly. Dealt 80 damage. Dealt 80 damage. Dealt 80 damage. Dealt 80 damage. The health bar of the zombie Lord Acheng quickly dwindled to just 2. At that moment, the immobilizing effect wore off. Roar! Acheng let out a thunderous roar, leaping up as his axe sliced through the air in a swift arc. Qin He reacted with lightning speed, swinging his spear in a sweeping motion. Sweeping strike. With a whoosh, the spear tip narrowly missed the axe blade. The axe brushed past Qin He's nose, while the sharp spear tip precisely slashed across the zombie Lord Acheng's neck. The ancient saying, longer reach, greater strength, was perfectly exemplified here. The system notification flashed again. Sweeping strike dealt 180 damage. Zombie Lord Acheng's health bar at 0. Then, a cascade of system notifications appeared like a waterfall. Ding defeated Zombie Lord Boss, experience 500, gold 502. Ding completed difficult hidden task, reward 1000 experience, 1000 apocalypse coins, 1 silver doomsday blind box. Ding defeated Zombie Lord Boss Acheng, personal achievement completed 11, reward 1000 experience, 1000 gold, 1 golden chest. Ding level up to 9, ding level up to 10, ding level up to 11, ding level up to 12, ding level up to 13. Ding Da Vinci's surprise, drop rate increased to 1000, buzzing. Several beams of light suddenly erupted around the fallen corpse of the zombie Lord Acheng, the most striking of which was an orange beam shooting skyward, several meters high, seemingly connecting with the heavens. Surrounding it were several white, green, and blue beams flickering brightly. From a distant rooftop, Song Hao watched the scene unfold through binoculars. His lips trembled with excitement as he raised his right thumb and waved his shirt with his left hand, hoping to catch the attention of the powerful figure. Amazing! Incredible! He murmured to himself. Taking down such a formidable zombie alone is just unbelievable. However, to Song Hao's disappointment, the mysterious warrior, after collecting the cards from the beams of light, turned and left the rooftop without noticing him. Song Hao lowered his shirt, feeling an inexplicable sense of emptiness and loss. He imagined that if he could fight alongside such a powerful ally, they could surely hunt down even more zombies. Meanwhile, Qin He had already returned to his room on the 8th floor. He shut the door and collapsed onto the sofa, exhausted. The intense battle had drained him, and his entire body ached. Though his equipment had absorbed the lethal damage, he couldn't escape some hidden injuries. Yet, as Qin He pulled out the card that had been dropped from the orange beam, all his fatigue and pain seemed to vanish. He gazed at the card in his hand, overwhelmed by an indescribable feeling of wonder. In that moment, everything felt worthwhile. Qin He held the orange card, his fingertips gently brushing over its surface. He carefully moved his fingers aside, his gaze fixed on the contents of the card. Type A Frenzy Great Strength Battle Axe. Durability, 300,300. Constitution, 30 Strength, 30 Agility, 10 Spirit 10. Exceptional Attributes. Frenzy. 15 chance to trigger frenzy during attacks, tripling strength and agility. Great Strength. Permanently boosts strength by 10 when equipped. Wow. Qin He stared at the card, eyes gleaming with excitement. This weapon had not one but two exceptional attributes. Frenzy was a passive attribute that triggered randomly in battle, and Great Strength permanently increased his strength just by equipping it. No wonder it was of orange quality, truly a great find. He eagerly tore open the card, and a 1.2-meter-long two-handed axe materialized in his hands. The blade gleamed sharp and cold, and the leather-wrapped handle felt comfortable to grip. The only downside was that it was a two-handed weapon, meaning he couldn't wield a shield simultaneously. However, it was undoubtedly a formidable weapon against ordinary zombies. After handling it for a while, Qin He stored the axe in his mental inventory. It wasn't needed just yet. He then retrieved two blind boxes, one silver and one gold. Opening the silver blind box, 4 lights flashed, revealing 3 white, 1 green, and 1 blue card. The 3 white cards were a treasure map, durability repair, and a basic stamina potion, which he stored in his mental inventory. The green card was a pair of pants with attributes similar to the Ding all-round combat pants he was wearing, also stored away. The blue card was a 1-pound ingot of fine gold, useful for crafting weapons and armor. The contents of the silver blind box left Qin He somewhat disappointed, especially since the blue card he'd hoped for turned out to be mere material. He stored everything in his mental inventory and then opened the golden blind box. 5 lights stood tall, revealing 3 white, 1 blue, and 1 orange card. Another orange. Qin He was thrilled and immediately ignored the blue and white cards, picking up the orange card to examine it closely. Type A Automatic High Durability Single-Handed Crossbow Design Module. Durability, 600,600. Constitution, 10 Strength, 30 Agility, 30 Spirit 10. Exceptional Attributes. Automatic. Fires 1 shot. Automatically reloads, freeing up another hand. High Durability. Allows carefree trigger pulls due to high durability. Requires 10 pounds of fine gold, 1 pound of fine fiber, 10 pieces of steel wood, 10 pounds of energy stone. Qin He confirmed it was a design module rather than a finished weapon. His excitement dampened slightly, as, apart from a piece of fine gold, he hadn't encountered the other materials needed for crafting. With no other choice, he temporarily stored it in his mental inventory. However, the next blue card reignited his hopes. Type C Awake Combat Hat. Durability 1010. Constitution 3 Strength 1 Agility, 1 Spirit 5. Exceptional Attribute, Awake. Has a 30 chance to use durability to counter dizziness when worn. Great stuff. Qin He praised, quickly tearing open the card. A white leather hexagonal hat appeared in his hand. Despite its peculiar appearance, it was a significant upgrade over his green quality hat. The remaining card contents were unremarkable, and Qin He only glanced at them briefly. By now, his mental inventory had accumulated a fair amount of items. Living items: cucumbers 4, tomatoes 2, small bottles of mineral water 6, large barrels of mineral water 5, bread 2, Qin lunch meat 3, instant noodles 4, scallion 1, garlic 12, peppers 34, fine salt 4 packs, soy sauce 3 bottles, vinegar 3 bottles, frozen dumplings 1 pack. Equipment: novice combat clothes 3, novice combat pants 2, novice combat gloves 4, novice combat boots 1, novice single-handed sword 1, novice spear 1, Ding Constitution combat pants 1, Type A Frenzy Great Strength Battle Axe. Exclusive Zombie Yoga Pants. Materials: fine gold 1 piece weighing 1 pound. Design modules: Type A Automatic High Durability Single-Handed Crossbow Design Module. Treasure maps: Basic Treasure Map 8, Intermediate Treasure Map 1. Consumables: Basic Stamina Potion 1, Basic Durability Repair 3. Miscellaneous: Gold 10 pounds, feed worms 3 boxes, half a female zombie. Seeing the half a female zombie, Qin He intended to discard it, but Da Vinci suddenly hopped over, causing him to postpone the task. You must be hungry, huh? Qin He chuckled as he picked up Da Vinci and placed it on his lap. He retrieved some feed worms from his mental inventory and placed them in his palm. Da Vinci's tongue flicked out quickly, devouring 2 worms in an instant. In no time, a dozen feed worms were gone. Da Vinci looked up at Qin He, its eyes expressing a desire for more. All right, a few more for you. It's a lucky day, Qin He said, taking out more worms to feed Da Vinci. After feeding, Qin He checked his own attributes. Killing the Lord-level zombie boss not only completed a personal achievement, but also a hidden quest, boosting him up 5 levels to level 13. He allocated all 5 free attribute points to agility, indicating his resolve to pursue the path of an archer. Qin He, Traveler Frogman title, short and fast. LV 13 167,800. Constitution 2,255 equipment bonus. Strength 2,266. Agility 3,557. Spirit 3,540. Weapon details omitted. Equipment details omitted. Inventory 32,100 slots. Doomsday coins 4306. Seeing the number of Doomsday coins, Qin He realized it wasn't enough to buy a dose of virus-blocking serum, which costs 10,000 Doomsday coins. He needed to find a way to make more money. While petting Da Vinci, Qin He glanced at the time. Countdown to long night. 2400 hours, 03 and 12 seconds. 2400 hours, 03 and 11 seconds. The second Doomsday trading post after the long night was about to begin. Qin He decided to seize this opportunity to see if he could earn some money. This time, he planned to sell the green quality pants. 3 minutes later, the Doomsday Trading Post's light screen appeared before Qin He. A line of text stretched across it. Congratulations on still being able to see this message. You must have felt the madness of the second night of the long night. Of course, some just felt it and died. Keep going. Stay alive. The Apocalypse Trading Post opened, and Qin He eagerly entered the free trade auction area, carefully scanning the assortment of miscellaneous items. He noticed that weapons and equipment were still scarce, which made him nod in silent approval. Without hesitation, he listed all his unused gear for auction. 3 novice combat outfits, 2 pairs of novice combat pants, 4 pairs of novice combat gloves, 1 pair of novice combat boots, a novice one-handed sword, and a novice spear. He set each item at the familiar price of 9 gold coins, confident that without competition, these pieces would eventually sell. After listing the auctions, Qin He exited the interface and turned his attention to the skills section of the Apocalypse store. Unfortunately, there were still no skills suitable for him, which left him somewhat disappointed. He then carefully examined the equipment section, deciding to scrutinize everything meticulously, leaving no stone unturned for potentially valuable items. Indeed, he discovered a piece of purple equipmenta one-handed sword. The sword's attributes were impressive. Durability of 400,400, Constitution 5, Strength 20, Agility 5, and Spirit 1. It also boasted 2 outstanding attributes, high durability and a 5 strength boost. However, Qin He quickly looked away. For him at this stage, the sword held no purchase value, as his current weapon, the Berserk Axe, was far superior. Additionally, being a mid-range combat weapon, it did not align with Qin He's preference to avoid close-quarters combat. Skipping over lifestyle items and other non-urgent necessities, Qin He closed the Apocalypse store and turned to the Trading Post's chat channel. One message caught his attention. Invincible Lucky Star 111 excitedly exclaimed, "Guys, you won't believe what I just saw. I saw someone solo a zombie with glowing blue eyes." This message sparked a flurry of responses, ranging from skepticism to teasing to agreement. Qin He quietly observed the discussion until a user named A Wilted Peanut 2 asked if Invincible Lucky Star had witnessed this in J City. Invincible Lucky Star 111 confirmed, yes, it was in J City. I couldn't see which neighborhood exactly, as I was a bit far away. After reading these discussions, Qin He checked his auctioned items and found they had all sold, netting him 118 gold coins. He decided to list another piece of green equipment, a grade D Constitution combat pants, with a starting bid of 300 and a buyout price of 1,000. As soon as he listed it, bidding began, with interest coming from Special Ops Zone 2. Meanwhile, in the command headquarters of Special Ops Zone 2, Captain Yu Guoquan was staring at the screen, surprised, as he reported to General Li Zhongjuan, "General, that Qin He has listed another attribute item." General Li took a puff from his pipe, saying thoughtfully, "I can't believe Qin He doesn't have a powerful organization behind him." Yu Guoquan agreed, "Indeed, General. It's been just over 20 hours since the trading post opened. If he were acting alone, how could he have obtained so much gear? There must be a large team, no, an enormous organization behind him." Li Zhongjuan gently tapped his pipe, a slight frown on his face. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly spoke, "I think the same way now. No wonder he's not interested in our offer." However, his tone turned resolute. "We still need to establish contact with the organization behind him. After all, we can all get what we need." His assistant nodded in agreement. Yes. I'll make sure to reach out to him when the opportunity arises. The room fell silent for a moment. Wang Mingwa noticed his favorite granddaughter, Wang Yuyao, seemed distracted and softly asked, Yuyao, what are you thinking about? Wang Yuyao snapped back to reality, hesitantly replying, I was wondering if this Qin He is an individual or just a front for trading. Intrigued, Wang Mingwa asked, why do you think that? Wang Yuyao explained, it's simple. If he's just one person, how could he gather so many things in such a short time? It's unbelievable. My own efforts over this period are just a fraction of what he has. Wang Mingwa nodded thoughtfully. The question you're considering is one I'm pondering as well. Grandpa, what do you think? Wang Yuyao asked curiously. Wang Mingwa gave a meaningful smile, recognizing a chance to guide his granddaughter. As a businessman, I'd hope he's just one person. It makes negotiations simpler. But, he paused, if he's backed by a large family or organization like us, doing business would be more challenging. You have to consider the opinions of a whole group, not just one person. Wang Yuyao nodded in understanding. Got it? She grasped the concept but still had questions. Grandpa, do you think he's more likely an individual or part of a team? Wang Mingwa pondered for a moment before cautiously replying, it's hard to say. He hasn't spoken in the trading area since the beginning, making it difficult to judge. However, judging by his style, I lean towards the idea that there's a team behind him, and it's not a small one. Just then, the trading system chimed in. The auction for the physique combat pants is ending in 3 minutes. The highest bid is still from the Special Ops Zone 2, at 500 Doomsday coins. Qin He glanced at the screen, confirmed there was nothing of interest to him, and closed the interface. Feeling unusually exhausted, he decided to head to the bedroom with his frog companion for some rest. Just hang in there a bit longer, he encouraged himself, and you'll make it to sunrise. Back in the master bedroom, Qin He lay down, and Da Vinci perched on his chest, rising and falling with his breath. Suddenly, the system notification sounded. Ding Physique Combat Pants sold successfully, no transaction fee deducted. The auction proceeds fully credited to the personal account. Ding 500 Doomsday coins credited. Qin He absent-mindedly contemplated the auction's outcome. Clearly, someone needed the clothes, but the demand for weapons seemed higher. It appeared that people craved attribute weapons the most. The fatigue was overwhelming, and Qin He was on the verge of collapse. A ridiculous thought crossed his mind. If he really couldn't hold on, there was a quick way to end it: go outside and shout, I want to die. This thought was indeed effective, but was quickly dismissed from his mind. When Qin He woke from his slumber, 8 hours had quietly slipped away. As he opened his eyes, he found Da Vinci sprawled across his face, maintaining that exasperating, face-riding, sleeping position. Gently, Qin He moved the mischievous frog to the pillow and slowly got up, stretching leisurely. His body felt refreshed, as if all fatigue had vanished, but his head was still a bit foggy, his chest heavy, and a dull ache lingered in his waist. These were undoubtedly the aftereffects of single-handedly battling a lord-level mutated creature. Without electricity or gas, Qin He made do with some dry rations. He tore open a packet of instant noodles, paired it with a cucumber, a can of luncheon meat, and a clove of garlic, making for a simple lunch. Once he was fed and watered, Qin He checked his personal achievement tasks. He was just 1 kill away from completing the task of slaying 50 zombies, while the task of taking down 5 elites still needed 1 more. Compared to the recently vanquished lord-level creature, elites seemed a level lower. With plenty of daylight left, Qin He dressed up, gave Da Vinci a gentle rub, and stepped out of his room. He descended to the 7th floor, cautiously opened the fire escape, and tapped on the fire door with his shield while holding his rifle ready. Soon, 2 zombies rushed out, both swiftly taken down with a single shot. This strike not only completed his achievement of killing 50 ordinary zombies, but also earned him 100 experience points and some gold coins. Qin He continued his search floor by floor, clearing out the 6th, 5th, 4th, and 2nd floors using the same method, dispatching 7 or 8 stray zombies. It seemed he was the only survivor left in the entire building. Upon reaching the 1st floor lobby, Qin He observed the situation outside through the glass. There were 2 zombies on the greenway, 1 in the gym area, and 3 more loitering under a big tree. He removed the chain from the door and stepped outside, gently shaking it to create a crisp sound. The zombies, drawn by the noise, charged toward him. With his shield in his left hand and rifle in his right, Qin He prepared to engage. Unexpectedly, the first zombie tripped and fell to the ground. Qin He was slightly surprised, but quickly moved in to pierce its skull with his rifle. What happened next was even more surprising. The second zombie willingly leapt onto his rifle's tip. Qin He couldn't help but marvel at the cooperativeness of these zombies, but soon refocused on the remaining ones. After dispatching all the zombies, Qin He locked the lobby door and headed to the neighboring building. Just as he was about to ascend, he heard a burst of maniacal laughter. A blood-soaked man dashed down the stairs, laughing as he ran out into the night. Immediately afterward, a group of zombies tumbled down the stairs. Seizing the opportunity, Qin He swiftly impaled each one. With the area cleared, he continued his exploration upstairs, hoping to find the last elite zombie to complete his task. On reaching the second floor, Qin He found it deserted, likely because all the zombies had met their end in the pile of corpses on the first floor. Qin He stepped onto the third floor, surveying his surroundings. In the silence, he meticulously searched every corner, but found nothing. Feeling a tinge of disappointment, he continued upwards. On the fourth floor, a sudden noise near the elevator startled Qin He. A small gray figure darted past his feet, disappearing into room 401. It was just a mouse. In this night filled with unknown dangers, the unexpected encounter made his heart race. Qin He couldn't help but jokingly think to himself that this sneaky mouse might be Da Vinci's little friend, Xiaoqiao. While he knew it was unlikely, the mouse's frantic escape suggested it was being chased by something terrifying. Just as he was lost in thought, a cat's meow pierced the silence. Qin He suddenly realized the mouse was being pursued by a cat. His lips curled into a slight smile, and the tension in his heart eased a bit. However, his smile froze in the next instant. Emerging from the corner wasn't an ordinary cat, but a creature as large as a golden retriever. Its eyes glowed with an eerie green light, and its mouth and claws were stained with fresh blood. Most chilling of all, its abdomen had a massive gash, with entrails dragging on the floor. Qin He instantly recognized the creature's identitia zombie elite cat. He felt a mix of shock and excitement, amazed that the elite monster he'd been searching for had come to him. Before he could think further, the zombie cat lunged at his face. Qin He swiftly raised his shield, blocking the fierce attack. Without hesitation, he aimed his crossbow and shot an arrow directly at the cat's head. The arrow hit its mark, knocking the zombie cat back a few steps. Seizing the opportunity, Qin He advanced with his spear, pinning the large cat to the door. He raised his shield and struck the cat's head 3 times, activating the shield's heavy hit effect. The zombie cat was instantly stunned. Capitalizing on the moment, Qin He drew his spear and precisely pierced the cat's ear, reaching its brain. A system notification sounded. Defeated zombie elite cat. Gained 50 experience, 51 apocalypse coins. Completed all personal achievement tasks. Earned the title, Master of Nighttime Management. Pulling out his spear, Qin He eagerly anticipated the attribute bonuses that the new title might provide. At that moment, a global broadcast echoed throughout the game world. Congratulations to survivor Qin He for completing all personal achievements and earning the title, Master of Nighttime Management. At this moment, Wang Zhe, the mushroom picker, was sitting on a massive rock at the mountain peak, catching his breath. In his hand, he clutched a single-handed sword, while around him lay the bodies of a dozen slain zombies. Having fled from the base of the mountain to this point, Wang Zhe's stamina was depleted, but the danger was far from over. Suddenly, another wave of dozens of zombies surged toward him. Wang Zhe was bewildered. How could there be so many zombies in such a remote wilderness? He thrust his sword into the ground, feeling a sense of despair. Hidden quests really shouldn't be taken lightly. They can be deadly, he thought to himself. Just as he was about to give up, a global announcement echoed. Qin He has completed all achievements on his own. This message was like a shot of adrenaline, reviving Wang Zhe's spirit. He tightened his grip on the sword, the very one he had managed to snag from the Apocalypse trading market, which had been listed by Qin He himself. Qin He is incredible. As a lone player, he's truly my idol, Wang Zhe encouraged himself. No, I must persevere. Struggling to his feet, he faced the oncoming horde of zombies, gritting his teeth. I refuse to believe I can't kill you all today. At that moment, another global announcement rang out. As a celebration, all lone survivors worldwide will receive a stamina recovery buff for 3 hours, and a 3-fold increase in constitution, strength, and agility for 3 hours. As soon as the announcement ended, a beam of white light descended from the sky, enveloping Wang Zhe like a refreshing spring rain. Instantly, he felt his exhaustion vanish, his spirit renewed, and his body filled with strength. Thank you, Qin He, Wang Zhe shouted, charging into the zombie horde with renewed vigor. Meanwhile, across the globe, white beams of light rained down from the night sky. Each lone survivor, encased in the glow, found their fighting spirit rekindled. Thank you, Qin He. The chorus of gratitude echoed worldwide, as every solo fighter in battle thanked the same person, Qin He. At that moment, Qin He stood in an open space within his residential area, feeling both elated and slightly embarrassed. Stay low-key, he murmured to himself. Originally, he thought he could rest after completing all his personal achievements, but he too was enveloped by the white light, feeling invigorated and almost itching to slay zombies. Control yourself. Qin He struggled to suppress the urge, surprised that this universal survivor buff also applied to him, truly a blessing for all. Meanwhile, in the villa hall of the Wang family estate in Yulin, Wang Minghua excitedly stood up from the sofa and ordered the Wang family members, by any means necessary, contact Qin He and make sure he responds to us. We must recruit him. Everyone agreed in unison, with no one questioning the decision or doubting Qin He's individual prowess. In Special Operations Zone 2, Captain Yu Guoquan burst into Li Zhongjuan's office, excitedly reporting Qin He's achievements. Although Li Zhongjuan maintained a calm exterior, he instructed Yu Guoquan to spare no effort in contacting Qin He at the next Apocalypse trading event. After Yu Guoquan saluted and left, he couldn't help but mutter that Li Zhongjuan's reaction was even more intense than his own. At the headquarters of the strongest honor guild, members were abuzz, marveling at Qin He's ability to single-handedly defeat a boss-level entity. The new guild leader, Lu Hua, found himself in a dilemma. Previously, he had declared intentions to target Qin He, but now, he dared not act rashly. He glanced at Xiaoqiao, who had instigated the situation, but Zhao shrank back, feeling even more uneasy. Zhao secretly felt relieved that it was still uncertain if the Qin He mentioned in the global announcement was the same one they were after. Lu Hua glanced around at the group, his eyes gleaming with intelligence. He spoke slowly. Well, we definitely need to investigate. Our goal is to confirm whether he is indeed the legendary Qin He. If he is, we have two options. One is to recruit him into our circle, which would be a great opportunity for us. The other is to follow him and learn from him, which is also a wise move. What do you all think? Meanwhile, Qin He had already returned to his apartment on the 8th floor. After quickly freshening up, he comfortably lay on his bed. He contemplated that since he had accomplished his personal achievement tasks, there was no need to wander outside aimlessly anymore. Contentment brings happiness, he thought silently. Qin He glanced at Da Vinci, who was still sound asleep on the bed, then turned his attention to his new title, Master of Nighttime Time Management. The title attributes showed Constitution 10, Strength 10, Agility 10, and Spirit 10. Even more delightfully, during the night, these attributes could receive an additional 10 boost, and up to 20 in special circumstances. Special circumstances? Qin He, being straightforward, decided to temporarily ignore this mysterious enhancement. However, he was quite pleased with the 10 nighttime boost to all attributes. More importantly, the title's attributes could stack, which was much better than wearing 2 pairs of pants. Remembering that he hadn't upgraded Frog Da Vinci since its last return, Qin He immediately checked the attribute panel of his traveling frog. With 2 experience points left from reaching level 10, and an additional 502 points from this trip, he could level up several times. Qin He began upgrading Da Vinci. Level 11. Consumed 110 experience points. Triggered normal evolution. Travel range increased by 100 meters. Level 12. Consumed 120 experience points. Triggered normal evolution. Travel range increased by 150 meters. Level 13. Consumed 130 experience points. Triggered normal evolution. Travel range increased by 35 meters. Seeing the final 35-meter increase, Qin He nearly choked on his water. Compared to the previous 100-meter boosts, this seemed rather meager. However, compared to Da Vinci's pre-level 10 upgrades, which didn't even reach 100 meters, this was significant progress. After upgrading, there were 142 travel experience points left. He could have leveled up once more, but upon seeing the traveling frog prize pool, Qin He suddenly felt the urge to try his luck. Despite the steep price of 99 travel experience points per draw, he decisively chose to go for it. A light spun within the brain domain prize pool, and suddenly a flash appeared, revealing a card that floated out. Upon inspection, it was a traveling frog bullfrog fragment, requiring 10 pieces to summon the traveling frog bullfrog. The card featured the words traveling frog bullfrog in large letters, with a plain gray silhouette of a bullfrog in the center and no other embellishments. Considering he needed 9 more fragments for a summon, Qin He stored the card in his brain domain warehouse, thinking that at Da Vinci's current pace, it might take quite a while. Just then, a system notification sounded. Ding, traveling frog Da Vinci's travel cooldown has ended. As soon as the announcement finished, Da Vinci leapt from the bed and headed straight for the door. Qin He followed, realizing that this little guy was surprisingly eager today, skipping breakfast to head out for travel duty. However, Da Vinci merely crouched by the door, looking as if he was waiting for it to open. Qin He then realized that the little creature had arranged to meet a friend and was anxious about being late. Qin He shrugged and thought to himself, well, I guess I was being overly sentimental. Da Vinci looked eagerly at Qin He, bouncing impatiently and nudging his leg to hurry him to open the door. Qin He chuckled. Hold on a second, don't rush. Despite having thoroughly cleared the building, his cautious nature prompted him to check the situation outside through the peephole. Once he confirmed it was safe, he opened the door. As soon as the door was ajar, Da Vinci shot out like a bolt of lightning. Qin He teased, why so eager? Have you found a girlfriend or something? He settled back on the sofa, waiting for Da Vinci's adventure updates. Da Vinci bounded downstairs, where little Gray was already waiting. The two friends jumped around excitedly, clearly thrilled to see each other. Together, they headed to the building across the street. Little Gray squeaked animatedly about a fierce battle over a large cat's corpse lying on the ground. Da Vinci wasn't too interested until Little Gray mentioned something about a treasure, which perked up his ears and piqued his curiosity. Qin He glanced at the message log, smiling knowingly. He realized that Little Gray was the mouse that had scurried past him yesterday, and the large cat was the same one that had appeared later. As Da Vinci and Little Gray made their way through the community's green paths and small gardens, a flower emitting a white glow caught their attention. The two little creatures circled it, with Little Gray's eyes wide, reflecting the flower's light. Da Vinci thought about taking the beautiful flower back as a future gift for Qin He's zombie bride. Seeing this message, Qin He couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Thanks for having my back like that." He mused over the mutated white flower, hoping it was merely aesthetically pleasing and not endowed with any special powers. However, the idea of a zombie bride left him both amused and exasperated. The two little adventurers continued, passing through the fitness area and the small garden, encountering a few wandering zombies along the way but ignoring them. They finally stopped at a large glass jar in the garden's corner. Little Gray proudly introduced it as his treasure, only for Da Vinci to give him a playful smack on the head, mocking his lack of worldly experience. Little Gray climbed into the jar, demonstrating how running inside could make it roll. Da Vinci watched, intrigued, and soon joined in. Together, they made the jar roll forward, picking up speed. The noise of the rolling jar drew the attention of nearby zombies. One zombie approached, stepped on the jar, lost its balance, and fell, hitting its head on the sharp edge of a flowerbed wall. A system notification chimed in, noting Da Vinci's accidental defeat of a level 3 regular zombie. Qin He was initially surprised, but then smiled in understanding. Such unexpected occurrences were not new in Da Vinci's adventures, like the time he rescued a fish or taught a half-zombie how to hop. The jar continued to roll, attracting more and more zombies. As it bounced around under the zombies' chaotic feet, it made a clear, resonant sound. Rolling down the garden path steps, another zombie accidentally stepped on the jar, fell, and struck its head on the step's edge, dying instantly. The system once again notified Da Vinci of the zombie's defeat. Qin He found the string of accidents somewhat unbelievable, but entertaining nonetheless. The jar's speed increased, making Da Vinci feel dizzy, while Little Gray curled up, trembling. The jar kept rolling forward, pursued by a horde of frenzied zombies, the noise attracting even more of them. Yet another zombie stepped on the jar and fell, its head hitting a protruding stone on the ground. The system issued a third notification of an accidental zombie defeat by Da Vinci. As the jar's speed increased, Little Gray became so dizzy that he vomited, turning the walnut he had eaten into walnut milk inside the jar. Reading this message, Qin He frowned, involuntarily picturing the scene, the jar spinning so fast it made Little Gray nauseous. He muttered to himself, "Walnut? Milk?" Impressively, Da Vinci remained calm and composed, his bulging eyes as still as ancient wells. Meanwhile, Little Gray was spun so much that his eyes went dizzy, regretting his actions of the day. A zombie stepped on a bottle and fell, but it didn't perish from the mishap. The glass bottle slowed its pace, eventually halting in the center of the small plaza. Just as Little Gray was about to crawl out, another zombie came rushing at it, stepping on the bottle and launching itself far away, causing the bottle to speed up again, rolling towards the artificial pond. Qin He sat on the sofa, chuckling softly. These two little creatures truly lived up to her expectations, causing chaos whenever they were together. The glass bottle plummeted into the water, sending splashes everywhere. Zombies followed suit, splashing into the water, the noise drawing more of their kind. Zombies on the shore were pushed into the water by the ones coming from behind, resembling dumplings being dropped into boiling water. Inside the bottle, Little Gray clung to the neck, struggling to breathe as the waves tossed him about. He suddenly spewed out some walnut milk, earning a disdainful look from Da Vinci. Little Gray shot back a defiant glare. "Never seen a seasick rat before?" Qin He got up and moved to the window, just in time to gaze down at the lively pond scene. The splashing of zombies attracted even more of their kind, some falling into the water, others lingering at the edge. After a while, the commotion ceased, and the neighborhood returned to its usual quiet. Da Vinci sensed water entering the bottle, with Little Gray lying seasick inside. As the water level rose quickly, Da Vinci stomped on Little Gray's head, startling him awake. The bottle sank to the bottom, and both creatures scrambled out simultaneously. Da Vinci spotted a box at the bottom and immediately used his collecting ability to store it away. The two animals swam to the surface, only to find themselves surrounded by zombie heads. Strangely, the zombies seemed oblivious to their presence. Da Vinci and Little Gray climbed ashore, shook off the water, and looked back at the clustered zombies with a sense of triumph. Qin He surveyed the area from upstairs, noticing the plaza and greenway were crowded with zombies. She thought helplessly, "You two had your fun, but now the whole neighborhood is swarming with zombies. A weary Da Vinci decided to head home for a rest, and Little Gray shared the sentiment. The two friends waved their paws goodbye, setting a time and place for their next meeting. Da Vinci hopped back downstairs, finding 2 slots left in his travel backpack. As a diligent travel frog, he felt it was a shame to end the journey there. Just then, a zombie in a suit passed by. Da Vinci used his collecting ability on the zombie's jacket, successfully triggering the strip assistant effect. He then repeated the trick on the pants, triggering the same effect once more. Satisfied with his now full travel backpack, Da Vinci thought to himself, "Diligence truly brings joy to this frog." Qin He chuckled softly. "Is this what you call diligence? It seems more like you were just looking to head home and casually stripped a suit off a zombie. But not a bad haul. Clothes that trigger the strip assistant effect have attributes, and they can sell for a good price. Just avoid hitting any exclamation marks." Qin He's travel frog, Da Vinci, has finally returned home. It hopped excitedly toward its owner, only to be grabbed and tossed into the bath. Qin He began bathing it, albeit a bit roughly. Da Vinci squirmed uneasily, as if reminding its owner that its delicate body required gentler handling. While bathing Da Vinci, Qin He couldn't help but recall the neglected artificial pond in the neighborhood. Once clear, the water had now turned into a foul-smelling stagnant pool. He was relieved that Da Vinci hadn't gone swimming there. As Qin He gently stroked Da Vinci's head, the little frog visibly relaxed, its body no longer tense. After the bath, Qin He checked Da Vinci's travel data. The system showed it had hopped 413 times, gaining an equal amount of travel experience. The exact calculation amused Qin He, especially considering that Da Vinci had tumbled inside a bottle across half the neighborhood without gaining any experience. After drying Da Vinci, Qin He sat on the sofa, pulled some feeder insects from his pocket, and began to feed it. Satisfied and full, Da Vinci contentedly dozed off on his lap. Taking advantage of the moment, Qin He examined a suit he had acquired. This corporate slave suit looked ordinary but had unexpected benefits. Wearing it not only boosted various attributes but also increased slacking ability. Qin He chuckled, recalling his own days as a corporate worker when he often slacked off secretly. He carefully put the suit away, thinking it could fetch a good price. Next, Qin He noticed a small white flower that Da Vinci had brought back. Checking in his mental storage, he found that it was a special plant called radiant flower. When he took it out, the whole room lit up as if a small lamp had been added. Qin He was pleasantly surprised to discover that the flower not only provided illumination, but also produced the fine fibers needed for crafting weapons and equipment. Unfortunately, he didn't have a suitable pot at home, so he had to store it back in the warehouse, already planning future cultivation. Finally, Qin He's attention turned to a mysterious wooden box. Upon opening it, 3 beams of light shot into the sky, 2 white and 1 green. It turned out to be a doomsday beginner's chest, containing 2 portions of fine fibers and a steelwood rod, essential materials for crafting advanced weapons. Qin He felt fortunate, thinking about the treasure maps he still had, anticipating busy times ahead. As night fell, Qin He carried the sleeping Da Vinci into the master bedroom. Lying in bed, he thought about how in 6 hours he would see the sunlight again. With hopes for the future, Qin He drifted into a deep sleep. When he woke up, the doomsday trading post had already opened. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, Qin He immediately checked the trading post. In the weapons and equipment section, a piece of purple gear caught his eye. A weapon called Epsilon Heavy Strike Valor Gauntlets. These gauntlets not only significantly boosted various attributes, but also had a special ability to trigger a stunning effect. Qin He rubbed his hands together excitedly, thinking this was definitely a great find. Qin He stood in front of the doomsday store, his gaze lingering on a pair of gloves that glimmered with an unusual light. It's not about chance. As long as every punch lands, it's effective, he murmured to himself, a flicker of interest in his eyes. The second attribute was even more enticing. A guaranteed immobilization trigger, followed by a 50 increase in strength, practically doubling the impact. However, recalling his unsuitability for close combat, especially the lingering pain after his encounter with the Lord-level zombie Ah Cheng, Qin He shook his head and stepped away from the doomsday store. He then opened the free trade section and quickly browsed through it. No one was selling weapons or equipment. Qin He considered putting up his unused gear for sale but decided to keep it as a backup. When he clicked on the chat channel of the free trading area, he was taken aback by what he saw. The screen was filled with messages of gratitude directed at him. Shura9527. Thank you. Qin He, your buff brought me back from despair. Killer Wolf 123. Without your buff, I might have become a zombie. I'll do my utmost to help you whenever you need. Cry No More 22. Thanks to your buff, I was able to fend off those zombies. Wishing you more strength. Hot Commodity 2. Just let me know if you need anything, money or manpower. I'm here. Lone Wolf in the Wind. You saved my life. If you need money, just tell me, and I'll do my best to help. Faced with this overwhelming gratitude, Qin He was a bit at a loss. He hesitated about whether to respond, but ultimately decided to quietly accept the appreciation. Perhaps we'll meet again someday, he thought. Meanwhile, elsewhere, General, we can't get any messages about recruiting Qin He through. It's all thank you notes, a subordinate reported anxiously. Yue Fei sat in his chair, gently tapping the armrest. Don't worry, there'll be plenty of opportunities. But from now on, Qin He is no longer the same Qin He. Li Zhongjuan took a deep drag from his pipe. A new Qin He? Yes, Yue Fei said meaningfully. He has become a beacon for loners and wanderers around the world. Upon hearing this, Wang Minggua's expression showed a trace of disappointment. It seems he might care even less about our Wang family's offer. Grandfather, what should we do? Wang Yuyao asked, standing by. Wang Minggua stood up and paced. Let's become business partners instead. It's an easier way to connect. As for recruiting him, let's not humiliate ourselves. He paused, then continued. The Wang family must increase its combat frequency in the future. Survival is key, but if we one day come into contact with the new world and we are the weakest, what is the point of living? Are we to become someone else's slaves? Yes. The Wang family members responded in unison. They all understood that the family must cultivate a strong individual, someone capable of protecting their own. The broadcast echoed across the entire game world, announcing the closure of the Apocalypse trading post. Simultaneously, the system activated the chat and private messaging features, allowing players to initiate unknown conversations by simply clicking on a player's name. The broadcast thoughtfully reminded everyone that those who have been living in darkness should gradually adjust to the sunlight and avoid staring directly at it. As the broadcast concluded, the darkness that once enveloped the world was instantly dispelled. Qin He stood by the window on the 8th floor, his sunglasses shielding him from the sudden brightness. He calmly adjusted to the light before removing his glasses. The moment the sunlight touched his skin, an unprecedented warmth washed over him. He couldn't help but marvel at how much he was enjoying the sun's gentle embrace for the first time. Meanwhile, the global chat channel erupted with excitement. Players expressed their joy at seeing the sun again. Some laughed like children under the sunlight, while others, trapped in a supermarket restroom, celebrated by sipping the unpleasant water available. Qin He glanced at the chat, realizing that everyone, like him, had been yearning for the sun. Soon, the system revealed the level leaderboard. Qin He topped the list at level 132, followed closely by Shura True Form and Jack. AAA Loris at level 131. The leaderboard sparked a flurry of discussions, with players admiring Qin He's achievement of reaching the top as a solo player, speculating that he must have single-handedly defeated a boss-level enemy to gain significant experience. The system then announced that the top player would receive the title Summit Conqueror. Qin He checked the title's attributes and discovered that it boosted all base stats by 10 points and provided an additional 5 experience gain. He equipped the title immediately, feeling a warm surge throughout his body as his strength increased. Next, the system unveiled the wealth leaderboard. Surprisingly, Qin He was ranked 10th with 4,306 Apocalypse coins. The top positions were held by financial officers of major organizations, with this Special Operations Zone 2 Finance Office Director, leading with 10,110 Apocalypse coins. The system announced that the wealthiest player would receive the Money Begets Money title. Intrigued by this title, Qin He examined its attributes and found that although the basic stat boost was low, it allowed for earning an extra coin daily for every 1,000 Apocalypse coins owned. This was undoubtedly a lucrative title. The system then informed players that the level and wealth leaderboards would be updated daily at midnight and reminded players who reached level 5 that they could choose a class transition. Each player had one free chance to obtain a random talent skill from their chosen class. Qin He opened the class transition panel, and the first option that caught his eye was Mortician. This unexpected choice puzzled him. Hadn't it have been something more conventional, like a warrior, mage, or assassin? He began to seriously ponder this unusual career option. On the career selection panel, 10 first-tier professions were neatly arranged: Mortician, Charger, Elementalist, Rogue, Puppeteer, Bastion, Shadow Dancer, Ranger, Hymnist, and Brawler. Each profession allows for 4 advancements, with the second tier unlocking after completing the first. Upon advancement, one can awaken the profession's innate skills, with no weapon restrictions, though the skills require corresponding weapons to be used. Lower-tier skills can be purchased in the Doomsday Store, while higher-tier skills are rare and hard to come by. Qin He stared at these professions, struggling to make a choice. He immediately dismissed the Mortician, thinking it was just a scavenger role. The Elementalist, with its ability to control various elements, seemed powerful. The Puppeteer could transform zombies into bodyguards, providing additional combat strength. The Shadow Dancer, who enhanced abilities through dance, intrigued him. The Hymnist appeared to be a healer, which seemed like a good survival option for a lone wolf like him. He clicked on the Puppeteer's description and discovered that this profession could transform mutated creatures of all levels into servants, even including epic and legendary bosses. However, there was a risk if one's mental attributes weren't strong enough. The puppet might turn against its master. Qin He rubbed his nose in thought, realizing this was indeed a high-risk profession. If a puppet were to rebel while he slept, it would be a real problem. Next, he looked at the ranger's description. This profession excelled in long-range attacks and setting traps, capable of taking down enemies from unseen vantage points. However, its weakness was in close combat. Qin He thought this suited his aversion to pain, but he was also tempted by the puppeteer's power, leaving him in a dilemma. Just then, an all-channel broadcast sounded, reminding survivors they had 20 minutes left to make a choice, or the system would randomly assign a profession. The broadcast specifically mentioned that a certain survivor should not fantasize about possessing multiple professions simultaneously, but hinted that achieving special conditions could unlock a secondary profession. Hearing this, Qin He couldn't help but speculate that the certain survivor mentioned might be him. He began to imagine the potential multi-profession combinations he could have in the future, but for now, he had to make his first profession choice within the limited time. Qin He's gaze wandered over the world chat window, a wry smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. The discussions on the screen were intense, filled with endless speculation. "Why is it always me?" he muttered to himself. "You guys really worry too much." Messages rapidly scrolled through the chat window. Could there be hidden classes? Don't overthink it. This isn't a novel. My display shows hidden classes. Give me a doomsday coin each, and I'll tell you. Don't be greedy, man. Can you ask for less? Are there really hidden classes? Suddenly, a global announcement interrupted the lively chatter. Please refrain from spreading rumors. There are no hidden classes in this game. You have 10 minutes left to choose a class. Failing to choose will result in a random class assignment. Qin He took a deep breath, unconsciously touching his nose with his left hand. His right index finger hovered between the puppeteer and ranger options on the screen. The indecision wasn't as intense as before. After all, the Doomsday game allowed secondary classes to be unlocked under certain conditions. The current dilemma was which to choose as the starting class. In terms of interest, puppeteer was undeniably his top choice. But from a practical standpoint, ranger matched his current gear setup better. All his equipment was suited for a ranged class, and not choosing it seemed like a waste. Practicality first, then interest. Qin He resolved inwardly, I'll start with ranger, but I will become a puppeteer later. Definitely. Having made up his mind, he decisively clicked on ranger and then chose change class. A system prompt popped up. Dear Qin He, are you sure you want to choose this class? There's still time to change your mind. Click yes to confirm or no to reconsider. Without hesitation, Qin He clicked yes. Ding, congratulations on successfully becoming a ranger. Awakening talent skills. A spinning wheel appeared on the screen, with various skill names flashing by quickly. Talent skills rolling. Talent skills shuffling. Watching this scene, Qin He suddenly had a foreboding feeling. Damn, why does this feel like a lottery? Qin He stared at the flashing words before him, his heartbeat involuntarily quickening. The apocalyptic game's notifications always had a dramatic flair, as if retaining a trace of entertainment in this harsh world. A gentle reminder, talents vary in strength, and it's all up to fate. May fortune be kind to you. He took a deep breath, his fingers trembling slightly as he clicked confirm. Talent awakened. Congratulations, you've acquired the talent. Eagle Eye. Qin He sighed in relief, only to be greeted by the next message. Congratulations on your first job change. You can continue to draw for a second job change. Please check your awakened talent skills below. Wish you a pleasant life. All the best. May your dreams come true. Goodbye. Reading this overly cheerful farewell, Qin He couldn't help but roll his eyes. In this post-apocalyptic world, who could truly live a pleasant life? He quickly checked his talent attributes. Eagle Eye. 1. During the day, you can see a fly from 100 meters away. 2. At night, you can see a fly from 100 meters away, just as clearly as during the day. 3. With wide eyes, you can view a target's basic attributes. 4. With squinted eyes, you can identify a target's weaknesses. What a powerful talent, Qin He muttered to himself, though a hint of bitterness crept into his heart. This ability was indeed strong, but it also meant he might never experience true darkness again. He suddenly thought of his eternal day sunglasses and couldn't help but chuckle. Those sunglasses had the attribute when worn, day is like day, night is like day. It seemed that the night was now completely out of reach for him. Shaking his head, Qin He decided to check the conditions for the second job change. He found the relevant information in his brain interface. Second job change, Wander Roving Hunter. Condition 1, reach level 20. Condition 2, Proof of Lord's Blood X2, Proof of King's Blood X1. Seeing the words King's Blood, Qin He couldn't help but gasp. A Lord level was already dangerous enough, but a King level? That was even more deadly. Just then, a soft ribbit interrupted his thoughts. Da Vinci, his traveling frog, had woken up at some point and was now perched on his leg, croaking. Qin He smiled as he took out some feed and carefully fed it. While feeding, he browsed the world chat channel to see how other survivors were faring. The channel was filled with a myriad of voices, some joyful, some sorrowful. I changed to the fighter class and awakened the fighting spirit talent. Not bad at all. I chose the phantom dancer and awakened the blade him talent. I picked the elementalist and awakened the water affinity talent. I'm almost crying. Seeing these messages, Qin He couldn't help but feel grateful for his luck. He stood up and examined his eyes in the mirror. Fortunately, they were still his original eyes, not transformed into round, beady eagle eyes. After feeding Da Vinci, Qin He decided to upgrade it. Consuming 450 travel experience points, Da Vinci leveled up to 16, expanding its travel range and backpack capacity. Just then, a global broadcast suddenly blared. Congratulations to all survivors who completed their first job change. Among them, 58,932 survivors failed to complete the change within the designated time and were randomly assigned the elementalist class. The broadcast continued. In the next 7 days, every night will bring a zombie horde, seeking out the nearest survivors. The channel exploded with chatter, some relieved to be in the wild, others proud of their defensive structures, while some worried about mutated flora and fauna. As discussions heated up, another global broadcast interrupted everyone. Attention all players, in 5 minutes, earthquakes will occur sequentially worldwide. For a moment, the global survivors were collectively speechless, then erupted into a chorus of curses. An earthquake struck. Despite his usual composure, Qin He couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. Just moments ago, he was enjoying the comfort of a spacious 4-person bed at his landlord's place, and now he was facing this sudden disaster. Feeling the tremors beneath his feet, Qin He quickly dressed, grabbed Da Vinci with one hand, and hurried down the fire escape stairs. As soon as he stepped out of the lobby, zombies outside caught the scent of fresh human flesh and lunged at him with eager growls. Noticing a leaping zombie, Qin He chuckled to himself. Did you learn that from my little frog? Truly a lucky corpse. However, he had no intention of engaging in a fight. With the buildings too close together, his priority during the earthquake was to find an open space. As Qin He ran, others began to flee from nearby buildings, chased by zombies and screaming in terror. It dawned on him that there were still quite a few survivors in the neighborhood. Suddenly, the ground rippled like the surface of water, as if a giant beast was stirring beneath. Qin He could think of only one thing. Run. Behind him, a group of people saw that Qin He had drawn the zombies away and gratefully followed. As long as we stay quiet, we'll be safe. Keep up, they whispered, feeling lucky for this unexpected opportunity. Glancing back, Qin He realized that even in an open area, they would be surrounded by zombies. He decided to shake them off first, initiating a fancy footwork maneuver. Instantly, his speed surged, creating a gust of wind that left zombie wigs and skirts flapping wildly. 10 seconds later, the pursuing zombies came to a halt, bewildered and looking around. Meanwhile, the 5 survivors were exposed to the zombies' sight. Starving, the zombies let out a unified roar. Dinner time. By this time, Qin He had reached the plaza and looked back, relieved at his decision. But he soon noticed something unusual underfoot, an ominous feeling rising within him. Sure enough, the ground split open with a crack, and Qin He exclaimed, "Is the earth breaking apart?" He looked ahead, seeing the fissure stretching endlessly. Just then, a zombie approached from the front, letting out a wild scream. Qin He watched the zombie and the ground's changes cautiously. Suddenly, the crack widened to 1.2 meters, and the zombie inadvertently performed a split. Qin He couldn't help but shake his head. This neighborhood is full of talent. Even the zombies can pull off complex moves. He stepped forward and gently nudged the zombie's right foot. The zombie stared at him, seemingly aware of the danger. In the next moment, it plunged into the abyss. A system prompt sounded, and Qin He received a kill reward. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the fissure extended towards the residential buildings. The first building collapsed thunderously, followed by a row of others, sending up clouds of dust. More cracks appeared, and Qin He continuously adjusted his position to avoid danger. Meanwhile, the zombies led to the pond by Da Vinci and Little Gray were slowly making their way towards Qin He, the tremors slowing their advance. Qin He remained vigilant, observing the surroundings and preparing for the challenges ahead. At that moment, Da Vinci awoke from its slumber. It opened its eyes to find itself being carried by Qin He, traversing through a chaotic world. The ground had split into bottomless chasms, buildings were collapsing like dominoes, and zombies were stumbling through the rubble. The sight was so terrifying that Da Vinci instinctively closed its eyes, thinking it must be dreaming. It comforted itself, believing that once the nightmare ended, everything would return to normal. With this thought, Da Vinci drifted back into sleep. Qin He glanced at the now sleeping Da Vinci, momentarily taken aback. As he carefully navigated around the cracks in the ground, the collapsing structures, and the sudden sinkholes, he mused, being a little frog sure has its perks such simplicity. But he quickly reminded himself that in some ways, Da Vinci was not so simple. Suddenly, the world's tremors abruptly ceased. Everything that had been tossed into the air rubble, cars, zombies, flowers, trees hung suspended as if frozen, then crashed back to earth. The world fell silent. Has it stopped? Qin He looked around, realizing that although the world still existed, it was now scarred and devastated. Just then, a loud crash shattered the brief silence. Qin He turned toward the sound to see the ground in the distance heaving upwards, as if a mountain had sprung from nowhere. The buildings atop it had already crumbled to dust. This newly risen mountain was astonishing in height, roughly 200 meters by his estimate, given that the surrounding structures had all toppled. Before Qin He could fully process this, more thunderous sounds followed. He looked down at his feet and then around him, horrified to see the ground within a radius of several basketball courts beginning to rise rapidly. The powerful momentum propelled Qin He and everything around him skyward. Da Vinci awoke once more, finding itself airborne with Qin He. It glanced at Qin He, noticing the same fear and confusion on his face. Da Vinci pondered whether old Qin was also dreaming within its dream, a dream within a dream. The thought was too complex, so Da Vinci decided to go back to sleep and not overthink it. Seconds later, Qin He felt the upward momentum cease, and he began to free fall. He quickly tucked the little frog into his chest pocket, gripping his tempered spear tightly. As he neared the ground, he used the spear to brace himself, bending it to absorb the impact. He then released the spear, protected his head with his hands, and rolled forward to further dissipate the force. Finally, he leveraged the motion to stand up. At this moment, Qin He realized he was standing atop a cuboid-like, protruding hill. Looking down, he estimated this small hill was about 100 meters above the ground. Gazing out at the desolate landscape, he saw countless similar cube-shaped hills emerging like bamboo shoots after rain, creating a breathtaking apocalyptic scene. Qin He turned around to examine the square-shaped hill beneath his feet. It had a narrow top and a wide base, forming a pyramid-like shape. The summit spanned an area about the size of 4 basketball courts and was as flat as a plaza. Broken bricks and stones covered the ground, with nothing else in sight. As he looked around, the nearest mountain was several blocks away, while farther off, various pyramid-shaped peaks were haphazardly stacked with buildings. In comparison, the hill Qin He stood on, though smaller in size, appeared clean and tidy. A breeze blew by, and Qin He was secretly relieved that he wouldn't have to exert much effort cleaning up. After a moment of consideration, he decided to stay put. Although the hill was only about 100 meters high, its moderate slope made it difficult to climb or slide down, providing some defense against hordes of zombies. The only drawback was the lack of shelter, prompting him to think about building a place to stay. Just as Qin He was pondering how to tackle the construction dilemma, a zombie's growl pierced the air. Following the sound, he discovered a zombie hanging precariously on the eastern edge of the hilltop, its left foot trapped between 2 stones. Before the zombie could react, Qin He swiftly fired a crossbow bolt, precisely piercing its skull. A system notification chimed, awarding him experience points and apocalypse coins. Qin He circled the hill to ensure there were no more zombies. Meanwhile, a light drizzle began to fall, mixing with dust. As he contemplated his next move, a broadcast suddenly echoed across all channels, announcing the opening of the Apocalypse store for 30 minutes. Checking the store, Qin He noticed a new category for construction materials. There was a wide array of options, but the prices were steep. Holding an umbrella, he carefully considered what to purchase. At the same time, the World Chat channel buzzed with activity, as survivors shared their situations and strategies. At that moment, Da Vinci, nestled in Qin He's chest pocket, poked his head out, sleepily surveying the surroundings, seemingly startled by the scene before him, before retreating back into the pocket to continue sleeping. Qin He chuckled softly and refocused on the decisions at hand, preparing for the challenges ahead. Qin He stood by the window of his newly built 2-story brick house, gazing down at the gray, hazy world outside. In his pocket, Da Vinci poked his little head out, looking around bewilderedly at the unfamiliar surroundings. Is this a dream? Da Vinci asked in confusion. Where's the comfy bed and the soft, plush sofa? He stuck out his tongue and gently licked Qin He's chin, as if trying to wake himself up with the scratchy stubble. 10 seconds later, the cold reality hit Da Vinci, reminding him this wasn't a dream. Yet he still wore a look of bewilderment. Qin He chuckled softly, taking Da Vinci out of his pocket and placing him in his palm as he walked around the room. The old home is gone, but I've built a new one. What do you think? Isn't it nice? Da Vinci glanced around, then resignedly closed his eyes, seemingly unimpressed with the modest new home. While feeding Da Vinci some mealworms, Qin He browsed through the skill categories in the Apocalypse store. He quickly found the Hunter option and, after clicking on it, a list of skills appeared before him. Good stuff. Qin He smiled faintly. Da Vinci watched Qin He smile, thinking, your smile is something else. No wonder you've been single for so long. But he quickly added, not that it matters, you're still a good frog. Just then, Qin He recalled a previous conversation. He remembered someone saying that after being bitten by a fish, they felt a darkening vision and craved human flesh. Qin He couldn't help but worry about that person's situation, while also pondering whether he should purchase a professional skill from the Apocalypse store. However, Qin He soon realized that in this post-apocalyptic environment, having a shelter was the immediate priority. So, he decisively bought 5 wooden wall panels and, following the instructions, placed 4 on the ground to form a square, then used the 5th as a roof. The result was somewhat comical. Qin He accidentally trapped himself inside this makeshift room without a door. Realizing his mistake, he promptly bought a wooden door and integrated it with one of the wooden walls, finally creating a proper shelter. With this experience, Qin He's subsequent construction went much smoother. He purchased more wooden and red brick wall modules, and next to the small room that resembled a toilet, he built a 4x4-meter 2-story brick house. To save resources, he chose to use wooden planks for the second-floor roof. The first floor was left empty for now, while the second floor had windows, allowing Qin He to observe the outside world. Now, sitting in the new home he had crafted with his own hands, he contemplated his next course of action. The hunter's profession offers a coveted skill known as precision shot, an exclusive ability that can only be executed with weapons like bows, crossbows, guns, or cannons. Once mastered, you need to aim at your target for a full minute to activate the precision shot effect. Even if the bolt is deflected skyward, it will magically redirect and strike the target, dealing a staggering 200 plus your strength multiplied by 1 in damage. This skill has a range of 100 meters, a cooldown of 10 minutes, and is priced at 1,500 Apocalypse coins. Spike Trap is another essential survival tool for hunters. Once mastered, you can craft this lethal trap using mithril and psionic ore. It has an effective range of 10 meters and costs 500 Apocalypse coins. Hunter's Sense is an intriguing passive skill. Once learned, your sense of smell will greatly enhance, allowing you to identify any scent within a 100-meter radius. This skill is priced at 3,000 Apocalypse coins. Scattershot is another powerful passive skill. It can be triggered when using weapons like bows, crossbows, guns, or cannons. Each attack has a 25% chance to activate the scattershot effect. A single bolt or bullet will split into 2 shadow projectiles, each dealing 50 of the original damage. This skill is priced at 1,000 Apocalypse coins. Qin He touched the tip of his nose, carefully examining these 4 hunter profession skills. To be honest, he wanted to own each one, since having more skills is never a disadvantage. However, reality is often harsh. Only had a little over 4,000 Apocalypse coins, far from enough to purchase them all. After weighing his options, Qin He decided to prioritize buying Scattershot and Spike Trap. The Scattershot skill is especially effective against hordes of zombies, while the Spike Trap can be set up in advance or used at any time. He vividly remembered the crucial role the Spike Trap played during his battle with the Black Python in the kitchen. As for Precision Shot, he had to put it on hold until he could gather more coins. Hunter's Sense was tempting, but he would only consider it when he was truly wealthy. Having made up his mind, Qin He promptly purchased Scattershot and Spike Trap. Luckily, his coin necklace activated a 20% discount, reducing the original price of 1,500 Apocalypse coins to 1,200, saving him quite a bit. Looking at his balance, Qin He couldn't help but think of the Moneymaker title that topped the wealth rankings, earning an extra coin for every 1,000 coins daily. He began to daydream about obtaining that title himself, but quickly dismissed the thought, deciding to focus on acquiring the title first. With this in mind, Qin He glanced at Da Vinci, who had dozed off again, and gently flicked its rear, instructing, next time we go out, try to grab more clothes, pants, shoes, whatever you can find. Just target those with a health bar floating above their heads, got it? Startled awake by the flick, Da Vinci stuck out its tongue and licked Qin He's face. It thought to itself, your Da Vinci is not happy. Is my rear something you can just touch? That's reserved for my future frog wife. It also felt Qin He's fondness for other people's clothes was a bit odd. But for the sake of living more comfortably, it decided to indulge in such activities. After all, Qin He wasn't exactly a proper frog himself. Stripping people's pants and staring for 3 minutes, Da Vinci knew all about it. Qin He placed Da Vinci in his arms and began browsing skills from other professions. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. However, when he tried to click on the skills of other professions, he found them unresponsive. What the? Qin He licked his lips, feeling a bit disappointed. But he quickly remembered that the World Chat channel might have this information, as everyone loved to share. Sure enough, people soon began sharing their profession skills in the channel. As a phantom dancer, all my skills are dance-related. For instance, this sword ballet allows me to increase the skill damage of sword weapons for allies within a 10-meter radius by 5 for 5 minutes. You can hire me to dance for you in the future. It's not expensive, just 5 apocalypse coins per session. As a bastion, I've learned the divine descent skill. When activated, my body doubles in size for 10 minutes. Even that part gets bigger. Ha ha ha. I'm proud. As a sneaker, I learned the chameleon cloak skill, allowing me to blend with the surrounding environment. But it doesn't work with clothes on, so I might have to go out naked. I regret it. Reading these shares, Qin He suddenly had a brainwave for making money. If he could form a dance troupe of phantom dancers and a choir of sacred singers, they could handle all kinds of events. With dance and music together, they could start a party instantly. He never imagined he had the potential to become a capitalist. While Qin He was daydreaming about the future, a global broadcast suddenly sounded. The apocalypse trading post time has ended. The next opening will be after each wave of the 7-night zombie horde. So, everyone, prepare your wallets. Now, do you see the importance of money? Sorry, I got a bit excited and blurted out. Following that, the system announced 2 new achievements. Achievement 3, 7-day collector. During the daytime of the 7-night zombie horde, supply crates will randomly drop. The person who collects the most will receive 3,000 XP, 3,000 apocalypse coins, and 1 golden blind box. Achievement 4, kill the Lord Boss. Quantity, 3. Rewards, 6,000 XP, 6,000 apocalypse coins, and 1 platinum blind box. Completing all the above achievements will earn the Day and Night Striver title. Day and Night Striver? Qin He felt this title suited him perfectly, as if they were made for each other, bringing a sense of familiarity. It was already 7 p.m. Qin He checked his watch and then looked out at the drizzling rain. The 7-night zombie horde was officially beginning, with tonight being the first wave. He couldn't help but wonder whether this wave was measured by quantity or time. Just then, a loud crash interrupted his thoughts. Looking up, he saw a large hole in the ceiling of his cozy wooden cabin. Below the hole lay a light blue crate the size of a Xiaoqiao supply crate from the apocalypse. Sitting at home, and the crate falls from the sky. Qin He chuckled at himself, then thought about the wooden wall he had spent apocalypse coins on, feeling a pang of regret. He could only hope the contents of the crate would be worth more than that wall. Cautiously, Qin He approached and unlocked the crate's latch, lifting the lid. Buzz, a beam of light shot out. What are these dull, grayish beams of light? Qin He murmured to himself, filled with curiosity and anticipation, ready to explore its contents. Qin He was taken aback when she first saw the gray pillar of light. She quickly put away the card inside and examined it closely. 3 sheets of iron, 6 wooden spike barricades, 3 reinforced iron plates, 10 wooden planks, and 2 bottles of 100 milliliters drinking water. These were all building materials, and Qin He felt relieved that she hadn't spent too much money on construction supplies. Otherwise, she would be regretting it now. A green card caught her attention, the Sunshine Blossom, a mutated sunflower capable of emitting its own light and heat. It could serve as household lighting and also promote photosynthesis in other plants. As Qin He looked at the card, she couldn't help but think of her eyes, which allowed her to see clearly both day and night. For her, this flower would just be a small sun. However, its heating function was indeed commendable. On another blue card, it read, Metal Spike Barricade, 1 meter high, 2 meters long, made of steel, an excellent tool for blocking ground threats. Qin He nodded in agreement, thinking it was indeed a valuable item. After organizing everything, Qin He tucked Vinci into her chest pocket and began setting up her home defenses. She surrounded 3 walls with wooden spike barricades, placed the metal spike barricade at the entrance, and merged the iron sheets with the outer walls to form an iron wall. The remaining reinforced metal plates were kept as a reserve for emergencies. The Sunshine Blossom was temporarily stored in her brain domain warehouse, while the 10 wooden planks were used to fashion a bed on the 2nd floor. As Qin He was preparing to face the impending zombie attack, a well-fed Da Vinci jumped out of her pocket and began exploring the seemingly simple new home. It carefully crawled out from under the metal spike barricade, wondering if its owner was a bit silly, pondering how it would manage to get out. Da Vinci decided to patrol the area, while also worrying about its good friend, Xiaoqiao. Although Qin He didn't have much affection for Xiaoqiao, she understood that if something happened to Xiaoqiao, the little frog would definitely be upset. She opened the World Chat channel, hoping to learn some special techniques from other survivors. However, the channel was filled with discussions about supply package disputes, survival difficulties, and guild recruitment, offering no practical new knowledge. Just as Qin He was thinking these people were all philosophizing, a message caught her attention. Someone mentioned the square hill that appeared after an earthquake and their encounter with zombies there. This made Qin He realize that a zombie horde was imminent, and finding a place easy to defend yet hard to attack was crucial. She silently noted this information, preparing herself for the upcoming challenges. Your team seems really cozy. All the supply crates I open just have wooden planks. But you guys have steel plates? I'm so jealous. By the way, does anyone have water? I've run out and need a bottle. I'll trade 1 gold coin for it. Qin He listened to the conversations of the other survivors around her, deep in thought. She realized that not everyone's supply crates were as diverse and plentiful as hers. This unequal distribution of resources might be the unique appeal of the game's design. At that moment, Qin He noticed her pet, Da Vinci, searching for its friend, Xiaoqiao, in the cracks of the rocks. Although Da Vinci didn't understand why it needed to look there, it diligently continued its search. Suddenly, Da Vinci's attention was drawn to several figures climbing up the mountainside. Upon closer inspection, it realized these newcomers weren't zombies, their eyes weren't that characteristic gray. Da Vinci counted with its front paw. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, exactly 5 people. These 5 individuals moved stealthily, reminding Da Vinci of Xiaoqiao, but they didn't quite measure up. It noticed 2 of them were armed with crossbows, while the other 2 held glass bottles filled with liquid, with ragged cloth stuffed in the openings. The last person who looked the least like Xiaoqiao, in Da Vinci's opinion, was conversing with the other 4. Even though it couldn't hear their conversation, Da Vinci saw one of them make a throat-slitting gesture. Even as a cat, it understood this meant killing. Sensing danger, Qin He quietly took out her shield and crossbow. She thought to herself that these individuals, who didn't even match up to Xiaoqiao, probably wouldn't last long. They were less than rats, merely wasting air by being alive. Just then, a sharp, piercing voice called out from outside, "Hey, anyone home?" Qin He didn't reply, instead cautiously peeking out the window. Sure enough, the newcomers looked even worse than Xiaoqiao. She noticed that these 5 people had just been discussing throat-slitting, clearly not here for a friendly visit. This was a gang planning to rob and kill. The voice outside continued, "Friends inside, don't be afraid. I'm just one person. You know the zombie horde is coming, and this place is pretty good for defense. How about we team up? I can watch your back." The man claiming to watch someone's back was none other than Zhang Haoheng, a minor leader of the Wild Wolf gang. A few days ago, they watched helplessly as their boss, Li Huahua, was blown up for failing to answer a hidden task's math problem. The gang then split into several small groups. After days of fleeing, they were exhausted and low on supplies, having gone a day and night without food or water. Not long ago, Zhang Haoheng and his accomplices saw a light falling on this square-shaped mountain from below. They knew it was a supply crate, so they quietly climbed up. They hadn't expected to find a newly built shelter here. For them, this was the perfect robbery target. If they couldn't rob, they wouldn't mind committing murder. However, the house was surrounded by spiked barricades, preventing them from breaking in directly. Zhang Haoheng decided to try and lure the people inside out first. If that didn't work, they had Molotov cocktails as a backup plan. "Friend, to be honest, I am Qin He," Zhang Haoheng said confidently, standing straight. Da Vinci was dumbfounded, staring at this shameless person. It thought, there's actually someone even more brazen than our own Qin. This is truly an eye-opener for the little frog. This is as unexpected as Qin He being as steady as a rock. Qin He stood up cautiously, with his back against the wall, and carefully peeked out, activating his eagle eye talent. He widened his eyes to examine the target's basic attributes. Zhang Haoheng. Level: LV6. Class: Charger. Constitution: 31. Strength: 40. Agility: 20. Spirit: 13. Talent: Blood Courage: 1. Strength permanently increased by 10. 2. For every minute in combat, strength increases by 3, stackable up to 10 times. Seeing the name Zhang Haoheng, Qin He couldn't help but chuckle. "So you're using my name to trick me? Clearly here to ambush me. What a clever little fellow," he thought. A charger class with a pretty impressive blood courage talent. Just then, a voice came from outside. "Are you Qin He? Really? Are you the one who fought a lord-level zombie alone?" Qin He responded loudly while quietly picking up his powerful crossbow and moving to the east window. He saw someone holding a Molotov cocktail, with a lighter in the other hand. Clearly, if the trick doesn't work, they'll resort to force, Qin He assessed. "Yes, that's me, but I was just lucky," Qin He replied, feigning nonchalance. Zhang Haoheng felt a surge of joy upon hearing the response. As long as I can lure him out. If he doesn't hand over supplies, I'll kill him. It's not the first time, he thought to himself. Really? Are you really alone? That's amazing. Zhang Haoheng continued to probe. Qin He deliberately raised his voice, repeating the word amazing. At the same time, he decisively pulled the trigger. With a thunk, the person below the east window was struck in the throat, clutching it as he slumped to the ground, unable to utter a sound. Zhang Haoheng continued to call out from outside, oblivious to his companion's plight. By then, Qin He had quietly moved to the south window, where 2 people stood with crossbows. "Am I that honored? I'm indeed quite thrilled." Qin He crouched down and prepared a power shot. 3, 2, 1. He quickly rose, aimed, and pulled the trigger. The power arrow hit one person below the window. Simultaneously, he threw his spear. The other person barely managed to call out, "Ho bro!" before the quenched spear pierced his chest. Qin He immediately jumped out the window, reloading his crossbow as he landed. He swiftly pulled out the spear from the man's chest and, with a sweeping motion, sliced open the throat of the immobilized man. Turning around, Qin He spotted someone by the west wall, holding a Molotov cocktail. The person froze in panic upon seeing Qin He armed with a spear and crossbow. Before he could shout, a crossbow bolt struck his chest. Qin He quickly advanced, thrusting his spear into the man's neck. "Finish him off," he muttered. In just a few seconds, Qin He had dealt with 4 people. Zhang Haoheng finally realized something was wrong, but he couldn't see what was happening on the other sides of the house. At that moment, a figure dressed in black emerged from the west, holding a shield in his left hand and a blood-stained spear in his right. "You, what did you do to my brothers?" Zhang Haoheng stammered, drawing a long knife from his waist. "Aren't you alone? I didn't see your brothers." Qin He feigned ignorance. "Cut the crap, die." Zhang Haoheng charged forward, realizing too late that Qin He's earlier responses were deliberate distractions to isolate and eliminate them one by one. But just as he took a step, Zhang Haoheng felt a chill. Looking down, he was stunned. "Why are my clothes gone? Where are my shoes? My underwear?" Then he noticed a small frog by his feet, its eyes seemingly mocking him. "Damn it, I'll slice." He stuttered, looking at his right hand. "Where's my knife?" "Ribbit, ribbit," the small frog croaked innocently. "Please, spare me. I can work for you." Zhang Haoheng fell to his knees with a thud. Qin He thrust his spear through Zhang Haoheng's chest. "Work for me? One moment you're trying to kill, the next you want to serve." "No thanks," Qin He thought, knowing he wouldn't befriend someone like that. Such a treacherous person. Ribbit ribbit, Da Vinci, the investigative frog, hopped to Qin He's feet. Qin He bent down, picked it up, and placed it in his chest pocket. "You did well, Da Vinci," he said, rewarding the frog with some bugs. Qin He then sat on a rock, pondering. If it weren't for Da Vinci, if he had been asleep, things might not have gone so smoothly. In the apocalypse, one must be wary of mutated creatures and zombies, but also of other people. Da Vinci peeked out of the pocket, licking Qin He's face, seemingly hinting that stripping that man and only getting 2 bugs was a bit stingy. Qin He understood and offered a few more bugs. Da Vinci happily swallowed them but wondered why Qin He hadn't returned to the house, as it had started to rain again. Qin He stood up, opened an umbrella to shield himself from the rain, and didn't return inside. The first person he had killed rose from the ground. Its eyes had turned gray-white, and it sniffed the air, making guttural noises as it lunged at Qin He. Thud. Qin He's crossbow bolt pierced its head, triggering a knockback effect, sending the zombie hanging onto the metal spike barricade. The system notification chimed. "Ding, killed a level 5 zombie, experience 5.25, apocalypse coins 1. Then, the second, third, and fourth people he had killed also rose as zombies and charged. Qin He gripped his weapon, ready to face a new wave of battle. Qin He held an umbrella with her left hand and gripped a tempered spear tightly in her right. Her eyes scanned the surroundings with intense focus. Suddenly, 2 zombies staggered into her attack range. Without hesitation, she swung her spear in a wide arc, the blade glinting coldly. In an instant, 3 decaying heads fell to the ground, rolling in the rain. A system notification rang out. "Ding, killed level 4 zombie, experience 4.2, apocalypse coins 2. Ding, killed level 5 zombie, experience 5.25, apocalypse coins 3. Ding, killed level 3 zombie, experience 5.25, apocalypse coins 3. Qin He continued forward with a blank expression, stopping in front of Zhang Haoheng's corpse. Just then, his lifeless eyes suddenly snapped open. Qin He reacted swiftly, thrusting her spear straight through his skull. Another system notification sounded. "Ding, killed level 5 zombie, experience 5.25, apocalypse coins 5. At this moment, Qin He's companion, Da Vinci, seemed to realize something and mused in its mind. "You really know how to make the most of everything. No wonder you kill without a second thought. I already feel bad stripping others, but you, Qin, take everything. Truly, you are my master." Da Vinci felt Qin He gently stroke its head and continued to think. Now isn't the time for travel. Besides, who in their right mind goes out in the rain? Isn't it nicer to sleep at home when it's raining? Qin He began efficiently stripping the zombies of their clothing. Da Vinci couldn't help but remark, "Being a little frog is nothing compared to you." Moments later, Qin He stored several plain combat suits, 2 beginner combat crossbows, and a long knife in her mental warehouse. These were valuable items that could be sold. The items Da Vinci had collected earlier were also automatically transferred to the mental warehouse. Qin He then carefully surveyed the mountaintop platform, ensuring there were no anomalies before returning to her room. Just then, a red light shot into the sky, exploding into a burst of multicolored flames. The scene resembled a brilliant firework, strikingly beautiful against the dark, apocalyptic night sky. The World Chat channel erupted with excitement. Fireworks, really? Wow, these fireworks are stunning. Seeing such beautiful fireworks in the end times, I feel instantly heal. So beautiful, I wish there was another one. As if in response to everyone's wishes, another red light soared into the sky, even more dazzling than before. After it exploded, the spreading fireworks illuminated half the sky. Absolutely gorgeous. I wanted fireworks at my wedding. Seeing these reignites my fighting spirit. Lu Xiaoqiao, I love you. Can you see this? As people were entranced by the fireworks, the second explosion revealed several bold red words in the sky. Zombie horde incoming. The world channel fell silent. Qin He smirked slightly, finding the twist utterly brilliant. Da Vinci observed Qin He's expression and thought, "Your smile right now is like that of an innocent child." As the fireworks faded away, the night was filled with the haunting howls of zombies. These undead creatures had an uncanny instinct for finding people, and no matter how well hidden the survivors were, they would eventually be discovered. Qin He nimbly leapt, his strong hands gripping the edge of a hole in the roof. He quickly pulled himself up and lightly landed on the rooftop. Looking out over the city, he saw fires burning in several places, and faint cries of people could be heard in the distance. Suddenly, a zombie climbed up from the eastern side of the mountain, its cloudy eyes fixed on Qin He standing on the roof, and it let out a piercing shriek as it charged forward. Qin He calmly raised his crossbow, aimed, and fired decisively. With a thunk, the bolt pierced the zombie's head, sending it sprawling forward, lifeless. The mountaintop where Qin He stood was not large, about the size of 4 basketball courts, with his small cabin occupying the center. This terrain advantage made precise shooting relatively easy. Before long, a second zombie climbed up, but it was shot down mid-stride, tumbling down the mountain and leaving behind a trail of white light. In the next few seconds, an unusual calm settled over the mountaintop. Qin He frowned and thought, had he ceased to attract zombies, or was the zombie horde over? He quickly glanced at the world chat window, finding it silent. It seemed he was the only one with the leisure to check the chat channel. As Qin He pondered, another zombie climbed up from the same spot. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger, and the zombie fell. This time the interval was longer. Over 20 seconds passed before another zombie appeared, again from the same location. Qin He calculated silently. Although he wanted to maintain his top position on the leaderboard, at this slow pace, he feared others would soon surpass him. Was he the only one encountering a fake horde? With this thought, Qin He decisively jumped off the roof. Holding a shield in his left hand and a tempered spear in his right, he dashed toward the spot where the zombies were climbing. As he reached the edge, a zombie's head emerged, only to be immediately pierced by his spear, bursting into a gray light. Standing on the edge of the mountaintop, Qin He looked down and was stunned by the sight. A large group of zombies was struggling to climb the slope, but the broken asphalt road was too steep and slippery, offering no foothold. The zombies would slip halfway up, dragging those behind them down, creating an endless cycle. Qin He felt a sense of relief. No wonder Zhang Haoheng's group wanted to occupy this hilltop. It was a natural fortress. He examined the other 3 slopes and found similar situations. Around 100 zombies gathered at the foot of the 4 slopes, but they couldn't climb effectively. Realizing he had an excellent position, Qin He felt much more at ease. He picked up his crossbow and leisurely practiced his shooting. As the rain lessened, he opened an umbrella, scrolling through the world chat with his left hand while occasionally shooting a climbing zombie with his right, enjoying a rare moment of tranquility. Just then, a loud cry echoed across the sky. Qin He looked up to see a massive bird with a wingspan of about 10 meters soaring overhead, heading towards a distant mountain. With his eagle-eye ability, he clearly saw the potentially mutated creature circling the mountain, and he fell into deep thought. In an instant, the large bird dove down like a bullet. Thwang! Qin He skillfully took out a zombie that had just reached the mountain summit. The zombie's pale eyes were wide open, clearly unwilling to accept that it was eliminated after all that effort. The repelling effect was triggered, and the zombie was sent flying backward, crashing heavily at the foot of the mountain. Qin He looked up to continue observing the distant mountaintop. Suddenly, a massive bird silhouette soared into the sky, clutching a human figure in its claws. It was too far away to see clearly. The bird kept ascending until it became a tiny dot. At that moment, Qin He noticed an even smaller, plummeting from the sky. The person had been dropped. Damn it, the bird just dropped someone. Qin He muttered to himself. Several messages suddenly flashed on Qin He's communication device. Everyone, I got snatched by a mutated bird. It pecked open my stomach, probably ate my kidney. Xiaoqiao 95. While I still have some breath left, let me tell you, don't climb too high. Zombies can't reach you, but birds will. Xiaoqiao 95. Guys, The bird dropped me. I'm falling fast from the sky. I'm about to die. I'm really scared, but I fulfilled my childhood dream. I'm flying, Xiaoqiao 95. Let me sing you a song, I'm gonna fly. Xiaoqiao 95. After fly, there were no more messages from Xiaoqiao 95. Qin He looked up and saw the person had already fallen into the ruins of the city below. Poor soul, he sighed softly. Thwang. Qin He shot another zombie. Deciding not to waste any more time, he got up, holding an umbrella, and fired his crossbow one-handed as he walked along the mountain's edge, shooting at the zombies below. 20 minutes later, Qin He had taken down the last zombie. By then, the rain had intensified. Suddenly, with a bang, a firework exploded above his head, displaying vibrant red and green colors. Amidst the fireworks, a few words appeared. Elite attack. Of course, there's always trouble lurking behind anything beautiful. Qin He shrugged helplessly. Just then, the ground beneath his feet began to tremble, as if something was burrowing underground. Not another giant snake, is it? Qin He thought warily. Boom. The asphalt road on the eastern slope was suddenly shattered. A massive red head, the size of a millstone and covered in armor-like plates, slowly emerged from the mountain's edge. Two antennae, over 3 meters long, extended from its head, and beneath them were enormous pincer-like mandibles clashing together, producing a grating noise. One by one, legs began climbing over the mountain's edge. Qin He widened his eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, "An elite centipede?" Qin He immediately stepped back while holding his umbrella, activating his eagle eye ability. His eyes widened as he carefully examined the target's basic attributes. The Golden Emperor centipede in front of him was a 3-star elite with 100 constitution, 120 strength, 100 agility, and 30 spirit. It also possessed 2 unique skills, tail temptation and toxic bite. Inwardly, Qin He assessed, this thing is pretty tough. He retreated a few more steps, contemplating his strategy. Although the centipede had high attributes, its low spirit suggested it might be a bit dim-witted. Fortunately, it didn't have a visible health bar on its head, meaning he could directly target its weak spot. By now, the centipede's body, as thick as a barrel, had half-crawled onto the mountain platform, stretching 6 or 7 meters long. Its mandibles clicked with a ch sound, reminiscent of metal scraping glass, making one's teeth tingle. Qin He quickly stowed the umbrella in his mind's storage and pondered a crucial question. Was the head of this Golden Emperor centipede really its head or just its tail? After a moment's thought, he decided to treat it as the head. After all, even mutated creatures shouldn't have mandibles on their tails. He then began charging his power arrow. At this point, the centipede's entire body had climbed onto the platform, extending to a full 12 or 13 meters. Its densely packed legs moved in unison, creating a bizarre and unsettling sight. Qin He activated his eagle eye again, squinting to find the weak spot. The system indicated that the centipede's weakness lay beneath its skull. He internally criticized the vague explanation but decided to start by cracking open its skull. Suddenly, the centipede raised its tail, 2 antennae waving in front of Qin He, clearly trying to deceive him into thinking it was the head. Without hesitation, Qin He fired the charged arrow, triggering a stun effect. With the centipede immobilized, Qin He leaped onto its head. From his backpack, he retrieved his berserk giant power axe, raised it high, and brought it down forcefully. With a thud, he split a gap in the centipede's head armor, causing green fluid to ooze out. Qin He didn't pause, continuing to swing the axe, each strike precisely landing on the previous gap, widening the wound. Green fluid gushed like a spring, but he ignored the fact that his axe had 299 durability left. Suddenly, the stun wore off, and the centipede thrashed its head wildly. Qin He used the momentum to land, rolling forward to absorb the impact, quickly standing up with his shield ready, crossbow mounted on it, prepared to counterattack. The centipede opened its massive maw, revealing rows of venomous fangs, charging at Qin He with all its legs. Having discerned its attack pattern, Qin He thought, these long-bodied creatures rely on their mouth. As the saying goes, all talk, no action, and the next moment they'll be crippled. He deftly dodged to the right, evading the centipede's attack, simultaneously sheathing his shield and crossbow, swinging the axe in a horizontal sweep. With a swish, several centipede legs were severed at the base. The clean, decisive action gave Qin He a sense of satisfaction. The Golden Emperor centipede shrieked in pain, emitting a ch sound, flipping its body with open mandibles in a mad counterattack. Qin He employed agile footwork, tripling his strength and agility, dodging swiftly while swinging the axe again. Another swish resulted in a row of centipede legs falling. As the battle intensified, Qin He only grew more invigorated. He crouched low, sliding forward to dodge a sweeping head attack, swinging the berserk axe, severing another row of legs. The act of slicing centipede legs felt like a stress relief tool, granting him a strange sense of relaxation amid the tense fight. Soon, the entire right side of the centipede's legs was gone. It could only crawl with its left legs, awkwardly realizing it could only move in circles. Observing this, Qin He calmly readied his powerful crossbow, waiting for the power arrow's cooldown. 3, 2, 1, fire. A blue light arrow shot precisely into the centipede's mouth, triggering the stun effect again. Qin He seized the opportunity to rush forward, splitting open the centipede's head armor with a single blow. Activating Eagle Eye once more, he squinted to locate the weak spot. The system indicated. Beneath the green fluid lay a walnut-sized white brain. Just smash it. Without hesitation, Qin He delivered another axe blow, sending the centipede's head armor flying, fluid spilling everywhere. Amidst some tangled tissue, he spotted the walnut-sized brain. Without a second thought, he stomped it to pieces. The system immediately chimed. You have slain a 3-star Golden Emperor centipede, earning 105 experience points including bonuses and 100 apocalypse coins. Another prompt followed. You've triggered Da Vinci's unexpected delight, increasing drop rate by 500. 3 white lights, 2 green lights, and 1 purple light simultaneously shone. Seeing the purple light column, even the usually composed Qin He couldn't help but feel excited. A 3-star elite monster dropping a purple item was truly a stroke of Da Vinci's unexpected delight. He quickly collected all the cards, then circled the mountaintop platform to ensure no other zombies or mutated creatures were around. Just then, a light screen suddenly appeared before Qin He, causing him to hold his breath in anticipation of what was about to unfold. The message read, "Congratulations, you've survived the first night of the zombie horde. The wave has ended, and no more zombies will approach you. The apocalypse game doesn't deceive its players." Qin He read the line with a blank expression, remaining cautious. Whether it was true or not, he knew he needed to stay vigilant. His gaze fell on the corpse of the Golden Emperor centipede, and without hesitation, he stored it in his brain domain warehouse. I wonder if this thing tastes as good as mantis shrimp, Qin He mused. I'll keep it for now and find someone to try it later. It's polite to think of others when it comes to fresh things. Back in his room, Qin He took out some hand sanitizer from his brain domain warehouse and meticulously cleaned his hands. He then picked up a bottle of alcohol disinfectant and sprayed it all over himself. These items were from his landlady's house, who was evidently a stickler for hygiene. After cleaning up, Qin He sat by the window to rest. Through the glass, he could see the distant ruins of the city, with the sounds of zombies and mutated creatures still echoing in the air. At that moment, Da Vinci emerged from Qin He's pocket and gently licked his chin. What happened to that big bug? Gone again? Da Vinci seemed to ask. You're such a spendthrift, Qin. I go out every day bringing things home, but you're just wasting them. That's meat, you know. With that, Da Vinci closed its eyes and retreated into the pocket, planning to take a nap. It thought, tomorrow, no matter what, I have to go out and find Xiaoqiao. I hope that guy's still alive. It's not easy having a friend. As Qin He kept watch, he took out the cards that had dropped from the Golden Emperor centipede. 3 white cards, Enhanced Steel Plate X1, Reinforced Wire Mesh X1, and Novice Combat Boots X1. Qin He pondered. Is it possible that half of what drops from mutated creatures and zombies now are building materials for defense? Could the loot be adjusted according to different chapters? There were also 2 green cards, Corrosive Poison X1 bottle and Clear Peony mutated from a peony flower, emitting a faint fragrance that keeps the mind sharp and clear. Wow, Qin He realized. So the loot is also related to decoration. That's quite absurd. He was most excited about the purple card. Please, don't let it be another flower. Qin He silently prayed. That would be a real downer. The purple card read, Class B Poison Arrow Fusion Module. This module allows the fusion of a quiver with poison. Required materials, 1 Class B quiver, 2 bottles of poison, 200 apocalypse coins. The coin necklace was detected, reducing the cost to 160. Qin He recalled the bottle of poison he had obtained from defeating the Black Python earlier, and with the one he just got, he had exactly 2. As for the Class B quiver, he was already using 1. Fuse immediately. Qin He decided without hesitation. After the fusion, he obtained Class B Capacity Recovery Corrosive Arrow Quiver. Offhand right, Constitution 1, Strength 1, Agility 1, Spirit 1. Superior attributes, Capacity 60, recover 1 arrow every 30 seconds. Superior attribute, Poison Arrow, which, when embedded in the target's flesh, can corrode and cause continuous bleeding. This poison is fantastic. Qin He grinned as he put away the quiver, then took out the clear peony and placed it on the windowsill. He sat by the window, continuing his watch, and took a gentle whiff of the peony's fragrance, which instantly refreshed his mind and banished any trace of drowsiness. The night passed with Qin He remaining alert. As daylight broke, Da Vinci leaped out of his chest pocket, looking expectantly at Qin He for food. Qin He placed some feeder insects in his palm, and Da Vinci quickly gobbled them up, still pondering the incident with the big bug. Once full, Da Vinci waited for Qin He to pat its head. Feeling the touch, it was invigorated and full of energy. Da Vinci hopped out of Qin He's embrace, leapt down from the second floor, and made its way to the edge of the mountaintop platform. It glanced at the zombie corpses sprawled on the hillside, showing no interest. Then, it bounded down the eastern slope. As the soil was soft, it started sliding down automatically. Sliding further, Da Vinci felt its belly growing hot from the friction. Midway down the slope, Da Vinci came to a stop. Looking up, it spotted a gray figure peeking out from under a rock, with a sly, shifty look. Da Vinci was instantly excited, and the shifty creature noticed Da Vinci as well. The two creatures approached each other, one licking, the other sniffing. This little gray mouse is truly lucky. Qin He inhaled the scent of the peony flowers, feeling instantly invigorated. She thought to herself that since the little frog had gone out, she couldn't just sit idly. Being a diligent person, she decided to take a 1-hour nap before getting back to work. Meanwhile, Da Vinci and the little gray mouse were bounding along the eastern hillside, searching for new adventures. They joyfully ran eastward, eventually finding themselves in front of a gigantic chasm. The two little creatures curiously peered over the edge, as if pondering the depth and whether a fall would be fatal. Suddenly, Da Vinci's attention was caught by a stone shimmering with a pale blue light. It thought the stone was quite pretty and considered taking it home as decoration. After all, it was a bit embarrassed to invite the little gray mouse over with the house's current state. Just then, the little gray mouse started squeaking, pointing its paw in a certain direction. Following the little gray mouse's indication, Da Vinci saw a zombie's collar snagged on a branch at the edge of the chasm. The small tree was bent under the weight, with the zombie's body dangling in the crevice. Seeing this, Da Vinci felt a pang of compassion. After a brief exchange, the two creatures hopped over to the small tree. Although trembling a bit, the little gray mouse, encouraged by Da Vinci, began to crawl along the tree root. Halfway across, it glanced back at Da Vinci, determined not to embarrass itself in front of the slippery frog. Under Da Vinci's guidance, the little gray mouse reached the tree's canopy where the zombie was caught. The zombie raised its head, fixing its hollow eyes on the mouse and making a rasping sound. The little gray mouse mustered its courage and started gnawing at the zombie's collar. Minutes later, about a third of the collar was chewed through. Suddenly, the collar snapped completely, unable to bear the zombie's weight any longer. The zombie plummeted into the chasm, disappearing from sight. Da Vinci watched the small tree stand upright again, feeling quite pleased. However, it hadn't anticipated that the tree, freed from the zombie's weight, would spring back and catapult the little gray mouse into the distance. Da Vinci then realized its compassion was actually for the tree, not the zombie. At that moment, a system notification sounded. Da Vinci indirectly killed a level 3 zombie, earning 3.15 experience points and 1 apocalypse coin. Realizing the little gray mouse might be in danger, Da Vinci hurriedly hopped in the direction it had flown. It felt a pang of guilt, worried that its friend might have been harmed due to its oversight. After a frantic search, Da Vinci finally heard the little gray mouse's response. Following the sound, Da Vinci arrived at a ruin. Amongst the rubble, sharp stones, and twisted rebar, it saw the little gray mouse happily bouncing on a small foam pad. The little gray mouse enthusiastically invited Da Vinci to join in the fun, as if the recent perilous incident had never occurred. Meanwhile, Qin He, still asleep, remained attuned to the two little creatures' every move. She couldn't help but marvel at the little gray mouse's good fortune, not only surviving an earthquake but also emerging unscathed from such a dangerous situation. Qin He continued to sleep, preparing for the labor that awaited. Da Vinci bounced happily on the sponge, his eyes lighting up with delight. Inspired, he decided to take the comfortable sponge home to use as a mattress. Concentrating, he activated his mysterious ability and, in an instant, the sponge vanished into thin air. He glanced smugly at the dumbfounded Xiaoqiao beside him, giving it an affectionate lick as if to say, "Don't be surprised, I do this all the time." Xiaoqiao quickly accepted the supernatural occurrence, and the two mischievous friends were about to continue their adventure when suddenly, a blue and white box fell from the sky, nearly squashing them flat. At the same time, a stranger, eyes alight with excitement, came running towards them. As the man picked up the box, he noticed Da Vinci and Xiaoqiao. He put the box down, eyes gleaming, and reached out to capture the two little creatures. Da Vinci and Xiaoqiao nimbly slipped into the crevices of the nearby ruins, evading capture. Outside, they could hear the man's frustrated curses. The bold Da Vinci poked his head out, only to quickly withdraw to avoid being caught again. Nimbly, he slipped out through another gap and used his ability on the blue and white box. The box vanished instantly, leaving the man dumbstruck, looking around in confusion. 3 seconds later, an even more bewildering scene unfolded. The man's pants suddenly disappeared, and he fled in panic. Xiao Hui rubbed his head in confusion, unable to make sense of the situation. Urging Da Vinci to leave this bizarre place, he feared that they too might inexplicably disappear. Da Vinci and Xiao Hui emerged from the ruins, continuing their adventurous journey. An hour later, Qin He awoke from his sleep. He walked to the window, taking a deep breath of the peony-scented air, feeling invigorated. Although he felt a bit guilty sending Da Vinci out to work every day, the clear skies outside lifted his spirits. Despite the earthquake dust lingering in the air, obscuring the sunlight, the sun was still faintly visible. Qin He dressed and decided to explore down the mountain. Along the way, he checked the area where the Golden Emperor centipede had appeared yesterday, noting that although the asphalt road was cracked, it still served as a barrier against zombies. Reaching the foot of the mountain, Qin He headed east. It wasn't long before he spotted a supply crate descending from the sky. Feeling a surge of good fortune, he cautiously approached the landing site, staying alert to his surroundings. The zombies seemed to have vanished into thin air, but Qin He remained vigilant. He knew all too well that in this post-apocalyptic world, trust was a rare commodity, and even good people could become dangerous when pushed to the edge. Finally, Qin He crouched in the ruins, carefully observing the area ahead. The supply crate had landed in the center of a dilapidated theater stage, once a bustling venue now reduced to rubble. He didn't rush in but instead cautiously surveyed the surroundings, fully aware that he wouldn't be the only one eyeing the supply crate. Amidst the ruins, a supply crate lay conspicuously at the center of the dilapidated theater stage. Surrounding it, several groups of people hid among the debris, each holding their breath and waiting for the right moment. To the north of the theater, two individuals crouched within the branches of a fallen tree. One held a crossbow, while the other wielded a shield and a single sword, both vigilantly scanning their surroundings. There are at least two groups nearby. We shouldn't be the first to go for it, whispered the man with the crossbow. It's like the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind it. The man with the sword smiled slightly, then frowned. But if no one goes for it, are we just going to sit here doing nothing? What's the rush? Let's see how it plays out. Fine, but if it comes to it, I'll be the mantis, and you can be the oriole covering me. Feeling bold today, are we? The crossbowman teased. How about you be the mantis, and I'll be the oriole covering you? Damn it, the swordman cursed. On the south side of the theater, three people crouched in the ruins of a half-collapsed second-floor building. A young man with dual swords spat on the ground, hitting the shoe of his teammate holding a single sword. What the hell? Why not just spit in my face? The single swordman snapped. Want me to spit in your mouth? The dual swordsman retorted. Come on, you two. Stop bickering. A woman sitting behind them chimed in sweetly, then suggested, I could sing the song of wind for you both, double your speed, and you can dash in and grab it before we retreat. That's too risky. The single swordman shook his head. Let's wait and see. I doubt they can sit tight without making a move until nightfall. And what if it does last till night? The dual swordsman asked. Shut it. The single swordman threatened. If you don't, I'll spit a big one. To the east of the theater ruins, cars were piled haphazardly. Inside an off-road vehicle trapped in the middle, two women sat, eyes fixed on the supply crate on the stage. The previous owner of this car was quite prepared, keeping all these supplies. The woman in the back seat said with a clear voice, slicing open the back seat cushion with a dagger to retrieve a first aid kit. She set it down, looking hungry. I'm starving, Xiaoqiao. Should we just go for it? Maybe no one's around. Don't be foolish. The woman in the front seat turned her head, speaking sternly. You know many eyes were on that supply crate before it even hit the ground. Have you forgotten how your man died? Do you want to die like he did? I don't want to. The woman in the back shivered at the thought of her boyfriend's gruesome death, her voice trembling. We're so vulnerable. Why can't we meet any good people? Good people are either dead, the woman in the front continued to stare at the stage with a cold gaze, or forced to become bad. So what do? We don't need to grab the supply crate. Just watch who survives till the end. If it's a woman, we'll befriend her. If it's a man, even better. Are you going to sell yourself? Well, it's not like I have much choice. Good friends stick together, right? Oh. Qin He crouched to the west of the theater, about 70 meters from the stage. Behind him lay a jagged ruin, perfect for concealment and a quick escape. He felt fortunate for his eagle-eye ability, which had allowed him to quickly assess the situation. At least 5 groups were poised to make a move. Besides the known groups in the tree to the north, the ruined building to the south, and the broken car to the east, 2 more groups were holding the road, clearly waiting for the right moment. As Qin He pondered his next move, he noticed Da Vinci and Little Gray playing in a nearby mud puddle. A passing zombie got splattered with mud from their antics. The 2 little creatures began mimicking the zombie's staggering walk. The zombie turned to look at them, as if silently questioning, is this polite? Soon after, Da Vinci and Little Gray moved through the ruins to a pre-earthquake park. They spotted a flower glowing with white light. Little Gray showed a delighted expression, but Da Vinci quickly picked the flower. Seeing the frog and Little Gray busy themselves, Qin He felt a bit foolish just sitting there. He peered through the gaps in the ruins at the stage's center, noting that still no one had made a move. It seemed no one wanted to be the first to act recklessly. Qin He began calculating. The world record for the 100-meter dash is held by Bolt at just over 9 seconds. With his agility attribute over 80, his speed should be at least 20, if not higher. He remeasured the distance to the stage's center, confirming it was over 70 meters. Enhancing agility attributes is an overall improvement of reaction, evasion, and speed. Qin He calculated in his mind that his agility was at least twice that of the man he was comparing himself to. Under ideal conditions, he could complete a 100-meter sprint in 4 to 5 seconds. However, the current terrain of ruins was vastly different from a flat track. Carefully standing up, Qin He scanned the terrain between himself and the supply crate with a keen eye. He mapped out an optimal route in his mind. First, step onto a broken concrete slab, then use it to leap onto the car roof ahead, jump down and sprint across a flat 10-meter stretch, vault over the collapsed theater beam, navigate through the rows of seats, and finally, ascend the stage to reach the supply crate. After mentally rehearsing the route 3 times, Qin He took a deep breath and assumed the best starting position. He harnessed his base agility of 80 points, activated the fancy footwork skill to boost his agility to 240, and gripped the berserk axe to further increase his agility by 10, reaching an astonishing 264 points. In an instant, Qin He shot forward like an arrow from a bow, rapidly weaving through the ruins according to his planned route. Meanwhile, others scattered across the ruins witnessed this extraordinary feat under the northern tree canopy. The man with the single blade and his teammates stared in shock at the lightning-fast figure. On the second floor to the south, 2 men and the woman who had just used her support skill were equally astounded. In the off-road vehicle to the east, 2 women marveled at such incredible speed, and those guarding the distant entrance were left speechless, unable to believe what they had seen. After completing his mission, Qin He slipped into the depths of an underground parking lot's remnants. Exercising caution, he decided to linger outside for a while longer to ensure he wasn't being followed. Finding a secluded corner, Qin He sat down to rest, feeling the soreness in his muscles from the intense exertion. He couldn't help but reflect that even with such high attributes, this kind of extreme sprinting was taxing on a body not used to exercise. Just as Qin He was about to lie down and rest, the Da Vinci system suddenly transmitted a message, saying it had developed romantic feelings for him. This unexpected development made Qin He sit up abruptly, muttering in disbelief. What? Romantic feelings? Da Vinci and Xiaoqiao crouched on the ruined flower bed in the park after the earthquake, taking in the astonishing sight before them. The flower bed was densely packed with flowers emitting a dazzling white glow, forming a blinding sea of light. The gaze of the 2 small animals was firmly fixed on a graceful figure amidst the blooms. Da Vinci's mouth hung open, tongue lolling out as drool dripped uncontrollably. His eyes sparkled with heart-shaped admiration, utterly captivated by the figure before him. Those vibrant, shimmering wings, and the pair of cherry-sized compound eyes were irresistibly alluring to Da Vinci. Xiaoqiao, on the other hand, sat quietly nearby, hesitant to disrupt the strange yet delicate atmosphere. He looked at his friend in confusion, unable to comprehend why a butterfly had such a hold on Da Vinci. Then it dawned on him that Da Vinci once mentioned enjoying flying insects, but this butterfly seemed rather too large. Qin He observed the scene with a slight smile. He mused that frogs typically preferred their own kind. Cross-species affection rarely ends well, akin to a wolf falling for a sheep, with the sheep inevitably becoming the wolf's meal. However, what caught his attention more were the glowing flowers known as radiant blossoms. Their petals, once shed, could produce valuable essence fibers, and here was a whole bed full of them. Qin He calculated silently, realizing the potential fortune before him. Suddenly, the love-struck Da Vinci sprang into action. He kicked Xiaoqiao off the flower bed with his hind legs, as if dismissing an unwanted third wheel. Xiaoqiao landed bewildered, wondering if frogs really needed privacy for a meal. Spotting a trash can, he eagerly scurried over. Da Vinci continued to gaze dreamily at the butterfly, growing more enamored by the moment. Never had he seen such an enormous butterfly. Its fan-like wings emitted a mesmerizing glow with every flutter. Completely entranced, Da Vinci hopped off the flower bed, tidied himself, and bounced over to the butterfly, letting out a croak. However, the butterfly paid him no heed. Assuming it might be shy, he croaked again. But the butterfly remained focused on sipping nectar from the radiant blossoms. Qin He pondered whether butterflies had ears but quickly realized a bigger issue. How could Da Vinci, a frog, fall for a butterfly? From a biological standpoint, their relationship was impossible. Perhaps Da Vinci, having never encountered another frog, was simply desperate. More concerning was the butterfly's unusually large wings, suggesting it might be some mutated creature. Qin He began to feel uneasy. Seeing the butterfly's indifference, Da Vinci decided to take it with him. He comforted himself with the thought that feelings could be nurtured over time, just like his friendship with Qin He. Convinced of his reasoning, he sought the butterfly's opinion with a couple more croaks. When the butterfly remained unresponsive, Da Vinci took it as consent and successfully used his ability to capture it. Overjoyed, Da Vinci bounced in place, the beautiful radiant blossoms now pale in comparison. Qin He shook his head with a smirk, thinking that indeed, feelings could be cultivated with time. He scanned the surroundings to ensure he wasn't followed before emerging from the parking lot's ruins. Yet he decided not to head straight home, preferring caution. Feeling invigorated, Da Vinci leapt out of the flower bed and saw Xiaoqiao rummaging around the trash can. He shook his head, thinking Xiaoqiao might struggle to find a mate like this. Da Vinci waited patiently by the trash can for Xiaoqiao. After a few minutes, Xiaoqiao, still reluctant to leave, emerged from the trash, and the two friends, close but maintaining some distance, headed home. Xiaoqiao tried to get closer, but Da Vinci, put off by the smell, kept his distance. As they passed a bus, they noticed a zombie listlessly swaying inside. Xiaoqiao felt a pang of sympathy, but Da Vinci tapped him on the head, indicating he just wanted to go home. Qin He, receiving updates from Da Vinci, thought the zombie was lucky, encountering a frog not moved by compassion this time. Qin He noticed that the frog was also heading east, where there seemed to be another park. Surveying the devastated cityscape, he found no landmarks to guide him, relying solely on intuition. His current goal was the flower bed, aiming to harvest the radiant blossoms there. After all, it was harvest time, and there was nothing wrong with collecting his own flowers. As Da Vinci and Xiaoqiao passed by a puddle, Xiaoqiao eagerly invited Da Vinci to play in the water, but Da Vinci unhesitatingly continued hopping homeward. Only tadpoles like playing in water, Da Vinci thought, as he hopped away without looking back. Xiaoqiao stood by the puddle, puzzled, watching his friend hop off into the distance. Weren't we bathing in the puddle together when we left home? Did you forget? Xiaoqiao murmured to himself, bewildered by Da Vinci's unusual behavior. Da Vinci kept hopping and soon arrived at the foot of his home mountain. He looked up at the towering peak, feeling a bit resistant, but his longing to be home overcame his fatigue. Da Vinci turned back to bid Xiaoqiao goodbye, but didn't set a time for their next outing. Xiaoqiao stood alone in the desolate ruins, looking forlorn. Poor little mouse. Qin He couldn't help but smile maliciously. By now, he had reached the dilapidated park, where a flash of white light caught his eye. What a bountiful afternoon. Hard work truly pays off, Qin He thought smugly. Suddenly feeling a pang of conscience, Da Vinci glanced back at the lonely Xiaoqiao. He decided to invite the homeless mouse to come home with him. Xiaoqiao gladly accepted and followed Da Vinci up the mountain. Da Vinci pointed to a protruding rock, indicating that Xiaoqiao could dig a hole and make a home there. Eagerly, Da Vinci hopped into his house and rushed to the second floor. However, his excitement quickly turned to disappointment. You weren't home. Could you be out having fun? Da Vinci thought with frustration, then hopped back downstairs to the edge of the mountain to keep watch. He firmly believed that without you, the butterflies couldn't take flight. As Xiaoqiao dug his hole, he occasionally glanced at his friend. Why aren't you helping me dig? Xiaoqiao wondered, but kept his thoughts to himself. Meanwhile, Qin He stood atop a flower bed, joyfully gazing at the radiant flowers. He nimbly jumped down and quickly stored all the blossoms in his mental warehouse. This time, I've really hit the jackpot. Qin He thought contentedly, time to head home. On his way back, Qin He encountered a bus, and inside, a zombie pressed against the window, banging on the glass as he approached. Qin He suddenly realized, isn't this a fortune zombie? Without hesitation, he shot through the glass and then through the zombie's head. Since Da Vinci didn't act out of compassion, I guess I'll have to do it for him, Qin He muttered to himself. At the mountaintop, Da Vinci continued to gaze steadfastly down the mountain, eyes full of anticipation. Old Qin, stop messing around and hurry home, the frog misses you. Da Vinci called out in his heart, hoping to see his owner soon. Qin He cautiously made a wide detour, ensuring no one was following him before returning to his small mountain. Along the way, he swiftly and efficiently took down a few wandering zombies. Including last night's achievements, his level had now risen to 14. A quick glance at the leaderboard confirmed that Qin He was still holding the top position. He was well aware that those with experience points close to his were part of various organizations, and their efficiency in team-based monster hunting was naturally higher than that of a lone wolf. However, Qin He wasn't particularly focused on leveling up, a mindset he thought might need changing. Then again, he reminded himself, it depended on the circumstances, as the title on the wealth leaderboard was what he truly desired. As soon as he reached the mountain top, Da Vinci eagerly jumped at his feet, excited for a pet. Qin He obliged with a smile, gently stroking its head. The system promptly notified him that Da Vinci had returned from its travels, and the items in its backpack had been automatically transferred to the brain domain warehouse. Today, The little frog had hopped 1,022 steps, gaining an equivalent amount of travel experience. Did you slide today? Qin He teased, thinking of how sliding down slopes and ruins didn't count toward the step count. He carefully cradled Da Vinci in his hands and took out some feed insects to nourish it. While feeding, he noticed Xiaoqiao was intently digging a hole by the rocks. It seemed there was a new addition to the household. After devouring the insects, Da Vinci suddenly asked Qin He to bring out Xiaomei, saying it wanted to bond. Seeing Qin He's puzzled look, it explained that the butterfly was named Xiaomei because it was indeed beautiful. Qin He took Da Vinci to the second floor, cautiously retrieving his shield and crossbow, assuming a defensive stance before taking out Xiaomei. The butterfly was unusually large, clearly a mutated creature, and required vigilance. Xiaomei immediately showcased its stunning beauty. Its wings were as large as fans, with 2 pairs of auxiliary wings the size of palms, and a long tail trailing beneath them, radiating a rich white glow. It showed no aggression, gracefully flying towards the peony on the windowsill, fluttering around the blossoms. Da Vinci eagerly tried to follow but, being too short, bounced back to Qin He's feet, pleading with his eyes to be placed on the windowsill. Qin He obliged, watching as Da Vinci gazed at Xiaomei, seemingly intent on fostering a connection. Qin He shrugged, knowing he couldn't interfere. Clearly, Xiaomei had no interest in Da Vinci, focused solely on sipping nectar. He guessed that, given time, Da Vinci might eventually give up. Driven by curiosity, Qin He activated his eagle eye talent to examine Xiaomei's attributes. Radiant butterfly common mutated species. Constitution 6. Strength 6. Agility 9. Spirit 2. Unique skill, pollen dispersion, capable of pollinating any mutated flowers. This butterfly's not bad, Qin He remarked. He knew that before the apocalypse, only a few butterflies could pollinate, and Xiaomei clearly belonged to this rare group. However, what concerned him for Da Vinci was Xiaomei's low spirit attribute, indicating limited intelligence, likely just a simple pollen-spreading tool. This suggested it would be difficult for it to reciprocate Da Vinci's affection. Qin He hoped the naive little frog would soon realize that there was no future between it and the butterfly. Not wanting to disturb Da Vinci in its one-sided infatuation, Qin He began inspecting the items it had brought back. First was a radiant flower, which he directly stacked into the brain domain warehouse. Next was a stone with a faint blue glow, a 1-pound energy stone. Qin He picked it up, immediately feeling a slight warmth. He recalled that the design module for his orange single-hand crossbow required 10 pounds of energy stones. From Da Vinci's travel log, this energy stone had been found at a ground fissure. Qin He made a mental note to pay more attention to such places on his outings. After safely storing the energy stone, Qin He opened 2 supply boxes, one brought back by Da Vinci and the other his own. They contained common construction materials, water, and food. There was also a pair of pants, which Qin He remembered Da Vinci had borrowed from someone who had tried to catch it in Xiaohui. The person had fled in fright, leaving behind these novice combat pants. Qin He stored the pants in the warehouse, finally taking out a thin sponge mat, which could be placed under the bedding on the wooden bed to improve sleep comfort. After checking everything, Qin He pushed open the door, his gaze landing on the hole that Xiaohui had dug. Fresh soil piled around the entrance testified to Xiaohui's impressive digging skills. Pacing on the mountaintop platform, Qin He pondered how to properly care for the precious radiant flowers. These flowers not only produce the fine fibers needed for crafting orange single-handed crossbows, but could also be key to his future wealth. However, after surveying the area, Qin He realized that the immediate priority was to build a decent shelter. Planting the radiant flowers outside was too risky. While he could handle ordinary zombies, elite-level monsters could spell disaster for these delicate blooms. After weighing his options, Qin He returned to his room on the second floor. Da Vinci was still intently watching a butterfly, so Qin He lay down for a short nap. Time slipped by quietly, and when he opened his eyes again, it was 5:10 p.m. Sitting up, Qin He observed Da Vinci, noticing its spirit seemed fine, but something felt off. Da Vinci had realized that the butterfly was just a pretty facade, indifferent to its croaking, which was a blow to Da Vinci. It felt like it had invested its emotions into an unfeeling insect, leaving its heart cold and in need of comfort. Qin He got out of bed and gently cradled Da Vinci in his hands. He was relieved to see the frog finally grasped reality and hoped it wouldn't have romantic illusions about bugs anymore. Still, Da Vinci appeared somewhat downcast. To divert Da Vinci's attention, Qin He retrieved 3 snake eggs from his mental storage and neatly lined them up on the floor. Placing Da Vinci beside the eggs, he softly comforted, "Don't be sad. Haven't you always liked these eggs? Go play with them." Qin He hoped this would distract Da Vinci, since its first love being a tool butterfly was indeed hard for the frog to accept. Unexpectedly, Da Vinci gazed at the 3 yellow-spotted white eggs and developed the idea of hatching them. Qin He was taken aback, marveling at the little frog's complex thoughts and big heart, which truly caught him by surprise. Qin He stood in the center of the room, her brow furrowed. She glanced at Da Vinci, the young and robust toad, and thought to herself, this can't go on. I have to take responsibility for its happiness. If I'm going to raise it, I need to teach it and guide it. She opened the Travel Frog reward pool to check Da Vinci's travel experience seat had accumulated over 1,000 points. Time for a tin draw, right? Qin He mused. Isn't it usually the case that a tin draw increases the odds of a jackpot? However, as she browsed the reward pool interface, she realized there was no option for a one-click tin draw. A sense of foreboding crept over her. Taking a deep breath, Qin He began clicking the draw button repeatedly. The pool spun, lights flashed, and each draw was accompanied by a buzzing sound. After 10 draws, she carefully reviewed the rewards. 1. Travel Frog Strawberry Poison Dart Frog Fragment X1 collect 30 to summon. 2. Travel Frog Bullfrog Fragment X3 collect 10 to summon. 3. Travel Frog Horned Frog Fragment X1 collect 40 to summon. 4. Travel Frog Clown Frog Fragment X1 collect 20 to summon. 5. Travel Frog Exclusive Feedbox X1 contains 10,000 delicious insects. 6. Travel Frog Exclusive Weight Enhancement Card X1 50 pounds, rub on the frog's head to use. 7. Travel Frog Leaf Frog Fragment X1 collect 10 to summon. 8. Travel Frog Exclusive Pond X1 3 by 3 meters, adjustable water quality. Qin He crouched down, gently stroked Da Vinci's head and softly said, you should play with the eggs for now. Da Vinci looked up at her, then lowered its head, looking dejected. Qin He felt a pang of sympathy. Despite the abundant rewards, she was disappointed that there were no new companions to summon immediately. She pondered over the information gathered from the draw. The pool contained various frog types, including the poisonous strawberry poison dart frog, the bullfrog that could swallow mice whole, and purely ornamental species. The box of 10,000 insects offered some comfort, at least ensuring Da Vinci wouldn't go hungry for a while. The exclusive pond was a highlight, as it promised to prevent the frog from hopping onto her face while she slept, bringing a sigh of relief. Picking up the weight card, Qin He realized why Da Vinci's ordinary evolution only increased distance and backpack slots. The weight capacity had to be boosted through draws. Just then, she noticed Da Vinci intensely focused on the 3 huge eggs, seemingly pondering how to hatch them. Qin He gently rubbed the weight card on Da Vinci's head, and the frog immediately felt a warm sensation spreading through its body, invigorating its spirit. Da Vinci turned its head and gave Qin He a slightly annoyed look, as if to say, I'm working on the important task of biological inheritance, don't interrupt. Go do something productive. With that, it returned its attention to the eggs. Qin He retrieved the insects she had just drawn from her mental storage. Each one was plump and round, with skin as white as jade. The tempting sight made her almost want to roast them for a taste. The enticing aroma caught Da Vinci's attention, and it leapt up, swallowing an insect whole. After savoring it for a moment, Da Vinci decided to set aside the egg problem for now and focus on filling its belly. After all, a full stomach aids better thinking. After a satisfying feast, Da Vinci felt completely at ease and decided to take a nap. The 3 snake eggs remained quietly in a row, seemingly awaiting its return. Qin He smiled and stood up, her gaze drifting to a tireless butterfly still dancing around a vibrant peony. She couldn't help but wonder, this butterfly may not be very bright with its low mental attributes, but surely it must know when to rest? Then again, maybe it was the allure of the peony. Its fragrance alone was invigorating, so imagine the effect of its nectar. Subsequently, Qin He opened the World Chat channel and glanced at the time in the upper right corner. 6 p.m. The Apocalypse Game Trading House was open. She first browsed the skill store and found that the beginner skills were no longer available, leaving only the class skills. She had already purchased 2, with 2 more still on offer, but no new class skills had been added. It seemed that changing to the hunter role only granted access to these 4 skills. Next, she checked the weapons and equipment section but found nothing particularly appealing. So, she listed the gear she had obtained the previous night and Da Vinci's newly acquired beginner combat pants for auction, pricing them fairly and honestly. They were immediately bid on, likely to earn her a couple hundred apocalypse coins. Finally, she opened the building materials store, where a new item was prominently displayed: the home design module. 1. Round hut design module basic shelter, 50 apocalypse coins. 2. Square hut design module same as above. 3. Small 2-story house design module better shelter, 100 apocalypse coins. 4. Small garden house design module cozy shelter, 300 apocalypse coins. Qin He selected the round hut design module and opened the detailed information for a closer look. The design and construction of circular huts can be approached in 2 ways. Qin He carefully read through the interface of the Apocalypse trading post, where a flickering holographic display outlined the specific requirements for each method. The first method requires players to gather materials themselves: 100 bricks, 50 wooden planks, and some ropes. Qin He silently calculated the difficulty of obtaining these materials, his brow furrowing slightly. The second method is much simpler. Just click the one-click build button under the design module and spend 200 apocalypse coins to complete the construction. Qin He couldn't help but marvel at this convenient and user-friendly design. He gently closed the page for the circular hut, his fingers gliding over the light screen as he continued to browse other building materials. A thought crossed his mind. Wealthy players can simply choose the one-click build option, so how does one evaluate construction skills? Would everyone just tie for first place? Shaking his head, Qin He muttered to himself, "It's still better to build it on your own." He glanced up at his own house, a faint smile playing at his lips. Indeed, his current dwelling was too plain. It was time to plan some renovations, though he hadn't yet decided on the specifics. After browsing the building materials for a while and finding nothing particularly necessary, Qin He exited the Apocalypse trading post. He then opened the World Chat channel to see what other players were discussing, hoping to glean some useful information. In the chat channel, players were enthusiastically discussing the phenomenon of the sparse zombies during the day and the zombie waves at night. "You can hardly see any zombies during the day. I walked around outside today and didn't encounter a single one. If it weren't for the nighttime waves, I'd think the apocalypse was over," one player remarked. "Speaking of the night waves, how did you guys fare yesterday?" Another player asked. "I don't know if I'm just weak, but only 20 zombies came, and once the fireworks went off, it was over. Should I be relieved?" "Haha, you did pretty well," someone responded. "I only had 5 zombies in my wave yesterday, and it scared me. But I'm grateful since I'm only level 1. "You guys are lucky," an advanced player chimed in. "My friend and I killed 70 zombies and an elite zombie yesterday. Is it because I'm a level 6 charger and my friend is a level 7 shadow dancer?" Seeing this, Qin He thoughtfully touched the tip of his nose. He finally felt a bit relieved, realizing that he was indeed quite popular with the zombies. After all, last night he had single-handedly taken down nearly 200 zombies and defeated a 3-star mutated creature, the Golden Emperor Centipede. Suddenly, a question popped into Qin He's mind. Could it be that the higher the level and the stronger the player, the greater the zombie wave challenge they face? This thought led him into deep contemplation. This is a serious issue. Li Zhongjuan stood atop a vantage point amidst the ruins, a pipe clenched between his teeth and his hands clasped behind his back, his brow furrowed. His gaze swept over the desolate scene around him, his mind awash with thoughts. Indeed, he muttered to himself, judging by today's analysis of the global chat channel, it seems likely that the more people there are, the larger the zombie horde they attract, and the stronger an individual is, the more they may also attract. Yu Guoquan stood beside Li Zhongjuan, arms crossed and pinching the bridge of his nose. His eyes rested on the wounded warriors around them, a hint of melancholy in his gaze. "Have we taken stock?" Li Zhongjuan asked in a deep voice. "How many zombies attacked us yesterday?" Yu Guoquan immediately reported. "We've counted them. There were a total of 3,140 ordinary zombies and mutated creatures combined, and 51 elite zombies and mutated creatures. Some of the elites were particularly formidable, and most of our casualties and injuries were caused by them. What about our losses?" Li Zhongjuan pressed on. "We lost 6 people, 17 are seriously injured, 32 are lightly injured, and we have 102 still fully combat capable." Yu Guoquan paused before adding, "The injured were harmed by the elite's weapons, but fortunately, they won't be infected by the virus." Li Zhongjuan raised his hand, taking a deep draw from his pipe. His eyes remained resolute, yet there was an undeniable trace of worry. He knew that the losses on the first night were severe. How would they endure the remaining 6 nights? "General," Yu Guoquan hesitated for a moment before speaking. "The people below have their own thoughts now." "Thoughts?" Li Zhongjuan turned to look at him. "Do they want to disperse?" "Yes," Yu Guoquan replied candidly. "They're thinking that if the zombie hordes are based on numbers and strength, then dispersing might make things easier." Li Zhongjuan pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. "Then let's try dispersing and see if it works. Form groups of 3, each group taking an injured person. Then, have the finance department distribute the gold evenly according to combat strength. People need money when they're out there." "Understood." Yu Guoquan responded and promptly turned to relay the orders. Li Zhongjuan watched Yu Guoquan's retreating figure and sighed softly. He wondered, if they dispersed now, would they ever come together again? Only fate would tell. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Wang family's estate in Yulin, there was an uproar. Disperse? Most of the elderly and weak looked at the head of the Wang family with disbelief. Wang Minghua angrily slammed the table, shouting, "I know it's difficult, but we lost many people yesterday, and we have no choice. Do you want us all to die before we do something?" The hall was filled with cries. Some worried for their children, others for their frail selves, and some even preferred to stay and face death. Wang Minghua shattered a tea table with his cane, declaring harshly, "Right now, all young members of the Wang family, each take a child and leave immediately." The rest of the elderly and infirm will stay with me and hold out here. Amidst the cries, Wang Yuyao's face remained impassive. She had long realized that a larger group meant a larger zombie outbreak, but more people didn't mean more fighters. The deaths and injuries of the 4 young family members last night were the best proof. Yu Yao. Wang Minghua looked solemnly at his granddaughter. The future of the Wang family. Whether we can come together again and thrive for generations depends on you. Go. Leave now. Grandfather. I promise you. Wang Yuyao responded with determination. After distributing the resources, Wang Yuyao, dragging a 14-year-old boy, was the first to leave the Wang family hall. Other young adults also gradually departed the estate. Eventually, only Wang Minghua and a group of the elderly, weak, and women remained in the main hall. Wang Minghua stood at the entrance, watching the young members of the Wang family fade into the distance, then looked up at the starry night sky, murmuring, "May heaven protect the Wang family and bless Yuyao." At this time, major organizations around the world were also dispersing in an orderly manner. The fierce zombie hordes of the first night forced them to operate in small teams, each securing advantageous positions and fighting their own battles. However, uneven distribution of resources and currency sparked internal conflict. Some organizations chose to strengthen their defenses, betting that the second night wouldn't be as perilous. Others saw their members scatter in small groups. In facing the unknown crisis, people made their own choices, but no one knew what the future held. Especially for newly formed small groups, they tend to be particularly fragile when faced with crises. Not only do they dissolve on the spot, but they also engage in fierce fights over supplies. Ironically, it is not the zombies that destroy them, but their own greed and fear. On a square-shaped hill in J City, Song Hao was cautiously surveying his surroundings. This hill stood about 70 meters tall, with a summit roughly the size of a standard basketball court. At the base of the hill lay the corpses of over a dozen zombies, silently attesting to the previous night's dangers. Song Hao sat on a pile of rubble, scanning the distance with his binoculars. Recalling the terror of last night, Song Hao shivered involuntarily. As a survivor who hadn't yet reached level 5, he had neither a professional talent nor special skills. He had thought he was doomed when the zombie horde was approaching. Surprisingly, only a dozen zombies came, and not a single mutated creature appeared. The zombie horde dissipated like a farcical play. This unusual occurrence left Song Hao puzzled. Through communication on the World Channel, he gradually realized that zombie hordes might adjust according to the survivor's strength. This discovery left him feeling both relieved and slightly humiliated in this apocalyptic world. Even the zombie hordes underestimated him. Just as Song Hao was lost in self-doubt, a scene through his binoculars instantly lifted his spirits. On a distant hilltop, a familiar figure was repairing the roof of a small house. Wasn't that the mysterious strongman he had previously seen battling with an axe-wielding zombie on his own rooftop? It's him. He's still alive. Song Hao murmured excitedly to himself, "I knew it. Someone as powerful as him couldn't possibly be dead." However, amidst his excitement, reason quickly prevailed. Song Hao realized that he might only be a burden to that strong individual now. Besides, he wasn't sure whether that person was a friend or foe. So, he continued to watch silently, feeling both hopeful and anxious. Just then, Song Hao noticed that the person seemed to glance in his direction. "Oh no, have I been spotted?" he thought nervously. From this distance, probably not. Meanwhile, atop the small hill, Qin He was dusting off his hands, satisfied with the roofing work he had just completed. "I shouldn't have to worry about rain this time," he muttered to himself. However, as he stood up, an odd feeling of being watched crept over him. Qin He cautiously scanned the area, finding nothing unusual. When his gaze landed on the distant square hill, a hint of suspicion crossed his mind. "Could someone be spying on me?" he pondered. "Maybe I'm just being paranoid." Just as Qin He was about to dismiss the thought, a red light streaked across the sky. With a loud bang, a beautiful firework exploded in the sky. "Not bad," Qin He mused. "Does this mean the second night of the zombie horde is starting? But why hasn't the trading post closed?" Then, another boom followed as the second round of fireworks burst open. However, this time it wasn't a lovely pattern but a set of large words. "Testing firework brightness." Damn it! Qin He and countless other survivors on the World Chat channel simultaneously expressed their most sincere greetings, voicing their frustration and helplessness at this farcical test. Qin He sat on the recently repaired rooftop, his gaze once again fixed on the World Chat channel. The scrolling messages on the screen confirmed his earlier suspicions. The scale and intensity of the zombie horde varied from person to person. He noticed that larger groups faced more intense zombie attacks, while individuals of greater strength received special attention from the horde. This mechanism seemed to be a fair play setup by the Apocalypse game. Reflecting on last night, Qin He recalled how he single-handedly killed hundreds of zombies and an elite mutated creature, while others only encountered 5 zombies that same evening. This stark contrast highlighted the game's balancing rules. Another piece of information that caught Qin He's attention was that zombies were almost non-existent during the day. He felt a sense of relief about this. After all, unlike those who constantly grind for upgrades, he wasn't obsessed with fighting zombies all day. The scarcity of zombies during daylight meant that those players would find it difficult to level up, allowing him to maintain his level advantage for some time. Currently, the only way to rapidly gain experience was to complete hidden quests. As Qin He pondered, the topic in the world chat channel suddenly shifted. Survivors began discussing the items dropped by the zombie horde last night. I hope tonight's zombies drop some gear. Last night, all they left me were wooden planks and iron sheets. It's ridiculous. You're lucky. At least you got building materials. I ended up with 10 pots of ordinary cacti. The only consolation is that they might serve as a secret weapon. Haha, I got 2 barley plants. Does this mean I'm destined to be a grain merchant? But I was lucky yesterday. I found a dagger, perfect for my role as a stealth player. The conversation quickly turned to daily necessities. By the way, do you guys have any shampoo? Can you sell me a bottle at a lower price? The ones in the apocalypse store are too expensive. How about laundry detergent? I've been using it for showers. That works. Suddenly, someone raised a serious question. It's the second night of the zombie horde, and you guys don't seem worried at all. Aren't you afraid of dying? An optimist replied, haha, we're already in this era. If fate decides you should die, fear won't save you. Cheers to this bit of wisdom, and may you all find joy like me. A self-proclaimed weakling player added, I'm weak anyway. Last night's horde only had 1 zombie for me, so what should I fear? Someone immediately mocked. Are you seriously that weak? Not even level 1? Qin He quietly observed these conversations and noticed that, like him, most people received materials from the zombie drops, with equipment being significantly rarer. Suddenly, the world chat channel buzzed with activity again. Wow, you guys should check out the auction area of the trading post. Major groups are auctioning off junk. Really? Are they crazy? Why collect money now? Stop guessing. I'll tell you. Our guild is temporarily disbanding, so we're selling junk for the treasurer to buy and split the money. It almost caused a fight. Everyone wants a bigger share. In the end, I only got 50 coins. Damn. Oh, that's the reason. Why are you disbanding temporarily? Isn't it obvious? On the first night of the zombie horde, we lost quite a few members. You lone wolves can't imagine the scale of a guild-level horde. It's terrifying. Qin He thought about how quickly these guilds were breaking up. But perhaps this was a survival strategy, to disperse and regroup after the 7th night of the zombie horde. Of course, whether they could reunite depended on their luck. Feeling hungry, Qin He decided to prepare dinner while the trading post was still open and before the next horde arrived. He took a stainless steel pot from his brain domain storage, lit a fire, and planned to boil some frozen dumplings. He had been surviving on bread and instant noodles, which wasn't exactly healthy. When he took out the frozen dumplings, he was pleasantly surprised to find they were still frozen. This meant that items stored in the brain domain retained their original state and wouldn't spoil. This discovery relieved Qin He, as he could safely stockpile food. Even better, his brain domain storage allowed for stacking similar items, saving a lot of space. As Qin He finished cooking the dumplings, the apocalypse trading post closed. Immediately afterward, a global announcement echoed throughout the game world. Congratulations to survivor Qin He for becoming the new wealth leader, earning the Moneymaker title. Congratulations to survivor Qin He for becoming the new wealth leader, earning the Moneymaker title. Congratulations to survivor Qin He for becoming the new wealth leader, earning the Moneymaker title. What the? Qin He exclaimed as he bit into a dumpling, chewing in surprise. The delicious taste momentarily made him forget the unexpected good news. Once he gathered his thoughts, he realized how abruptly the Moneymaker title had been bestowed upon him. He had intended to work hard to claim the top spot, but it happened effortlessly. This unexpected joy made him laugh and feel secretly pleased. A moment later, Qin He contentedly patted his slightly full stomach. The dumplings were indeed delicious today. He checked the wealth leaderboard and discovered that his financial standing was far ahead of others, a revelation that left him both surprised and thrilled. The Apocalypse wealth rankings shimmered with a golden glow, listing the top contenders as follows. 1. Qin He 3013 Doomsday Coins. 2. Sure is True Form 2341 Doomsday Coins. 3. Jack. AAA Loris 2301 Doomsday Coins. 4. Special Ops District 2 Ran 1999 Doomsday Coins. 5. Mountain Sun Group Orochi 1833. 6. Siberia Kotorolsky 1800. 7. Shura 95 27 1632. 8. Aryan Brotherhood. BFB Odin 1600. 9. Special Ops District 2 Weilong 1500. 10. Truly Unmovable 1499. Qin He gazed at the list, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. The title Moneymaker seemed to have a mysterious connection with him. He murmured to himself, "Indeed, birds of a feather flock together. Since you're here, don't leave." At that moment, the world chat channel erupted, with countless messages flooding in like a tide. "I told you, Qin He is definitely number one in wealth. He caught a lucky break. If those guilds hadn't split, he wouldn't be number one. Qin He, no offense, okay? It's all about luck. He's got it, you don't. Simple as that. Congratulations to Qin He for topping both lists." Then, an all-channel announcement shook everyone. Congratulations to survivor Qin He for becoming number one on both leaderboards, earning the special title Double Happiness. The channel exploded again, with players exclaiming, "Wow, another special title. This is insane. What does this special title do? Only Qin He knows. Qin He, are you there? Tell us." Qin He quickly opened the title to check, and the information appeared before his eyes. Double Happiness. Title for being first in both level and wealth rankings. Effect. For each mutated zombie killed, gain 1 experience, 1 coin. Even with his usual composure, Qin He couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. He mused to himself, "If I don't slack off, this Double Happiness title might just become a permanent resident in my home." For a moment, he felt an inexplicable bond with all titles. Just then, another all-channel announcement echoed throughout the world. Congratulations to survivor Qin He for achieving dual leaderboard dominance. As a shared joy, all lone wolves and independent players worldwide receive a pseudo-double happiness buff. Stamina recovery lasts 6 hours, strength and agility doubled for 6 hours. Qin He looked at the pseudo-double happiness buff and couldn't help but chuckle. It's truly a fake. The world chat channel fell silent for a moment, then erupted in cheers. "I told you, Qin He is the patron saint of solo players. Thank you, Qin He. Tonight, I'm invincible. Now I'm not afraid of anything. I'm crying tears of joy." In an instant, countless beams of golden light descended from the sky, illuminating the world. Standing on the rooftop, Qin He was also enveloped in a beam of gold, feeling invigorated. He thought to himself, "This shared joy truly is a blessing for everyone." Suddenly, a blinding red light streaked across the sky, exploding into fireworks. The fireworks formed giant characters in the night sky. "Zombie horde incoming." Boom. Another loud explosion, and the fireworks burst again, forming bold letters. "This is not a drill." As the fireworks faded away, the night was once again filled with the distant roars of zombies and mutated creatures. This time, the sounds were more scattered, leading Qin He to suspect that they had dispersed. Suddenly, a zombie crawled up from the eastern hillside. Qin He reacted swiftly, pulling the trigger on his powerful crossbow from the rooftop. With a thunk, the zombie fell to the ground. A system notification sounded. Killed level 6 zombie, gained experience 60.31. Received coins 61. Immediately afterward, 3 zombies charged at the house simultaneously, growling. Qin He frowned, sensing something was off. Weren't the zombies coming one by one yesterday? How come they could climb up together today? Were these zombies cheating? He fired again. Thunk, thunk. The bolts flew, activating the passive skill of the hunter class, Scattershot. The main bolt hit its target, but the secondary bolts scattered and missed. Qin He realized that this scatter skill was only effective at close range and required a horde of zombies to be truly useful. Among the 3 charging zombies, 2 were shot down, while the third crashed into the metal spike barricade, impaled and stuck there, howling. Activating his eagle eye talent, Qin He examined the zombie's attributes. Normal zombie LV 6, Constitution 15, Strength 15, Agility 15, Spirit 1, with skills such as Pounce, Bite, Scratch, and Roar. He was surprised to find that all these zombies were level 6, an upgrade from last night's level 5. While Qin He pondered this, 3 more zombies rushed up the hill from the east. He quickly leaped down from the roof, shield in his left hand and a tempered spear in his right, charging forward to unleash a sweeping attack. The heads of the 3 zombies flew off. A system notification chimed, triggering the Da Vinci's unexpected delight, as 3 columns of white light rose from the zombies' bodies. Qin He collected the cards that had dropped into his mind storage and quickly moved to the eastern hilltop's edge to investigate. Looking down, he realized the zombies were emerging from a hole on the slope, dug by the Golden Emperor centipede last night. He speculated that there might be a zombie nest beneath this square-shaped hill. With this bold idea in mind, Qin He decided to stay put, sitting atop the hill and guarding the cave entrance from above. Whenever a zombie crawled out, he would precisely pierce its head with his tempered spear, as if playing a real-life version of whack-a-mole. In between killing zombies, Qin He scanned the surroundings and noticed no zombies were appearing from other directions. He checked the drop cards, most of which were just wooden planks and scrap metal. At this moment, he noticed Little Gray peering at him from the cave entrance, its round black eyes wide open. When their eyes met, Little Gray quickly turned and disappeared into the cave. Am I really that scary? Qin He wondered, decapitating another zombie, puzzled as to why Little Gray would be afraid of him. After all, he considered himself quite a friendly person. As time passed, Qin He roughly estimated he had killed about 30 zombies. According to the horde standard for him, there should be over 200 more. However, no more zombies emerged from the cave, and there was no movement from any other direction. Perplexed, Qin He opened the world chat channel to check on other players. The channel was filled with various messages. Some thanked Qin He's shared buff for easily surviving the horde. Others complained about encountering only one zombie, and some advised everyone to remain vigilant and continue strengthening their defenses. After closing the chat, Qin He realized no zombies were appearing at the cave entrance. He started to wonder if the zombies were deliberately avoiding him. With this thought in mind, he gathered his gear and jumped down to the cave entrance. The sight before him made Qin He's scalp tingle. A dense mass of zombies crowded the cave, their pale eyes all fixed on him, as if silently saying, "Have we been discovered?" Both sides stood at an eerie standstill. Suddenly, a rock above the cave entrance loosened and fell with a thud. Roar! The zombie horde erupted, surging towards Qin He. Standing at the entrance, he raised his spear and unleashed a sweeping attack, decapitating the front row of zombies. Thus began a fierce battle. Qin He swiftly pulled out her crossbow and decisively squeezed the trigger. Twang! A sharp sound echoed as the arrow triggered a scatter and knockback effect. Boom! The arrow exploded amidst the dense horde of zombies in the cave. The scatter hit all the zombies, and 3 struck zombies were sent hurtling backward. A zombie that hadn't been hit charged forward. Qin He raised her shield and forcefully bashed it, sending it flying to the ground. She quickly switched weapons, replacing the crossbow with a spear, and precisely pierced the head of the zombie that followed. With a swift withdrawal of the spear, Qin He swept it horizontally, and the heads of 2 more zombies fell with a thud. The third row of knocked-back zombies was still struggling to get up. Seizing the opportunity, Qin He quickly reloaded her crossbow while stepping back. She retrieved a metal spike barricade module from the supply crate she had collected today and decisively placed it at the entrance of the cave, creating a defensive line between herself and the zombies. The zombies, tireless in their assault, slammed into the metal spike barricade. Qin He held her spear steadily and began picking them off with precision from behind the barricade. Thwack! Thwack! Each strike hit its mark. These were level 6 zombies, and Qin He felt her experience and coins rapidly increasing. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. Ding, level up to 15. All attributes 1. Free point 1. While stabbing with her spear, Qin He kept a close eye on its durability. When she saw it drop to 10,100, she promptly retrieved a basic durability repair scroll from her mental storage and quickly repaired the spear before continuing the fight. At this moment, the zombies at the back began climbing over the corpses of their comrades impaled on the barricade. Seeing this, Qin He swiftly turned and climbed to the mountaintop, taking advantage of the high ground. The zombies that managed to climb over pursued her relentlessly, but were mercilessly knocked down by Qin He's spear, tumbling down the slope. Just then, a firework exploded in the sky, displaying the words "Elite Incoming." Shortly after, an unusual zombie emerged from the cave entrance. It wielded an iron hammer, wore a steel helmet, was bare-chested, had gray work pants, and donned leather high-top boots. This zombie roared at Qin He on the mountain and leaped towards her, hammer raised in the air. Instead of retreating, Qin He advanced, swinging her shield to meet the descending hammer-wielding zombie, sending it flying. The off-balance zombie crashed down the slope, rolling to the foot of the mountain. Qin He was secretly pleased. Enemies that attacked midair were the easiest to handle, as they couldn't adjust their defensive posture in time. Qin He immediately activated her Eagle Eye talent to scrutinize the attributes of this special zombie. Iron Hammer Achung 4-star Elite Zombie. Stamina, 80 Strength, 140 Agility, 130 Spirit, 45. Exclusive Skill 1. Heart of the Overlord. Effect. After enraging, the body along with clothes and weapons triples in size, and all 4 attributes triple. Duration, 3 minutes. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Exclusive Skill 2. Frenzied Hammer. Effect. Swings the hammer for a frenzied attack, with an attack range of 5 meters, specific attack range unknown. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. Storm Hammer? Qin He glanced toward the base of the mountain and saw that Hammer Xiaoqiao had not yet risen. He pondered silently, wondering if the skill was self-destructive. With formidable base attributes and the Heart of the Lord skill tripling his mental attributes, Xiaoqiao was incredibly powerful. He possessed the stats of a true overlord. Qin He activated his Eagle Eye, squinting to identify Xiaoqiao's weak points. First, I'll knock off that steel helmet, he murmured, already formulating a strategy in his mind. Just then, Xiaoqiao suddenly got to his feet, gripping his massive hammer with both hands, and charged up the mountain. With 130 agility points boosting his speed, he moved with astonishing swiftness. Not daring to hesitate, Qin He quickly readied his powerful crossbow and took aim at Xiaoqiao, who was now halfway up the slope. 3. Qin He began counting down, preparing his charged shot. 220 meters. 110 meters. Thwang. The trigger released, and the arrow, glowing with a faint blue light, shot through the air, striking Xiaoqiao in the abdomen. He froze in place, unable to move. Seizing the opportunity, Qin He holstered his shield and crossbow and charged down from the mountaintop. The temporary double joy buff had boosted his agility to over 170, allowing him to reach Xiaoqiao in an instant. Grasping his berserk axe, he swung with the combined force of strength and agility at Xiaoqiao's head. Clang! The axe's sharp blade carved a gash into the steel helmet. Without hesitation, Qin He raised the axe again and struck hard at the opening. Clang! The front half of the helmet shattered completely, leaving a deep, bone-revealing wound on Xiaoqiao's scalp. Roar! Xiaoqiao broke free from the immobilization, letting out a furious roar. In an instant, his body swelled to over 5 meters tall, his armor expanding along with him. His eyes, once glowing green, turned a fierce blue. Such was the power of the heart of the Lord, elevating him by an entire tier. Qin He felt a shiver of apprehension, realizing he might have been too reckless. He quickly retreated, but Xiaoqiao was already on the offensive. Whoosh! The giant hammer swung upward, and Qin He barely managed to raise his shield in defense. Boom! The impact sent Qin He flying, landing heavily on the mountaintop platform. He glanced at the dented shield, feeling a pang of regret. Repair scrolls aren't cheap, he muttered to himself. Xiaoqiao followed closely, leaping up. This time, he had learned from his mistake and didn't jump as high. Qin He continued to back away, calculating his next move. Xiaoqiao's mental attribute had soared from 45 to 135, significantly boosting his strength and seemingly his intelligence as well. Barely dodging a heavy hammer strike, Qin He found himself unable to counter before another horizontal swing came his way. He pushed off the ground, flipping backward, narrowly avoiding a critical hit. With no other choice, he began sprinting around the mountaintop platform. The heart of the Lord would only last 3 minutes. If he could survive that, he might have a chance to turn the tables. Meanwhile, a loud thud resonated from below. Little Gray was about to enjoy its hard-earned feast, a piece of moldy bread, a chunk of rotten meat, and a small packet of precious ketchup when the sudden tremor caused sand and soil to fall onto its carefully prepared dinner. Little Gray blinked in bewilderment. Its meal was ruined. On the surface, Qin He kept running. With the double joy buff enhancing his stamina, he could keep going for 6 hours. In comparison, Xiaoqiao's heart of the Lord seemed trivial. Qin He dodged left and right, narrowly evading each powerful strike. Every hit left deep craters in the ground, and one even uprooted a layer of soil, completely burying Little Gray's ketchup. Little Gray was stunned, feeling utterly hopeless. It had taken 10 trash bins to find that. Enraged, Little Gray decided to see who was causing such a mess. Just as it poked its head out, Qin He happened to run by. He quickly changed direction, but the brief pause gave Xiaoqiao an opening. The giant hammer swung in a wide arc, forcing Qin He to raise his shield to block it. Bang! The hammer crashed onto the shield with a deafening force. Qin He was sent flying as if hit by a truck, tumbling across the ground before barely managing to stand. Little Gray, who had just peeked out of the pit, witnessed this terrifying scene and immediately ducked back down, trembling. It thought to itself, the fight between humans and zombies is far too dangerous, it's better to hide. Although the ketchup got dirty, it's still somewhat edible. Worst case scenario, I'll rummage through 10 more trash cans. With that thought, Little Gray felt a bit calmer. On the battlefield, Qin He hesitated for a moment, worried about stepping on Little Gray, which gave the zombie, Hammer Strong, an opportunity. The zombie swung its massive hammer wildly at Qin He. She executed a nimble maneuver, gripping her berserk axe tightly, pushing her agility to the limit and dodging left and right. Even so, she still appeared somewhat disheveled. At that moment, Da Vinci woke up on the second floor, noticing its owner wasn't in the room. It guessed Qin He might have gone out for another adventure and decided to go downstairs to call her home for dinner. As soon as it stepped out, Da Vinci felt the ground shaking, as if some giant was pounding it, causing even the second floor to tremble. Bouncing downstairs, Da Vinci saw Qin He locked in battle with a giant zombie wielding a hammer. The scene reminded Da Vinci of the whack-a-mole game Qin He used to play, except the roles were reversed. Qin He was now the mole, and the hammer zombie was the player. Da Vinci realized, this must be karma. Qin He had no time to think about anything else, fully focused on dodging Hammer Strong's attacks. Her shield's durability was rapidly decreasing, on the verge of breaking. Da Vinci hopped to the edge of the battlefield, catching sight of Little Gray munching on dirt, and cast a disdainful glance. While others feast on meat, You eat dirt, truly a disgrace to mice. Da Vinci continued forward, watching the bedraggled Qin He, and couldn't help but feel sympathy for her. It decided to help its owner. Qin He felt a heavy sensation in his heart, a wave of discomfort washing over him. Had Da Vinci developed compassion for him? This compassion seemed a bit misplaced. He shook his head, muttering to himself, "Frog, stop fooling around. Go bond with little May, or hatch those 3 snake eggs. If nothing else works, go eat dirt with your buddy little Gray." In that moment of distraction, Hammer Chang's hammer came crashing down. It was too fast to dodge. Qin He could only raise his shield in response, inwardly worried this time. The shield was bound to shatter. However, just as he raised his shield, a gentle breeze brushed against his face. To his surprise, the shield remained intact. Looking closer, he saw Hammer Chang wildly swinging his arms, but only at the air. Yes, just air. The whooshing sound of the wind stirred up dust all around. Qin He slowly lowered his shield and turned to Da Vinci. The system's notification chimed in right on cue. Your Da Vinci has confiscated Hammer Chang's hammer, triggering the strip assistant, successfully confiscated. Hearing this, Qin He breathed a sigh of relief. He had to admit, the frog's compassion wasn't so misplaced this time. It had given him quite a scare. Next, Hammer Chang's helmet, pants, shoes, even his underwear vanished. In an instant, the once formidable Hammer Chang was left standing stark naked. Another message from Da Vinci followed. Your Da Vinci triggered the strip assistant twice. Your Da Vinci looks at you and says it can only help you this far. The rest is up to you. Your Da Vinci hops into the dirt pit to lecture little Gray about how eating dirt is wrong. Qin He gave Da Vinci a thumbs up, indicating it could go play elsewhere while he handled things here. Hammer Chang was still swinging his arms wildly, seemingly unaware of his predicament. Clearly, the frenzy hammer skill left its user in a state of extreme oblivion. The howling wind continued to whip up sand and dust. Qin He, not wanting to interrupt Hammer Chang's trance-like state, simply stood by and watched the performance. 12 seconds later, Hammer Chang finally stopped. His eyes shifted from a blue glow to a green light, and his body deflated like a balloon, returning to its normal elite monster state. Once back to his original size, he was even half a head shorter than Qin He. At this point, Hammer Chang seemed to finally realize something was amiss. Qin He crossed his arms, looked at the naked Hammer Chang, and cracked his knuckles. "Now, it's my turn, dear." Hammer Chang let out an angry roar, baring his fangs, his mouth a dirty black and red, exuding a foul stench. He raised his rotting arms, bones exposed, and lunged at Qin He with sharp claws. Qin He charged forward, using his shield as a fist to knock Hammer Chang to the ground. He then drew his tempered spear and accurately struck Hammer Chang's head. The system notification sounded immediately. Ding, you have slain a 4-star elite zombie, gaining 200101 experience and 2001 doomsday coins. Ding, Da Vinci's surprise has triggered, loot drop rate increased by 300. With a buzz, 4 beams of light rose from Hammer Chang's body, 2 gray, 1 white, and 1 blue. Qin He stepped forward to collect the cards and looked at the fallen Hammer Chang before storing him in his brain domain warehouse. This wasn't due to any special interest, but because Qin He planned to become a puppet master in the future. Although he wasn't sure about the puppet master's refining process, it likely required corpses. Hammer Chang's 2 skills were quite good, and even if refining couldn't retain these skills, having them couldn't hurt. As for the half-zombie woman in the brain domain warehouse, Qin He hadn't dealt with her yet, intending to use her for practice when he transitioned to a puppet master. This was his way of being resourceful. Suddenly, a firework exploded in the sky, signaling the end of the zombie horde. Qin He exhaled deeply. Reflecting on today's battle, he realized there was quite a bit of luck involved. If the Apocalypse game sent such an elite on the second night, what would the third night bring? With this thought, Qin He felt the need to become more diligent, a true monster-slaying maniac. As he pondered, Qin He used a repair scroll to fix his shield. After finishing, he noted that his stock of repair scrolls was depleted, so he'd need to restock at the trading post tomorrow. Once his gear was in order, Qin He squatted by the pit, watching the 2 little creatures inside. Da Vinci was lecturing little Gray. "Even if we're broke, no eating dirt. We've got plenty of bugs to eat, as much as you want." After the lesson, Da Vinci looked solemnly at Qin He. Understanding, Qin He retrieved a box of feed worms from his brain domain warehouse, grabbed over 20 plump white worms, and tossed them between Da Vinci and little Gray. Then, Qin He returned to the second floor. Butterfly little May was still fluttering around the conscious peony for quite some time now, demonstrating remarkable endurance. With today's continuous recovery buff, Qin He didn't need to rely on the scent of flowers. Practicing frugality, he lay on the bed, reviewing the day's gains. Qin He stood in the center of the room, spreading out 4 cards before him. 2 were unremarkable gray iron cards and 1 white metal card, but the blue card caught his eye. He examined the details. A small wooden structured arrow tower, damage of 100, firing rate of 5 shots per second, range of 100 meters, occupying an area of 2 square meters, and standing 2 meters tall. Most impressively, the tower could automatically target zombies and mutated creatures, with unlimited arrows, functioning continuously for 24 hours at the cost of just 1 gene of energy stone. What a great find! Qin He thought excitedly, convinced that the arrow tower would be invaluable when the zombie horde attacked. Next, he began inspecting the gear that Frog had scavenged from Hammerchong. First was a steel helmet, split open by an axe, heavily damaged and requiring repair to reveal its properties. Then there were the pants, with astonishing attributes. Durability 22, Constitution 10, Strength 10, Agility 10, Spirit 1, and a 3 increase in all attributes. Without hesitation, Qin He swapped into these pants from the 4-star elite zombie, planning to sell his old ones. The shoes, however, left Qin He amused. Durability 22, Constitution 10, Strength 5, and the ability to walk through muddy roads without sinking. I'll sell these, they're useless, he muttered to himself. As for Hammerchong's underpants, lacking any special properties, Qin He disdainfully discarded them. Finally, Qin He picked up Hammerchong's weapon, a hammer known as the Killer Hammer. Its attributes were equally impressive. Durability 100,100, Constitution 8, Strength 8, Agility 8, Spirit 1. What shocked Qin He even more was its special ability to slay undead creatures. Though unsure if undead existed in this post-apocalyptic world, Qin He decided to keep this unique weapon. After inspecting his loot, Qin He walked to the window, catching sight of Little Gray and Da Vinci playing outside. Da Vinci was teaching Little Gray not to be picky with food, encouraging it to try eating live insects. Little Gray hesitated at first, but with Da Vinci's coaxing, it finally bit into a plump white bug. As the bug burst in its mouth, Little Gray was surprised to discover, squeak squeak, so tasty. Watching this scene, Qin He couldn't help but smile, waiting for Frog's return. Qin He was feeling troubled because of money. He had already envisioned the blueprint of his ideal sanctuary, but upon checking the balance of his doomsday coins, he realized it might not be enough to start building. Tossing and turning in bed, he pondered how he could accomplish his goals without spending money, while still making some. Tonight, thanks to the double happiness buff, he was wide awake. Suddenly, inspiration struck him like a bolt of lightning. The zombie wave in his area had ended, but that might not be the case elsewhere. Why not lend a helping hand and earn some extra cash along the way? With this idea, Qin He sprang into action immediately. Within minutes, he was ready, and he leaped from the second floor, sprinting down the mountain. Da Vinci and Xiaoqiao, watching him disappear into the night, exchanged puzzled glances. Da Vinci gently patted Xiaoqiao's head and said, "Forget about the guy wandering off in the middle of the night. You should hurry up and eat these bugs. Look at you. So skinny that you wouldn't even fill a gap in old Qin's teeth." Xiaoqiao was stunned. Da Vinci rolled its tongue, swallowed a bug, and thought to itself, why is he running out in the middle of the night when he usually sleeps at this time? Could he be sneaking off to meet someone? No way, he's always been all talk and no action. It glared at Xiaoqiao and urged, adults think, little mice eat bugs quickly. Qin He ran eastward, a direction he had become familiar with during the day, so he wouldn't lose his way at night. After passing through a stretch of ruins, he stopped, surveyed his surroundings, and listened intently. Hearing zombie growls in the distance, he swiftly headed in that direction. Not far away, inside a bus, Wang Meng was fiercely fighting off a zombie attack. Standing in the doorway, he wielded a wooden shield in one hand and a knife in the other, having just smashed a zombie's head. As he looked up, more zombies charged at him. Heh, if I kill all of you, I'll level up and change professions. I'm about to become a barrier keeper, Wang Meng muttered excitedly. With another slash, a zombie fell. Oh wow, this one gave me 4 coins, nice. Thank goodness for Qin He's buff, or I'd be in a rough spot today, Wang Meng said joyfully, pointing at the approaching zombies and shouting, come on then. Just then, a crossbow bolt whizzed by, hitting a charging zombie and sending it flying. Wang Meng was stunned. Could it have been scared away by his shout? Impossible. More puzzling was that his experience points dropped to 1.5, and the coins to just 1. 2 more bolts whistled through the air, taking down 2 more zombies before they could get close, each with a bolt in its head. What the heck? Wang Meng exclaimed, looking around but seeing no one. At that moment, a mysterious figure in black, wearing sunglasses, walked past him, holding a powerful crossbow. The figure left a message before disappearing into the night. No need to thank me. This is what I should do. Keep going, stay alive. You can keep the loot on the ground. No thanks needed. Wang Meng was bewildered. Thank you for what? You stole my experience, don't you know? You've delayed my job change. Despite his irritation, the sight of the loot made him feel a bit better, but he was still puzzled. In the apocalypse, there are still people doing good deeds? Just then, Fireworks exploded overhead, signaling the end of the zombie wave. Wang Ming looked up and sighed. Looks like I'll have to wait until tomorrow to change professions. Hopefully, that guy doesn't come doing good deeds again. Meanwhile, at the foot of a 50-meter-high square mountain, dozens of zombies were clawing their way up. At the top, 2 women and a man were fighting valiantly. Based on yesterday's standard, we have 50 more zombies to go before it's over. Let's be careful, said Sun Do, wielding a single sword in each hand. Already an agile fighter with impenetrable swordplay. The women beside him held makeshift spears, assisting in defense. Why didn't Qin He's double happiness buff come to us? Aren't we a guild? One woman asked. Even though we're not a guild, we're 3 people, so we don't get it. Only lone individuals get it, the other woman explained. Well, those lone wolves sure are lucky. No worries, I'll make sure you 2 are safe, Sun Do said, slicing through a zombie and kicking another off the mountain. Looking at the zombie horde below, he added, as long as no elite zombies show up, I guarantee we'll get through the remaining days safely. Besides, after tonight's zombies, you should be able to change professions. Yes, then I'll become a hymn singer, providing support to our team. And I'll become a shadow dancer since I studied dance. Great. If we work well together, we can definitely survive the apocalypse, Sun Do said confidently. The end of the world will come one day. Taking advantage of the fact that the zombies hadn't climbed up the mountain yet, Sun Do turned to the 2 women and said, when the time comes, we can have lots of kids. As soon as he said it, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, his cheeks turning red. You're so naughty. It's embarrassing to say that out loud. One of the women playfully chided. Sun Do chuckled smugly, thinking to himself, before the apocalypse, as a struggling nobody, marrying a wife, let alone finding a girlfriend, was just a dream. But now, after the apocalypse, he could marry too. Life couldn't get better than this. As Sun Do was lost in his pleasant daydream, the 2 women suddenly pointed down the mountain and exclaimed, Do-gu, look, what's that? Following their gaze, Sun Do looked down. Even though the bright moon hung high in the sky, he could only make out a vague silhouette from 50 meters away. Squinting, he saw a figure charging into the crowd of zombies at the mountain's base. The person moved swiftly, slashing through the zombies with ease, taking down half of them in just a few moves. Then, using a shield as a wall, the figure advanced with a spear, sweeping through another row of zombies that fell instantly. The 3 on the hill watched in awe. That's incredible. Can one person be that powerful? The 2 women marveled at the mysterious figure below. Sun Do began to feel uneasy. What if this formidable person came up and tried to take his 2 wives? At that moment, the 2 women suddenly shouted excitedly, I've leveled up. Me too. I'm level 5 now. I can choose a profession skill. They called down the hill, thank you. The figure below waved a hand and replied, no need to thank me. I'm out here doing good deeds today. With that, the person continued collecting cards from the ground. Hearing this, Sun Do felt even more uncomfortable. Doing good deeds? Clearly, they were just here to steal experience points. He shouted down, hey, friend, I appreciate your kindness, but we're not at our wits' end yet. You don't need to step in anymore. We can handle the rest ourselves. The person below finished collecting the cards and looked up at them. Are you sure you don't need help? I'm just doing good deeds without expecting anything in return. Sun Do insisted. No need. You should go help those who really need it. We can manage here. Just then, a firework suddenly exploded in the sky above them, and the 3 of them exclaimed in unison, an elite is coming. An elite. The person below responded to the noise. Then be careful. I'm off. Sun Do and his companions stood atop the mountain, their eyes fixed on the silhouette disappearing into the night below. Just as they breathed a sigh of relief, the ground beneath them shook violently. With a thunderous roar, the slope erupted in a shower of rocks and earth. From the chaos emerged a massive centipede, shimmering in gold, its body lined with countless legs. This colossal creature slithered its way to the summit, suddenly rearing up and letting out an ear-splitting roar. Its enormous mandibles opened wide, revealing rows of venomous fangs, a terrifying sight to behold. An elite mutated creature, Sun Do exclaimed, his dual blades knocked away by the Golden Emperor centipede. Thinking quickly, he shouted, hurry, switch to Shadow Dancer and Sacred Singer. Meanwhile, Qin He wandered alone through the ruins, puzzled. He thought to himself, is doing good deeds no longer appreciated? That can't be right. Maybe it was just an exception. With this thought, his spirits lifted, and he continued deeper into the ruins. From the night sky came various voices. Can you stop helping me? Just go. Please leave. We really don't need your help. Stop killing our zombies. Hey big guy, please stop doing good deeds. Come on man. I just have 1 zombie left in my horde. Why did you stab her in the head? I was lonely and wanted to chat. You, leave. Really? You promise you'll leave after this one? Fine. I believe you. Wait, you're a liar. Brother, give me a break. I was leveling up with this zombie. I'll give you a plank. Just don't kill it, okay? Qin He shook his head as he walked through the ruins, feeling strangely weary. Although he had leveled up from 15 to 16 and gained a few hundred coins, he couldn't feel happy. He pondered, does the world no longer need good people? Meanwhile, his pet Da Vinci was perched on a mountaintop, gazing into the distance. Although it couldn't see anything, it still hoped its master would return soon. Da Vinci nudged the vomiting little gray beside it, feeling embarrassed, thinking, so much quality protein, and you just throw it up? Wasteful rat. Da Vinci looked up at the sky, missing its owner, hoping he wouldn't encounter danger. Qin He decided to head home. As he walked, he heard a shrill noise from the mountaintop. Looking up, he saw the square mountain he had passed earlier. A man stood at the edge, battling a golden emperor centipede. Behind him, two women were singing and dancing. So, they're having that much fun? Qin He realized. No wonder they didn't want me to help. They're enjoying themselves while fighting. Everyone has their own preferences. Just then, the two women on the mountain spotted Qin He below and shouted as if seeing a savior. Hey, can you help us? My man can't hold on much longer. Qin He shrugged and said, you guys seem to be having a good time. It might not be appropriate for me to join in now. Aren't you the one who loves helping others? We need help now. One of the women shouted hoarsely, waiting for his response. Qin He used his eagle eye to check the Golden Emperor Centipede stats. A 2-star mutated creature with 60 constitution, 70 strength, 60 speed, and 11 spirit. He realized it was weaker than the 3-star creature he had slain before. After some calculations, Qin He found the deal worthwhile. He responded, I can help, but you'll need to pay me a fee. Fee? Weren't you just doing good deeds for free? The people on the mountain exclaimed in surprise. Qin He explained, yes, but being a good person is exhausting. I need a little mental compensation to comfort myself. Oh? Mental compensation for being a good person? Just say you're charging us. Sun Do couldn't hold back any longer. Bro, name your price. I really can't hold on. Qin He stated his terms. I get everything that drops from the elite, plus you pay me 100 apocalypse coins. Deal. Sun Do agreed immediately. An elite monster might only drop some materials, but staying alive was worth it. Qin He clapped his hands and sprinted up the mountain. You're so straightforward. Now I can do my good deed with peace of mind. He scaled the 50-meter-high mountain in an instant, thanks to the buff that doubled his attributes. Wow, so fast. The two women screamed in unison. Heading out at night with sunglasses on, now that's a real boss move. Qin He glanced at the two women, a flash of surprise in her eyes. While aiming her crossbow at the 2-star Golden Emperor centipede not far away, she asked, are you a hymnist and a shadow dancer? The two women nodded simultaneously, replying softly, yes, yes. A hint of anticipation flickered in Qin He's eyes as she said, then, keep singing and dancing. She thought to herself that she'd never experienced the buffs from a hymnist and a shadow dancer before, and now she finally had the chance to see what they could do. The two female performers exchanged a smile and replied in unison, all right. The hymnist's melodious voice soon filled the air, singing the song of the wind. Meanwhile, the shadow dancer twirled gracefully in the moonlight, performing a swift ballet with elegance. The song of the wind enhanced agility, while the swift ballet boosted both agility and strength, affecting an area within 10 meters. Qin He felt a surge throughout her body, as if a warm current was flowing through her veins. She marveled at the continuous influx of strength within her, inwardly acknowledging that these support roles were indeed as powerful as their reputation suggested. At that moment, Sun Do's shout echoed, boss, I'm not gonna make it. He was sent flying by the Golden Emperor centipede, tracing an arc in the air. Qin He frowned and teased, are you here to help, or just to watch the show? With that, she decisively pulled the trigger on her crossbow. Whoosh! A pale blue arrow of light shot out, hitting the Golden Emperor centipede with precision. Sun Do and the others watched intently as the arrow struck its target, and Qin He darted forward like an arrow released from a bow. With both hands gripping the axe handle, she leaped onto the centipede's head. Raising the axe, she swung it down with force. Splat! Green fluid splattered. Without pausing, she raised the axe again and struck. The centipede's head armor cracked open, releasing more green liquid. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Qin He delivered another axe blow. With a resounding crash, the Golden Emperor centipede collapsed to the ground. Suddenly, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. The centipede's body erupted with several beams of light, one of which was a dazzling orange beam that shot up 100 meters into the sky, radiating brilliance. Holy crap! Sun Do exclaimed in disbelief, muttering to himself, never seen an elite drop so many beams of light before. And there's even an orange one. Isn't the drop rate supposed to be lower with multiple people? How is this low? The two female performers had stopped singing and dancing, staring wide-eyed at the spectacle. They were shocked. That was incredibly powerful, taking down such a large elite monster in just a few moves. And that blinding orange light was almost too bright to look at. Qin He flashed a smug smile and casually said, "All mine," as she spoke. She quickly stored all the light beam cards into her mental storage. In reality, at the moment she defeated the Golden Emperor Centipede, Qin He triggered Da Vinci's unexpected delight, causing the drop rate to skyrocket to 1500. It was her first time experiencing such an astonishing increase. Even she found it hard to believe. Just then, Qin He recalled one of Da Vinci's earlier musings. She pondered. Could it be because she had a stroke of luck? This thought flitted through her mind, adding a touch of mystery to the unexpected bounty. Sun Do sat on the ground, dumbfounded. It wasn't just the appearance of the orange glow that shocked him, but also the ruthless way the man in front of him took all the cards without hesitation. He quickly scrambled to his feet and jogged over, trying to ask for something back. "Look, there's an orange glow. Besides, you're a good person who likes to do good deeds. Could you share some of the other stuff?" Qin He waved him off decisively. "No way. I'm a man of my word. I said it's all mine, so it's all mine. If I give some to you, wouldn't that make me dishonest? Do you like dealing with dishonest people?" Sun Do was left speechless and had to concede. "Fine. What you said is just irrefutable. All right, give me 100 doomsday coins." Qin He extended his hand, but Sun Do helplessly replied, "Boss, the free trade system isn't open yet, so I can't give you the money. You've already taken the orange glow, and now you want money too. Aren't you being a bit greedy?" Qin He shrugged it off. "You don't need to tell me that. Tomorrow, I won't list anything. Just give me the zombie horde here tomorrow night." Sun Do hesitated, then suggested, "Boss, how about you list something tomorrow? I'll give you an extra 5 coins, all right?" "No," Qin He replied seriously, "you need to understand. I don't do good deeds for money." Sun Do and his companions exchanged glances, feeling that Qin He's words were quite shameless. Qin He continued with righteous conviction, "Either give me the money now, or I'll come tomorrow to take the zombie horde that's rightfully mine." Seeing Qin He grip his berserk axe tightly, Sun Do had no choice but to compromise. "Fine, boss. After you take the zombie horde tomorrow, please don't come the day after. There are many people who need help." Qin He smiled smugly. "No worries. I think there'll still be elite monsters here tomorrow." With that, he collected the Golden Emperor Centipede's corpse, turned around, and quickly disappeared into the night. Sun Do sat back on the ground, cursing. "Damn it. That stingy boss didn't even leave a corpse. You've really cleaned us out." The two women, however, gazed dreamily in the direction Qin He had vanished, exclaiming, "He's so handsome." "Yeah, he's even more handsome when he's shameless." Sun Do, exasperated, lay down flat. "What? Are you going to lose your wives just for doing a good deed? Since when did doing good become such a ripoff?" Meanwhile, Qin He felt quite pleased with himself for finding a way to make money. However, he also realized that this method carried risks, as farming monsters could easily lead to accidents. He decided he needed to find a better way to earn money. Elsewhere, Wang Meng stood on top of a bus, eyes filled with envy as he recalled the orange light that had just flashed in the distance. He knew it signified top-tier equipment, likely dropped from a lord-level monster. In comparison, his best gear was only of green quality. Wang Meng settled back onto the sofa on the bus roof, his chosen spot since becoming a free agent. With the Earth Fisher at his back, he didn't fear zombie ambushes. He had even added a rope leading to a platform in the fissure, which was his real sanctuary for the future. Suddenly, he saw a figure approaching and quickly grabbed his wooden shield for protection. As the figure drew nearer, he recognized it as the man who liked doing good deeds. The man stopped in front of the bus and looked up, asking, "Hey, do you need help tomorrow?" Wang Meng was taken aback and stammered, "No, thanks for the offer." Internally, he thought, this guy must be a villain hiding behind a good guy mask. Helping would mean losing half the experience and coins. The man in black nodded. "All right then. By the way, if I pass by tomorrow and get an itch to kill some zombies, that's okay, right?" Wang Meng felt a pang of distress, thinking, "What the hell do you mean by an itch? Today, your itch cost me half my experience." But seeing the other fully armed, he dared not provoke a conflict. It was clear this was a monster farming enthusiast looking to take a share, and Wang Meng was at a loss for what to do. Suddenly, he said, "Boss, to be honest, I want to level up to 5 and change my job tomorrow. How about this? You scratch that itch one more time tomorrow, and then you won't have to come the day after. We're all freelancers here, and freelancers never make things difficult for each other." That's what Qin He himself said, you know? Hearing this, Qin He frowned slightly. He thought to himself that he had never said such a thing in the world chat, nor had he ever heard of it. Seeing Qin He's silence after hearing the name, Wang Ming assumed he was also a fan of Qin He and continued. "Qin He also said that decent people never play the good guy?" Qin He was taken aback. He chuckled inwardly, amused by encountering someone who could spin tales even better than he could. So he continued. Have you heard another thing Qin He said? What else did he say? Wang Ming was momentarily speechless, wondering if this itch-scratcher really knew Qin He. Feigning wisdom, Qin he said, what's yours is mine and mine is… Wang Ming quickly interrupted, all right, please stop. You can play the good guy when the zombie wave hits the day after tomorrow, but please don't come back here to play the good guy again, okay? Wang Ming laid out his thoughts clearly. He had a hunch that if the conversation continued, this guy might come around playing the good guy every day, which would be a huge loss for him. If the Great Rift shelter wasn't almost complete, he might have agreed and then just moved to another place. But his home was here, so he had no choice but to let others play the good guy. Qin He sighed, pretending to be disappointed, and said, fine. It's hard to be a good person these days. No one understands. With that, he turned and disappeared into the night. Wang Ming sat alone on the bus, frowning in thought. He couldn't understand if it was wrong not to let others play the good guy, or if it was wrong to avoid troubling others. He suddenly felt disconnected from the world, unsure if he hadn't adapted or if everyone else had adapted too quickly. With these questions in mind, Wang Ming lay back on the roof of the bus, watching the fireworks light up the sky. The signal marking the end of the zombie wave illuminated the night. The system notification chimed. Your Da Vinci is watching the fireworks in the sky, hoping you'll come home soon. You're a grown-up now, can't you stop making the little frog worry so much? Another message followed. Your Da Vinci glanced at little Gray, disdainfully kicking it aside, saying, you managed to puke yourself dizzy eating a bug. What a cowardly mouse you are. Qin He returned home and couldn't help but shake his head and sigh at the scene before him. Da Vinci was squatting on the mountain-top platform, next to a sprawled little Gray who looked like he had vomited quite a bit, appearing noticeably thinner. It seems little Gray is destined to stay away from gourmet food, Qin He thought, as he grabbed Da Vinci with his left hand and held little Gray by the tail with his right, taking them back to the second floor. He glanced at the butterfly still fluttering around and couldn't help but be in awe. Though its constitution is frail, its willpower is commendable, Qin He silently praised. After washing up, he tossed little Gray onto the floor and placed Da Vinci on his chest, ready to sleep. It was already the latter half of the night, and he had to get up early for work the next day. In this rare moment of peace, Qin He quickly drifted into slumber. Early the next morning, Da Vinci crawled off Qin He's face, nudged his hand with its head, and after jumping off the bed, didn't forget to kick the ailing little Gray. The two little fellows went downstairs and slipped down the hillside. Da Vinci thought that since they went east yesterday, they should continue east today, as the route was familiar and they wouldn't get lost, especially with the concern that little Gray might not find his way home. They crossed the ruins and arrived at an abandoned bus. A long dead zombie hung from the window. Da Vinci pointed at the dead zombie and solemnly said to little Gray, you see, the world is unpredictable. Yesterday it was alive, today it's dead. So being picky about food is wrong, understand? Little Gray merely rolled its eyes, searching for a trash can. Qin He rubbed his eyes, initially wanting to sleep in, but thoughts kept flooding his mind, making it impossible to rest easy, especially since his traveling frog had gone out. He got up, stretched, and his gaze fell on the windowsill. The vibrant peony was still in full bloom, while Xiaoqiao lay there, wings trembling slightly. Could it be dead? Qin He wondered, approaching to check, recalling the phrase, to die under a peony blossom, even as a ghost, is elegant. He sighed softly, stay away from the peony. Whether you revive or not is up to your own fate. With that, he gently tossed the butterfly out the window. Meanwhile, Da Vinci and little Gray reached a dilapidated park flower bed and found that all the glowing flowers were gone. Together, they cursed the flower thief for half an hour before moving on to a partially collapsed low house. Inside, scattered debris caught Da Vinci's interest, particularly a box. It used its ability to collect the box successfully. Continuing their stroll, they arrived at a collapsed ruin filled with various sports equipment. Little Gray squeaked excitedly, and Da Vinci followed its gaze to discover a red exclamation mark. While eating, Qin He suddenly felt uneasy, and his chopsticks clattered to the ground. A red exclamation mark? A hidden quest? He panicked a little. Oh dear. Don't touch it. It's the 7-night zombie tide period. If you get a super hard quest to kill a lord-level boss, and the boss isn't defeated before the tide comes, it's a dead end. As if telepathically connected, Da Vinci smacked little Gray's head. How many times have you played? Still want to play? Grow up, mouse. With that, it led little Gray away, continuing their exploration. Relieved, Qin He picked up the chopsticks and continued enjoying dumplings that tasted even better than yesterday's. On their way, Da Vinci and little Gray encountered a fallen tree with a bird's nest in the branches, containing 3 small bird eggs. Little Gray drooled, but Da Vinci slapped its head. You don't eat the bugs at home, but you want to eat what someone else laid? Disgusting? Little Gray had nothing to say. Just as they were about to leave, a bird landed in the nest, covering the eggs with its body. Curious, Da Vinci learned from the bird that it was incubating the eggs with its body heat. This made Da Vinci inexplicably happy. Hearing this while fusing metal plates with the walls, Qin He was momentarily stunned. "You guys are something else," he remarked. "Indeed. There's always a mysterious way animals communicate with each other." Da Vinci hopped excitedly, having finally mastered the secret of egg incubation. Xiaoqiao followed closely behind as the two little creatures made their way to the edge of a massive crevice. Da Vinci's gaze was drawn to a stone emitting a faint blue glow, feeling the warmth radiating from it. Just as Da Vinci prepared to activate its collection ability, Xiaoqiao suddenly squeaked excitedly. Following Xiaoqiao's line of sight, Da Vinci saw a gigantic yellow flower perched on the cliff's edge. The flower not only emitted a dazzling light, but also radiated a higher temperature than the blue stone. Without hesitation, Da Vinci abandoned the stone and focused its collection ability on the large yellow flower. In a flash of light, the flower vanished. Xiaoqiao stood there bewildered. Before Xiaoqiao could recover from the surprise, Da Vinci spotted two more of the same large yellow flowers and quickly tucked them into its travel backpack. Xiaoqiao was left speechless, struggling to understand why the beautiful things it admired always seemed to disappear suddenly. Meanwhile, Qin He was receiving real-time information from them in the distance. She speculated that these large yellow flowers might be mutated sunflowers, known as sunshine blooms, with the properties of emitting light and heat. As they continued, Da Vinci and Xiaoqiao suddenly noticed a man crouched against a low wall, peering inside suspiciously. The two little creatures leaped to a higher vantage point and saw that there were two women bathing inside the wall. Feeling indignant, Da Vinci quietly hopped behind the voyeur and used the last slot in its backpack to take the man's pants. Having completed this act of justice, Da Vinci and Xiaoqiao quickly left the scene. Da Vinci felt a sense of accomplishment, having not only learned the egg incubation technique, but also found suitable tools. It was eager to return home and try hatching the snake egg. On their way home, they passed the crevice in the collapsed sports equipment room again. Xiaoqiao looked longingly at the red exclamation mark inside. In high spirits, Da Vinci decided to cheer up its friend, and the two little creatures dashed towards the mysterious symbol together. Qin He seemed to have anticipated this, sighed lightly, and put down the supply box, ready to face any unexpected events. At that moment, Da Vinci triggered a difficult hidden task. Since it was a froglet, the task automatically transferred to you. You need to complete the task within the specified time to earn generous rewards. Of course, you can choose to forego it, but you'll need to bear the corresponding penalties. Meanwhile, in a ruin, Xiaoqiao, standing with his head down in front of Lu Hua after the disbandment of the strongest honor squad, was being questioned. Lu Hua demanded, "Xiaoqiao, haven't I treated you well? So just be honest, how did your pants disappear today? Don't tell me, like last time, they just vanished." "I don't believe it." Xiaoqiao stammered, "Boss, they really just disappeared. Can I have another pair of pants?" Lu Hua sneered, "You might as well go without. You're used to it anyway." Xiaoqiao replied with a pained expression, "Not quite used to it yet, especially since it's a bit chilly at night." At this moment, Qin He was sitting on the rooftop, waiting for the froglet to return home, ready to give it a good talking to. Meanwhile, Da Vinci and Xiaoqiao were happily hopping towards home. Along the way, Xiaoqiao rummaged through tin trash cans, eagerly anticipating a delicious dinner once they got back. Da Vinci was even more excited, eager to try hatching the mysterious snake egg. Qin He reinforced the outer walls of his house and then began sorting through last night's spoils. He had amassed 4,818 gold coins, securing a top spot on the wealth leaderboard. His level had increased to 16 with 1431000 experience points, bringing him close to meeting the requirements for his second job change. However, he still needed 2 blood tokens from Lord-level bosses and 1 from a King-level boss. He took out the orange card dropped by the 2-star elite centipede he defeated last night and was surprised to find it was advanced soil. This nutrient-rich soil, packed with minerals and trace elements, could reduce the maturation cycle of mutant plants by 20 and covered an area of 25 square meters. Qin He stored the card in his brain domain warehouse, putting his planting plans on hold for the time being. After a quick meal, Qin He went downstairs and surveyed the surroundings, contemplating the construction of his shelter. The mountain had a trapezoidal shape, and the slope covered with asphalt made it difficult for zombies to climb. Inspired, he quickly geared up and headed out. The world chat channel indicated that there were 4 minutes left until the supply drop. Qin He immediately descended the north slope with a clear objective: collect as many supply boxes as possible and search for materials to craft the orange crossbow design module. Meanwhile, Da Vinci had triggered another difficult hidden quest. Last time it was the Lord-level boss Axeman Aching. This time, who knows what challenge awaited. At the same time, Da Vinci and Xiaoqiao discovered an unconscious Xiao Mei at home. Da Vinci initially considered turning her into a specimen, but realized the butterfly still showed signs of life. The two pets then focused on incubating 3 large eggs, with Xiaoqiao thoughtfully preparing ketchup, only to have it rejected. In the end, Da Vinci sat at the edge of the mountaintop, hoping for Qin He's safe return. While Qin He was searching along the great fissure, the ground beneath him suddenly cracked. He cautiously tried to move out of the danger zone, but just then, a supply box fell from the sky, striking him. His headgear's durability decreased by 1, and the ground collapsed instantly. Damn! Qin He shouted as he tumbled down, his body repeatedly hitting the cave walls. After a dizzying descent, he found himself at the bottom of the cavern, surrounded by silence. The walls of the underground chamber were sheer, stretching down approximately 30 meters. Despite the bright sun outside, the interior remained dim and shadowy. Qin He was thankful for his unique ability and sunglasses. Otherwise, distinguishing anything in the gloom would have been nearly impossible. He was also relieved that his high attributes and full gear cushioned the impact of his fall. Without them, the consequences could have been dire. Rubbing his slightly aching head, Qin He focused on the supply crate in front of him. He was a bit bewildered, unsure how to feel about this unexpected boon. Just as he was pondering, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air whoosh, followed by a heavy thud clang. Ow! Qin He winced, rubbing his head as another supply crate appeared before him, his feelings a mix of gratitude and annoyance. He realized that without his headgear, he might have been seriously injured. Looking up at the opening above, he quickly raised his shield. With a loud crash, another supply crate slid down his shield and landed at his feet. You little frog, is your lucky heart trying to crush me? Qin He muttered through clenched teeth. When I get home, your backside won't be spared. He pressed against the rock wall, shield raised, and waited for a few minutes, hoping no more surprises were in store. However, as soon as he lowered his shield, another crate came hurtling down. 10 minutes later, Qin He had accumulated a total of 5 supply crates, yet he couldn't feel happy. Each crate seemed to be a hard-earned prize, obtained at the cost of his own safety. How do I get back up? Qin He wondered, surveying his surroundings. The 30-meter height and smooth rock walls made climbing impossible. Just as he was at a loss, a torch suddenly dropped from above, followed by a rope. A figure skillfully descended the rope to the ground. Qin He brightened at the sight, thinking this could be his ticket out. Sometimes, the frog's luck really did come through. However, as he scrutinized the figure's back, a sense of familiarity washed over him. It was Wang Ming, who was excitedly taking in the scene and spotting the scattered supply crates. He was secretly thrilled by today's unexpected haul. As he bent down to pick up the torch and straightened up, he found himself face-to-face with a man wearing sunglasses, who was giving him an indescribable smile. It's you again. Good big brother. Wang Ming stammered, his expression shifting from delight to terror in an instant. Qin He smirked, a playful tone in his voice. Well, looks like it's your turn to be the good guy this time. A few minutes later, 2 people crawled out of the cave. Wang Ming looked utterly disappointed, unable to hide his frustration. He silently cursed his luck. How did he end up running into this nice guy again? So many boxes, yet the other guy took them all, leaving him with nothing. Qin He dusted himself off and casually pulled out a wooden plank. My friend, I didn't prepare much for this trip. Here, take this plank as a thank you for your rope, he said. Wang Ming forced a smile. No need for the plank. We're all good people here, he replied, though he thought to himself, seriously? With all those supply boxes, you give me a plank? That's stingy. But then again, a plank is better than nothing. Maybe I should just take it. Just as Wang Ming reached out to take the plank, Qin He suddenly stored it away in his mental storage. Wang Ming's hand hung awkwardly in the air, unsure of what to do. Qin He stepped back and casually remarked, no need for a handshake. We haven't washed our hands, too dirty? Wang Ming's eyes widened, and he thought, wow, this nice guy is really meticulous and cautious. He retracted his hand and forced another smile. All right, let's split up and search separately. See you, he said, quickly hurrying away as if fleeing from a plague. Watching Wang Ming's retreating figure, Qin He smiled to himself and mused, see, some people really aren't greedy. There are still plenty of good people in the world. Turning around, Qin He continued on his way, heading toward a nearby earth fissure. Suddenly, a whistling sound pierced the air. He quickly raised his shield overhead, and with a loud clang, a supply box crashed onto it. Qin He adeptly stored the supply box away, thinking, after experiencing this so often, it comes naturally now. I'm not even phased. Continuing forward, Qin He finally reached the edge of the large fissure. He scanned the area within 100 meters and spotted a stone bathed in a faint blue glow lying quietly at the cliff's edge. Excited, Qin He rushed forward, thinking, is my luck really this good? I just got here and already found a psionic stone. Just then, whoa! Qin He exclaimed as he suddenly disappeared. It turned out there was an open manhole without a cover on the path, silently swallowing him. Meanwhile, Qin He's Da Vinci was anxiously waiting at home. Looking out the window, it wondered, why isn't he back yet? It's already past lunchtime. I'm starving. Little Gray is so hungry it's eating junk food. I feel so sorry for it. Da Vinci glanced at the sky, where a large bird soared by. Even from afar, it could sense the bird's majestic presence. I wish you could bring back a swan one day. After all, if our ancestors couldn't do it, I should try to fulfill that dream. Da Vinci hoped earnestly for you. Sitting in the sewer, Qin He shook his head with a wry smile, thinking, dream on about swan meat. Tonight, you're destined for a sore bottom. Fortunately, the sewer was merely a remnant of an earthquake and wasn't filled with too many disgusting things. However, there were still some dark, foul-smelling mud patches. Qin He held his breath and looked up at the manhole. It wasn't too deep. With a little help, he could climb out. Damn it, Qin He sighed, regretting not having Wang Ming accompany him. Even though they were mere acquaintances, they could have faced difficulties together. Suddenly, a gurgling sound echoed. Qin He instinctively looked down, confirming it wasn't his stomach. Following the noise, he saw a filthy, slimy creature, about the thickness of a bowl, emerging from the foul mud. Its skin looked wet and slippery. Qin He immediately raised his shield and used his eagle eye to check its attributes. Giant sewer worm. 1-star elite. Constitution, 50 strength, 40 agility, 30 spirit, 11. Special skill, blinding spray. Special skill, perseverance? Qin He continued to back away, a bit apprehensive. This worm's skills had 4 characters, and the fewer characters, the more formidable it seemed. He then checked for weaknesses. Sewer worm weakness. Try cutting it into pieces. Cut it into pieces? Qin He raised his shield, ready to attack. The worm opened its mouth, revealing rows of tiny flesh teeth. Then, a bulge formed on the lower half of its body, slowly moving upward as if something was about to be expelled. Splat! A mass of filthy, black mud spewed out. Damn! Qin He raised his shield to block. The foul mud splattered everywhere, filling the air with an unbearable stench. Qin He fought the urge to vomit, thinking, so this is what a blinding attack means. How vivid and fitting. Thwang! Qin He shot his crossbow. The bolt pierced the worm's body but missed any vital spots, provoking another spray of foul mud. Splat! The filthy mud hit the shield again. Yuck! Qin He quickly retrieved a mask from his mental storage and put it on. Though the giant worm's damage was low, the humiliation was immense. Splat! Another thick glob of foul mud flew his way. Qin He charged forward with his shield. Once close enough, he swiftly switched to his axe and sliced the giant worm in half. The bisected worm thrashed wildly in the muck, spraying mud from both its mouth and the severed ends. Qin He, standing close by, was hit by it all. Is this what they call indomitable spirit? Insisting on spewing mud even in death? Qin He sneered, a flash of disgust crossing his eyes. He swung his axe, relentlessly hacking at the giant worm struggling in the mud pit. The sound of the axe slicing through flesh was relentless. Moments later, the worm lay in several pieces, motionless. A blue beam of light suddenly shot up from its corpse, illuminating the dark sewer with its blinding glow. Qin He took a deep breath, then wrinkled his nose. Ugh! It stinks so bad, it's burning my eyes. He couldn't help but take another breath, feeling unusually alert. This smell is really invigorating. Despite the loot of cards, Qin He felt little joy. He looked at the scene before him with disdain. I've never seen anything so disgusting. Just then, bubbles began to emerge from the foul mud at both ends of the sewer, accompanied by a continuous gurgling sound. Qin He immediately became alert, thinking to himself, there can't be another one, can there? Before he could finish his thought, with a splash, several giant worms as thick as bowls emerged from both sides of the sewer. They simultaneously began brewing foul mud in their bellies, and in the next moment, the noxious sludge was sprayed out. Minutes later, a figure covered in filth crawled out of the open sewer. Qin He stood up straight and spat towards the manhole. He had just eradicated the entire worm colony, leaving none behind. Although he had collected a pile of cards and reached level 17, the stench on him was unbearable even to himself. Qin He took an 8-pound energy stone from a large crevice and continued exploring. Unknowingly, he had wandered far. Suddenly, the sound of flowing water reached his ears. Following the sound, he discovered a clear spring, pooling into a small, transparent pond with fish leisurely swimming within. Though puzzled by the creation of such a magical place, Qin He only wanted to wash away the grime from his body. He cautiously scanned the surroundings, ensuring no one was around, then began washing his hair and face. He then removed his gear and submerged it in the water for cleaning. Before long, the fish in the pond began to float belly up, their heads uniformly turned towards Qin He on the shore, eyes wide open. Qin He was momentarily stunned, then delighted. Looks like I can have fish today. Da Vinci's luck sometimes. At that moment, a fish with a body shimmering with colorful light caught his attention. The fish floated belly up on the surface, its mouth opening and closing, eyes fixed on Qin He, occasionally blowing bubbles. Is this a mutated creature? Qin He immediately used Eagle Eye to check its attributes. 5-star koi. Constitution. 6. Strength. 6. Agility. 6. Spirit. 6. Exclusive talent. Continuous good fortune. Keeping it at home can increase luck. This is amazing. Qin He exclaimed as he reached out to grab the koi, intending to store it in his mind space. However, the system prompted, "You cannot store living beings." Qin He frowned in thought. Why can half zombies be stored in the mind space? Could it be that only living beings captured by Da Vinci can be transferred to the mind space? With no other choice, Qin He searched for a container. After a long search, he found nothing suitable until he spotted a trash can. After cleaning it, he placed the koi and the other fish inside, preparing to take them home. Upon seeing you approach the foot of the mountain, Da Vinci leaped with excitement. However, when it noticed the trash can in your hand, its excitement quickly turned to disappointment. It thought to itself, how could you stoop to rummaging through the trash like Xiaoqiao? That's something only rodents would do. Da Vinci caught sight of Xiaoqiao standing there with a justified look, and it was instantly filled with rage. Without hesitation, it kicked Xiaoqiao down the hill. But when it saw you carrying Xiaoqiao back up the mountain, Da Vinci noticed a strange look in your eyes and immediately turned to flee. You swiftly grabbed Da Vinci. It felt your grip was much stronger than usual, and for the first time, it actually hurt. Da Vinci thought to itself, if you really want to go through the trash, it's not impossible. Just don't eat what's inside like Xiaoqiao. It shuddered, thinking it almost met its end today. Qin He held Da Vinci as he prepared to go upstairs, but noticed the butterfly he had thrown out earlier was still lying there. An idea struck him. If the butterfly was truly dead, he could make it into a specimen, frame it, and hang it on the wall as a decoration. He silently cheered for the butterfly. Xiao Mei, whether you're dead or alive, I've got your future all planned out. Qin He easily vaulted over the obstacles and entered the small house, heading up to the second floor. He set the trash can aside, planning to buy a fish tank once the trading post opened, thinking it might add a bit of warmth to his life. After settling everything, he approached the waking peony and took a deep breath of its fragrance, feeling instantly refreshed. Although his physical fatigue remained, his mental state was remarkably invigorated. Da Vinci felt it was time for you to let go any longer, and there might be a memorial service for the cute little frog. Sensing your grip loosen, it immediately jumped into your arms, croaking proudly about learning to incubate eggs today, urging you to start the head-patting ritual. You gently stroked Da Vinci's head, and it relaxed completely. Returning from its travels, all the items in Da Vinci's backpack automatically transferred to your brain storage. This trip, it had hopped 1,314 times, earning 1,314 points of universal travel experience. Qin He rolled his eyes at the number, noting its implication of forever. He held his breath, anticipating the arrival of the difficult hidden quest. Da Vinci accepted the difficult hidden quest, but since it was just a little frog, the task automatically transferred to you. The system chimed in with a playful female voice. You know, half of the first people to take on hidden quests didn't make it. Since then, few have dared. Why are you so brave to take on another one? The system continued. As the apocalypse looms, humanity's nature becomes twisted. Good people turn bad, and bad people become worse. Are there any good people left in this world? To promote positive energy and let people feel the warmth of humanity, go and be a good person. Qin He touched his nose, recalling his experience of trying to be a good person the night before, and couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. That experience was hardly appreciated, and in the end, he had to accept a bribe to barely qualify as a good person. He sighed. People's hearts aren't what they used to be. The mission objective appeared. Within 24 hours, receive 1,000 heartfelt thank yous. The reward was 1,000 experience points, 1,000 apocalypse coins, and 10 apocalypse supply boxes. The penalty for failure was being immobilized for 48 hours. Qin He felt overwhelmed by the mission objective. Yesterday's experience made him realize that people didn't seem to appreciate unsolicited help. He worried about how to earn 1,000 genuine thanks in such a situation, especially when there might not even be 1,000 living people around. Seeing your troubled expression, Da Vinci felt uneasy. It wanted you to bring out the big yellow flower so it could fulfill its frog duties. Noticing your gentle gaze, Da Vinci obediently hopped off your lap, squatting on the ground and looking up at you with big, round eyes full of expectation. It thought to itself, surely your heart is melting now? If not, maybe another pitiful look will do the trick. You picked up Da Vinci and playfully squeezed it for a moment. It felt its bones turning to jelly, thinking, if you were hungry, I couldn't bear to flick you away. Qin He placed Da Vinci back on the ground, took out a few plump white worms from his backpack, and tossed them into a small porcelain dish on the ground. Xiao Hui, witnessing this, instinctively backed away, a look of despair in its eyes. Noticing Xiao Hui's reaction, Qin He retrieved a small packet of ketchup from his brain storage, squeezing it onto the dish of wriggling white worms. Xiao Hui, drawn by the smell of ketchup, sniffed the air, tempted to approach. But upon seeing the worms still moving, it hesitated once more. Qin He picked up a worm, dipped it in some ketchup, and handed it to Xiao Hui. Try eating it this way, she suggested. Her gaze then fell on Da Vinci, the frog, who was staring intently at Xiao Hui, as if to say, "Are you going to refuse?" Xiao Hui timidly stepped forward and carefully bit into the ketchup-covered worm. Its small eyes darted around before lighting up with delight. It was genuinely tasty this time. Da Vinci's eyes shifted to Qin He, watching her closely. Understanding its silent request, Qin He drizzled ketchup over another worm. Da Vinci unfurled its long tongue, rolled it up, and gulped down the worm, swallowing it whole. Its expression turned peculiar, as if tasting something sour. "You two go ahead and eat," Qin He said, turning to rummage through the trash bin. Soon, she found some relatively fresh fish. She retrieved a pot, boiled some water, and cooked the fish. After a while, all three of them, a human, a frog, and a mouse, were satisfied and found comfortable spots to rest. Suddenly, Da Vinci sprang into action. It nudged Xiao Hui and led it to the first floor. Under Da Vinci's direction, Xiao Hui began digging holes in the ground. Half an hour later, 5 holes of varying sizes were ready. Da Vinci hopped up to the second floor, croaking to summon Qin He downstairs. Standing before Qin He, Da Vinci communicated something with its eyes. Qin He pondered for a moment and suddenly grasped its intention. She fetched a warm energy stone, a few large yellow flowers, and 3 snake eggs, arranging them as Da Vinci instructed. Qin He placed the energy stone at the bottom of the largest hole, carefully setting the 3 snake eggs on top of it. Then, she planted 4 large yellow flowers in the surrounding smaller holes. Da Vinci nodded in approval, clearly impressed with Qin He's comprehension, considering her much smarter than Xiao Hui. Xiao Hui, covered in dirt, blinked its small eyes, seemingly wondering, "Am I really that dumb?" Qin He stood up, amazed at the layout on the ground. The energy stone emitted a gentle glow and warmth, while the 4 sunflowers encircled the snake eggs, creating a scene filled with mystery. Qin He couldn't help but marvel at how every upgrade and evolution made the frog more intelligent. However, a hint of worry crossed Qin He's mind. These 3 snake eggs were quite large, with thick shells, and she had never seen anyone hatch snake eggs this way. What if it failed? Qin He's eyes inadvertently drifted to Xiao Hui, and a daring thought crossed her mind. If it really failed, perhaps they could improve their meal, letting Xiao Hui have a taste first? She suddenly found herself curious about the flavor of snake eggs. Qin He's gaze fell on the little gray mouse crouching nearby. Curiosity drove him to activate his eagle eye to check the attributes of this small creature. The data immediately appeared before his eyes. Brave little gray ordinary creature. Constitution, 1 strength, 1 agility, 1 spirit, 1 unique trait. Special ability, trash can detection, can quickly locate trash cans containing food. Raising an eyebrow, Qin He mused to himself, interesting. There's even a question mark. Evolving it won't be easy. It hasn't even mutated in the apocalypse. Reflecting on Little Gray's usual cleverness, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for the mouse. Compared to the worms that had already mutated into star-level elites, Little Gray's situation was indeed pitiful. However, Qin He quickly realized that survival in itself was a skill. After all, Little Gray had once been flung far by a tree, yet survived unscathed. A normal creature would have been boxed long ago. Shifting his attention away from Little Gray, Qin He glanced at the snake egg, deciding not to dwell on it. Hatching takes time, and there's no point in rushing. He mockingly thought to himself, maybe tomorrow it'll be an extra meal. With this thought in mind, Qin He headed to the mountaintop platform. Previously, he hadn't had the chance to check the situation concerning the 40 difficulty reduction of the hidden hard task due to Da Vinci's eagerness to hatch the egg. Upon closer inspection, Qin He almost spat blood in frustration. Thanks to the title, Short and Quick, and the koi necklace, the difficulty of the hidden hard task was reduced by 40, but the requirement of 1,000 thank yous remained unchanged. The immobilization time after failing the task was reduced from 48 hours to 28.8 hours, rounded up to 29 hours, and finally determined as 30 hours after another rounding. Qin He sighed and muttered, "You've really got it all calculated, haven't you?" A moment later, Qin He calmed down and began to take stock of the day's gains. It had been a fruitful day, with a total of 12 apocalypse supply crates opened, yielding 180 bricks, 70 wooden planks, 60 sheets of iron, 30 steel plates, 6 wooden spike barricades, 1 wooden door, 3 wooden windows. As for the materials needed for the crafting module of the automatic high-durability single-hand crossbow, adamantine, 0.10 pounds, fine fiber, 0.21 pound, steelwood, 110 pounds, psionic stone, 1,010 pounds full. Qin He calculated that only the psionic stone was sufficient, while the other materials were still lacking. Although he had a bunch of radiant flowers that could yield fine fiber, their 10-day growth cycle would still take 8 days even with good soil, which was too long to wait. Besides, the shelter wasn't even built yet, so he couldn't afford to expose his wealth easily. Once the Apocalypse trade market opens tonight, I'll see if there are any cheap materials available, Qin He planned silently. If not, I'll have to go out and explore. After organizing his thoughts, Qin He reluctantly took out the card dropped by a 1-star worm. It was full of low-grade black soil cards, a total of 20. Low-grade black soil X20. Contains minerals and trace elements, suitable for plant mutation. Can reduce the plant mutation maturity cycle by 5. Specification: 1 by 1 square meter. Typical drop rate. Qin He scoffed, putting the cards away. At this moment, he noticed the box Da Vinci brought back. Upon opening it, he found a telescope inside. Qin He's eyes lit up. This was an unexpected surprise. He pondered whether, combined with his professional skill talent that allowed him to see clearly within 100 meters, the telescope would double the effect. Glancing at the time, there were still a few hours until the Apocalypse trade market opened at 6 p.m. Qin He opened the World Chat channel, intending to gather some useful information. The channel was buzzing with lively discussions. How's your house building going? I just finished mine, and last night the zombie horde destroyed it. Are you silly? Who has the strength to stay in one place now? I hit and run. That shelter achievement task isn't something we can consider. Just surviving is enough. You really want to be first? Exactly, those achievements are for the pros. We ordinary folks should focus on staying alive. He seems like everyone has the same idea. After getting the supply crates, I use what I can and sell everything else. You're doing the right thing. Reading these conversations, Qin He found their logic quite sensible. In apocalypse survival, staying alive is most important and overthinking is pointless. However, for him, this was advantageous as it meant fewer competitors. In an instant, Qin He imagined the day and night striver title beckoning him. Hold on, I'm coming, he chuckled to himself. At this moment, someone brought up an interesting observation. Have you guys noticed that we rarely hear from people outside the city in our chats? Now that you mention it, it's true. Hey friends outside the city, how are things going for you? I want to know too. I don't know how my parents back home are doing. I'm afraid to wander around, and I can't get in touch with them. The messages I send in the World Chat channel, I don't even know if they see them. Qin He quietly followed these dialogues, his thoughts drifting to the unknown beyond. Sigh, I feel the same way. I keep posting messages in the global chat channel, hoping my family will see them, but unfortunately, I haven't received any replies yet. Qin He browsed through the global chat channel, frowning in thought. One particular message on the screen caught his attention. Hey everyone, I'm out here in the wild, and it's a long story. I truly envy those of you in the city who can chat so freely. Anyway, I have to keep running. Just a word of advice. If you're in the city, don't even think about coming out here. Seriously, stay put. This message made Qin He touch his nose, picturing the terrifying mutated creatures in the city. Black pythons, golden centipedes, giant earthworms, and the large birds circling the sky. If life in the city was already so perilous, the wilderness must be even more treacherous, with a variety of dangers. Qin He closed the chat channel and stood up. He walked slowly along the top of his small mountain, pondering the information he had just received. These new insights gave him fresh ideas for his shelter construction plan. Standing at the edge of the mountain, Qin He gazed out at the vast world before him. The future was full of uncertainty, but at that moment, he had only one thought: survive first. Meanwhile, Xiaoqiao was caught in a deep dilemma. Last night, he had reached the level required for his first career change, but he felt utterly confused by the 10 career options available. Undertaker, Charger, Elementalist, Stealth Specialist, Puppeteer, Bastion, Shadow Dancer, Ranger, Hymnist, and Brawler. Each choice seemed to lead to an unknown world. Xiaoqiao quickly ruled out the Undertaker. Although it's a saintly profession, dealing with corpses, it didn't seem robust enough for survival in an apocalyptic world. The Elementalist was even more daunting. From what he gathered in the global chat, some people developed gills on their necks or had their skin turned to stone after awakening. Those were the lucky ones. It was rumored that someone awakened as a water elementalist and was constantly drenched in sweat, going through a dozen pairs of underwear a day. Just thinking about that lifestyle sent shivers down his spine. Hymnist and Shadow Dancer demanded too much from a person. If you're tone deaf, choosing Hymnist would have your skill effectiveness. And if you can't even do a split, becoming a Shadow Dancer could render you utterly useless. As for Puppeteer, Xiaoqiao shuddered. He didn't want a monster following him around every day. That would certainly keep him up at night. Worse still, he read in the global chat that a puppeteer had once tamed a zombie of the opposite gender, only to be eaten by it that very night. Just the thought of such a profession was terrifying. After a round of elimination, Song Hao narrowed his options down to 5 professions: Charger, Stealth Specialist, Bastion, Ranger, and Brawler. Caught in another wave of indecision, a sudden thought crossed his mind. What profession did that guy choose? With this question lingering, Song Hao picked up his binoculars and looked towards the distant hilltop. Qin He stood on the barricade and leaped onto the rooftop, which was 4 or 5 meters high. As the sunlight bathed him, he comfortably settled into a chair, his thoughts drifting to Da Vinci and the snake egg. If Da Vinci really hatches the little snake, things will get lively around here, Qin He mused. But I'm worried about its orientation issues. If the little snake asks, "Where's Mom?" Da Vinci can't just point at a dying butterfly on the ground and say, "That's her." Can he? That's just too unreliable. Qin He closed his eyes, his consciousness entering the prize pool. With the experience Da Vinci brought back from his travels, combined with what was left before, he could draw 14 times. He hoped for good luck this time. Meanwhile, Song Hao was observing Qin He through binoculars. Seeing Qin He effortlessly leap onto the rooftop, Song Hao was amazed. "I'm at level 5, I should be able to jump high too, right?" He stood up, ready to test his skills. However, as soon as he jumped, his pants fell down. Only then did Song Hao realize he was squatting in the restroom. Qin He began the draw, 14 beams of light flickering in his mind. Cards fell into his mental storage. Traveling Frog Strawberry Poison Dart Frog Fragment X2. Traveling Frog Bullfrog Fragment X4. Traveling Frog Horned Frog Fragment X2. Traveling Frog Clown Frog Fragment X1. Traveling Frog Exclusive Feedbox Insects X1. Traveling Frog Exclusive Weight Enhancement Card 150 pounds. Traveling Frog Leaf Frog Fragment X2. Traveling Frog Exclusive Pond Lotus X1. Seeing the Lotus card, Qin He felt a wave of healing. With 8 bullfrog fragments collected, the second frog was about to be born. But he worried if the new frog would be as troublesome as Da Vinci. Just as Qin He was deep in thought, he sensed someone watching him. Pretending to be nonchalant, he secretly observed his surroundings. Trusting his instincts, he focused on a direction and picked up the binoculars to look at a distant hill. What he saw through the binoculars surprised even the usually calm Qin He. Song Hao had finally managed to recover from his embarrassing situation and picked up the binoculars again to observe Qin He. Suddenly, he realized Qin He was also looking at him through binoculars, and he quickly hid in the small hut on the hilltop. Watching the other's flustered behavior, Qin He thought, "Sorry, I saw it all. Don't worry, I'm a good guy." Yet he couldn't shake the feeling that the other person might be a weirdo. However, seeing the 100-meter-wide chasm between them, Qin He felt reassured. With the Doomsday Trading Post about to open, Qin He went downstairs to check on the incubating snake egg. Da Vinci and Little Gray were still guarding it, as if waiting for a feast. Qin He used a weight enhancement card on Da Vinci, allowing him to carry about 160 pounds now. Back on the second floor, Qin He lay on his bed to check the trading post. He noticed Xiaoqiao fluttering around the revived peony, admiring its resilience. At 1800 hours, an all-channel broadcast announced the start of the Doomsday Trading Post. Lying on his bed, Qin He opened the trading post interface to check the price of fine silk. It was 10 gold coins per ounce in the shop and 9.5 gold coins per ounce in the free trading area. Suddenly, an idea struck Qin He. Why don't I buy at an 80 discount from the Doomsday store and sell high? That's a guaranteed middleman profit. Qin He swiftly navigated through the holographic screen, returning to the Doomsday shop section. Without hesitation, he purchased a couple of units of refined fiber and stored them in his brain domain warehouse. He then moved to the free trade area of the Doomsday Exchange, ready to list items for sale. However, just as he clicked the list button, 3 bold red lines suddenly appeared at the center of the screen. Bound items cannot be sold. Trying to find loopholes? Items purchased from the shop are bound. Got it? Wanna cry? Qin He looked down at the screen, examining the refined fiber he had just bought from the Doomsday shop. Sure enough, a tiny character in the upper right corner of the card clearly read bound item. He silently stared at those glaring red words, and his dream of getting rich was instantly shattered. Guess I'll have to rely on my own efforts. Qin He sighed inwardly. He then purchased a few more units of refined fiber from the free trade area, just enough to craft an orange crossbow. Now, he only needed refined gold and steel wood. Unfortunately, neither of these materials was available in the free trade area, so he had to buy them from the Doomsday shop. Qin He quickly did the math. Steel would cost 20 Doomsday coins per pound, and he needed 10 pounds. Refined gold was 200 Doomsday coins per pound, also requiring 10 pounds. Even with a 20 discount, the total price was still a steep 1760 coins. Qin He checked his total coin count and realized that purchasing now would jeopardize his top position on the wealth leaderboard. So, he decided to sell some items to raise funds. First, he listed a pair of exclusive equipment hammers shoes. These shoes had a durability of 22, increased constitution by 10 points, strength by 5 points, and had some unique exclusive attributes. Unsure of the pricing, Qin He conservatively set the price at 100 doomsday coins. The trade area quickly buzzed with reactions. Some saw it as a lifesaver, perfect for replacing shoes damaged by zombies. Others found it too expensive but acknowledged that exclusive gear was rare. Some even considered buying it for their brother, hoping it would bring good luck. Qin He quietly monitored these discussions, understanding the market sentiment. Eventually, Hammer's shoes sold for 320 doomsday coins. Qin He then sold Da Vinci pants, which he had obtained from stealing from Kui Man, for an additional 9 coins. After tallying his earnings for the day, Qin He realized his total coins had surpassed the 5,000 mark. However, even so, purchasing the necessary materials now would still cost him his top spot on the wealth leaderboard. I'll have to do more good deeds tonight and aim to buy the materials tomorrow, Qin He planned silently, readying himself for the actions ahead. The trading post had closed. Qin He nimbly climbed onto the roof and carefully placed the arrow tower on a flat surface. This defensive structure, covering an area of 2 square meters and standing 2 meters tall, stood majestically with an elegant conical spire reminiscent of a church dome. The 4-claw metal clasp at the top was conspicuous, clearly designed to hold a spirit stone. Qin He gently placed a spirit stone into the metal clasp at the tower's peak. With a crisp click, the clasp locked the spirit stone firmly in place. Instantly, a soft blue light rippled outward from the stone, enveloping the entire tower. The tower seemed to awaken, rotating slightly, as the large crossbow automatically loaded itself, like a loyal guardian. Not bad. Qin He nodded in satisfaction, then thought of Xiao Mei, silently praying. I hope Xiao Mei doesn't fly around recklessly, or she might end up as a specimen one with holes, and that wouldn't look good. He patted the tower, and the crossbow aimed at him momentarily, but quickly recognized him as a friendly, resuming its slow surveillance of the surroundings. Qin He sighed in relief. That's more like it. A tower shouldn't attack its own people. Seated on a rooftop chair, Qin He leaned against the tower, admiring the clouds turned orangered by the setting sun. Beautiful, he murmured. At this moment, Da Vinci appeared somewhat restless, nudging the snake eggs as if sensing activity inside. Xiaoqiao also approached but was promptly kicked away by Da Vinci. Watching this, Qin He thought, what's the rush? Xiaoqiao rolled its eyes, seemingly saying, ready to feast? Da Vinci's anxiety increased, especially when Qin He started boiling water for dumplings. The steaming seemed prompting deep contemplation. These 3 eggs should hold up, right? Xiaoqiao squatted nearby, spat out a nut, cracked it open, and pushed it towards a friend, appearing quite considerate. Hearing Xiaoqiao's chattering, Qin He laughed. These two must be playing joyously again. Witnessing such a warm scene, he opened the world chat window, eager to learn something new. Hey folks, it's almost evening again. I leveled up to 5 and changed classes yesterday. Will the zombie wave get stronger? Anyone with experience care to share? Qin He asked in the chat. Replies flooded in. It will. I just hit level 5 and changed classes the day before yesterday, and yesterday's zombie wave was all level 5, with a few more in number. But luckily, no elites have shown up yet. Definitely will. When I went from level 6 to 7, the number of zombies noticeably increased, though no elites came. Maybe my overall combat power isn't worthy of facing elites. I just leveled up to 1. Can't hear what you big shots are talking about. No need to know. Ignorance is bliss, stay innocent. I envy how carefree you all are, but here's a word of advice from someone out in the wild. Be prepared, be prepared. I gotta keep running now. Qin He frowned, pondering. Why don't you just say what's out there? Are you trying to scare us, or is it genuinely scary? Suddenly, a series of messages caught Qin He's attention. Is anyone in J City? Have you encountered a guy who claims to be a good Samaritan, wearing sunglasses? Yes. I'd recognize him anywhere. He killed my wife. I just dragged her out of the ruins, and then he killed her. I told him she was the most intact one I found after searching for ages, and he said his hand slipped on the crossbow trigger. Do you believe that? I'm also in J City. Please, let that guy from last night not come out to do good deeds again. Why not come? I'd love for him to come so handsome. I'm just annoyed he didn't look at me directly yesterday. Was I wearing too little? Seeing this, Qin He exited the Dragon Nation channel, planning to learn something from the international channels. However, a wall of letters blocked his way. Indeed, a chat window without a translation system is quite unfriendly, he thought helplessly. Suddenly, a red light streaked across the night sky, exploding into countless small points of light. These points burst again, forming large letters. Qin He, keep it up. Qin He, with a cup of instant noodles in his mouth, chuckled wryly. Are you predicting I won't complete the task in advance? The world chat channel erupted. Wow, being a big shot really comes with perks. Sai, when will my name also explode in the sky for you all to see? Looking beyond the spectacle, I think Qin He must have encountered some strange hidden quest. Those who've been through a hidden quest know how tough it can be. I still vividly remember my hidden quest, never touching an exclamation mark again. Another firework exploded, announcing, the third night of the zombie wave has officially begun. Qin He quickly finished his noodles, vigilantly observing the direction of the zombie wave's attack. To his surprise, this wave surged from all directions, at least a third more numerous than the previous night. Could it be because I've leveled up too fast? From level 15 to 17, and just 2 levels increase the numbers so much. Hopefully, today's elites won't be too formidable. With the sound of howls, the zombies had already reached the foot of the mountain. Qin He took a deep breath, ready to face the intense battle ahead. The surfaces of the slopes on the north, south, and west sides are all covered with roads. The zombies, as if knowing this, are all gathering towards the eastern slope. This side of the mountain had been damaged by the Golden Emperor centipede, making it easier to climb. The zombies surge forward like a tidal wave, launching their assault. Compared to last night, this batch of zombies is noticeably faster and stronger. Qin He uses his eagle eye skill to check the attributes of a few zombies, and is shocked to find they are all level 8, with some even at level 9 and 10. When you need money, it knocks on your door. Qin He thought wryly, recalling the saying. But now, it's the zombies knocking instead of the god of wealth. Roar. The first wave of zombies reaches the platform. Qin He sits on the roof, raises his crossbow, and takes aim. Thwang. A zombie is hit, triggering the knockback effect, and it crashes into its companions behind it. Suddenly, the arrow tower springs into action. A massive bolt, about 1.5 meters long and as thick as a thumb, shoots through the air, precisely piercing a zombie's head and pinning it to the ground. Impressive. Qin He exclaimed, patting the arrow tower. What a shot. Truly remarkable. The tower's accuracy was not disappointing, hitting the target on its first shot. The only downside is the firing rate of 1 shot every 5 seconds, which could be perfect if it were 5 shots per second. Whoosh. The tower fires again, but the bolt narrowly misses the second wave of zombies, soaring into the distance. Qin He didn't mind this small error, as everyone has an off moment. The third row of zombies is about to breach the barricade. Qin He immediately stands up, holding a shield in his left hand and a quenched spear in his right, his eyes sharply focused on the zombie horde below. He shouts, yet cautiously descends the stairs from the second floor to the first, standing at the doorway to pierce the approaching zombies through the barricade. At this moment, Da Vinci gives Qin He a look, suggesting that he might be overly cautious today. It also hints that it's a bit hungry and hopes Qin He will feed it before continuing the battle. Da Vinci seems to think that even if Qin He doesn't care about Xiaoqiao's fate, he shouldn't let its frog offspring go hungry. Xiaoqiao has already started licking the snakeskin eggs, and the situation seems grim. Qin He tossed a dozen worms to them and continued to fend off the zombies from behind the barricade. Da Vinci watched anxiously, thinking that if they remained so cautious, the zombies might break in, and its eggs could be in danger. Only when Qin He finally leaped over the barricade did Da Vinci feel at ease. Leaning against the eggs and joining Xiaoqiao to enjoy dinner around a dish while watching Qin He's performance, Qin He raised his shield to block the zombies in front, charging forward with great force, knocking several zombies to the ground. He then turned around, sweeping his quenched spear horizontally, decapitating a row of zombies. Moving swiftly, he advanced to thrust his spear into the heads of the fallen zombies. Another wave of zombies surged forward like a tide. The rooftop arrow tower fired at the horde. An arrow pierced a zombie's chest at an angle, the tip emerging to penetrate the foot of another zombie behind, nailing it to the ground. The zombie was immobilized, only able to produce hoarse sounds. Qin He pierced its head with his spear, thinking the arrow tower's accuracy was decent, managing a two-for-one shot. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than a bolt whizzed past his ear, prompting him to retract his earlier praise. The zombie assault continued. This time, Qin He refrained from charging recklessly, worried about the accuracy of the arrow tower behind him. He stepped back, set his crossbow on the shield, and fired. Activating the scatter shot, 3 arrows struck the zombies, triggering a knockback effect, sending 3 zombies flying backward, toppling over a row behind them. The arrow tower shot once more, piercing through the fallen zombies. After Da Vinci and Xiaoqiao finished eating, they crawled out from under the barricade at the door, perching on a stone to watch the battle, a worm still in Da Vinci's mouth. Da Vinci told Xiaoqiao that this was the best spot to watch the show. It occasionally warned Qin He of nearby dangers, feeling a rush of excitement, watching Qin He slay zombies, stirred by a fighting spirit. Just as it was about to jump down, Qin He shouted for it to stay back. Da Vinci obediently complied, licking Xiaoqiao beside it, boasting, "See, old Qin cares about me." Xiaoqiao looked puzzled, thinking that such an expression ready to kill, could be called caring? Suddenly, a firework exploded, signaling the arrival of an elite zombie. Qin He looked around warily, recalling the 4-star zombie from the previous night, guessing he might face a 5-star elite tonight. He readied his charged arrows just in case. To his surprise, there was no ground shaking or roaring. As Qin He furrowed his brows in thought, a high-pitched screech pierced the night sky, accompanied by a massive shadow descending from above. It was a giant bird with a wingspan of 15 meters, its long, sharp beak glinting coldly. Qin He quickly raised his crossbow to shoot, but missed. Da Vinci initially thought Qin He was foolish for shooting into the sky, but looking up, it saw the giant bird. It recalled its ancestors' unfulfilled wish to eat bird meat and couldn't help but feel it was understandable. Xiaoqiao looked at Da Vinci, urging, "Didn't you want to fulfill your ancestors' wish? Here's your chance, go." Da Vinci shrank back, pressing against the stone, deciding such opportunities were better left to future generations. Seeing the charged arrow miss, Qin He rolled forward, dodging the bird's talons. He sprang up, firing at the bird as it climbed, but the arrows were deflected by its tough feathers. Even the usually steady Qin He felt a tinge of panic. The arrow tower launched a shot, but it also failed to hit. Qin He activated his eagle vision to examine the bird's attributes. 5-star elite poacher hawk, Constitution 100, Strength 120, Agility 160, Spirit 25. Exclusive skills. 1. High altitude strike. Strength and agility double when diving from high altitudes. 2. Aerial drop. Carries prey to the sky and drops it. Origin. Once living carefree in the wild, captured and sold by poachers, mutated into a fierce creature after the apocalypse. Weakness. Abdomen. The giant hawk screeched again, diving from above. Qin He sidestepped to the right, reloading his crossbow, ready to dodge as it approached. As the hawk neared, the arrow tower fired, hitting its head. Qin He seized the opportunity to roll to the right, but was a moment too slow, caught by its left talon by the collar. The hawk flapped its wings to ascend, its other talon reaching to secure its prey. In a split second, Qin He decisively shed his gear, escaping its grasp. Landing, Qin He shot his crossbow at the hawk's abdomen. The bolt hit, but was deflected again. Is the penetration power insufficient? Qin He wondered, frowning. He quickly stowed his powerful crossbow and donned his exclusive work suit from his brain domain warehouse, gripping his berserk axe, eyes fixed on the high-flying hawk, ready for the next wave of attack. A piercing screech tore through the sky as the giant eagle hawk swooped down again. It deftly dodged the crossbow bolts from the watchtower, heading straight for Qin He on the mountaintop. The distance closed rapidly, 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. Qin He activated his evasive maneuvers, feeling a surge of strength and agility. Just as the eagle hawk's talons were about to strike him, he bent backward like a drawn bow, narrowly avoiding the deadly blow. At the same time, he swung his furious axe in a sharp arc from below, aiming at the eagle hawk's belly. A sickening tearing sound echoed. The furious axe, an exceptionally sharp orange-tier weapon, combined with Qin He's enhanced attributes, easily sliced open the eagle hawk's belly. Blood gushed out like a fountain, and feathers scattered in the air. Qin He felt a thrill of excitement. It seemed the eagle hawk's weakness was indeed its belly. The eagle hawk let out a cry of pain and flapped its wings in an attempt to take flight. Seizing the opportunity, Qin He quickly raised his crossbow, aiming at the wound on the eagle hawk's belly. The fused crossbow bolt was not only sharp but also poisoned, causing continuous bleeding and corrosive damage once it penetrated the eagle hawk's body. This scene was observed by Qin He's pet frog, Da Vinci, who hopped onto a stone with relief, thinking it could finally improve its meals. Feeling smug, Da Vinci mused that the task its ancestors couldn't complete had been achieved in its generation, and future frog generations would only hear of its legendary tale. However, the eagle hawk wasn't ready to concede defeat. It attacked Qin He again, albeit much slower. Qin He easily dodged the attack and fired another arrow, hitting the eagle hawk's belly accurately. The eagle hawk cried out in pain and flew higher, its belly pouring blood like rain. Da Vinci curiously watched the blood on the ground, surprised to find it turning black and smoking, as if corroding the earth. Looking up again, it saw the eagle hawk flying into the distance. Da Vinci felt a twinge of dissatisfaction and silently cursed the departing eagle hawk. Qin He put away his furious axe, resting a hand on his hip as he watched the eagle hawk disappear. He pondered whether to test if Da Vinci's curse was truly effective. After all, what could happen to a bird flying so high? At that moment, the scene shifted to another setting. Gao Cheng, who had just reached level 1, was facing a zombie. He swung his knife with trembling hands, striking the zombie's shoulder, then dropped the handle and ran off screaming. As a man with the heart of a young girl, even the thought of killing a fish terrified him. Surviving in this apocalyptic game was nothing short of a miracle. The zombie chased after him relentlessly as Gao Cheng ran for his life. Suddenly, he tripped over some rubble and fell face first. The pursuing zombie also stumbled over him, crashing heavily to the ground. Unexpectedly, the knife lodged in the zombie's shoulder cut through its neck upon impact. Terrified, Gao Cheng scrambled to his feet, clutching his chest and muttering, "So scary." Just then, a red light shot into the sky, signaling the end of the zombie horde. It was Gao Cheng's happiest moment. He looked up at the red light ascending into the sky and saw a large bird flying by. In the next instant, a flare shot into the bird's belly and exploded. The scene returned to Qin He on the mountaintop. He witnessed the eagle hawk's belly burst into flames, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Could it be? He watched as the eagle hawk plummeted, finally disappearing into the distant ruins. The system notification chimed. Ding indirectly killed a 5-star elite poacher eagle hawk, gained 200 experience points, and 200 apocalypse coins. Hearing this, Qin He turned and gave a thumbs up to Da Vinci sitting on the rock, while warning, "Don't get any ideas about me in the future." Da Vinci raised its head, licking the small gray stone beside it, thinking to itself, "My descendants will remember my legend, while yours will only rummage through trash cans." Gao Cheng screamed in terror as he watched the giant bird swoop down. He scrambled and crawled to hide behind the crumbling walls, his heart pounding like a drum. As a level 1 novice, how did he attract such a terrifying creature? Was he going to die here? Boom! The giant bird landed heavily, its head just hovering above the top of the broken wall. Its eyes were wide open, staring intently at Gao Cheng. Cowering at the base of the wall, Gao Cheng screamed again and promptly fainted. Meanwhile, Qin He was rushing down the hillside, retrieving the jacket and gear that the giant eagle had snatched away. After re-equipping himself, he sprinted towards the eagle's landing spot, passing a bus along the way without stopping. Wang Meng frowned as he watched Qin He's retreating figure. He had expected this good Samaritan to come and finish off the zombies, but instead, he left. Looks like the guy wasn't in the mood today. Wang Meng then jumped off the bus, charged into the zombie horde, and swiftly cut down the remaining few zombies. "Since you're not interested, don't blame me for not saving any for you." With the sound of fireworks exploding, Wang Meng's zombie wave challenge concluded. Qin He climbed to a vantage point, confirmed the direction where the giant eagle had fallen, and continued his dash. Finally, he found his target amidst the ruins. The pillar of light was still present. Although it didn't trigger Leonardo's surprise, the ground was littered with gray-white cards. Most striking was the corpse of the giant eagle. Qin He thought it could be used to practice puppet refining. After all, who could guarantee success on the first try? The more test subjects, the better. Besides, if he succeeded, he might even fly it, fulfilling his childhood dream of becoming a pilot. As Qin He finished collecting, he sensed something, dodged to the right, and turned to ready his crossbow. Just then, a panicked voice called out, "Mercy, good sir. It's me, Gao Cheng." Gao Cheng stood with his arms crossed over his chest, looking terrified. Qin He looked closely and exclaimed, "Gao Cheng? Wasn't this the man who, after seeing him kill zombies last night, started taking off his clothes?" While Qin He didn't mind others' preferences, the sight of this man with a hairy chest was a bit off-putting. "What are you doing here?" Qin He asked, puzzled. Seeing the other lower his crossbow and realizing the giant bird was gone, Gao Cheng clapped his hands in admiration. "Did you make the bird disappear, good sir? Amazing. I knew you were incredible." Qin He was speechless and turned to leave. Gao Cheng, seeing him about to leave, looked disappointed. But he didn't hope to follow him. He knew the good sir was everyone's hero, not just his own. With mixed feelings, Gao Cheng said, "Thank you, good sir." Suddenly, Qin He received a system notification. Received a thank you from Gao Cheng 1. Qin He was delighted, his smile widening. "Oh dear, I almost forgot the main task." He immediately turned and walked back towards Gao Cheng. "Uho," Gao Cheng thought as the good sir turned back, smiling at him, his heart pounding like a deer caught in headlights. Could it be that he was finally charmed by his charisma? "Come on, say what you just said again." Qin He smiled. "Well, what?" Gao Cheng looked confused. Half an hour later, Qin He left with a smile, leaving Gao Cheng sitting amidst the rubble, dazed and heartbroken. He thought he had fallen for someone, expecting a beautiful evening, but it turned out the other was a weirdo. Damn it, spending half an hour just saying thank you. No wonder he liked being a good guy in the apocalypse. It turns out he had a fetish for this. And he had to be sincere about the thank yous. When he didn't sound genuine, the guy just walked away. Truly heartless. Gao Cheng thought, I really have bad luck with people. In the future, stay away. Go torment someone else. Qin He checked his thank you task progress. 1011000. Even he didn't expect Gao Cheng to contribute over 100. The guy was so exhausted from saying thank you that Qin He let him off. Mainly because the thank yous stopped counting after a while. Probably a personal limit. It's unlikely he got tired of it. considering he still enjoyed saying it and didn't seem unhappy. However, Qin He concluded, genuinely considering others can earn their sincere gratitude. As he walked, Qin He approached the base of Sundo and his group's mountain. Coincidentally, he saw a family of 3 singing and dancing at the mountaintop, fending off a horde of zombies. Judging by the numbers, they seemed to have killed more than half, leaving only a few dozen at the foot of the hill. After all, they had all switched professions, increasing the number of zombies. Qin He bypassed the zombie horde, not killing any, and headed straight to the top. Sundo saw him coming and felt uneasy, but he had to play his part, good sir. You're here. As agreed. Those below are all yours. No need, those are your experience and coins. You've worked hard. I won't take them from you, Qin He said, spearing a zombie that lunged at him. Gain 6 experience, 5 coins. Really? Sundo was skeptical. After all, the good sir said he wouldn't kill any, but then took one down. Really, keep singing and dancing, Qin He said, and headed down the mountain. Standing atop, Sundo and his family exchanged bewildered looks, momentarily at a loss for words. Qin He's figure gradually disappeared at the foot of the mountain, leaving everyone momentarily in disbelief. It wasn't until they saw him halfway up the mountain that the reality truly hit them. At that moment, Qin He suddenly turned back, his voice echoing through the mountains. I'm leaving. Aren't you going to say anything? Sundo responded in his straightforward manner. Take it slow. Be careful on the path at night. Qin He couldn't help but smile, swiftly kicking down a zombie that lunged at him. Sundo frowned and said, What? Do you need us to see you off? Unexpectedly, 2 women shouted in unison, Thank you, kind brother. Then added, Thanks for not taking our resources. Qin He's system promptly notified him. Received gratitude from Li Shuiwan. Received gratitude from Li Yuan. He grinned, waved at the 2 women and said, No need to thank me, it's what I should do. Turning serious, Qin He addressed Sundo, Take good care of them. If they get hurt, don't blame me for being harsh. They'll be back later. Sundo's expression darkened instantly, muttering to himself, Damn it. You talk as if they're your wives. Aren't you being a bit too much of a good guy? The 2 women, however, responded in unison again, Thank you, kind brother, well, take care of ourselves. See you when you're back. Qin He nodded in satisfaction. All right, they'll be back soon. With that, he vanished contentedly at the mountain's base. Standing atop the mountain, Sundo turned to the women, speaking with a hint of displeasure. You're my women? Why are you so nice to another man? Li Shui retorted. Do, are you jealous? That's not right. Isn't it great he didn't take our resources? He's stronger than us and so kind. Shouldn't we thank him? Liu chimed in. Exactly, Do. You're sounding a bit petty. Great people don't sweat the small stuff. If you keep this up, I might not like you anymore. Sundo quickly forced a smile. No, we should thank him. At that moment, Sundo seemed to have an epiphany. He realized that as long as he was strong enough, he could choose to be a good person or a bad one. From today on, he resolved to become powerful. Otherwise, he might not even be able to protect his own women. Good man. Thank you for making me realize this. Sundo silently expressed his gratitude. Meanwhile, Qin He received an unexpected system notification. Received gratitude from Sundo 1. Qin He was taken aback, thinking, Sundo actually thanked me? That's unexpected. Nighttime. The eastern district of J City. Tonight was exceptionally peaceful. Qin He stood on the street, reflecting on today's achievements. He had refrained from snatching monsters from others, an act that garnered him numerous thanks. A novice player repeatedly expressed gratitude, his tone filled with surprise and disbelief. Thank you, big brother, for not taking my monster today. Have you turned over a new leaf? The player's gratitude poured forth like a tide, starting with cautious thanks and evolving into enthusiastic praise. Really, thank you. When I successfully change my class, feel free to call on me if you need anything. As Qin He remained silent, the player's thanks became increasingly sincere. Are you really leaving? There are so few people like you who don't steal others' experience. Thank you, and I wish you all the best. However, when Qin He still didn't leave, the player's gratitude took on a tinge of confusion and helplessness. Why aren't you leaving yet? I've thanked you 10 times already. Finally, after the 23rd thank you, the player seemed to run out of words. I really can't say it anymore, or it won't be sincere. Safe travels, I mean it. Just then, the player seemed to remember something. His tone tinged with worry. Are you sure you left my newly found wife alone today? Thank you, and she thanks you too. Fireworks lit up the night sky, marking the end of yet another survivor's battle against the zombie horde. It was another night survived, and the survivors only feared people now. Everything else seemed less daunting. Qin He chuckled, thinking how everyone was truly wonderful tonight. He realized that not being the good guy actually felt liberating, and he received so much genuine gratitude. He understood that being a good person depended on timing, location, and the individuals involved. Having gathered enough, Qin He was about to head back when he heard roars and screams in the distance. Looking up, he realized it was the territory of Sun Do's family of three. What a coincidence, Qin He thought, to run into them again. On the mountaintop, Sun Do's family was fiercely battling a golden emperor centipede. Using his eagle-eye skill, Qin He saw that it was a two-star elite, similar to yesterday's encounter. He couldn't help but feel it was unfair. All three had already reached their first-class transition, so why was the zombie horde elite still only two-star? Standing at the foot of the mountain, Qin He shouted, "Hey, need some help?" As a decent person, he felt it was only right to offer help after getting consent. The two women on the mountain brightened up at the sound. "Good guy, you're finally here. We've been waiting for you. Please come up and help us. Sun Do can't handle it alone." In truth, the three of them could defeat the Golden Emperor Centipede together, but it would take more time. However, Li Shui wanted the good guy's help because she had a crush on him. So when he appeared, she deliberately sang out of tune. Sun Do, however, didn't see it that way. He had just gained a new professional skill through the Doomsday Trading House today, and the two women had each purchased new skills as well, with updated equipment. As long as they coordinated properly, they might not crush the two-star elite, but they wouldn't be as embarrassed as yesterday. However, Sun Do suddenly felt the effects of the holy song and the shadow dance on him weaken, and the buffs he received significantly decreased. He took a step back and glanced at his two women, sighing inwardly. Goodness, their minds have already wandered. It seems I really need to get stronger myself. With no other choice, Sun Do accepted the help. All right then, I'll help you, guy. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin He rushed to the mountaintop with his powerful crossbow. He quickly charged and fired an arrow, pinning the centipede in place, then grabbed his berserk axe and brought it down on the centipede's head. 2 strikes later, the centipede's carapace shattered, exposing its brain matter. Qin He put away his weapons and gracefully jumped to the ground. The entire process seamless and efficient. That was truly impressive. The good guy is so strong. Li Shui and Li Yu immediately approached, expressing their gratitude to the good guy. Qin He smiled happily, while checking his task progress. 9871000, just 13 more tasks to complete. Standing aside, Sun Do watched his two wives surrounding the good guy, feeling uncomfortable. He recalled the saying, "Sitting at home, and the hat comes down from the sky." Noticing Sun Do's expression, Qin He turned to him and said, "You have 2 wonderful wives, both beautiful and considerate. You must treat them well, understand? Don't let them suffer, or I won't be happy." Sun Do heard this and felt a mix of emotions. This tone, it sounded like an elder advising a younger one. He thought it was a green hat coming, but it turned out to be like a father-in-law instead. Somehow, it made him feel much better. Listen to him. The good guy is so concerned about you. Afraid you'll be petty and jealous. Thank you, good guy. Li Shui and Li Yu glanced at Sun Do. If he dares to treat us poorly, we sisters will not be kind to him. Sun Do smiled, thinking, as long as you don't take my wives, you can say whatever you want. Qin He wondered why he hadn't received a thank you. Had he reached the limit of gratitude from these two women? If so, he needed a different approach. He immediately moved to Sun Do's side and said to the two women, "You shouldn't take your blessings for granted. In such a dangerous apocalyptic world, having a man who stands in front of danger to protect you is rare. You should be grateful, okay?" Well, we understand." The two women were taken aback, not expecting the good guy to speak like that. His tone was almost fatherly. Qin He continued, "Look at him, with his injuries, dirt, and smelly body. Isn't it all for protecting you? Wouldn't he live better alone? Yet, he chooses to guard you well." Hearing these words, Sun Do felt a lump in his throat and burst into tears. Finally, someone understood his struggles. "Thank you, good guy." Sun Do's voice trembled as he cried, tears and snot streaming down. Qin He gently patted Sun Do on the shoulder and softly stroked his hair. "Don't cry." She comforted him gently. "As a man, you should strive to become strong." As soon as she finished speaking, her system notification chimed repeatedly. "Received a thank you from Sun Do 1." Half an hour later, Sun Do and his family embraced each other, tears flowing freely. Seeing this, Qin He quietly stepped back and waved goodbye to them. Just as she turned around, the system notification echoed again, with a flood of, "Received a thank you from Sun Do 1. Smiling, Qin He walked to the foot of the mountain, glanced back, and silently wished the family happiness and well-being. Even as she walked further away, she could still feel the gratitude from Sun Do's family. Look at them, she thought, such a wonderful family. So kind-hearted. Just when she thought this mission was about to be successfully completed, she checked her progress. 9991000. Qin He felt a pang of frustration so close, yet not quite there. She looked around and her eyes landed on a bus not far away. On top of it stood a man holding a wooden shield, gazing in her direction. Qin He couldn't help but smile. "Isn't that the brother who doesn't care about money?" she thought. "I'm going to have to bother you again." Sorry about that. With this thought, she walked toward him. Wang Ming saw Qin He approaching and said, Sorry, good person. It looked like you were in a hurry earlier, so I didn't disturb you. You see, my zombie wave is over. Maybe you should come back tomorrow. Qin He shook her head and waved her hands, sincerely replying, No, I've thought it through. I won't be the good person anymore. Wang Ming gasped, Really? Don't doubt it, Qin He said seriously. I really won't be the good person anymore. Remember what I said today? Before she finished speaking, her figure had disappeared into the ruins. Wang Ming looked in the direction Qin He had left, a slight smile on his lips. I thank you for not being the good person. In the ruins, Qin He's system notification chimed again. Received a thank you from Wang Ming 1. Then a series of system notifications followed. Congratulations on completing the difficult hidden task, earning 1,000 experience points, 1,000 gold coins, and 10 apocalypse supply boxes. Ding level increased from 17 to 18. Qin He grinned, thinking to herself, feels good. Suddenly, an announcement echoed across the channel. Congratulations to Qin He for completing the difficult hidden task. Normally, hidden tasks are not announced, but since so few people complete them, it is worth acknowledging. The reward, of course, is just public recognition, with no substantial reward. Based on the nature of the hidden task completed, all survivors are encouraged to be good people in the next 24 hours, with no survivor killings allowed. Violators will face consequences. On the streets of City H, Zhou Xian clutched a narrow sword in one hand. Its tip pointed directly at the figure across from him, a person cloaked in red, wearing a red demon mask. Trying to maintain his composure, Zhou Xian's voice trembled slightly. The rules have just descended. You can't kill anyone. Haha. The masked figure let out a chilling laugh that echoed through the mask, sending shivers down one's spine. What a pity. The timing couldn't be worse. Qin He truly deserves to die, he said, slowly raising a finger to point not far away. See those zombies over there? I could cripple you and let one of them take a bite. Once you turn into a zombie, I can kill you. Can I? Is robbing worth your life? Zhou Xian shivered involuntarily at the words. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. The rules haven't enabled free currency transactions yet. Even if I wanted to give you coins, I couldn't. When the trading hall opens tomorrow, I'll pay you. Isn't that enough? My time is valuable. I can't wait that long, the masked figure sneered. Besides, leaving loose ends? Not a chance. Before he finished speaking, he had already drawn his twin blades from his waist. Then I'll fight you. Zhou Xian quickly retreated, positioning his narrow sword defensively in front of him. In a flash, the masked figure closed the distance. The twin blades slashed downwards, and Zhou Xian's sword flew from his grip. He clutched his stomach with both hands, staggered backward, and finally collapsed, blood seeping through his fingers. The masked figure stepped aside, watching coldly. Nearby, a zombie, drawn by the scent of blood, charged in a frenzy, pouncing on Zhou Xian and biting him. Aren't you curious who I am? The masked figure asked, standing to the side, holding his twin blades with a cold smile. Remember, my name is Wu Xiong, the true form of Azura. Zhou Xian wanted to respond, but with his throat torn by the zombie, he could only emit weak whimpers. Moments later, Wu Xiong swung his twin blades, severing the zombie's neck, then slashed again, killing the now zombified Zhou Xian. Beams of light rose from the ground, and Wu Xiong quickly collected all the cards. Turns out, killing zombies is worthless. It's better to kill people directly, Wu Xiong muttered to himself, eyes gazing into the distance. Qin He should drop more. I wonder when I'll run into him. You're so cautious, not even chatting in the channel. Come on, talk a little, make a friend. Meanwhile, Qin He returned home after completing a task. He found Da Vinci and Xiao Hui nestled among snake eggs, sleeping soundly with sunlight warming their faces. You two sure know how to enjoy life, Qin He murmured with a slight smile. He donned gloves and began clearing the zombie corpses from the mountaintop platform, tossing them into the earth's crevice to the west to prevent the stench from lingering. After cleaning up, Qin He headed upstairs to rest. With the immunity from death, he could finally sleep peacefully. As he lay down, he watched the still fluttering Xiao Mei and soon drifted off to the rhythm of its wings. The next morning, warm sunlight streamed through the window, and Qin He opened his eyes. A beautiful day begins. On the other side of Blue Star, they must be facing the zombie tide, he thought. While brushing his teeth, Qin He opened the world chat channel and found everyone in high spirits. Finally got a good night's sleep, thanks to Qin He's immunity. Having Qin He around is truly wonderful. I slept well, but my house got robbed, and the radiant flowers I painstakingly grew are gone. I just want to know, can't people be good? To the thief, I wish you and your family the best. I got dumped. In the apocalypse, you can still get dumped. That's quite the luxury. I wish Qin He grows stronger, excels in hidden difficult quests, and keeps achieving more and more. Qin He spat out his toothpaste foam, muttering to himself, "Thanks a lot for your blessing." After washing up, he noticed Xiaomei lying on the windowsill again. This time, he understood it wasn't dead, just tired from flying. Considering Xiaomei's ability to serve as a sleep aid, Qin He abandoned the idea of making it a specimen. He gently tossed Xiaomei out the window to wake it up. Suddenly, an arrow whizzed by, nearly hitting Xiaomei. Qin He smacked his forehead, remembering the arrow tower. He quickly jumped out the window, retrieved Xiaomei, and returned to the first floor, placing it by the snake eggs to sunbathe as an apology. Seeing Da Vinci and Xiao Hui still asleep, Qin He crouched and lightly flicked their little behinds. Da Vinci's bottom tensed, and it bounced up, eyeing Qin He warily, seemingly considering the idea of finding him a wife. Xiao Hui, on the other hand, stared at Qin He with its small eyes, as if asking, "Is this a massage?" Qin He fed the two little creatures some bugs, breadcrumbs, and ketchup. Once full, he picked up Da Vinci and headed outside. Initially reluctant to leave, Xiao Hui valued egg incubation more, but under Qin He's gentle gaze, it gave a little nudge to the dazed Xiao Hui before sliding down the slope. Watching the little ones leave, Qin He smiled knowingly. He didn't insist on Da Vinci going out. He just found it odd for a travel frog to be nesting at home. "This isn't something you should be doing," Qin He said, brushing the dust off his hands. Xiao Hui and Da Vinci were covered in dirt, looking quite messy. He carefully washed his hands, then headed to the first floor. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the psychic stone. Qin He crouched down and gently touched the snake egg resting on it. The eggshell felt warm to the touch. He listened closely but heard nothing. Satisfied, Qin He nodded. "Good news." Da Vinci lazily hopped around, lacking any enthusiasm to go out today. It glanced at Qin He from the base of the mountain and then hurriedly hopped northward. Xiao Hui followed eagerly, excited at the prospect of rummaging through trash bins again. Da Vinci absent-mindedly trailed behind, its mind filled with biological theories. Watching Xiao Hui dive into another trash bin, it felt a twinge of discomfort. The happiness of a mouse was so simple, yet it was in pursuit of loftier goals. Da Vinci squatted next to the trash bin, watching Xiao Hui rummage inside, unable to muster any motivation itself. Seeing this, Qin He couldn't help but smile. Being a bit lazy is fine. It's better than constantly seeking trouble. As long as you go out and hop around without causing any issues, even if you come back empty-handed, that's enough. It's not too much to ask, right? You're not even asked to scout anymore, and you still get to eat plump bugs every day. You should be content. The two little creatures continued on and soon encountered a small, foul-smelling pond, losing any desire to bathe. Not long after, Xiao Hui dove into a fallen trash bin again. Da Vinci waited outside for a long time and began to worry when Xiao Hui didn't reappear. It hopped up to the edge of the bin and peered inside, only to see Xiao Hui locked in a gaze with a little white mouse. Xiao Hui glanced back at Da Vinci, giving a look that seemed to say, "Give us some space." Qin He, who was washing clothes, couldn't help but chuckle when he heard about this. Xiao Hui has actually found a little romance. Da Vinci felt a pang of disappointment. How could Xiao Hui find a partner while Qin He remained alone? It seemed unfair, as if the heavens had a grudge against Qin He. No, perhaps Qin He simply wasn't trying hard enough. Da Vinci resolved to find a good match for Qin He to prove his charm. Qin He, rubbing his clothes, couldn't help but lower his head when he heard this. Da Vinci's gaze pierced through the ruins and landed on a dilapidated car in the distance. Inside, it noticed a vague figure, which piqued its interest. It hopped eagerly towards the car, and upon reaching the door, it peered inside, admiring the scene. This was exactly its type. Attempting to use its ability to absorb the zombie inside, Da Vinci failed due to the target's excessive weight. Unwilling to give up, it tried once more, only to be met with the same result. This left Qin He puzzled. He pondered aloud. How could a zombie be too heavy? Da Vinci's carrying capacity should be around 200 pounds, right? Determined, Da Vinci decided to give it one last try. It encouraged itself, thinking that starting is always the hardest part. However, after several attempts, it had to concede, admitting that the process was indeed challenging. Da Vinci then turned its attention to a nearby trash can, noting that Xiao Hui still hadn't emerged. Feeling lonely, it thought that if it couldn't have a cute frog sister, a frog brother would do. With this sense of solitude, Da Vinci hopped over to the trash can, asking Xiao Hui if it wanted to come along. Xiao Hui didn't turn around, merely emitting a squeaky sound. Da Vinci immediately understood. "So, you've forgotten your brother now that you have a cute white mouse, huh?" Watching this unfold, Qin He chuckled, saying, "It's okay, little frog, you still have me." He mused that even Da Vinci had its moments of vulnerability. Silently, Da Vinci turned away, hopping alone through the ruins. It felt a pang of sadness, contemplating the notion of forgetting one's brother after finding a partner. As it looked up at a pair of chirping birds in the sky, Seemingly in love, Da Vinci croaked a blessing for their eternal bond. Suddenly, an arrow sliced through the sky, skewering the two birds together. They fell, and a person gleefully ran over to collect their catch. Da Vinci turned its gaze back to the distant trash can, silently warning Xiaoqiao, "Be careful, brother." Continuing its journey through the ruins, Da Vinci spotted two ants walking side by side. It paused for a moment, then flicked out its tongue, swallowing the ants whole. Enjoying the taste, it couldn't help but think, delicious. Qin He observed this and sighed softly. How pitiful. Qin He hung his freshly washed clothes on the rooftop's arrow tower. Adhering to his principle of making the most of everything, he thought about how he couldn't waste energy stones when there were no zombies around, as they were valuable. With this in mind, he removed the energy stone, deciding not to use it for the time being. Da Vinci ventured into a collapsed mall, hopping through the buried shelves. It discovered a bottle of ketchup, which immediately reminded it of its good friend Xiaoqiao. Da Vinci successfully used its ability to absorb the ketchup, storing it away. Leaving the mall ruins, Da Vinci arrived at a small park. It saw two small insects tangled together on a blade of grass. Driven by curiosity, Da Vinci flicked them with its tongue, tasted them, and then spat them out. It turned out they were stink bugs. Qin He sat on the rooftop, leaning against the arrow tower as he scrolled through the world's chat window. He felt exceptionally relaxed today, realizing it was a rare moment of ease, though he knew such tranquility might not last. He reminded himself to live in the moment and not be overly sentimental. During the chat, someone expressed concern about the fate of those with low levels and weak overall combat strength. What would happen to them after the apocalypse ended? Would society revert to a primitive, brutal era of savagery? Someone replied that the current situation wasn't much different from before the apocalypse. Those at the top were like pre-apocalypse wealthy individuals, a minority. Those with low combat strength were akin to the pre-apocalypse lower class, and their means of survival might not change much. Some were unwilling to resign themselves to such a fate, expressing a desire to seize the opportunity presented by the apocalypse to change their destinies. Qin He listened to these discussions, contemplating his own situation. He felt he had already broken free from the constraints of the pre-apocalypse world and would no longer be bound. Like Da Vinci, he could now follow his desires. Da Vinci spotted a glass bottle, recalling the times it played with Xiaoqiao. It wondered if finding a mate would lead to being taken away like Xiaoqiao was by Xiaobai. Just as it became lost in thought, a solitary zombie shuffled into view. Da Vinci hopped over to the zombie, observing it closely. It concluded that the zombie was destined to be alone. The zombie looked at Da Vinci, letting out a hoarse sound but showing no desire to attack. Seeing this, Da Vinci changed course, heading to the once bustling vegetable wholesale market, now a desolate place with only a few zombies wandering around. In the market, Da Vinci spotted a slender zombie in the distance, instantly becoming excited. It eagerly hopped over to the zombie, its eyes gleaming with an unusual light. Qin He observed this scene and sneered. Excited? At that moment, Qin He felt someone watching him again. He picked up his binoculars and scanned the surroundings, and sure enough, he spotted the person. To his surprise, the one who had been spying on him yesterday, completely unclothed, was now waving at him. "What are you up to, you little weirdo?" Da Vinci stood at the street corner, eyes locked on the zombie in front of him. The zombie wore worn-out sneakers, tight yoga pants that accentuated its long legs, and a black leather apron over a tank top. Despite the gleaming knife in its hand, the zombie's delicate face made Da Vinci's heart race. This is exactly the type I've been looking for, Da Vinci thought excitedly. If I take this back, the master will be thrilled. Just then, Da Vinci noticed the zombie was staring back with a strange glint in its eye. Without hesitation, he activated his collection ability. With a flash of light, the zombie vanished. Overjoyed by his success, Da Vinci turned and headed home. Qin He watched the scene unfold and smiled wryly. Da Vinci finally got his wish, and he's so happy, she thought. As long as the little frog is happy, it doesn't matter. The collected zombie can wait. They're all for puppet refinement anyway. A question suddenly popped into Qin He's mind. By the way, do puppet masters use living zombies for refinement, or can dead ones work too? On his way home, Da Vinci spotted a stone glimmering with golden light. Reminding himself not to be lazy, he quickly activated his collection ability and pocketed the stone. As he continued, Da Vinci passed a small garden. Though he didn't find anything particularly appealing, he stayed vigilant. Suddenly, a flower radiating white light caught his attention. Without thinking twice, Da Vinci used his collection ability again and successfully acquired the flower. When Da Vinci passed the familiar trash can, he saw Xiaoqiao and Xiaobai still inside. As friends, he felt happy for them but didn't stop. Instead, he aimed his collection ability at the trash can, making it and the two rats inside disappear. Da Vinci happily hopped away, leaving only the stunned shadows of the two rats behind. Meanwhile, Qin He observed everything from afar through binoculars. She saw the person labeled as a weirdo run to a wall and point at it. The wall had large letters that read, "Hello, I've been watching you for a long time." Qin He lowered her head, thinking, definitely a weirdo, a peeping Tom. The scene shifted to Xiaoqiao, smiling and holding binoculars in one hand, while waving with the other. He thought, I can finally communicate with the big shot. But when he lowered the binoculars, he saw the other person flipping him off. Xiaoqiao was baffled. Did I write something wrong? He turned to look at the words on the wall and muttered to himself, there's nothing wrong. It's the truth. I have been observing every move you make. Why the middle finger? There must be some misunderstanding. Qin He put down his binoculars, his gaze sweeping over the desolate landscape below the mountain. He casually flipped through the global chat channel on his communication device, waiting for Da Vinci to return. Outwardly calm, he secretly anticipated the arrival of the zombie specimen, driven purely by a scientific curiosity. Bored, he noticed a discussion on the global chat channel about the rankings of top players. Do you think Qin He is the top in combat power? Someone asked. Another voice replied mockingly, you must have too much time on your hands. Aren't you preparing for tonight's zombie wave? What's there to prepare for? The first person said dismissively. As long as no elite monsters show up, there won't be a problem. Even if they do, I'm not worried. I've saved up enough money. Once the apocalypse market opens tonight, I'll buy 2 profession skills with a single switch, and I can take down any elite monster. 2 at once, someone exclaimed. You must have saved a lot. I checked the profession skills, and the cheapest 2 together cost at least 1,500 gold coins. It's not that surprising, another voice chimed in. The higher the level, the more zombies in the wave. It's been 3 nights already, so most are above level 5. Saving a few hundred coins is quite normal. Of course, those below level 5 are a different story. As Qin He browsed through these messages, he checked his own gold count. Last night, he earned over 1,600 gold coins from defeating the zombie wave alone. The increase in zombie levels indeed yielded a good drop rate, though there were times when killing a level 10 zombie only dropped 1 coin. With the 1,000 coins from a hidden mission and previous savings, he now had over 8,000 gold coins. Curious, Qin He checked the wealth leaderboard. He was at the top with 8,234 coins, followed by Shilua Zhenjin with 6,023 coins. Even the 10th ranked, Yue Fei, had increased from over 1,000 to more than 4,000 coins, indicating a steady rise in everyone's wealth. However, Qin He was puzzled. Was everyone else as frugal as he was? Looking at the level rankings, Qin He remained in the lead at level 18, 2 levels ahead of Shilua Zhenjin. Others were also steadily leveling up. The global chat discussion continued. You're all chatting so casually, but I'm feeling pretty worried, a concerned voice said. Have you thought about the fact that while the early zombie waves are manageable for the weak, eventually the strong will get more resources and become stronger, while we weak ones will only fall further behind? You're overthinking it, someone retorted. You probably haven't seen the zombie wave of a strong player. There's a pretty strong guy on the mountain next to mine who even stole my stuff once. Guess what? He died last night. When I went to deliver supplies to him today, I found his head was gone, and his body was covered in claw marks. It was gruesome. The one you're talking about wasn't strong enough, another voice interjected. The guy who charges me protection fees is a level 15 barrier master, with all his first-turn profession skills bought. He crushed a 2-star elite monster. My zombie wave wasn't over yet, and he finished his and took half of mine. You missed my point, the initial worried voice insisted. In the future, we weak ones will become slaves to the strong. What future? I'm already a slave, damn it, someone angrily replied. And what do you plan to do to avoid being a slave? Kill yourself? Another voice mocked. Qin He stopped paying attention to the global chat. It was full of discussions like these recently, offering little useful information. He had already figured out these issues long ago. The future world would likely be one where the strong rule over the weak. The era of universal equality and freedom might be gone for good. Rebuilding order would probably take a long time. After all, when someone can dominate a region and enjoy everything at their whim, they won't easily give up that power. At that moment, Qin He noticed Da Vinci happily heading home. It saw an empty slot in its backpack and began looking around. As a diligent little frog, it always hoped to return fully loaded. Suddenly, Da Vinci spotted a person crouching in the ruins, looking towards home. The person seemed familiar, and it immediately activated its ability to retrieve the person's pants, successfully storing them in its bag. Da Vinci watched the now pantsless person running under the blazing sun, and it triggered a memory. Wasn't this the guy who often donated pants? It thought this person must be someone who generously gives away pants to others. With this thought in mind, Da Vinci continued happily on its way home. Pants again? Qin He was delighted. It seemed that unfortunate fellow had a good supply. He recalled selling the pants Da Vinci brought back last time for 9 coins. If he could receive a pair every day, it would amount to a significant income over a year. Qin He silently hoped the person's pants would become more plentiful and of better quality. With that thought, Qin He jumped down from the second floor, landing smoothly, and picked up the little frog that had just climbed to the mountain top. Da Vinci was a bit puzzled. Qin He rarely took the initiative to bring it home. Could it be that he knew about the surprise it brought back? Its butt was a bit sore, and it wondered if Qin He was being a bit ungrateful. Da Vinci was disheartened, thinking that indeed, once a man has a wife, he forgets his brothers. But then it reconsidered Qin He's wife was still in its travel backpack, so how could he forget his brother without even meeting her? Truly heartless. As Da Vinci was lost in thought, Qin He had already picked it up. In front of him, Da Vinci hung suspended in midair, a hint of helplessness in its eyes. It reached out with its soft pink tongue, gently licking its owner's nose as if trying to convey its feelings. Da Vinci thought to itself that everything it did was for its owner, yet the owner seemed unappreciative, dismissing its earnest effort to help find a partner. It wondered, could it be that even female zombies weren't appealing to the owner? Suddenly, Da Vinci felt a sharp pain in its rear. It blinked, as if suggesting that the owner should give it a try first, and if it didn't work out, they could always return it. After all, there were plenty of options outside. They could easily find another one. Feeling its owner's gentle stroke on its head, Da Vinci's mood lifted, thinking perhaps the owner was more understanding than it seemed. It was another day full of hope. Travel Frog Da Vinci finished its day's journey, and the items in its travel backpack automatically transferred to the owner's brain domain warehouse. Today, Da Vinci had hopped 1,308 times, gaining an equal amount of travel experience points. Qin He casually tossed Da Vinci onto the first floor, then took out some bugs and poured them onto a dish in the middle of the snake eggs. He looked around, searching for the gray mouse, Xiaoqiao, but it was nowhere to be seen. Qin He speculated that perhaps Xiaoqiao had found true love and left for good. He felt a sense of relief, thinking that now he could save on bugs and ketchup, as Xiaoqiao had always been freeloading. Qin He carefully reviewed Da Vinci's findings for the day. A radiant flower was added directly to his existing stock. There was also a pair of pants he planned to sell that evening. Qin He silently hoped the unfortunate fellow would find another pair of pants to cover himself today. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ruins, Lu Hua took a deep drag from his cigarette, smoke swirling around him as he shook his head at Xiaoqiao standing across from him. Xiaoqiao pleaded earnestly, "Brother Hua, I swear, there's something strange about that place. Why would I lie to you? Do you think I enjoy running around naked like this every day?" Lu Hua exhaled a cloud of smoke, sneering, "You've been prancing around the ruins with your bear but 3 times already. Doesn't that prove you have a thing for it? Just go. I can't afford to keep you around anymore. If this continues, I'll end up naked too. Brother Hua, please give me one last chance. I promise I won't go back to that place." Xiaoqiao begged. "Goddamn it. I suspect you're just after my pants. Get lost. It's generous of me not to kill you. If I see you again, I'll finish you off." Lu Hua shouted angrily. Moments later, Xiaoqiao stood alone amidst the ruins, feeling the warm sunlight on his bare skin. Suddenly, he realized that being without pants wasn't so bad after all. Qin He entered the mental domain warehouse, his gaze landing on a stone that Da Vinci had brought back, shimmering with a golden aura. Upon close inspection, a hint of delight appeared on his face. This was 5 pounds of mithril, a crucial material for crafting orange crossbow bolts. In the post-apocalyptic store, 1 pound of mithril costs 200 apocalypse coins, so he had just saved nearly 1,000 coins. He also discovered 2 energy stones, which were much-needed resources at the moment. Qin He thought to himself that Da Vinci had indeed been reliable on this trip, but he restrained the urge to praise him, knowing that once praised, this guy might slack off. Finally, Qin He's attention shifted to the complete female zombie. In the mental domain warehouse, she was just a small icon, but Qin He could still sense her astonishing beauty, completely unlike the usual decayed and wrinkled appearance of zombies. As he checked the information, he was taken aback. This was a 3-star king-level boss named Yue Alien, with wild physique, 300 strength points, 300 agility points, and 400 spirit points. She had 2 unique skills. The first was Fish Attack, which could summon catfish, carp, and blackfish for attacks. The second was a passive skill Scale Scraper, which had a 30 chance to trigger with each attack, increasing agility and strength by 10, stacking up to 10 times. Even more surprising was her unique talent, immunity to water element attack damage and water-based summon creature attack damage. As a king-level boss, she also had the deadly kill trait. The description revealed that she was once an internet celebrity fish vendor at the North District Market of J-City, who became famous for selling fish in yoga pants and a tank top, flaunting her impressive figure. Her skilled scale-scraping technique captivated countless male fans. After reading the information, Qin He cautiously exited the mental domain warehouse. With his current combat power, if he carelessly released her, he might get scaled directly. He glanced at Da Vinci, reluctantly admitting that this guy was indeed impressive, even managing to bring back a king-level boss. Qin He showed a rare gentle expression, which made Da Vinci happy, knowing it had done something to please its master. It thought to itself that rewards could come later. For now, eating bugs was satisfying enough. Da Vinci glanced at the motionless Xiaomei beside it, showing no particular reaction, and continued to focus on its meal. Qin He touched his nose, contemplating the use of this female zombie. Although he couldn't release her now, her fish attack skill was quite intriguing. He mused that if he ever wanted fish, he could let her out for a fight, have her drop some fish, and then have Da Vinci put her back. She was practically a mobile food pantry. Qin He couldn't help but laugh. But he quickly calmed down, realizing that Da Vinci's willingness to retrieve her was beyond his control. What if it refused to put her back? That would be giving a fish and getting killed in return. However, once he became a puppeteer and refined this female zombie, he could indeed turn her into a portable food pantry. Thinking of this made Qin He laugh out loud again. Seeing Qin He so joyful, Da Vinci assumed the female zombie it brought back had greatly pleased its master. It contentedly enjoyed the bugs on its plate, occasionally glancing at Xiaomei, but its thoughts drifted to Xiaohui. Da Vinci hoped Xiaohui was doing well, and wished it could be as happy as Qin He. Swallowing the last bug, Da Vinci nudged the snake egg beside it, wondering why there was still no movement. It glanced at Xiaomei again, thinking of Xiaohui once more. Compared to the butterfly that only knew how to tire itself out, Xiaohui could accompany it on travels, which made Da Vinci feel a bit lonely. Although the bugs on the plate were gone, it still felt an emptiness inside, even wishing to eat more to fill that void. Qin He seemed to sense Da Vinci's mood and decided to open the travel frog prize pool for a draw. He understood that Xiaohui was just an ordinary mouse with its own emotional needs, and he couldn't let Da Vinci give up on that white mouse just for the sake of his froglet. It was time to find a new companion for Da Vinci. He clicked the draw button 13 times, receiving the following rewards. Travel Frog Strawberry Poison Dart Frog Shard X3. Travel Frog Bullfrog Shard X2. Travel Frog Horned Frog Shard X2. Travel Frog Clown Frog Shard X1. Travel Frog Exclusive Feed Bugs X2 boxes. Travel Frog Exclusive Load Enhancement Card X1 50 pounds. Travel Frog Exclusive Pond Watergrass X1 to beautify the pond, starting with grass. Travel Frog Exclusive Pond Pebble X1 besides lily pads. This is also a great resting spot for the froglet. Seeing the draw results, Qin He was delighted. The bullfrog shards were finally complete, allowing him to summon it. He decided to give Da Vinci a surprise. While Da Vinci was resting with its eyes closed, Qin He quietly made his way upstairs. Da Vinci, Qin He's pet, noticed its owner's sneaky behavior. In its mind, it wondered if Qin He wanted some alone time with the female zombie. Pretending to close its eyes again, Da Vinci silently wished him luck. Make the most of it. Finally satisfied, it drifted into a restful sleep. Qin He noticed Da Vinci's reaction and couldn't help but feel speechless. He couldn't figure out why Da Vinci was convinced that his wife must be a zombie. He regretted not educating it properly. Quietly, Qin He made his way upstairs to the second floor, carefully sat down in a chair, and entered the brain domain warehouse. The 10 fragments automatically combined, and he gently tore open the card. A soft light shimmered, revealing a bullfrog nearly 20 centimeters long in his hand. This little bullfrog had a greenish-brown body, limbs adorned with black, tiger-like stripes, and a pure white belly. A system notification sounded. Congratulations on obtaining a newly formed bullfrog. Its mind is still simple, so please take good care of it. Qin He examined the bullfrog in his hand closely. Its big, watery, and innocent eyes were particularly captivating. At that moment, a series of attribute information flooded his mind. Frog number 2, Bullfrog. Level, LV0010. Travel trigger, food. Travel bag, for slots. Travel range, determined by the level of culinary satisfaction. Travel cooldown, 24 hours. Growth, advanced evolution at level 10. Ultimate evolution at level 50. Trait, low desire to be eaten. Talent, gluttonous stomach, affects the owner. Every time it is full, the owner's strength attribute increases by 5. If it feels extremely satisfied, the owner's strength attribute increases by 10, lasting until it gets hungry again. Lifespan, NA. Taboos, NA. Preferences, besides food, it likes objects with a metallic sheen. Qin He always thought frogs would travel by simply patting their heads. Clearly, he was still too young. The fact that its travel range was determined by food was particularly troublesome for him. Did this mean he needed to become a culinary master in the apocalypse? The system prompted again. Please name your frog. As someone terrible at naming, Qin He dreaded this part. Since it liked food, he thought, why not call it Rice Bucket? But then he reconsidered. Da Vinci was a person's name, so the frog's name should be consistent for fairness. Recalling that the frog liked things with a metallic sheen, a name suddenly came to Qin He's mind, Xiaoqiao. Although the name wasn't directly related to a bullfrog, he felt it was a fittingly bold name for such a sizable bullfrog. Name it Xiaoqiao. Qin He decided decisively. The system confirmed. Naming complete. Frog activated. At that moment, Cheng Yaojin looked up at Qin He, its eyes seemingly filled with a hint of disdain, as if saying, "You're terrible at naming." Qin He looked down, a bit embarrassed. He thought, this kind of attitude is nothing like a newly formed, innocent little bullfrog. Is it already planning to become a spicy frog dish? Xiaojin jumped down from Qin He's palm and curiously examined the surroundings. Its gaze was soon caught by a koi swimming in a trash can. Licking its lips, Xiaojin turned to Qin He with a questioning look in its eyes. "Can I eat it?" Qin He crouched down, gently stroking Xiaojin's head, and said warmly but firmly, "You can't eat that?" Xiaojin seemed a bit disappointed but quickly asked hopefully, "If the fish dies, can I eat it?" Seeing Qin He shake his head, Xiaojin also shook its head, gazing longingly at the koi and reluctantly sticking out its tongue. Xiaojin looked around and finally set its eyes on Qin He, hunger glowing in its eyes. It seemed to be thinking that if it didn't get something to eat soon, that pretty fish might be in trouble. Sensing Xiaojin's thoughts, Qin He picked up the bullfrog and quickly headed downstairs. He knew this newly formed bullfrog was simple and straightforward, and could very well do something unexpected. For some reason, he suddenly had the illusion that this bullfrog might be even harder to manage than Da Vinci. Upon reaching the first floor, Qin He placed Xiaojin next to Da Vinci. Although Xiaojin was newly formed, its size was already several times larger than Da Vinci, the black spot frog. The two frogs, one looking down, the other looking up, seriously sized each other up. Qin He took out some plump white worms and scattered them on a porcelain dish, then said to Da Vinci, "This is Xiaojin. They'll leave it to you to teach it. It's still very innocent, so don't lead it astray, okay?" Da Vinci croaked excitedly, promising to take good care of this new sibling. It felt that Qin He suggesting it might lead Xiaojin astray was an insult to its intelligence and capability. Da Vinci pushed the dish full of worms towards Xiaojin, kindly advising, "Eat slowly, don't choke." However, Xiaojin was too excited and with one flick of its tongue, it swallowed the entire dish of worms, getting the dish stuck in its mouth. Seeing this, Da Vinci suddenly had a premonition that it might lose weight taking care of this gluttonous sibling. Qin He had just stepped out the door, contemplating how to replan the shelter to provide them with a more comfortable environment. Suddenly receiving a message, he quickly returned and carefully removed the dish stuck in Xiaojin's mouth. He pointed to the dish, patiently explaining, "This, you can't eat, understand? Though the lifespan of a frog cub is as long as its host's, this doesn't include damage from external forces." Qin He worried that if he went too far away, this newly summoned little one might get into trouble. Xiaojin sat on the ground, its big eyes fixed on Qin He, clearly not fully understanding. Qin He helplessly patted Da Vinci's head, instructing it to teach Xiaojin well before he finally left the house and headed to the mountaintop platform. Standing on the platform, Qin He pondered Xiaojin's talent, gluttonous stomach, and its benefits. The effect was a 5-power attribute increase when full and a 10 increase when satisfied. Although not as dramatic as Da Vinci's pleasant surprise, it was still quite a useful talent. Qin He thought to himself that it was time to improve his culinary skills. The idea of sweet and sour koi crossed his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. After all, that koi was a 5-star fortune creature, better to keep it for now. At this moment, Qin He was more worried that Xiaojin would get itself into trouble, rather than being led astray by Da Vinci. This simple bullfrog seemed curious and hungry for everything. Inside, Da Vinci was doing its best to teach Xiaojin. It patted Xiaojin, telling it to eat worms one at a time, as that was the elegant way for a froglet. Xiaojin nodded as if it understood, but its gaze was drawn to a nearby snake egg, asking again, "Can I eat it?" Da Vinci indicated that it couldn't now, but maybe in the future. Xiaojin's attention quickly shifted to a beautiful butterfly on the ground. It hopped over to the butterfly, mesmerized by its colors and glow, asking once more, "Can I eat it?" Da Vinci was stunned, thinking this kid was really a handful. After eating the worms, Xiaojin felt a bit of energy in its body and suddenly wanted to go on an adventure. Da Vinci tried to stop it, but being too small, couldn't hold it back and could only follow Xiaojin to the edge of the mountaintop. However, when the energy from the worms was depleted, Xiaojin turned around and headed back home. Watching Xiaojin go out and come back so quickly, Da Vinci stood in the mountaintop breeze, feeling a bit bewildered. It couldn't help but mutter, "Xiaojin, are you taking me for a walk?" Not far away, Qin He saw this scene and was also a bit at a loss. Xiaojin's travel range depended entirely on food, and the plump white worms that Da Vinci loved seemed to sustain such a short journey. It was like raising a little ancestor. Qin He secretly resolved to find a way to make Xiaojin a bit more modest. Da Vinci initially wanted to familiarize Xiaojin with the surroundings, but Xiaojin said it was tired and wanted to rest. For the first time, Da Vinci felt like giving a frog a good smack, thinking, "Old Qin has brought me an ancestor instead of a sibling." With no other choice, Da Vinci led Xiaojin to the second floor to rest. However, Xiaoqiao once again set its sights on the koi in the trash can, sticking out its tongue and asking, "Can I take a bite of you?" The koi, which had been blowing bubbles on the water's surface, immediately sank to the bottom, avoiding this dangerous new neighbor. Da Vinci stood by, feeling like Xiaoqiao was naturally a troublemaker. Meanwhile, Qin He began to renovate the shelter. He first stored the spiked barricades surrounding the house in the warehouse, then took out paving stone cards and laid them around the existing two-story building. This formed a trapezoidal platform with a perimeter of 4 meters and a height of 6 meters. The design was inspired by the shape of a mountain, with the two-story building cleverly embedded at the center of the platform. To enhance defense, Qin He fused steel plates onto the sloped surfaces of the trapezoidal platform, making them smooth and difficult to climb. This made it much harder for ordinary zombies to climb up. He also added an extra layer in the center, reinforced with iron sheets, and installed an arrow tower at the right angle on the east side of the rooftop, further boosting defense capabilities. As the zombie horde approached from the eastern hillside, Qin He stood on the rooftop, gazing into the distance before focusing on the frog pond module in his hands. He carefully placed it at the center of the rooftop, its irregular edges giving it a naturally formed appearance. The crystal-clear water reflected the sky, showing no signs of pollution. Qin He continued his work, taking out modules of aquatic plants, pebbles, and lotus flowers, arranging them artfully in the pond. The aquatic plants were slanted in the corners, pebbles peeked through the water surface, and pink and white lotuses bloomed among them. The green lotus leaves floated like jade plates, creating a vibrant and lively scene. Surveying his surroundings, Qin He touched his nose, feeling something was missing. Suddenly inspired, he fetched a chair and placed it beside the pond. Satisfied, he went downstairs to bring 2 froglets up to the rooftop. Holding one in each hand, he unceremoniously tossed them into the pond. With 2 splashes, the froglets hit the water. Da Vinci gracefully floated on the surface, climbing onto a lotus leaf, its eyes gleaming with gratitude, seemingly surprised at Qin He's thoughtfulness. Meanwhile, Xiaoqiao was exuberant, leaping out of the water and landing heavily on a lotus leaf. The leaf gave way, and Da Vinci was knocked into the water unexpectedly. Watching Xiaoqiao play joyfully among the leaves, Da Vinci chose to forgive, recognizing the other as a mere youngster. When Qin He returned with a koi, he was greeted by an amusing sight. Xiaoqiao had a budding lotus flower in its mouth. Qin He shook his head helplessly. "Seriously? You'll eat anything you see, won't you?" Truly a gluttonous spirit. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to release the koi into the pond. As soon as the koi hit the water, Xiaoqiao dropped the flower bud and dove in to chase it. Da Vinci found another lotus leaf to perch on, quietly observing the pond's antics. The koi darted frantically around, occasionally caught and then released by Xiaoqiao, over and over. After several rounds, the koi finally exhausted itself, sinking motionless to the bottom. Xiaoqiao nudged the koi gently with its mouth, as if asking, "Ready for more?" At this moment, Qin He glanced at the pond, noticing the koi belly up, floating on the surface. He couldn't help but muse, has it given up resisting? Sitting on the chair by the pond, Qin He closed his eyes, basking in the warmth of the sun, as the gentle splashes of water echoed around him, painting a serene picture of tranquility. Qin He glanced at the koi fish, and seeing it play dead, he lost interest. Comfortably reclining on his chair, he savored the rare moment of leisure. He was mentally calculating that by tonight, he could finish crafting the orange crossbow. Although it would cost him some money, it was a small price to pay to counter the upcoming upgrade of the zombie horde boss. The new weapon would at least give him some peace of mind. Suddenly, Qin He sat up abruptly and picked up his binoculars to observe the west. He saw that little weirdo waving at him and couldn't help but sigh at the guy's persistence. When the person pointed to the wall, Qin He adjusted the focus of his binoculars and vaguely made out the words, "Big brother, I need your..." Just as Qin He was about to raise his middle finger, he saw the guy pick up a big broom and start scrubbing the wall. Is he trying to erase the evidence of "you're a weirdo"? Qin He continued to watch. A few minutes later, the guy wrote on the cleaned wall, "Advice, I want to start choose." Qin He frowned and pieced the 2 phrases together. "Big brother, I need your advice, I want to start choose." Choosing what? He puzzledly continued to observe. Across the way, Xiaoqiao wiped off the words again and rewrote. "Choosing a profession, seeking advice." Seeking advice? Qin He thought skeptically, such a positive topic coming from him. Is he planning to start normal and gradually become a weirdo? Xiaoqiao, after writing, felt quite nervous. Their last communication hadn't left a good impression, and he feared being ignored. To his surprise, the big brother not only read it but also shook his head. Just as Xiaoqiao was feeling hopeful, he suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no!" With the binoculars in his left hand, he pointed towards the distant hill with his right, shouting, "Big brother, you've got visitors. 4 of them. Hurry." Seeing that the big brother seemed not to react, Song Hao anxiously jumped up and down, waving his arms. Qin He, looking through the binoculars, saw the person across the way start to dance, and suddenly realized he was pointing at the area below his own building. At that moment, a whistling sound cut through the air. Qin He was already prepared and quickly reclined in his chair. An arrow whizzed past, just grazing his nose. So that's it. Someone's ambushing. Qin He immediately dropped to the ground, his gear instantly ready. The rooftop provided him with natural cover, and lying flat allowed him to avoid being seen from below. On the mountaintop platform stood 4 people, 3 men and 1 woman. The woman had short hair and a narrow face, dressed in a black dress, holding a slender sword. The 3 men surrounded her like bodyguards. On the right was a tall, burly man in black, wielding a battle-scarred metal shield and a single-handed sword. The man on the left was of average build, wearing a green hat, holding a longbow, and aiming at the rooftop. Behind the woman stood a pale man, his skin covered with a layer of frost, holding a frost-wreathed thin sword, his eyes fixed on the rooftop. The woman named Fong Ro asked softly, "Isn't your hunter skill, precision shot, supposed to hit 100? How did you miss him?" The archer explained in frustration, "That skill requires aiming at the target for 1 minute. I was just 3 seconds away when he noticed, and I had to shoot hastily. I promise, if he shows his head again, I can still blow it off." Useless. Fong Ro glared at him, saying, "Next time, let me seduce him instead of relying on your lousy arrows. He's just one guy. Why bother negotiating? I'll rush up and chop off his legs," said Fong Gang, the shield man and Fong Ro's brother, who was reckless by nature and felt invincible after becoming a bulwark. The frost-faced man sneered, "Let's call him out first if he doesn't come down. I'll force him down. I can't believe there are so many who aren't afraid to die." "Brother, call him out," Fong Ro said, staring at the rooftop. "You up there, stop hiding and come out to talk," the shield bearer shouted in a gruff voice. "If you have something to say, just say it. We can all hear you," Qin He replied, flipping over and lying on the rooftop. "Damn it, are you coming out or not? If not, I'll rush up and chop off your legs." Fong Gang cursed angrily. "We need you down here. Who wants to shout across distances?" "Hold on, I'll use Hailstorm to force him out," said the frost-faced man, raising his narrow sword. "Are you sure? That skill drains a lot of energy. Remember last time you passed out after using it?" Fong Ro glanced back at the eager frost-faced man. "Don't worry, I brought recovery potions." With that, the frost-faced man started chanting a spell, raising his sword towards the rooftop, and shouted, "Hailstorm." A chill swept over instantly. Qin He quickly flipped onto his back, just in time to see a small, pale blue cloud form overhead. Suddenly, the cloud burst, and countless pale blue hailstones rained down like arrows. "Wow!" Qin He raised his shield with his left hand, protecting one corner of the frog pond, where a few little ones were safely nestled within the defensive range. Suddenly, hailstones the size of eggs started pelting down like raindrops, clattering noisily against the shield, rooftop, and arrow tower. The tiled roof cracked under the impact, and the durability of the arrow tower and shield visibly decreased. This hailstorm attack was swift and fleeting, lasting only a moment. Qin He thought to himself, "Is this the kind of attack an elementalist uses?" Downstairs, a man with a frosty face sheathed his narrow sword, his expression blank, but his eyes had lost their sparkle. He quickly took out a small vial of potion and drank it down, his eyes gradually regaining their vitality. Clearly, unleashing such a powerful elemental attack consumed a lot of mental energy, requiring potions to sustain. "Hey up there, have you seen how strong we are? Are you coming out now?" Fong Gang shouted loudly towards the rooftop. Qin He replied, "All right, I'm coming out. Have your archer put down his arrow, and I'll come out." He had already formulated a strategy. Continuing this standoff was not wise. The opponents were numerous and might have other attack methods. The priority was to understand the enemy's capabilities. The reason he demanded the archer to lower his weapon was because, as a ranger, he knew the deadly accuracy of a precise shot. Once aimed for a minute, it was a guaranteed hit. "You come out and he'll put the arrow down. Put it down and I'll come out. You come out first. Put it down first. Fine, come on out." Fong Ro finally relented, signaling the archer beside her to lower his arrow. She thought, for against one, what tricks could he possibly pull? On the rooftop, Qin He cautiously peeked to confirm the archer had indeed lowered his weapon, then slowly stood up, using his eagle eye to scrutinize the 4 people below. The woman, a songstress, level 10. Weakness. Without a team, a first-tier songstress is full of vulnerabilities. Frost-faced man, elementalist, level 12. Weakness. Skills consume a lot of mental energy, leading to dizziness or fainting if overused. Archer, ranger, level 12. Weakness. Close combat significantly reduces his combat ability. Shieldman, Bastion, level 14. Weakness, long-range attrition. If you don't die, he will. Qin He assessed silently. All four are above level 10, talented in their respective professions, each mastering at least 2 skills. They are much stronger than the group I encountered a few days ago. Quite the catch. Meanwhile, on a distant mountaintop, Song Hao was watching the battle closely through binoculars. He had also witnessed the elementalist summon the astonishing hailstorm. As for the abilities of the other three, he was still unsure. Song Hao worried silently. I hope the big guy is okay. We came here today with a simple purpose, to rob you. Hand over everything in your warehouse, and I promise we won't take your life. Fong Gang declared arrogantly, puffing out his chest. Qin He chuckled softly, thinking to himself, such words might deceive the naive. He knew these people were referred to as wandering bandits in the chat channels. They roamed around, robbing other survivors to strengthen their own group. Their strategy was straightforward. First, they demanded supplies with the promise of sparing lives. But after victims handed over some goods, they would kill them and take everything. Even if they spared lives, leaving people with nothing would doom them in the face of the zombie hordes. Hurry up, it's already 5 p.m., and the trading post opens soon. We don't have time to waste with you, Fong Gang urged impatiently. Fong Ro whispered to the two behind her. Looking at how well he's set up here, he must have a lot of gold. Once the trading post opens, let's drain his money too. The Frost Man replied quietly. Yeah, we need to lure him down and get him under control. Then it'll be easy. The Longbow Man sighed. We were so close earlier, such a pity. No worries, if it comes to it, we'll force our way in. It's a shame to destroy such a well-built shelter, though. Once we take him down, we'll stay here tonight. Once the non-kill buff wears off, we'll finish him. The Frost Man and Longbow Man nodded in agreement. Fong Ro called out softly, Hey, brother upstairs, we're really only taking some stuff. We're all survivors, all struggling in this apocalypse. Just come down, and let's negotiate how much you should give. Qin He replied from upstairs, Sure, I'll hand over some supplies, but I'm not coming down. With that, he took a supply crate from his mental storage and tossed it down. The four below exchanged glances, and the Longbow Man cautiously approached to open the crate, making sure there were no dangerous items inside before taking it. Qin He crouched, placing Da Vinci into his chest pocket, gently stroking its head, thinking, it's up to you soon. Then, he continued to throw down several more supply crates, along with wooden planks, iron sheets, steel plates, and other materials. The four on the ground glanced at the pile of items, grinning with satisfaction. This line of work was always profitable, yielding rich rewards every time. Though these were mostly materials, they could still fetch a good price. Of course, the most lucrative was robbing both life and wealth. Fong Gang shouted impatiently, Hey, why are you only throwing down materials? Do you have any radiant flowers, spirit stones, fine fibers, or refined gold? Toss those down. Qin He nodded. All right, make sure to catch them. Those things are valuable. The three men below had already put away their weapons, their guard down, faces eager and hands outstretched for the anticipated valuables. Qin He yelled, Catch! And then a graceful figure was thrown down from the rooftop. The three men on the ground were stunned by the unexpected turn of events. Fong Ro exclaimed, Watch out! But it was too late. As the figure landed, she drove a blade through the Longbow Man's neck, blood gushing out. She swiftly advanced, decapitating the man wielding a narrow sword. The woman, clad in pink yoga pants, moved like lightning, quickly targeting the man with the giant shield. He raised his shield, but she shattered it with a single strike. Her blade pierced his heart, then slashed across his neck, sending his head flying, blood spraying. Without pausing, she dashed after the fleeing Fong Ro, stabbing her through the back, then withdrew the blade and decapitated her. In a mere 12 seconds, all four lay in pools of blood, numerous beams of light appearing where they had fallen. From the rooftop, Qin He silently timed the event, inwardly impressed. A king-level boss is formidable indeed, taking out four in just 12 seconds. Gray, white, green, blue, and even a streak of orange. It was an absolute mess. Qin He stood on the rooftop, his eyes scanning the four differently colored corpses on the ground, his mind replaying the process of dealing with these four individuals. Inspiration struck him like lightning, and he quickly put it into action, creating the stunning masterpiece before him. However, the joy of success hadn't fully dissipated when danger quietly approached. The ground-level boss, Alien, suddenly turned, her dagger gleaming with a cold light, her sharp gaze fixed on Qin He atop the roof. Even someone as composed as Qin He couldn't help but gasp, a wave of tension washing over him. Killing four level 10 opponents in 12 seconds was a feat that was nothing short of astounding. Qin He glanced at the Da Vinci in his hand and softly said, Xiaoqiao, haven't I treated you well? He pointed to the woman down the hill and continued, I really like her, but she's too fierce right now. You know what I mean? Da Vinci first looked at Qin He, then shifted its gaze to the female zombie running towards them. It seemed to be pondering something, a sly glint in its eyes. Suddenly, Alien leaped onto the platform. Da Vinci watched this unfold, as if to suggest to Qin He, with a zombie this fierce, what more could you want in a wife? Feeling Qin He tighten his grip, Da Vinci figured now was the perfect time for a candid meeting with the female zombie. It glanced at the bodies on the ground and reconsidered, realizing the timing might not be right. Ultimately, it decided to focus on the task at hand. Qin He immediately assumed a defensive stance, holding his shield and raising Da Vinci in front of him. At that moment, the boss alien had already leaped onto the rooftop. Xiaoqiao, Qin He's companion, noticed the gleaming knife in Alien's hand, its eyes lighting up with excitement. It quietly activated its retrieval ability, successfully snatching the knife and slowly sinking it into the pond, sheepishly thinking, I just wanted to borrow it for a look, why the fierce stare? Weaponless, Alien roared and lunged at Qin He with her claws. Qin He took a deep breath, relieved, thanks to Xiaoqiao. At least there's no knife. It shouldn't be too gruesome. However, he quickly realized Da Vinci hadn't activated its retrieval ability, and a sense of foreboding overcame him. In a panic, Qin He executed some fancy footwork, gripping Da Vinci in one hand and wielding a berserk axe as he jumped from the third floor. He sprinted around the house, with Alien hot on his heels. In the distance, Song Hao watched the scene unfold through binoculars, tense with anticipation. He initially thought the boss had chickened out, but realized it was a strategy to feign weakness. Seeing Qin He suddenly launch an attack, Song Hao couldn't help but admit he underestimated the boss. Yet, the scene before him left Song Hao dumbfounded. He saw the woman he assumed to be the boss's wife chasing the boss around the house, occasionally throwing fish at him. Song Hao mused, boss, when your wife gets mad, does she even attack her own? And you all are so well off you can just throw fish for fun? Truly, I can only look up in envy, being both poor and weak. Qin He was now exhausted, relying solely on his agile maneuvers to keep going. He dodged left and right, evading flying grass carp and turtles. Da Vinci, being swung around, felt dizzy and even questioned whether it was hallucinating, seeing fish and turtles flying through the air. Eventually, it couldn't hold back and threw up. Finally, Qin He stopped, panting heavily as he turned to face the beautiful female zombie. A fish suddenly hit Da Vinci, leaving it dazed and thinking, what does your couple's fight have to do with me, a poor frog? Seeing Qin He unable to manage the female zombie, Da Vinci decided to help capture her, intending for Qin He to conquer her once he grew stronger. It activated its retrieval ability on the female zombie, successfully capturing her. Da Vinci looked at Qin He, noticing his pale complexion, and teased, scared by the wife I found for you? Qin He didn't answer, just stood there, hurling Da Vinci onto the rooftop, letting it fall into the pond. He surveyed the area, noticing the scattered fish, and realized that Alien's fish attacks used fresh fish. Qin He murmured, Alien could really be a food source. But this food source is quite a handful, so she wasn't his wife after all. Song Hao lowered his binoculars, a frown creasing his forehead. The mysterious woman's sudden disappearance in front of the boss puzzled him. How could a normal person vanish into thin air? Could she be a puppet? But a puppet should always stay close to its master, right? This one seemed to be summoned and dismissed at will. Could the boss be a hidden class summoner? No, the game rules clearly state there are no hidden classes. Besides, a puppet, being a living entity, couldn't be stored in an inventory. Despite his confusion, Song Hao's admiration for the boss remained undiminished. He set down the binoculars and raised his arms with thumbs up, hoping to catch the boss's attention. Meanwhile, Qin He was busy cleaning up the battlefield. He bent down to pick up fish from the ground, surprised to find they were still fresh, though not many in number. He guessed that after Alien lost her knife, the skill's effect had weakened. After collecting the fish, he stored the glowing loot dropped by the 4 fallen people into his inventory, not even sparing their clothes. Qin He turned and finished off the longbow-wielding zombie, then tossed the other 3 headless bodies into a large crevice to the west. He meticulously cleaned the area, as if trying to erase the unpleasantness of the encounter. Unexpectedly, the 4 had dropped quite a bit of valuable loot. 1.2 pounds of fine fiber, 3 pounds of steel wood, 2 pounds of refined gold, along with various rare flowers and useful items. Most of their gear was of white or green quality, but the woman's narrow sword turned out to be blue quality. The most exciting find was an orange Cardo weapon fusion scroll. Upon examining the scroll, Qin He confirmed his suspicion. This group indeed had the capability to take down a 1-star Lord-level boss. However, they carried a meager amount of gold, just over 300 coins, likely spent on leveling up while robbing others. This encounter made Qin He realize the importance of enhancing his own strength. He decided to fully learn the first-tier professional skills once the trading post opened, especially the hunter's scent, to prevent future ambushes. Reflecting on the brief skirmish with the group, Qin He grew interested in the elementalist class. Though the excised hailstones didn't deal much damage, they were incredibly annoying, reducing his shield's durability by over 50 points. Nonetheless, in an unknown situation, Qin He was confident he could easily defeat an elementalist of the same level. If not for protecting the pond and the frog spawn, he could have easily dodged the hailstorm skill. On the other side, Xiaoqiao eagerly wiped away the writing on the wall. After witnessing the battle, he was determined to become a puppet master. He couldn't wait to operate the screen, complete his class change, and awaken his talents, then eagerly awaited the trading post's opening to purchase skills. At 1800 hours, the Doomsday Trading Post opened on time. Qin He sat on the rooftop, carefully verifying the materials needed for the orange crossbow. Besides the spirit stone and fine fiber he already had, he needed 2 pounds of refined gold and 7 pounds of steel wood. After some consideration, he spent 432 gold coins to purchase the required materials and immediately began crafting. The Armorado high durability one-handed crossbow quickly took shape, boasting impressive attributes. Durability 600600, Constitution 10, Strength 30, Agility 30, Spirit 10, along with the excellent properties of auto-loading and high durability. Qin He eagerly took out the crossbow and examined it closely. The 25 centimeters wide, 30 centimeters long one-handed crossbow was made primarily of steel wood, with a layer of refined gold inlaid on the surface, gleaming under the sunlight. Due to the spirit stone's enhancement, the crossbow's body emitted a faint blue glow. It was light and comfortable to hold, making it hard to put down. He raised the crossbow, aimed, and fired a test shot into the distance. With a crisp zing, the bolt flew far. To Qin He's delight, as soon as the bolt left the string, a new bolt was automatically loaded. At this rate, he was confident he could shoot 5 arrows per second, or even more. Although this crossbow didn't have the knockback effect of a powerful crossbow, Qin He was still very satisfied. Suddenly, he remembered the weapon fusion scroll and began to imagine even more possibilities. Qin He quickly placed the 2 crossbow machines onto the workbench in the warehouse to begin the fusion process. Given their different grades, the success rate was only 65. Taking a deep breath, he weighed the risks and decisively chose to spend 400 doomsday coins for a perfect fusion. With a gentle shimmer, the 2 crossbows merged into one, transforming into a brand new A-class auto high durability, strong strike single-handed crossbow with a durability rating of 600,600. Satisfied with his new equipment, Qin He opened the free auction area of the Doomsday Trading platform. He listed the gear he had obtained from those 4 individuals, including a blue-quality narrow sword, setting the auction time to 5 minutes. He planned to use the proceeds to purchase new skills. While waiting, Qin He glanced casually at the chat window in the trading area. The previously calm stream of trade information was suddenly interrupted by a series of exclamations. Whoa! The stuff Qin He put up for auction today was all looted from others. Check the info on the first holders, as if you saw him do it with your own eyes. No way. Is Qin He really a wandering bandit? And it's not just from one person. Damn. Qin He, you better not be a rogue bandit. Seriously, I'm getting chills. Someone snorted. Huh? People used to say Qin He would lead the freelancers. Now you know. He's here to ambush you guys. Think about it. How could he be so strong just from killing zombies? It's proven now. Tisku sounds so bitter. How do you know those people weren't trying to rob Qin He and got taken out instead? Last time, I bought a pair of pants from him, and the first owner was someone else. That says a lot, right? Says your uncle. The first owners of those items, Fong Gang and Fong Ro, are notorious troublemakers in Yu City. They were infamous even before the apocalypse and disappeared after. Seeing them dead at Qin He's hands is sweet justice. I'm from Yu City, and I can confirm it. Those siblings were con artists before the apocalypse, and even worse after. Seeing them gone is just perfect. Yu City? Based on when the apocalypse started, even if they moved quickly, they shouldn't be far from Yu City. Could Qin He be from Yu City? Reading these speculative comments about his location, Qin He couldn't help but chuckle to himself. You guys are quite the detectives. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiaoqiao was fixated on the puppet master skills in the Doomsday store, a sinister smile slowly forming on his lips. 5 minutes later, all the gear Qin He had put up for auction was sold, fetching a total of over 3,000 gold coins for the 4 of them. Among the items, Fong Ro's blue-quality narrow sword was sold for a high price of 1,500 gold coins. Qin He mused that if the major organizations were still around, the sword could have fetched an even higher price. With the organizations disbanded, it was rare for a small group or individual to come up with 1,500 gold coins in one go. After the transaction, Qin He's total Doomsday gold coins surpassed 10,000 for the first time, securing his position at the top of the wealth leaderboard. He then purchased 2 skills, precision shooting and hunter's instinct, causing his coin count to drop back to over 8,000, yet still maintaining his lead. The wealth of the second-place holder, Shura's true form, also exceeded 8,000, narrowing the gap once more. Qin He glanced at the wealth leaderboard, contemplating ways to earn more money. While learning the new skills, Qin He regretted choosing hunter's instinct. Scents that were once faint or imperceptible suddenly became vivid. The fresh fragrance of lotus, the musty smell of ruins, and the metallic tang of blood on the ground, all flooding his nostrils with each breath. This passive skill couldn't be turned off, making him somewhat uncomfortable. At that moment, Xiaoqiao, perched on the pond's pebbles, let out a fart, causing Qin He to recline in his chair, overwhelmed by the stench. A short while later, the doomsday trading house closed. Night fell, with a full moon hanging high like a jade plate, reflected in the pond as koi swam beneath, creating a peaceful and beautiful scene. Suddenly, Xiaoqiao leaped into the water, swallowed a motionless koi, and jumped back onto the pebbles. The koi's tail flapped against its mouth, while Vinci, lying on a lotus leaf, merely opened an eye to look before resuming its rest. Qin He crouched down, rescuing the koi from Xiaoqiao's mouth and returning it to the pond. He retrieved a fish from a lian's stock using his eagle eye to check its attributes, only to find it was just a common grass carp. Xiaoqiao bounced in front of Qin He, seemingly wanting to trade something. Qin He then remembered that a lian's knife was still in Xiaoqiao's travel backpack. He patted Xiaoqiao's head and exchanged the fish for the knife, which he then transferred to his warehouse. Xiaoqiao, with the grass carp in its mouth, jumped into the pond, chasing the koi hiding beneath the lotus leaves as if saying, "I'll let you go today, but I'll eat your relative first." 10 minutes later, after ensuring Xiaoqiao was safe, Qin He lit a campfire to grill the fish. While enjoying the grilled fish before the zombie tide began, he browsed the World Chat channel. The discussions included topics like the duration of the zombie tide, difficulties returning to the city, and encounters with mutated creatures. One player named Li Wei caught Qin He's attention. Li Wei had been attacked by a 1-meter-long mantis during the day. Although he killed the mantis, his arm was injured. He feared infection that might turn him into a zombie, but 6 hours had passed without any abnormal symptoms, except for a feverish feeling. At this point, Li Wei received a private message. The sender, not satisfied 11, inquired about his injury and revealed that they had been scratched by a mutated bat 24 hours ago. Not satisfied 11 described alternating between clarity and drowsiness, a feverish body, and rapidly declining vision, expressing considerable fear. Xiao Wei Tu lay in a secluded corner, his body trembling slightly from a high fever. He murmured softly, "It should be okay. Maybe it's just an infection causing the fever and hallucinations." He tried to keep calm, but a hint of unease lingered in his eyes. Buru E11's voice came through the communication device with concern. I hope it's nothing serious. Make sure to take care of your wound too." Xiao Wei Tu forced himself to stay focused and replied, "Yeah, hang in there." Buru E11 responded with encouragement, "You too." After the communication ended, Xiao Wei Tu closed the chat window. He looked down at his bandaged arm, lost in thought. Will it really be okay? Doubts swirled in his mind. Suddenly, the night sky was lit up by vibrant fireworks. The city was filled with exclamations of surprise and alarm. "Whoa, the zombie wave is this early today? I haven't even had dinner. I'm still on the toilet. I just bought materials and haven't fixed the door yet." Someone sneered. "Ha, and you still have time to chat here?" Boom. The fireworks exploded in the sky, forming large words, "Good news! Good news!" An important announcement followed. Starting tonight, everyone can adjust the difficulty of the zombie wave they face. Lowering the difficulty requires a fee, while increasing it is free. A friendly reminder followed. Survivors who haven't reached level 5 yet, this is your last chance. Make sure to seize it. Strong individuals and small groups, how about a free dinner? More fireworks soared into the sky, announcing, "Zombie wave starts at 2100 hours." The global channel buzzed with excitement. Some were bewildered. Is this good news or bad news? I'm so confused. An experienced voice explained. For those of you not yet at level 5, it's definitely good news. Increasing difficulty just means more zombies, clearly giving you lower levels a chance. Make sure to seize it. The cautious ones remarked. You all go ahead. I'll learn from you after tonight's wave. Meanwhile, Qin He sat on the rooftop, holding Xiaoqiao, who had just devoured his 6th fish. Observing Xiaoqiao's still unsatisfied demeanor, she wondered, what kind of stomach does this little guy have? Why can't he ever be full? Glancing at the towering pile of food beside her, she chuckled wryly. It's mainly because this is my hard-earned food storage. Is it all just for you? With that thought, Qin He retrieved a knife from her brain domain storage. It was a lian's sharp dagger, its blade gleaming coldly in the moonlight. She gripped the handle firmly, her gaze resolute, as if ready to face the impending zombie wave. Exclusive to Alien, this personal fish knife grants 10 strength, 10 agility, 10 spirit, and unique attributes such as armor penetration, which reduces durability by 3 per hit. Another unique trait, Fish Slayer, doubles the damage dealt to fish, while the descale attribute ensures fish cleaned with this knife taste exceptionally fresh. This knife originates from the Wild King-level zombie boss alien, who once used it to kill 14,953 fish and even some humans. Qin He gripped the Lian knife tightly, examining the unique weapon closely. The blade was 8 inches long and 1.5 inches wide, with a handle that fit comfortably in his hand. As he gave it a gentle swing, a strong scent of fish filled the air, unmistakably marking it as alien's personal item. Qin He pondered the remarkable attributes of the knife. The armor penetration effect, which could reduce durability by 3 with a single strike, made it a formidable weapon. His own 3 durability gear would surely be rendered useless if struck by this knife. The Fish Slayer attribute, though seemingly niche, would undoubtedly shine in specific scenarios. Meanwhile, the descale ability, enhancing the flavor of fish, unexpectedly endowed this deadly weapon with the potential to be an excellent kitchen knife. Just as Qin He was absorbed in contemplating his new weapon, a horde of zombies suddenly descended upon him. He quickly adjusted his stance, opting not to increase the difficulty after all. As the top-ranked player, raising the challenge level recklessly would be tantamount to courting disaster. Qin He skillfully placed a psionic stone on the arrow tower, which immediately activated, firing meter-long arrows that pierced through 2 zombies at a time. Simultaneously, he raised his crossbow, targeting a slower-moving zombie and activating his precision shooting skill. During the 1-minute aiming period, a large number of zombies had already reached the platform below. Thanks to the platform's trapezoidal design and steel-plated surface, the first wave of attackers slid off. As time elapsed, Qin He aimed the crossbow skyward and fired, testing the precision shooting effect. Sure enough, the arrow, shot high into the air, suddenly changed direction just before landing, precisely piercing the target zombie's skull. Qin He was secretly pleased, feeling his investment had paid off. As more zombies swarmed in, Qin He donned a mask and began an all-out assault from the rooftop. He was thrilled to discover that with the increased firing rate of the crossbow, the frequency of knockback and scatter effects had significantly risen, sometimes triggering simultaneously to clear the platform of zombies in an instant. Amidst the relentless shooting, Qin He's level rose to 19. Just as he dispatched the last ordinary zombie, fireworks burst in the sky, heralding the arrival of a Lord-level boss. Qin He warily scanned his surroundings, but saw no sign of the boss. He initiated a charged shot, while detecting a strange scent descending from above. Instinctively, he dodged to the right as a figure landed heavily on the platform. The unexpected opponent was burly, shirtless, wearing blue jeans, and wielding a watermelon knife in each hand. His upper body was covered in tattoos, his arms adorned with azure clouds, entwined with 2 green dragons whose heads extended to his shoulders. An incomplete portrait adorned his chest. Qin He held his breath, ready to face this unforeseen challenge. The man lifted his head, his eyes glowing with an intense blue light as he fixed his gaze on the person before him. With a swift flick of his head, he tossed aside the long bangs that obscured his vision, revealing a stern, cold face. Qin He reacted swiftly, raising his crossbow without hesitation. Thwang! The sound of the bowstring pierced the silence as the long-prepared arrow shot forth, striking the chest of the formidable boss-level opponent with unerring accuracy. 120 points of damage. Immobilization triggered. The system's voice echoed in Qin He's ear. He quickly glanced at the boss's health bar, noting it had only diminished by 12,000 health? Qin He thought in shock, immediately retreating while continuing to fire. At the same time, he activated his eagle eye skill to scrutinize his opponent's attributes. Air Long Hui Shuang Hua Hong Gun Shuang Dao Kuai. 3-star boss. Constitution, 130. Strength, 180. Agility, 150. Spirit, 80. Unique skill, Solo Challenge. Initiates a skill on the target with a 25 chance to trigger. Forces the target into a close-range duel within a 3 by 3 meter area for 1 minute, with a cooldown of 3 minutes. Unique talent, Hot-Blooded Youth. After a duel, there is a 30 chance to recover 10 of his health. Description. Once a naive young man, a failed romance led him into a downward spiral, eventually dropping out of school to join a gang. His love for fighting made him stand out, becoming the top enforcer in his gang. He prefers to settle scores with duels, often ending up in detention for 15 days afterward, thus making new friends every year. Weakness, he's a melee fighter. Just keep your distance and wear him down from afar, provided you don't get caught in a duel, or else. Qin He frowned in thought. The weakness detection was frustratingly vague. As he continued to retreat and fire, he remained especially wary of Akuai's solo challenge ability, as being forced into close combat was no joke. Given Akuai's melee prowess, Qin He knew he couldn't handle him easily. What was even more troublesome was Akuai's 30 chance to regenerate health after a duel, making him a tough opponent to bring down. After careful consideration, Qin He decided to adopt a kiting strategy. He would stick to ranged attacks, avoiding close combat, and slowly wear Akuai down. He figured that maintaining a distance of over 30 meters should prevent the dual skill from triggering. Just then, the immobilization effect wore off. With a roar, Akui's eyes turned bloodshot as he charged at Qin He with his sharp twin blades raised. The guttural sounds he made were reminiscent of ordinary zombies, but carried a distinct rhythm and cadence. As Qin He dodged, he wondered, is he chanting solo challenge? He tightened his grip on the crossbow, bracing himself for the intense battle ahead. Challenge me to a duel, damn it. Qin He couldn't help but curse, his eyes filled with frustration. He had already run over 30 meters, yet the duel was still triggered. Suddenly, an invisible force rooted him to the spot, leaving only his upper body mobile. The power of this challenge to a dual skill was truly astonishing. In the next moment, Akui, riddled with arrows, charged at Qin He like a wounded beast. With a roar, he raised his twin blades and swung them down. Qin He quickly raised his shield, and the clash of metal exploded in the air. At that moment, his feet finally regained their mobility. However, a 3 by 3 meter red light box appeared on the ground, trapping them inside. Qin He realized that this was the range of Akui's challenge to a dual skill, and they would be locked in combat in this confined space for a minute. Bang! Another loud crash rang out as Qin He's shield absorbed another vicious blow from the twin blades. He calculated silently that at this rate, his shield could only withstand 8 or 9 more attacks. Seizing a gap in Akui's assault, Qin He raised his crossbow and fired a bolt with a twang. The upgraded crossbow now featured automatic reloading, making it more convenient and capable of inflicting continuous bleeding damage. As long as his firing speed was fast enough, Akui would remain in a bleeding state. At this point, the health bar of the Lord-level Akui had dropped to 93. Qin He silently prayed, hoping that this duel would end without Akui triggering a healing skill. After several rounds of perilous exchanges, the red lines on the ground finally vanished. Qin He quickly retreated while continuing to shoot at Akui. Inflict 120 damage. Inflict. Just then, Akui let out an earth-shattering roar, his entire body radiating a blinding red glow. The duel ended, triggering a heal. The health bar that had dropped to 90 instantly returned to 100. Damn it! Even someone as composed as Qin He couldn't help but panic. Ending the duel only to trigger a heal was downright outrageous. He finally understood the second part of the Hawkeye weakness detections message, provided he wasn't challenged to a duel, because otherwise, Akui would heal after the duel. This situation reminded him of the old saying, if you can't outlast a melee fighter, it's the ranged attacker who dies in the end. Just as despair began to set in, Qin He suddenly remembered something. Of course, how could I forget about the 2 frog helpers? He felt relieved, knowing that with these little allies, there was no need to fear a duel. Without hesitation, Qin He launched a power arrow, pinning the charging Akui in place. He quickly leaped onto a platform and looked at the 2 frogs. It's your time to shine. Vinci and Xiaoqiao lay on the rooftop, watching the battle between Qin He and the zombie with great interest. Vinci glanced at Akui on the ground, then at Qin He, seemingly weighing its options. It gave Xiaoqiao a gentle lick, as if to say, here's your chance to earn some fish. See how good Brother Qi is to you. Xiaoqiao appeared excited, looking gratefully at Vinci for giving it the opportunity to perform. It looked expectantly at Qin He, its eyes conveying a message. If you give me a fish, Vinci nudged Xiaoqiao gently, giving it a meaningful look. Xiaoqiao immediately understood, deciding it wanted 2 fish before getting to work. Not just 2, I'll give you 10. Qin He promised immediately, waving a fish in front of Xiaoqiao as a down payment. Xiaoqiao's eyes lit up instantly. 10. It leaped down, jumping from the rooftop to the platform. Despite stumbling, it quickly bounced onto Akui's head, using its ability to collect the twin blades in no time. Using Akui's head for leverage, Xiaoqiao bounced back into Qin He's arms, its big eyes fixed on him, as if saying, hand over the fish, give me the blades. Qin He was stunned. Xiaoqiao jumped from his arms, collected Akui's twin blades, and returned to his embrace, the whole process taking less than 3 seconds. Is this the speed of a foodie? It's incredible, he marveled. Seeing Qin He toss 10 fish into the pond, Xiaoqiao was over the moon, leaping from his hand straight into the pond. It opened its mouth to swallow a fish, only to realize it had grabbed the wrong oni koi. Qin He checked his inventory and found several repair scrolls obtained from defeating Fanggang and Feng Rou earlier. He already had a strategy for dealing with Akui, a war of attrition. He used a shield repair scroll, holding the shield in his left hand and the crossbow in his right, launching a fierce barrage at the now unarmed Akui. Akui's twin blades had vanished, leaving him to strike with his bare fists, triggering the challenge to a dual skill once more. Qin He was immobilized again, but this time he felt no panic. Just as Akui was about to pounce on him, the red-lined box reappeared on the ground. Qin He raised his shield, and with a clang, Akui's fist slammed into it. As Qin He expected, Without his twin blades, Akui's attack power was significantly reduced. The punch was weak, only reducing the shield's durability by 1 point. Pitifully feeble. Qin He activated his evasive maneuver skill, tripling all his attributes for 10 seconds. He sidestepped to the right, easily dodging Akui's sweeping punch, and retaliated with his shield. Clang, clang, clang. The shield struck 3 times, triggering the shield bash effect. Boom, clang. Although Qin He took a punch to the chest, he immediately retaliated with his shield, stunning Akui for 0.3 seconds. Taking advantage of the moment, Qin He swept Akui's legs with his left leg, knocking him to the ground. Without hesitation, he continued his shield assault. Clang, 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 clang. His left hand wielded the shield, delivering another 3-hit combo, once again stunning Akui. With her right hand gripping the crossbow, Qin He unleashed a relentless assault on the fallen lord, Akui. Bolts rained down like a storm, 5 per second, each finding its mark on Akui's body. The knockback effect activated, but with Akui already on the ground, there was nowhere for him to retreat. Then, the scattershot effect was triggered, hitting with 3 arrows at close range, causing additional damage. The poison arrows began to take effect, with the toxicity from the scattershot stacking, increasing each damage tick from 1 to 3 points. In just 1 round of attack, Akui's health bar plummeted from 100 to 80. Qin He remained relentless, raising her shield to continue the onslaught. The sound of her shield battering echoed, giving Akui no chance to catch his breath. As long as Akui couldn't activate his dual skill, he was as helpless as a fish on a chopping board. By the end of the second round, Akui's health dropped to 60. The third round brought it down to 40. The fourth, to 20. Finally, Akui's health hit rock bottom. However, the fierce assault had taken a toll on Qin He as well. During a brief pause in her shield bashing, she quickly retrieved a repair scroll from her inventory to restore her shield's durability to full. In that fleeting moment, Akui managed to activate his dual skill. Qin He was shocked, wondering if this guy had been dueling every day before the apocalypse. Before she could think further, she was immobilized, watching as Akui sprang up and threw a powerful punch straight at her face. Reacting swiftly, Qin He raised her shield to block. The impact drained her shield's durability again, but she didn't relent. She struck Akui twice with her shield, and on the third blow, she smashed it directly into his face, triggering a 0.3-second stun effect. Seizing the brief opportunity, Qin He continued to bash Akui's face with her shield in her left hand, while her right hand frantically fired the crossbow. This final assault brought the battle to an end. The system chimed in. Ding, you have slain a 3-star Lord-level boss, gaining 800,401 experience points and 8,001 apocalypse coins. Meanwhile, far away, Xiaoqiao was preparing to transform a captured female zombie into his puppet. Suddenly, a beam of golden light shooting skyward caught his attention. He quickly grabbed his binoculars and saw that the light had emanated from the mountain where the big boss resided. Golden light? What could it be? I'm so envious. Xiaoqiao sighed, then set down his binoculars and refocused on the female zombie before him. Come on now, let's continue. Be good, don't resist, he whispered, ready to resume the transformation process. Triggering Da Vinci's unexpected surprise, the drop rate soared to 1,000. A beam of golden light shot into the night sky, dazzling and brilliant, as if covering Qin He's shelter with a golden veil. With quick reflexes, Qin He swiftly stored all the cards dropped by Akui into his warehouse, thinking to himself, don't flaunt your wealth. The most thrilling find was the golden card. Gold, a rank above orange. Since the apocalypse game began, this was undoubtedly the best drop he'd ever received. Qin He secretly hoped it would be a powerful piece of equipment after all. Facing a horde of zombies, he couldn't rely solely on his frog companions. Eagerly, he examined the golden card and discovered it was a unique skill. Solo challenge. When activated on a target, there was a 25% chance to trigger, forcing the target into a close-range duel within a 3 by 3 meter area for 1 minute, with a cooldown of 3 minutes. Qin He paused, thinking, a unique skill? For a ranged fighter like me, a melee skill drop. Still, it's a unique skill. Not everyone can have it. It's like a hidden skill. Timing is crucial, like during a chase, but only if you can overpower the opponent. He decisively chose to learn the skill. Such unique skills were not for sale, as there was only one AQA in the world, making this skill one of a kind. Next, Qin He continued to check the other cards. He found some building materials and a tower card. He calculated that with 2 towers operating simultaneously, coupled with his rapid-fire ability, the ordinary zombie horde would be dealt with more swiftly. He then turned his attention to a blue card, Lord-level blood certificate. This was essential for the second advancement at level 20, requiring 2 Lord blood certificates and 1 King-level blood certificate. Qin He glanced at the 2 frogs peacefully sleeping in the pond, then moved on to examine another exciting item. Akui's dual blades, exclusive weapons. These machetes had a durability of 100,100, boosting constitution by 10 points, strength by 30 points, agility by 8 points, and spirit by 1 point. They also had 3 unique attributes. Dual courage increases the trigger probability of the solo challenge skill when wielded. Dual spirit triggers armor penetration on the 4th attack after 3 consecutive attacks, reducing durability by 2, effective against mutated creatures, and ripe slice perfect for slicing watermelons, juicy and sweet, ineffective on unripe ones. These blades originated from the twin flower red pole of the Erlong Society, a Qin He. Nice blades. Qin He exclaimed in admiration. He grasped a machete in each hand and swung them under the moonlit sky, the blades gleaming faintly. At that moment, a system notification sounded. Ding, money makes money triggered. Apocalypse coins 8. Qin He smirked. Ever since acquiring the money makes money title, its attribute effect triggered at midnight every day. Although the amount was small now, it would accumulate significantly as his wealth grew. Plus, the title served as a handy clock. Fireworks occasionally lit up the night sky, signaling that most people's zombie hordes had ended for the evening. Qin He lay back on his rooftop chair, checking the world chat channel before resting. In the channel, players were animatedly discussing their encounters with the zombie hordes. Some had just reached level 5, experiencing a difficulty increase from a dozen zombies to over 30. Others faced elite mutated creatures that, while only capable of pouncing and ramming, posed a challenge. Some even encountered elite humanoids, which required considerable effort to defeat. One player boasted of taking down a Lord-level wildcat, emphasizing the importance of level and teamwork. After browsing for a bit, Qin He closed the world chat channel and shut his eyes for a nap. He no longer feared close encounters, as his dreams were filled with various scents. Yet, he pondered a pressing issue. He was already level 19, nearing level 20. He wanted to expedite his second advancement as the upcoming zombie hordes might be more daunting. Advancing not only unlocked a second talent, but also allowed him to learn new skills. His current skills were only effective against weaker zombies and elite lords. Facing someone like a Qin He was still challenging. He also considered crafting more spike traps for emergencies. Hence, many of the one-time use support cards. In essence, these cards provided experience and coins. Suddenly, Qin He opened his eyes, as if uncovering a secret. If he thought of the Apocalypse game as a regular game, leveling up typically led to boss battles. He retrieved a clear peony from his warehouse, inhaling it to stay alert, and continued analyzing the problem. However, amidst his analysis, he unintentionally drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Qin He awoke to a myriad of scents. Since the Apocalypse game began, had lost the ability to appreciate the night sky, and now even his sense of smell had changed. He worried about what else he might lose. To his surprise, at some point, the 2 frogs had fallen asleep on his face. Gently, he tossed them aside, got up, and washed his face with water from the frog pond. The pond indeed had an automatic cleaning and purifying feature, with a faint lotus fragrance mixed with the smell of frogs and koi, which wasn't too bad. Da Vinci, thrown onto the ground, woke up, while Little Gold remained asleep, even after landing. Qin He nudged it into the water with his foot. System notifications chimed. Your Little Gold is dreaming of a small tree with red fruits. It bumps the tree, the fruit falls, it opens its mouth, and takes a big gulp of pond water. It floats on the surface looking at you, kicks a fish. Your Little Gold sees you throw a fish into the pond, immediately hops ashore, turning its back on you, thinking it can clear out your fish stock. Your Da Vinci looks at Little Gold, shaking its head, thinking, as a frog, have you no shame for fish? Your Little Gold contentedly swallows 2 fish, feeling invigorated, planning to hop off on a journey. A journey? Qin He felt uneasy hearing this. Yesterday you went on a journey and came right back. Today? No way. Your little Jean snuggles into your arms, curiously watching as you pull out a red bottle. As you squeeze out a glob of red goo, Jean sticks out its tongue for a taste, instantly feeling invigorated and eager to bounce around outside. You hold a fish in your hand, carefully squeezing tomato ketchup all over it. Jean stares at the enticing fish, thinking that devouring it in one gulp would surely make it run farther. However, instead of giving the fish to Jean, you attach it to an arrow. Jean watches intently as you draw the bowstring, release the arrow, and the fish is carried away into the distance. Excited, Jean springs into action. It leaps off the roof, slides across the platform, tumbles down the hill, and races toward the direction where the fish flew. Qin He watches the scene, clapping with a smile, thinking, as a frog trainer, I've got some skills. But then he worries. This little glutton better not get lost. Well, it is a travel frog, so it should be fine. Getting lost isn't an option. Your Da Vinci looks on in amazement, secretly admiring. Old Qin, you really know how to teach the kids. It looks at you expectantly, hoping for a pat on the head. After all, a newly trained traveler needs encouragement, or they might never venture out again. Feeling your touch, Da Vinci becomes excited. ready to go out and play with zombies again. It croaks at you, hinting that you should carry it down. After all, it doesn't have Jin's thick skin, and jumping down would be painful. Qin He understands, picking up Da Vinci and jumping from the roof to the ground. He sets Da Vinci down and pats its head again. Watching Da Vinci gracefully slide down the hill on its belly, Qin He suddenly realizes that since Jin's arrival, this once goofy frog has matured. As Da Vinci descends, it follows the quickly leaping Jin ahead, scheming. If I can't win over Alien now, maybe I can bring back an Ahua or Aya instead. It glances back at Qin He, as if to say, don't worry, what I bring back today will surely please you. However, when it turns back, Jin has already vanished into the ruins. Da Vinci stares blankly ahead, feeling it's time for the elder brother to properly guide the younger one. Qin He watches this, thinking, does it need guidance? Jin's already gone astray. Hopefully, Da Vinci's influence will correct it, like a double negative turning positive. Just then, a delayed all-channel broadcast rings out. Qin He is still alive. This message sparks heated discussions among players. I told you Qin He is still alive. If he were gone, what hope do we, with less money and lower levels, have? Those who said he'd never survive can eat their words now. I have a question though. Why wasn't there a celebration this time? Shouldn't we rejoice? This proves Qin He isn't the game's favorite. By the way, have you noticed that Qin He hasn't said anything in the world chat yet? Obviously, if he spoke, his private messages would explode. If it were me, I wouldn't speak either. Qin He ignores the chatter and follows his plan from the previous night's analysis. His primary goal is to find a mutated creature's lord-level boss. He doesn't aim to kill it, just to observe it from afar and confirm his theories. After several encounters with elite and lord monsters, Qin He discovers a pattern. Humanoid elites and bosses are much stronger than non-humanoid ones. He also has another hypothesis to test. Are mammalian mutated creatures stronger than oviparous and arthropod ones? If confirmed, all elites and above could be ranked in 4 tiers. Humanoids being the strongest, followed by mammalian mutants, then oviparous creatures, and arthropods, like the Golden Emperor centipede, being the weakest. This is also to find the easiest target for obtaining the blood certificate for his class change. Before leaving, Qin He uses refined metal and psionic stones to craft 6 spike traps, placing them around his home for protection. Meanwhile, Jin is in hot pursuit of the arrow carrying the fish. It bounds and leaps, knocking a zombie aside, which flips through the air and crashes to the ground, smashing its head. Jin continues, leaping over a deep pit in the ground, dislodging a stone. It skips over a small puddle in the ruins, startling a mutated leech within. Jin swallows the leech whole, only to spit it out quickly, as its stomach acid corrodes the leech into a mushy mess. The system notification chimes. Ding, Jin has killed a level 5 ordinary zombie, gaining 5.25 experience points and 6 gold coins. Ding, Jin has killed an ordinary mutated leech, gaining 6 experience points and 1 gold coin. Hearing these updates, Qin He halts his steps. Jin is sprinting? A frog? Acting like a dog? He's amazed at Jin's strength, thinking its power is truly remarkable. Can a regular zombie really be knocked flying? Isn't that a bit too much? Qin He pondered, wondering if Xiao Jin had some hidden abilities. Da Vinci agilely leaped over a fallen zombie, ignoring it completely. At this moment, Xiao Jin's safety was the top priority. The zombie's clothes were already in tatters, fluttering as Da Vinci jumped. Not far away, Da Vinci encountered a deep pit. At the bottom, a person crouched, cursing with their head in their hands. Da Vinci didn't stop and continued forward. Passing by a murky puddle, Da Vinci disdainfully avoided it, hopping away lightly. Of course, it's still him. Qin He nodded to himself. Even with a younger brother, Da Vinci maintained his nature, which was comforting to him. Suddenly, a familiar figure came into view. It was Wang Ming. Before Qin He could greet him, Wang Ming turned and ran off. Wow. Qin He sighed as he watched the figure disappear into the ruins, lamenting people's rudeness these days. Not even a greeting. The world really is going downhill, he thought wryly. I genuinely enjoy making friends. Just then, a supply crate began to descend from the sky. Qin He immediately sprang into action with his deft movements, gripping his furious axe as he dashed toward the crate. With his previous experience at the theater, snagging a supply crate was now second nature to him. A few nimble turns later, the crate was securely in his hands, then swiftly stored away. Wang Ming, who had been planning to reap the benefits from afar, was left dumbfounded. Others, who had been hiding nearby, revealed themselves, some grumbling, the crate's been taken. No point in hiding anymore, let's move on. I saw that shadow before. Could he be a stalker? Someone speculated. Stalkers aren't that fast, another retorted. I'm a stalker myself, let's disperse. We've waited all this time just for someone else to grab it, a self-proclaimed stalker remarked. Subsequently, individuals and teams from various directions dispersed, vanishing into the ruins. Qin He continued along the Great Fissure, hoping to find some psionic stones. Although the primary goal was to locate a mutated creature Lord-level boss, for now, there was only a wasteland. Uncertain of the mutated creature's activity patterns, he could only head to the Southern District Park for memory, hoping for luck. After all, the park was home to many snakes and scorpions, although they might have already ventured out to attack humans. At this moment, Xiaoqiao sent a message. It had finally found the arrow but was saddened because the fish on it was smashed to pieces, much like its current mood. Da Vinci saw Xiaoqiao crouching ahead and hopped over to crouch beside it. Looking at the arrow and the smashed fish, Da Vinci nudged Xiaoqiao, as if saying, "You can still lick a bit off." Xiaoqiao thought Da Vinci had a point. Qin He was quite surprised by the message from the two little creatures. He had only intended for Xiaoqiao to take a trip, not expecting it to actually find the arrow and fish. He mentally gave Xiaoqiao a point for persistence. At this moment, Qin He spotted a collapsed bookstore. He recalled visiting it once, not to buy books, but to spend the entire day reading the books he wanted to. The owner was kind, widening his eyes and saying, "Come by often." Suddenly, Xiaoqiao sent an enigmatic message. It discovered that its dream was real. Qin He paused upon hearing this message. Could a dream really be true? Da Vinci led Xiaoqiao into a residential area reduced to ruins. Suddenly, Xiaoqiao halted, a flicker of recognition in its eyes. It gently tapped Da Vinci's leg, signaling that there was something special behind a low wall. Following Xiaoqiao's gaze, Da Vinci could just make out a red-berry tree partially hidden from view. "There's a tree over there. The fruits are sweet and tangy," Xiaoqiao said, eyes filled with anticipation. Da Vinci hesitated but decided to trust the innocent child. They cautiously made their way over the low wall and indeed found a small tree quietly growing there. Its vibrant green leaves were dotted with bright red fruits, and the branches bristled with sharp thorns. Da Vinci raised an eyebrow at Xiaoqiao. "Is this what you call a foodie's intuition? Aren't you afraid of getting your tongue pricked?" Excitedly, Xiaoqiao bounded under the tree, extending its long tongue towards one of the fruits. Just as the tip of its tongue was about to touch the fruit, the tree vanished into thin air. Xiaoqiao stood there, dumbfounded, its tongue still outstretched. Da Vinci sighed and turned to leave, thinking to himself, "Is this really a dream?" Qin He stood nearby, thoughtful. He knew Da Vinci had a broad mind, able to accept even such peculiar situations with composure. After all, it was just a dream of Xiaoqiao's. He silently wished for Xiaoqiao's dreams to be filled with joy. Unknowingly, Qin He found himself standing in front of a collapsed bookstore. He hadn't intended to enter but reconsidered, thinking there might be cookbooks inside to enhance his culinary skills, given his stockpile of ingredients. Carefully stepping over scattered bricks, Qin He entered the store. Books lay in disarray, their original order long lost. He quickly searched through the mess and finally found a book titled Complete Guide to Home Cooking beneath a pile of magazines. He quickly stored the book and prepared to leave. At that moment, two figures crouched in the shadows of the ruins at the other end of the street, fixated on a massive dog walking along the street. "Did you see the color of its eyes?" The one with two narrow swords whispered. "Blue glow. It's a lord-level mutated creature." The one with a longbow replied with a frown. "This one looks fiercer than the one we killed yesterday. At least it's a mammal, definitely better than those bugs." The swordsman shrugged. The archer pondered for a moment before proposing a plan. "They'll set up 2 spike traps. Once they're ready, we lure the dog over. If it gets caught, we can quickly finish it off." "All right, let's do it," the swordsman agreed. Meanwhile, Qin He was about to leave the bookstore ruins when he spotted a pitch-black giant dog on the street. Its head was massive, fur thick, and blood dripped from its mouth, indicating a recent meal. Most shockingly, its size dwarfed the small cars parked nearby. Qin He immediately activated his eagle eye skill to observe the beast closely. Bloodthirsty black mastiff, 1-star lord-level mutated creature boss. Constitution, 120 strength, 180 agility, 100 spirit, 11. Exclusive skills. 1. Pounce and tear. Charges quickly to knock the target down, biting and tearing viciously. 2. Mastiff howl. Roar induces fear in targets within 50 meters for 5 seconds, cooldown 1 minute. 3. Bloodthirst. Restores 30 of health after killing a target. Weaknesses: eyes, ribs, groin. Suggestion: blind at first. After his assessment, Qin He formulated a plan. This confirmed part of his hypothesis. Mutated creatures have innate skills, merely enhanced by the apocalypse game. Compared to humanoid bosses, their skills are relatively few. Qin He contemplated that he could easily solo this black mastiff. If he blinded it first, the rest would be straightforward. He realized that the elite and lord-level enemies he encountered in the zombie swarm were exceptionally powerful, likely specially deployed by the apocalypse game for him. In contrast, others might face much weaker elites. "Seems I'm quite the target," Qin He thought wryly, carefully moving forward until his precision shot skill could lock onto the target. He paused, activated the skill, and aimed his crossbow at the mastiff's eyes. A minute later, he decisively pulled the trigger. Meanwhile, the two in the ruins were still discussing their strategy. "You go set up the spike traps." The swordsman nudged his companion with the sword hilt. "Signal me when you're ready, and he'll rush out to lure it over." "What if we can't handle it?" the archer expressed concern. "Then we run. Once it steps into your traps, we'll have the upper hand," the swordsman assured confidently. "All right, but make sure you wait for my signal. Don't rush like last time," the archer cautioned. "Don't worry," the swordsman promised, patting his chest. "I'm not so sure," the archer muttered, crouching as he moved forward. He had already scouted a suitable spot for the traps. Suddenly, a piercing howl erupted from the distant mastiff. It thrashed wildly, smashing a nearby car with a single swipe. "Holy crap!" The archer paled, retreating hurriedly. He rushed back to his companion, unleashing a tirade. "I told you not to make a move. What the heck did you do?" "I didn't do anything. I've been right here the whole time," the swordsman protested, looking innocent. "Then why did it suddenly start howling?" "How should I know?" The swordsman was about to retort when he noticed the commotion. "Hey, look at that guy!" The archer followed his gaze to see a stranger standing on a high point nearby, crossbow in hand, aiming at the mastiff. Indeed, just moments before, Qin He had pulled the trigger. The arrow flew, piercing the mastiff's left eye with precision. The beast howled in pain, its right eye quickly locking onto the source of the attack, charging furiously towards Qin He. Prepared for this, Qin He swiftly leaped onto a nearby vantage point. Steadily positioned, he continued to shoot at the mastiff below, determined to take down this formidable foe. In the distance, two people stood up and intently watched the battle unfolding ahead. They saw a figure dressed in black on a high vantage point, repeatedly firing a crossbow without using any other skills. To their astonishment, the fierce black mastiff was repelled every time it charged, as if caught in an inescapable cycle. The man wielding dual narrow swords stared blankly at the scene, thinking to himself, "The knockback rate is ridiculously high, isn't it?" Meanwhile, the archer, with a bow slung over his back, watched with intense interest, feeling grateful for choosing the hunter profession. He estimated the black-clad man's firing speed, thinking, at least 5 shots per second, right? Moments later, the mastiff collapsed. The two watched as the black-clad figure swiftly gathered a pile of cards, then vanished into the ruins like a shadow. The archer, namely Yuan, silently vowed to himself, "One day, I'll be able to solo a boss and move that fast." After collecting the cards and the mastiff's carcass, Qin He grew wary. Sensing that someone was watching him, he immediately employed evasive maneuvers, slipping into the ruins to avoid being followed. The scene shifts, and Da Vinci follows Xiaoqiao to a wooden door. Xiaoqiao confidently claims there is something valuable behind it. Da Vinci, skeptical, uses his retrieval ability on the door. Upon success, he sees a zombie holding twin axes, its pale blue eyes fixed on them. Annoyed, Da Vinci gives Xiaoqiao a kick, demanding, "This is what you call something good?" Xiaoqiao defends itself, saying, "If it's not a hua, then it's not good." It then bounces up to the zombie and uses its retrieval ability on the axes, successfully taking them away. Leaving behind a bewildered, unarmed zombie, Da Vinci and Xiaoqiao continue their journey. Da Vinci is determined to find someone or something named Ahua, while Xiaoqiao, driven by hunger, wants to return home. Finally, we see Qin He standing at the foot of his mountain, thoughtfully touching his nose. He mutters to himself, "A weaponless boss? Worth a try." Amidst the ruins, a gray mouse sat crouched beside a cigarette box, skillfully peeling a nut with its paws and carefully placing the kernel on the box's surface. A small pile of bright red berries was already stacked on the box, standing out starkly against the backdrop of crumbling walls. Opposite, a white mouse watched the scene quietly. After finishing the last nut, the gray mouse reached for a packet of ketchup. Using its mouth and paws, it squeezed the packet, allowing the vivid red sauce to flow gently over the nuts and berries. The two mice joyfully shared this humble yet precious meal. Not far away, Da Vinci and Xiaoqiao perched on a broken concrete pillar, silently observing the mouse couple. Da Vinci nudged Xiaoqiao and whispered, "See? If you don't work hard, you'll end up eating garbage with your partner." Xiaoqiao nodded vigorously, but curiosity gleamed in its eyes. It thought to itself, "That garbage looks quite tasty." Sensing Xiaoqiao's thoughts, Da Vinci patted it gently, offering wise guidance. "It's a curious thing. When two creatures are together, everything seems wonderful." Xiaoqiao nodded, half understanding, then asked, "Why is old Qin happy alone?" Da Vinci looked toward home, a hint of mystery in his voice. "Because he has two in his storage and there will be more in the future." Xiaoqiao suddenly understood, excitedly declaring, "I want to make him even happier." Overhearing this conversation, Qin He couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. He glanced around, his gaze falling on the half of a thing and a yin in the storage. Yes, I'm so happy I can't sleep at night, he thought to himself sarcastically. Reflecting on earlier events, Qin He checked the spike traps he had set before leaving, finding they hadn't been triggered, indicating his home was safe. Seated on the mountaintop platform, he carefully examined today's haul. The spoils from the Black Mastiff were abundant, including a rare blood certificate. Now, he had enough blood certificates. He only needed to reach level 20 and acquire a king-level blood certificate. Currently at level 19, he just needed to defeat one more Lord level or several elite level foes to reach his goal. Qin He patiently awaited the return of the two frogs, particularly interested in the axe Xiaoqiao retrieved, hoping for information on the dual axe Lord level enemy. Bored, he flipped through a home cooking recipe book, surprisingly finding no recipes for centipedes, which he found a bit unbelievable. Meanwhile, Da Vinci and Xiaoqiao left their perch. Before departing, Da Vinci cast a heartfelt glance at the gray mouse in the distance, silently sending his blessings. Noticing Da Vinci's slightly melancholic expression, Xiaoqiao asked, puzzled, "Are you feeling jealous?" Da Vinci lightly tapped Xiaoqiao, explaining, he just feels sorry for those two, having nothing else to do every day but happily eat garbage. Before Da Vinci could finish, a flying insect darted past them. The two froglets exchanged a glance and immediately launched into a chase. During the pursuit, Xiaoqiao unexpectedly found a gleaming golden stone, while Da Vinci picked up a supply crate that had fallen to the ground. Unexpectedly, Wang Ming came running, panting, and looked confused at the empty ground. It clearly fell here. He scratched his head. Could it be that good man again? Da Vinci and Xiaoqiao continued to chase the insect, weaving through the ruins and leaping over cracked roads. The insect kept a consistent distance, occasionally stopping to hover, as if showing off its skills. Da Vinci grew increasingly frustrated, and the two froglets became more determined to teach the sly insect a lesson. They imagined various cooking methods, pulling off its wings and covering it in ketchup, or putting it in old Qin's dumpling pot. However, as the froglet slowed down, the insect suddenly stopped midair. In the next second, a large mouth emerged from a sewer opening, swallowing the fist-sized insect whole. Da Vinci looked closely and realized it was a thick, slimy, oversized worm. After devouring the insect, the worm showed no interest in the froglets and retreated into the sewer. Da Vinci patted Xiaoqiao, speaking earnestly, "See, the world is so harsh now that even worms are competing with us frogs for food. So, don't be picky eaters." Qin He sat on the mountaintop, gazing toward the direction the froglets were traveling. Hearing their conversation, he felt a sense of relief. Da Vinci was not only growing himself, but also teaching Xiaoqiao. The two froglets continued hopping toward home when they suddenly noticed a person stripping off their shirt and jumping into a clear pond. Da Vinci began teaching Xiaoqiao again. "Look, the world is so cruel that people are jumping in to drown themselves. That's why you shouldn't be picky." As he spoke, he used his retrieval ability on the person's shirt, explaining, "The person doesn't need it anymore, so we'll take it back for old Qin to wear." Xiaoqiao nodded, half understanding, then used its retrieval ability on the shoes on the ground, thinking, the person probably doesn't need these shoes either. Da Vinci felt reassured that Xiaoqiao had learned well today. With that, they hopped homeward. Qin He propped his chin with one hand, hearing about the froglets' good deeds, and couldn't help but wonder, are you sure that's suicide? Maybe they're just taking a bath. He looked into the distance, silently sympathizing with the unfortunate stranger. At that moment, Xiaoqiao burst from the water, clutching a fish, excitedly thinking, I can finally have a hearty meal today. With a heart full of joy, Xiaoqiao stepped onto the shore, only to be stunned by the sight before him. His clothes were gone, leaving him exposed to the cool air. In his surprise, his grip loosened, and the fish he had just painstakingly caught slipped from his hands, wriggling back into the pond in an instant. Xiaoqiao looked down and realized even his shoes had disappeared. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Strangely, he no longer felt panic or confusion. The sunlight warmed his bare skin, bringing a sense of comfort. Standing there, his thoughts began to drift. Suddenly, a notion flashed through his mind. He had heard of stealth walkers possessing a magical ability to blend into their surroundings like chameleons, needing neither clothes nor shoes. Perhaps this was a sign from above that he should become a stealth walker? Xiaoqiao opened his eyes, a slight smile playing on his lips. All right, I'll follow the heavens' guidance. He resolved to pursue the path of a stealth walker. In a different scene, Qin He sat at the edge of a mountaintop, gazing at the returning Da Vinci and Xiaoqiao. The two little creatures bounced joyfully toward their waiting owner. Feeling the warmth of his presence, they were filled with a sense of accomplishment, believing their efforts were worthwhile. With affectionate gestures, they conveyed their blessings to Qin He, hoping he would be as lucky as last time. Qin He fell into contemplation, pondering whether to embark on another journey. He gently patted Da Vinci's head and pulled a small fish from his pocket, feeding it to Xiaojin. Da Vinci excitedly hopped down to the first floor to check on the egg surrounded by sunlit flowers. Xiaomei fluttered around the flowers, seemingly indifferent to the egg. Xiaojin lay quietly beside the snake egg, fish in mouth. A system notification chimed, informing Qin He that the travel items from Da Vinci and Xiaojin had been transferred to the warehouse. This journey totaled 2,514 steps, equating to 2,514 travel experience points. Qin He placed some bugs on a plate and sat on a small stool on the first floor, keeping an eye on the two little frogs while reviewing the warehouse inventory. The warehouse now held a few intriguing items. A set of overalls, casually collected by Da Vinci as he leapt over a fallen zombie, and a shirt that seemed to belong to a stranger who had chosen to end their life. Qin He thought about returning it, but the city was vast and the ruins easy to get lost in, so he decided to hold off for now. He planned to sell the clothes for a good price and keep the money safe for the owner, should the opportunity to return it ever arise. What intrigued Qin He the most was the red fruit plant Xiaojin encountered in its dream, the drunken mulberry. This mutated plant bore fruit that was sweet and tangy, capable of clearing heat and detoxifying, and could also be used to make wine. Remarkably, the juice of the ripe fruit was as rich as wine, enhancing strength when consumed, with greater effects for those who drank more, though the benefits faded as the alcohol dissipated. Qin He smiled, thinking this would be the perfect enhancement potion for someone with a high alcohol tolerance, though his own was lacking. However, once the fruit matured, selling it at the marketplace could prove quite profitable. Reflecting on these unexpected gains, Qin He couldn't help but marvel. Xiao Jin's dreams seemed to always come true, an extraordinary ability indeed. Qin He bypassed the supply crate and refined stones brought back by Da Vinci and Xiao Jin, heading straight for the twin axes. These exclusive weapons belonged to the two-star Lord Boss, Xuesheng A Biao, but they were currently in a sealed state, requiring an identification scroll to unseal them. He thoughtfully glanced at Da Vinci and Xiao Jin. The items Da Vinci brought back displayed their attributes immediately, thanks to its stripper assistant talent, which provided an innate identification function. However, the twin axes collected by Xiao Jin lacked this advantage and remained sealed. Rubbing his nose, Qin He pondered his strategy. Having already defeated the three-star Lord Aquila, who posed no real challenge, dealing with the weaponless two-star Lord should be easier. He decided to assess the situation first. If it proved difficult, he would shift his focus to the giant worm in the sewer. This creature, with its massive size, could emerge from the sewer and was undoubtedly of a higher rank than the elite worms he had previously destroyed. As long as he avoided its foul mud attack and brought along a sober peony, he should manage without too much trouble. Before setting out, Qin He decided to fill his stomach. He set up a pot and started cooking fish soup. This was not just for himself, but also for Xiao Jin. If the frog was well fed, its strength would increase by 10, lasting until it was hungry again. It was noon, and once satisfied, it should hold for several hours. Following a recipe from a home-cooked meal guide, Qin He added the ingredients one by one. The aroma quickly filled the air, drawing Xiao Jin to hop into his lap, its large eyes fixed on the pot, banishing any trace of sleepiness. Just 15 more minutes, you can take a nap until then. Qin He gently patted Xiao Jin's head and began upgrading it. He advanced Xiao Jin to level 10, consuming a significant amount of travel experience. Each level up triggered normal evolution, enhancing its impact force and travel distance. Upon reaching level 10, Xiao Jin underwent advanced evolution, acquiring the combat assistant talent. This ability allowed Xiao Jin to participate in battles when its owner and companions needed it, inheriting 25 of its owner's movement speed, provided it was well fed. Qin He realized that Xiao Jin's normal evolutions had been preparing it for this talent. This meant Xiao Jin could not only protect companions during travel, but also potentially carry them in its mouth to escape in emergencies, making it difficult for anyone to catch up. The enticing fish soup was finally ready. Qin He dished out the fish and used the remaining broth to cook some noodles. Xiao Jin ate to its heart's content, triggering the gluttonous stomach, which boosted Qin He's strength by 10. Originally, Qin He intended for Xiao Jin to stay home and rest, but with its newfound combat abilities, he decided to take it along. He tucked Xiao Jin into his front pocket and reminded Da Vinci to keep an eye on Xiaomei, ensuring it didn't wander off. Before descending the mountain, Qin He meticulously set up spike traps and crafted new ones from the refined metal Xiao Jin had brought back, placing them around the house. As a precaution, he left a pot of leftover fish stew in the storeroom, in case Xiao Jin got hungry too quickly. And so, man and frog, one leading and the other following, embarked on a new adventure. As Qin He passed by a pond, his eyes skimmed over the calm surface, leaving him slightly disappointed. The mysterious buddy was nowhere to be seen, and only the clothes left behind could be preserved for now, hoping for a chance to reunite in the future. Continuing on, he arrived at a familiar sewer entrance. Memories flooded back. This was the very spot where he had once unleashed a massacre, the lair of the giant sewer worms. Qin He frowned as he recalled the time he had slain every single one of those creatures, not sparing even one. Suddenly, an unsettling thought crossed his mind. Some worm species have regenerative abilities and can split into two after losing a limb. Moreover, these were mutated creatures, potentially possessing even stronger regenerative powers. Great! Another monster spawn point. Qin He muttered to himself, tucking the small gold object into his pocket and cautiously scanning his surroundings. He bent down to pick up a stone and, standing about 10 meters from the sewer entrance, hurled it with force. With a dull thud, the stone disappeared into the darkness, but all remained silent. Qin He cautiously donned a mask and moved forward with quiet steps. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, cracks spreading like a spider's web. Before Qin He could react, a tremendous force flung him into the air. Below, a massive circular maw opened, like an abyss waiting for its prey to fall. In a split second, Qin He swiftly drew his quenched spear, the tip precisely piercing the edge of the maw. Using the momentum, he performed an aerial somersault and landed steadily, immediately activating his eagle eye skill to assess the enemy's attributes. Sewer Giant Worm King 1-star Lord level boss. Health, 12,000. Constitution, 100 Strength, 100 Agility, 100 Spirit, 22. Exclusive skill, Large Obscuring Spray. Exclusive skill, Advanced Tenacity. Description: originally a sewer worm, it mutated into a sewer elite. After surviving a cataclysm, it tenaciously lived on, regrowing and evolving to become a Lord-level boss. Well, Qin He took a few steps back, a smirk playing on his lips. Evolved from elite straight to Lord? Interesting. He squinted his eyes, a hint of excitement in his voice, but that exclusive skill just went from obscuring spray to large obscuring spray, just added a large, ugh, how disgusting that must be. Your little Gene stared at the giant earthworm before him, sensing your battle intent. It activated its combat assistant, ready to face the impending fight. However, just as little Gene awaited your command, a deafening pop shattered the silence. Foul-smelling mud rained down like a storm. Qin He quickly raised his shield, but the mud pelted down like a barrage of arrows, covering every exposed spot. The stench was overwhelming, assaulting his senses. Little Gene was dumbfounded, thinking that the giant earthworm was something you could handle, and it didn't need to intervene. Of course, it wasn't because of the smell. It simply didn't want to cause trouble. After all, the Qin family frogs are known for their understanding nature. Little Gene tucked its head into its pocket, feeling a bit dizzy. This didn't seem like a battle. It felt more like a stomach cleanse. It couldn't help but retch, and sure enough, the area covered with foul mud expanded even more. Qin He lowered his shield and raised his crossbow to fire. Despite the earthworm evolving into a Lord-level creature, its attack methods were still quite basic. The only discomfort he felt was that after learning the hunter's sense of smell, he dared not breathe in scenarios like this, fearing he'd suffocate. The sheer volume of foul mud suggested this creature had likely swallowed the entire sewer and was now spewing it out. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted. The Lord Earthworm burst through the sewer opening, with half its body emerging. A massive bulge moved up its body, then its maw opened wide, unleashing another torrent of foul mud. Quickly, it lunged forward, using the mud to obscure its target's vision, mouth agape, ready to strike. Qin He swiftly retreated, dodging while continuously firing his crossbow. With agility surpassing that of a Lord-level creature, he easily evaded the attacks, focusing on his assault. The Lord-level earthworm's health bar quickly dropped to 80, but humans need to breathe. After dodging another wave of foul mud, Qin He retrieved a wakeful peony from his stash. He held the flower to his nose, taking a deep breath. The stench nearly knocked him out, but the subsequent floral aroma was invigorating, pulling him back from the brink. He continued his assault on the earthworm, its health dropping rapidly to 60. Little Gene shut its eyes tight, initially thinking it only hurt the lungs, but now realizing the stench stung the eyes too. Tears flowed uncontrollably, and it lamented that if Chiga knew its first tears were shed for a stinky earthworm, the frog's reputation would be ruined. Little Jin's stomach churned, and the dizziness intensified, nearly causing it to faint. Just then, a sweet fragrance wafted by, instantly revitalizing Little Gene. It discovered a few pink petals in its pocket, and inhaling their scent, its spirits lifted. It considered joining the battle, poking its head out, but upon seeing the surroundings covered in black mud, it quickly retreated. It decided today wasn't a good day for fighting. Qin He held the wakeful peony to his nose with his left hand, wielding the crossbow with his right, dodging the giant earthworm's attacks while retaliating continuously. The Lord-level earthworm's health soon dropped to 40. Meanwhile, Wang Ming, hearing the sounds of battle nearby, quickly headed in the direction. Standing atop a car, he spotted a familiar figure battling the giant earthworm. Moving closer, He recognized it as Good Man Ge. Wang Ming thought, such a huge worm must be at least a 5-star elite level. Last time, Good Man Gu helped me during the zombie horde. This time, I should return the favor. If we defeat this giant earthworm, we can split the experience, reclaiming what he took from me last time. Yes, that's it. Now it's my turn to be the good guy. Seeing the earthworm's health down to 20, Wang Ming knew he had to act fast. He quickly drew his shield and sword, activating his barrier god's descent. His body swelled, growing from 175 centimeters to 350 centimeters. Then, he launched his class skill, Savage Charge, sprinting forward in great strides. Good man, Ge. I'm here to lend a hand. Wang Ming shouted, just as a wave of foul odor hit him. Whoa, that smell. Wang Ming's eyes widened. He never imagined that the moment he charged into the fray, the intense stench would shoot straight into his lungs through his nose, and then to his head. Worse, with his enlarged body, his nostrils, windpipe, and lungs had expanded too, inhaling the foul odor in double doses. He wanted to stop, but the combination of God's descent and savage charge made him too fast to halt. Oh no, I'm gonna pass out, Wang Ming thought, realizing the predicament. Qin He looked grim. Even with the wakeful peony's invigorating properties, he was barely holding on. Just as he was about to finish off the Lord-level earthworm, he heard a shout. Dodging another attack, he glanced toward the source, seeing the gigantic Wang Ming shout, I'm here, only to fall face first into the foul mud. Qin He was stunned, thinking, dude, are you here to eat mud? Are you really that desperate? He quickly turned away, ignoring Wang Ming stuck in the mud, and prepared to unleash a rapid-fire barrage to finish off the giant earthworm. As Qin He momentarily lost focus, the Lord-level worm suddenly retracted its body into the sewer. His heart skipped a beat as he watched the massive head of the worm begin to disappear underground. Just at the last moment, it spewed out a shower of foul-smelling mud. The stench was overwhelming, forcing Qin He to shield his face with his shield and push forward with difficulty. Only 10 of its health left. Qin He gritted his teeth, growing increasingly anxious. If the Lord Worm managed to retreat back into the sewers, he would lose all chances of pursuing it. In that critical moment, inspiration struck him like a bolt of lightning. Ding! With lightning speed, Qin He put away his shield and crossbow and drew the Aquila twin blades. He shouted towards the disappearing sewer entrance, come out and face me unknown. His dual blades, perfectly synchronized with his skills, dramatically increased his trigger chance. As the unknown skill successfully activated, Qin He shot towards the sewer entrance like an arrow. He saw the massive head of the Lord Worm suspended in midair, as if frozen by some invisible force. Holding his breath, Qin He leapt into the dark sewer without hesitation. 3 seconds later, the system notification sounded. Ding, you have slain the 1-star Lord Mutant creature, the giant sewer worm king, earning 500 experience points and 1 gold coin. Ding, level up to level 20, all attributes 1, and gain 1 free attribute point. Standing atop the worm king's head, Qin He leapt out. In one hand, he tightly held the hard-won Qingxing peony, while the other hand dragged Wang Ming by the leg, pulling him away from the battlefield. Wang Ming's face left a long trail in the dirt, and Qin He couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile, wondering if this guy risked his life just for a mouthful of mud. Suddenly, an announcement echoed across the entire world. Congratulations to Qin He for reaching level 20, triggering the world level cap and the second job transition. As a shared celebration, all lone survivor players worldwide receive the follow Qin He's lead buff for 3 days, granting a 25 experience boost from killing zombies and mutant creatures. As the broadcast ended, silver light rained down from the clouds, showering every corner of the world. Survivors' cheers erupted everywhere. Thanks to Qin He, this is awesome. With the increased difficulty of tonight's zombie wave and Qin He celebration, I feel like I can reach level 10. I'm planning to lower the difficulty because with this experience boost, I'm afraid I'll hit level 15 tonight, and I won't be able to handle the elites that appear. Just grateful. Meanwhile, on a distant mountaintop, Wang Zhe stood at the entrance of a shelter. He held a shield high in his left hand and gripped a long sword in his right, basking in the silver glow enveloping him. He looked towards the horizon, his eyes filled with determination and respect. Qin He, I don't know where you are, so I might never meet you in this life. But I'll live well, and you must always stay on top. In City H, the apocalypse has arrived. Qin He has reached level 20, and in this world, power is everything. Not far away, Wu Xiong, in his true Shura form, pulls a bloodied sword from a corpse. He wipes the blade expressionlessly and stores the cards that have emerged in his warehouse. Broke fool, he mutters under his breath, sitting down to wait. Moments later, the corpse transforms into a zombie. Wu Xiong stands, slashes it with a single stroke, and collects the cards once more. With his back to the glaring sun, he gazes at his reflection, wielding dual blades, a cold smile playing on his lips. I must catch up to you, he murmurs, sheathing his swords and strolling down the corpse-strewn street. The apocalypse has ignited his dream of becoming a powerful force. I have dual blades, and I will shake the world, he shouts in his mind. Not far away, amidst the ruins, two bodies lie on the ground, each with an ice spike glinting blue in the sunlight protruding from their chests. Wang Yuyao emotionlessly collects the cards scattered on the ground. The boy standing behind her, pale-faced and trembling, asks, Sister, why did you kill them? If we don't kill them, they would kill us. Wang Yuyao replies coldly. But they didn't do anything to us, the boy protests, unable to understand the transformation in his once gentle sister, who has become so cold since they left the Wang family estate. Her smile vanished. Wang Yuyao turns, placing a firm hand on the boy's shoulder, her tone stern. I can see greed in a man's eyes. You're still young. You'll understand when you grow up. She pauses. Oh, and when they turn into zombies, you'll be the one to kill them. I'm scared. Before he can finish, the boy receives a harsh slap across his face. Never let me hear those words again, Wang Yuyao says, glaring at him. Elsewhere, former Special Forces District 2 General Li Zhongjuan puffs on his pipe, asking Yu Guoquan beside him, 3 more nights until it's over. How are the teams we sent out doing? Yu Guoquan flips through a small notebook, replying, we sent out 30 teams. The daily reports show a decrease in numbers. Few casualties, mostly desertions. They say it's the apocalypse, and everyone should make their own choices. Yu Guoquan pauses. Oh, and tomorrow, Teams 1, 4, and 5 will join forces to hunt the mutant creature lord for the second job change. Li Zhongjuan frowns. Tell them to be careful. Understood. Yu Guoquan responds. By a small pond in the ruins, Wang Meng is awkwardly washing his hair. Today has been embarrassing. He tried to gain some experience but ended up covered in stinky mud. He looks over at Qin He, awkwardly thanking him. Thanks? I really wanted to help today. Qin He smiles. Yeah. You sure distracted me, almost saving that worm's life. Wang Meng sighs inwardly at the misunderstanding. He tentatively asks, Good guy, I still don't know your name. Just call me Good guy. As you know, Qin He replies. All right, good guy, I'll be off then. Okay, you go ahead. Qin He waves him off from the pond's edge. Wang Meng leaves with his gear, feeling something amiss as he goes. Observing from a distance, he sees Qin He leave with a string of fish, realizing he was just a tool all along. Carrying the fish, Qin He follows little Jean through the ruins, searching for the Lord-level zombie, a Biao, who had lost its axes. As they walk, little Jean suddenly stops, crouching and staring at a broken section of a building not far ahead. Qin He picks it up, observing closely but finding no sign of a Biao. Suddenly, Qin He receives a message from Vinci. The zombie has come to them, triggering numerous spike traps and hanging immobilized in midair. Vinci watches as the zombie, pierced like a sea urchin, finally rolls down a slope. Qin He quickens his pace with little Jean in his arms, pondering the zombie's tenacious life force, uncertain if it is dead or alive. Meanwhile, by a small pond amidst the city ruins, Wang Meng, wearing a mask, stands with a bucket of foul mud on the shore. He dreams of eating fresh fish tonight, pouring the mud into the water. After a while, the surface remains still. Just as he's puzzled, the water erupts. A massive water snake with mud on its head bursts out, its eyes locked on the shore. All he sees is a shadow sprinting away with a trash can in hand. Qin He stood at the foot of his mountain, his gaze fixed on a bio, the sea urchin before him. This 2-star lord was in a sorry state. Its body wedged in a crack in the broken road, struggling in vain. Its health bar was down to 30, with a total health of only 6,000, and it was still bleeding out. Such a puppet won't do, Qin He thought to himself. It's full of holes, and would only be a laughing stock. He decisively raised his crossbow and pulled the trigger. Ding, the system notification chimed. You have slain the 2-star Lord Abio, gaining 631 experience points and 301 gold coins. Unfortunately, no unexpected bonuses were triggered. Gray-white beams of light lay scattered on the ground, with one blue beam standing out prominently. Qin He pocketed the card, habitually trying to use Eagle Eye to check Abio's attributes. However, the system blandly informed him. This is a corpse. Lesson learned. Qin He chuckled to himself. No need to check a corpse's attributes anymore. He began his ascent up the mountain, checking the blue card along the way. It was indeed a Lord-level blood certificate. I've got enough. With an extra one to spare, Qin He calculated. I'll decide whether to sell or keep it after my second-class change. Now he was just one king-level boss's blood certificate away from his second-class change. King level is tough. He recalled Alien's tenacity. That's a real challenge. Qin He bent down to collect the metal spikes on the ground, planning to recycle them. Reaching the mountaintop, he inspected the traps he had previously set, with most of them triggered. It takes 1 pound of refined metal and 1 pound of energy stones to make a spike trap, and a 2-star lord only drops 300 gold coins. He mused. This is a real loss. Checking the time, 15:30, there was still a while before the trading hall opened. Qin He decided to rest for a bit. He headed to the pond and was delighted to find the water replenishing itself. No worries about water now, he nodded in satisfaction, scooping up some water for a bath. With nothing else to do, Qin He picked up his binoculars and looked towards the distant hill. Ever since that little weirdo had warned him, Qin He had reconsidered his opinion of him. Maybe that time he was caught with his pants down was just an awkward misunderstanding, he thought forgivingly. Through the binoculars, he saw Song Hao gesturing animatedly at a female zombie. Oh right, he switched to a puppet master. Qin He remembered. I plan to choose that as a secondary class too. So I can learn from him. Qin He continued observing, watching Song Hao direct the zombie to lift its arms and legs, the movements surprisingly coordinated. Not bad, he silently praised. Seems like he's got the hang of puppet mastery. But the next moment, Qin He was left dumbfounded. Song Hao made the zombie do the splits, followed by a perfect side split. What kind of move is that? Qin He laughed in disbelief. Still the same old little weirdo, I see. Meanwhile, Song Hao picked up his binoculars and scanned the surroundings. When his gaze met Qin He's, both were momentarily stunned. Song Hao's face turned beet red as a wave of embarrassment washed over him. He realized that his clumsy puppet training session had likely been witnessed by the big shot. No way could he let them look down on him. Resolutely, he raised his hand to signal, then quickly turned and walked towards the wall, intending to write something to redeem himself. Qin He initially had no intention of paying further attention to this unprofessional guy. However, when he noticed that the person not only realized his presence, but also waved at him, his curiosity was piqued. Watching the man rush to the wall, he couldn't help but wonder what trick was coming next. Qin He picked up his binoculars and carefully observed the large characters gradually forming on the wall. I'm just warming it up. He couldn't suppress a chuckle as he lowered the binoculars and unabashedly flipped the other guy off. What a ridiculous warm-up, he scoffed inwardly. Seeing the big shot's reaction through his binoculars again, Song Hao's heart sank. Clearly, the big shot saw through his lie. How embarrassing. Yet he refused to admit defeat, steeling himself with determination. I refuse to believe it. If others can do it, why can't I? Song Hao. He turned to his puppet and shouted, continue. The zombie puppet promptly got up, first doing a split, then striking a perfect side split. Song Hao stood there, dumbfounded, unable to believe his own eyes. Qin He, observing the scene, shook his head and set down the binoculars with a sigh. He mused to himself that there were indeed many twisted individuals in this world. By comparison, he was more convinced than ever that he was genuinely a good person, perhaps one of the few. Originally, Qin He had hoped to learn some techniques from that puppeteer, but it now seemed impossible. He realized he would have to rely on himself. He began contemplating when he might unlock a secondary profession. Otherwise, his warehouse, filled with an increasing number of mutated creatures and zombies, would soon overflow. Turning to glance at his two frog companions, Qin He saw one lounging on a lily pad and the other perched on a smooth stone, both peacefully asleep. He silently vowed that one day, his warehouse would house the most mutated creatures and zombies in the world. He even fantasized about the game system awarding him the title of Master Collector. Just then, his Da Vinci frog opened its eyes as if it could read his thoughts. Through its gaze, it conveyed that the wish wasn't difficult to fulfill, but the challenge lay in its high standards. Ordinary creatures wouldn't suffice. As Qin He's frog, it had to meet his aesthetic criteria. Meanwhile, his little golden frog smiled mysteriously in its sleep, as if it, too, endorsed this grand plan. At 5 p.m., Qin He glanced at the clock and decided it was time to start preparing dinner. He headed to the kitchen and took a fresh fish from the fridge, currently the most abundant item in his stock. Carefully turning his back to the koi, Qin He skillfully began to prepare the fish, descaling, gutting, and cleaning it. He couldn't bear to let such a graceful creature witness the bloody scene. Half an hour later, the delicious aroma filled the air as the fried fish was ready. Qin He carried the plate back to the living room, only to find Da Vinci engrossed in munching on a small bug, seemingly uninterested in the fish. This brought Qin He a sense of relief, feeling that it inherited the Qin family's tradition of thriftiness. Xiaoqiao, on the other hand, couldn't wait any longer and jumped onto Qin He's lap, eagerly devouring the fish on the plate. Qin He knew that as long as Xiaoqiao was well fed, it would trigger its gluttonous stomach ability, granting a 10 boost in strength attributes. Taking a piece of fish, Qin He savored it while gazing out the window. The golden-orange sunset bathed the ruined city, with a gentle breeze bringing a hint of solitude. But as he looked down at the two little frogs in his arms, the loneliness dissipated. He sincerely hoped that days of such tranquility could last forever. Sensing his owner's change in mood, Da Vinci gently nudged Qin He's hand with its head, as if asking whether to release Alien for company. Feeling Qin He's intense gaze, Da Vinci quickly added that its travel bag had regained 2 slots of capacity, ready to store Alien if she misbehaved. Da Vinci continued to nibble on the bug, nudging Xiaojin to encourage more refined eating habits. Xiaojin, with its mouth full of 4 pieces of fried fish, mumbled whether it should spit them out and eat them again. Just then, an idea struck Qin He. He devised a brilliant plan to defeat a king-level boss and obtain the blood certificate. If the boss's size was within Da Vinci's storage capacity, it could be stored mid-battle, repeatedly draining its health until it was completely defeated. The key was Da Vinci's cooperation, and Qin He believed his little frog would be obedient. Excited, Qin He opened the world chat channel to browse through the information. Most discussions revolved around whether to adjust the difficulty tonight, but he noticed an intriguing message. Someone mentioned that the situation abroad was similar to the local one, with freelancers and small groups prevalent, but major families and corporations still pulling strings behind the scenes. There were even reports of mercenary groups forming to collect protection fees. Qin He pondered this. While teamwork could increase survival chances, it also introduced new issues like resource allocation and risk sharing. As the old saying goes, where there are people, there's a world of intrigue. Suddenly, the alert for the apocalypse trade opening sounded. Qin He quickly searched for blood certificates but found none available in the store or auction area. Realizing that everyone might be saving them for personal use, he decided to expedite his class transition while considering finding more sewer worms to evolve into lord-level creatures for more blood certificates. Meanwhile, in a cave out in the wild, Yue Fei lay on dry grass with a damp towel on his forehead, 24 hours after being injured by a mantis. He felt a persistent fever, his consciousness growing hazy. Upon hearing the trade opening alert, he managed to purchase fever patches, antipyretics, and a bottle of water. Yue Fei recalled a previous conversation with someone named Not Doing Well 11 and sent a private message to check on them. Not Doing Well 11 replied that their vision was blurry, but their hearing was exceptionally sharp, and they felt a pain in their back as if something was trying to emerge. Yue Fei also felt discomfort in his back, but assumed it was just body aches from the fever. They encouraged each other, hoping to get through the night. At 9 p.m., fireworks suddenly lit up the sky above the city, forming the words "Zombie Tide" delayed by 1 hour after they exploded. This unexpected change sparked a wave of complaints. Some had just activated their ultimate abilities, others had gathered hail clouds and taken mental recovery potions, while others started dancing half an hour early. All their preparations seemed to go to waste. At 10 p.m., fireworks burst in the night sky as a horde of zombies approached. Qin He stuffed a piece of fried fish into Xiaojin's mouth. "Open up, Xiaojin," she said gently, thinking she couldn't let it go into battle on an empty stomach. As Xiaojin chewed the fish, it suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of love from its owner. It reminisced about the times when getting a fish meant a kick in the rear, but now it was freely given and even accompanied by extras. Xiaojin wondered, is fish free now? It suddenly remembered what Qi Gu had said. Eat with elegance. Delicious, Xiaojin savored. Qin He stood on the rooftop, scanning the surroundings, but saw no sign of the zombie horde charging toward them. She was puzzled, wondering if the apocalypse rules had forgotten her again, when suddenly another firework whistled by. Looking up, Qin He exclaimed, "Airdropped zombie horde." She recalled how the trapezoidal platform she had built the day before had effectively blocked regular zombies last night, but now there was an airdrop. This is clearly targeted. Qin He thought to herself. Zombies fell from the sky like raindrops. Qin He moved swiftly, using her shield to knock away one about to land in the pond, and then sweeping another away with her spear. In no time, the mountaintop platform was teeming with zombies. They launched an assault on the trapezoidal platform, with the front row blocked by its slope, and the rear zombies climbing over the front ones. From their speed and strength, it was evident they had leveled up since last night. Worse still, some zombies began attacking the platform, clearly developing some demolition skills. Swish, swish. The 2 arrow towers set up on the trapezoidal platform activated in unison, shooting arrows into the dense horde, each shot hitting its mark. Following this, the charging zombies triggered the spike traps, and countless spikes shot out, wreaking havoc. In such a dense horde, the traps worked perfectly, often skewering multiple zombies at once, temporarily hindering their assault. Qin He swept 2 more zombies off the roof with her spear. Xiaojin, witnessing the thrilling scene, felt a rush of adrenaline and immediately switched to battle assistant mode. It quickly dove into the water, swam up to the koi, and solemnly declared, "Xiaojin, tonight I'll protect you." However, the koi swiftly swam to the other corner of the pond. Xiaojin, feeling a bit dejected, leaped out of the water, thinking the koi should be more understanding, leaving the rooftop defense to it. After sweeping 3 zombies off the roof, Qin He glanced back at Xiaojin. To her surprise, after activating battle assistant mode, it was surrounded by a faint green glow. She looked at the koi hiding in the corner and teased, Your brother's cross-species romance has failed, and now he's focused on hatching eggs. Are you planning to hatch eggs with it too? Bang! Xiao Jin leaped up, knocking away a zombie about to fall into the pond. The zombie flipped in the air, just to be impaled through the head by a stray spike. A system notification sounded. Ding, your Xiao Jin killed a regular zombie, gaining 11.5 experience points and 4 coins. Landing back on the ground, Xiao Jin looked up at Qin He, eyes full of expectation, as if asking, wasn't that cool? It then glanced at the koi in the pond, tightened its limbs, and showed its white belly, thinking the koi should understand what majestic strength looks like. However, the koi just swam silently under a lily pad. At this moment, Da Vinci, seeing Xiao Jin fighting bravely for the family, was quite moved. It decided to lend a helping hand to Xiao Jin. So it hopped to the edge of a lily pad and used its collection ability on the koi, successfully capturing it. Da Vinci looked up at Xiao Jin, thinking, focus during battle. Now you can charge without distraction. Qin He noticed and tucked Da Vinci into her chest pocket. She watched as Xiao Jin charged down the trapezoidal platform like a small train, knocking zombies away. Some fell onto the mountaintop platform, shattering their heads, while others landed on spikes, finding release. System notifications kept ringing. Ding, your Xiao Jin killed a regular zombie, gaining 12.6 experience points and 6 coins. Ding, your Xiao Jin killed a regular zombie, gaining experience. Ding. Qin He watched the steady stream of experience points and coins coming in, feeling a sense of satisfaction, thinking the fish was worth it. After activating Battle Assistant mode, Xiao Jin inherited 25 of her speed, plus 200 pounds of impact force, making it impossible for these regular zombies to withstand. Each one was knocked away. Da Vinci popped its head out of the pocket, watching Xiao Jin charge around, feeling its educational method was quite successful. It hinted to Qin He that a reward might be in order. Qin He understood and took out the koi, holding it in her hand. Da Vinci was a bit puzzled. Its intention was to collect the koi so Xiao Jin could focus on fighting, but Qin He used it to motivate Xiao Jin instead. Standing on the rooftop, Qin He raised the koi high and shouted, Xiao Jin, go for it. Xiao Jin is watching you fight. This tactic worked. Xiao Jin seemed to upgrade from a small train to an express train, its combat power reaching new heights. Da Vinci watched this scene and had to admit that when it came to motivation, Qin He was the expert. Standing on the rooftop, holding the koi and cheering for Xiao Jin, she felt a deep sense of pride as she watched it grow stronger and braver. One has to marvel at the fortune of the 5-star koi fish. Although its luck has yet to manifest, it has certainly boosted Xiao Jin's morale significantly. Qin He glanced at the 2 arrow towers on the trapezoidal platform and couldn't help but frown. Compared to Xiao Jin's diligence, these towers were practically slacking off, firing only once every 5 seconds, which was far too slow. He silently resolved that it was time to give them an upgrade. To further fuel Xiao Jin's fighting spirit, Qin He retrieved a can of peach syrup from his backpack. Tilting his head back, he downed the contents in one go, then filled the emptied can with pond water and carefully placed the koi inside. He screwed the lid tight, tied the can to his waist, and leapt off the roof, landing gracefully. Standing in front of Xiao Jin, Qin He pointed to the can at his waist, about to say, look who I brought, make sure you perform well. But before he could finish, Xiao Jin had already darted into the zombie horde like an arrow released from a bow. Seeing this, a satisfied smile spread across Qin He's face. Nearby, Da Vinci witnessed everything, momentarily lost for words. It could only watch Qin He in silence, as if trying to convey some complex emotion without speaking. Xiao Jin's fighting spirit was reignited, and it dashed around Qin He with astonishing vigor. Qin He couldn't help but marvel at how Xiao Jin seemed more like a powerful pendulum orbiting him, instantly knocking away any approaching zombies. The surrounding zombies couldn't get close. Each one that did was swiftly sent flying by Xiao Jin. Qin He patted the can at his waist again, feeling a wave of contentment. Ever since this little koi entered the Qin family, although its fortune seemed yet to appear, tonight revealed another of its roles empowering Xiao Jin, indirectly saving the Qin family food supplies. Considering that Xiao Jin didn't even require food to exert such effort, Qin He couldn't help but think that this koi might indeed bring some kind of luck. With a smile, Qin He picked up the crossbow, focusing on finishing off the zombies that Xiao Jin had sent flying. Meanwhile, inside the swaying glass jar, the koi seemed to be in a state of silent contemplation. Suddenly, fireworks burst in the night sky, followed by the appearance of large characters. King level incoming? Qin He was stunned, puzzled. How has it jumped straight to king level? It didn't make sense. According to past patterns, last night should have been a 3-star leader, tonight a 4-star, tomorrow a 5-star, and the final day the king level boss. Could it be? At that moment, an announcement echoed across the channel. To congratulate Qin He for being the first to reach level 20, tonight we present him with a king level boss as a special reward. May he continue to strive forward. It was clearly targeting her. Qin He sighed inwardly, hoping her opponent this time was a humanoid creature. She cautiously surveyed her surroundings, first glancing up at the sky to ensure there were no aerial threats, then sniffing the air carefully. Suddenly, a new scent, tinged with fishiness, wafted into her nostrils. At that moment, a deafening crash echoed from the eastern side of the mountain peak. Qin He spun around to see a massive head resting on the platform's edge, with two giant claws gripping the mountaintop and a pair of eyes glowing with an eerie orange light fixated on her. As the creature's mouth, filled with uneven, pillar-like fangs, slowly opened, Qin He couldn't help but gasp. Da Vinci glanced anxiously between Qin He and the enormous beast, clearly wanting to help but unable to. Meanwhile, Xiaoqiao charged recklessly at the beast's claws, only to be knocked back, leaving him with a sore head. He scurried back to Qin He's side, deciding to keep a low profile and stay safely in the pond tonight. Qin He acted decisively, leaping back to create distance while swiftly tossing Da Vinci, Xiaoqiao, and the koi into the pond. She then turned to face the beast, which had already climbed halfway up the mountain, activating her eagle-eye skill to inspect it closely. Released giant crocodile Big Mouth, 1-star king-level mutant creature. Health, 40,000. Constitution, 400. Strength, 400. Agility, 100. Spirit, 22. Qin He quickly scanned the creature's attributes. Exclusive skills, Bite and Twist, Gravity Tail Strike, Intimidation. Exclusive talents, Bronze Bones, Steel Body, Colossus. King-level trait, Lethal Strike. After reviewing the giant crocodile's attributes, Qin He felt a sense of foreboding. This creature seemed designed to counter her. Immune to physical stuns, rendering her triple strike's heavy blow stun shield useless. Immune to immobilization, making her charged arrows ineffective. And crossbow attacks had their damage halved. The only silver lining was that the beast's agility was lower than hers. The most troublesome aspect was the king-level trait Lethal Strike, which meant that even if its health bar hit 0, she would have to destroy its critical weak point to truly kill it. Weakness detection indicated that its brain was the weak point. Qin He pondered. If she could destroy its brain in advance, would it result in instant death? Taking a deep breath, Qin He bit down on a clear mind peony, gripping Aquila's machete in both hands. Today, there was no choice but to charge forward. She rushed towards the giant crocodile. The beast roared, activating its intimidation skill instantly. As Qin He felt a momentary daze, the peony's fragrance quickly brought her back to clarity. Seizing the opportunity, she dashed to the giant crocodile's front and swiftly tossed her last 2 spike trap cards into its mouth. The cards exploded, sending dozens of spikes shooting out, embedding themselves into the crocodile's upper and lower jaws, forming a chaotic barrier in its mouth. The beast roared in pain, instinctively clamping down, driving the spikes deeper into its long snout, effectively sealing its mouth shut. The health bar dropped to 95. Qin He seized the moment, employing agile maneuvers to dodge the sweeping claws, leaping onto the beast's back and landing securely on its nape. Without hesitation, she drew Aquila's dual blades and launched a relentless assault on the crocodile's head. Slash, slash, slash. 3 consecutive strikes triggered an armor-breaking effect, and the 4th finally cut through the crocodile's tough head armor. Qin He pressed her advantage, raising her blade to strike the wound 4 more times. However, to her shock, the final blow left no mark on the beast's skull. Damn. Is this the king-level trait's critical point defense? Qin He cursed herself for being too naive. Until the health bar reached 0, the critical point was invincible. She realized, frustrated, that she had squandered the advantage gained from her agile maneuvers. The crocodile's health bar had only decreased to 90. Despite its mouth being sealed by spikes, the beast continued to emit thunderous roars. It slammed its back against the mountain edge, furiously trying to shake off the human clinging to it. Reacting swiftly, Qin He hooked her foot into the crocodile's head wound to stabilize herself, raising Aquila's dual blades to unleash a flurry of strikes on the beast's nape. Slash, slash, slash. 3 more strikes triggered the armor-breaking effect, and the 4th sliced open the crocodile's nape, causing blood to gush out like a fountain. The beast roared in fury, its tail thrashing wildly, scattering dirt and stones from the slope. Qin He seized the chance to sheath her blades, gripping the wound on the crocodile's nape with her left hand and pulling out her crossbow with her right, firing repeatedly into the wound. Poisoned arrows entered its body, rapidly reducing its health to 80. Roar. The giant crocodile shook its head violently, trying to dislodge the human on its back. Qin He clung tightly to its neck wound, drawing out the alien fish knife and unleashing a rapid flurry of stabs into the wound. 5 stabs per second, sustained for 3 seconds. The crocodile's health plummeted to 65. Seeing the situation turning against it, the beast suddenly rolled over, attempting to crush the human against the mountainside. Qin He clutched the wound on her neck, using the momentum to leap onto a massive boulder. With both hands gripping the twin blades of Aquila, Her eyes were sharp and focused, waiting for the perfect moment. The giant crocodile turned, its thick tail whipping toward the boulder like a lash. Qin He agilely leaped to the left, narrowly evading the strike. The boulder shattered instantly under the crocodile's 400-point force, sending fragments flying in all directions. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Qin He leaped back onto the giant crocodile's back. She raised her twin blades, delivering 3 successive slashes that pierced through its armor. The fourth strike carved a deep wound into the crocodile's back, exposing bone. Blood gushed out, and Qin He quickly switched to her crossbow, firing multiple arrows into the wound. Poisoned arrows embedded themselves into its flesh, causing the crocodile's health to steadily decline, soon dropping to 55. The crocodile let out an earth-shaking roar, its spiked maw opening slightly, triggering a fear effect. Qin He bit down on a peony, took a deep breath, and instantly shook off the daze. Without hesitation, she drew her alien fish blade, relentlessly stabbing the wound on the crocodile's back. Its health plummeted rapidly to 40. Meanwhile, Da Vinci and Xiaoqiao lay on the rooftop, watching the battle intently. They widened their eyes in unison as they saw Qin He being thrown off the crocodile's back, silently praying for her safety. When Qin He landed gracefully, the two little creatures blinked simultaneously, as if their prayers had been answered. The battle raged on as Qin He lifted her twin blades and skillfully sliced open the crocodile's belly. She narrowly avoided being crushed by the rolling beast, deftly dodging with her agile movements. Xiaoqiao licked its lips, seemingly fantasizing about a crocodile feast for dinner. Da Vinci gently nudged Xiaoqiao, reminding it to focus on cheering for Qin He. The two little companions united in spirit, offering their sincere blessings for Qin He's fish-slaying endeavor. With a peony in her mouth, Qin He nimbly evaded the crocodile's sweeping tail, claw strikes, and crushing attacks. Her movements were fluid and seamless, as if she had already mastered the crocodile's attack patterns. With agility and evasion surpassing the crocodile's, Qin He once again landed steadily on its back. The crocodile's health had dwindled to 5. Qin He drew her alien fish blade, relentlessly stabbing the scarred beast. With the final blow, the crocodile's health dropped to 0, and its defensive barrier was lifted. The crocodile let out a final roar, thrashing violently and forcing Qin He back to the ground. It turned its head and charged down the mountain. In the darkness, Qin He, with a peony in her mouth, tightly gripped her Aquila twin blades and sprinted in pursuit. She leaped onto the crocodile's head, raised her blades high, and brought them down heavily, finally breaking through its skull. Giving the crocodile no chance to recover, Qin He swiftly drew her tempered spear, thrusting the tip into the skull's opening and vigorously twisting it, thoroughly scrambling its brain. A system notification chimed. Ding, you have slain a 1-star king-level crocodile, earning 1051 experience points and 1001 gold coins. Another notification followed. Ding, Da Vinci's unexpected delight triggered, boosting drop rate by 1500. Suddenly, an orange light shot skyward, followed by a dazzling golden light that illuminated the entire battlefield. The broadcast channel suddenly came alive, announcing the news that Qin He had slain a king-level mutated creature. As a reward, the system granted him a 24-hour Kingslayer buff, while independent global players received a pseudo-Kingslayer buff. Players eagerly discussed the announcement in the channel. Some suggested calling Qin He King Qin in admiration of his ability to solo a king-level creature. Others excitedly discussed the effects of the pseudo-Kingslayer buff, which increased damage to Lord-level and above bosses by 10 for 24 hours. One player began organizing a team event for the next day to prepare for their second-class advancement. Another player planned to use the buff to solo a 1-star Lord Centipede in the wild, asking everyone to wish him luck. Meanwhile, Qin He quietly gathered all his cards, stored the giant crocodile's corpse in his inventory, and headed back to the mountaintop. On the way, he checked the buff he received. A 30 damage increase against Lord level and above bosses for 24 hours. Although the boost was substantial, Qin He didn't dwell on it too much, as his primary focus was on his second-class advancement. Back on the rooftop, Qin He fetched water from the pond to clean himself. He hoped to draw good talent during his second advancement, and recalled the earlier blessings from the 2 frog cubs, feeling a sense of anticipation. Entering his personal attributes interface, Qin He confirmed the conditions for his second-class advancement, reaching level 20, possessing 2 Lord-level blood certificates and 1 King-level blood certificate. With all conditions met, he decisively chose to advance. The system notified Qin He that he had successfully advanced to Wandering Hunter, initiating his talent awakening. After a round of shuffling and drawing, Qin He obtained the Strong Bow talent. He examined the attributes of the Strong Bow talent carefully. 1. Long shot. Doubles the range of bow and crossbow normal physical attacks. 2. Armor-piercing strike. After hitting a target 3 times, the 4th shot triggers armor-piercing, dealing 3 durability damage and breaking the defense of mutated creatures, with a 3-minute cooldown. 3. Chance to trigger critical hit. Increases damage by 150, applicable only to PV. Qin He was pleased with this talent, finding it complemented his eagle eye skill perfectly, making it especially effective against bosses. He decided to test its effects the next day. Next, Qin He checked the conditions for his third-class advancement. 1. Reach level 40. 2. Possess 4 Lord-level blood certificates, 2 King-level blood certificates, and 1 Emperor-level blood certificate. 3. Achieve 100 reputation points. He noted that after the third advancement, he could unlock a secondary profession, bringing him closer to his dream of becoming a puppet master. However, he was puzzled about how to earn reputation points, as the system provided no clear guidance. Setting this question aside for now, Qin He examined the attributes of the golden card. It was a piece of exclusive equipment called Crocodile Skin Jacket, with the following attributes: durability, 3030, constitution 30, strength 30, agility 15, spirit 1. Increases all attributes by 2 when worn. Immunity to 1 stun and immobilize effect, with a 30-minute cooldown. The rich man's choice. Wearing it gives off a wealthy impression. Crocodile Kin. Prevents proactive attacks from crocodile-type mutated creatures before attacking them. Qin He found the rich man's choice attribute amusing and slightly concerning, as it might attract unnecessary trouble. However, the other attributes were excellent, especially the control immunity and crocodile affinity. After reviewing the equipment, Qin He realized most of the other cards were building materials, except for an additional arrow tower. Now owning 3 arrow towers in total, he had a sudden burst of inspiration. Why not use the arrow towers in a boss fight? Excited by his idea, Qin He envisioned setting up the 3 arrow towers and luring monsters into range with his precise shots. This strategy made him feel like he was growing and evolving in his approach. At that moment, another spark of inspiration struck Qin He. The 3 arrow towers were arranged in a triangular formation, with the open ground between them filled with spike traps. Qin He stood up, gazing out at the panorama of J City shrouded in the night. He thought to himself, monsters, enjoy your final slumber, for you might never see the sun after tomorrow. Qin He glanced down at the 2 froglets beside him. Da Vinci was looking at him with a curious gaze, as if saying, Master, you look so different in that crocodile skin outfit. Do you feel more handsome now? But remember, you still need to win over Alien. Xiaoqiao, on the other hand, looked up at Qin He with admiration, as if saying, Master, you really look like a wealthy person. No wonder your hands don't tremble when you feed the fish. Our old Qin is truly a tycoon. Qin He felt a surge of pleasure, realizing that the crocodile skin outfit had the desired effect based on the froglet's reactions. His gaze shifted to the pond, where he noticed the koi still swimming in the jar. Shaking his head in mild exasperation, he thought, why is it still lingering in the jar? Does it really love the peach flavor that much? He crouched down, retrieved the jar from the pond, unscrewed the lid, and gently released the koi back into the water. A slight smile played on Qin He's lips as he turned back to his seat and gazed at the starry sky. He suddenly realized it had been a while since he checked his stats, deciding to do so that night. Qin He silently reviewed his status panel. Title: Traveler Frog Master not counted in main text. LV 20. Constitution: 2971. Strength: 2985. Agility: 4978. Spirit: 4056. Weapon: NA. Equipment: NA. Storage: 56,100 slots. Doomsday coins: 15,234. After reviewing his stats, Qin He glanced at the 2 froglets once more before lying down and drifting into sleep. Morning came swiftly. Qin He rose early, prepared breakfast, fed Da Vinci some bugs, and cooked fish for Xiaoqiao. Noticing the dwindling fish supply, he mused, I need to check if there are other ponds nearby today to give Xiaoqiao a feast. After all, it's quite an honor for them. With a smile, Qin He said, all right, today the 3 of us from the Qin family will return fully loaded. Da Vinci felt Qin He's gentle pat on its head, as if to say, Master is in a good mood today. Seems like it's going to be a wonderful day. It suddenly thought that the master could try a new trick of shooting arrows with fish attached. Xiaoqiao watched intently as Qin He placed the cooked fish on an arrowhead, wondering, is this really necessary, master? Just keep me well fed, and I'll obediently follow Chiga out today. Qin He handed the fish to Xiaoqiao, who swallowed it in one gulp and let out a satisfied burp. Xiaoqiao thought to itself, exercising vigorously right after eating isn't great for the stomach. Before Xiaoqiao could ponder further, Qin He had already scooped it up. Xiaoqiao felt a sudden weightlessness before being unceremoniously tossed down the hill by its master. Da Vinci observed everything in silence, watching Qin He, who softly said, I'll walk myself. In the early morning, a gentle rain pattered against a black umbrella. Beneath it stood a young man clad in crocodile leather, unmistakably a child of wealth. Not far away, Qin He stood about 10 meters from the sewer entrance, hefting a brick in his hand. Visiting the home of earthworms requires a knock. It's only polite. Qin He muttered to himself as he hurled the brick forcefully at the sewer entrance. With a dull thud, several large, elite earthworms emerged from the foul-smelling sewer sludge, writhing and stretching. Without hesitation, Qin He leaped into the sewer. 3 minutes later, he sprung back out, grinning. Fascinating, he mused to himself. The giant crocodiles evolve by consuming mutated creatures and humans, gaining experience and leveling up. Earthworms, on the other hand, evolve through death. He inspected the segmented elite earthworms in his storage, his smile widening. Perfect, I'll plant you at home. He had already planned it out last night. With the rich soil from the slain earthworms, he could cultivate them himself. In this post-apocalyptic world, let them eat dirt. It's like farming: sow, grow, harvest, repeat. Life truly needs inspiration, Qin He thought proudly. Others harvest crops. I harvest earthworms. No problem with that. Suddenly, a familiar scent wafted through the air. Qin He called out towards the source. Since you're here, why not come out and say hello? Good morning, Wang Meng. I'm just passing by, so I'll be off now. In the distance, Wang Meng awkwardly stood up from the ruins. He had been spying for quite some time, observing that Qin He enjoyed delving into the sewers and always emerged with a smile. Based on what he knew about Qin He, there must be treasures down there. All right, bye. Wang Meng waved, a smile on his face. He recalled the last time Qin He quickly sent him away to dive into the sewers and had slain a giant earthworm. There must be something valuable down there, he pondered. Should he give it a try? The rain continued to fall. Qin He, umbrella in hand, went on to explore other areas. He had another reason for farming earthworms: the hope of cultivating king or even emperor-class earthworms. If successful, he could endlessly obtain the blood proof. Those wouldn't be ordinary earthworms. They'd be like geese that laid golden eggs. The best part was that earthworms were relatively easy to kill. His heart raced at the thought. Sewer of J City, here I come. Qin He thought excitedly. Just then, a bolt of lightning struck, hitting a zombie that had just crawled out from the ruins. Qin He glanced at the gray beam of light emerging from the zombie and then looked up at the sky. That lightning is right on target. It's a good omen. Quickly, he picked up the card on the ground and left in haste. The rain stopped, and sunlight once again bathed the ravaged city. Wild grass tenaciously sprouted from the cracks in concrete and steel, and buds blossomed in the warm sunlight. Qin He put away his umbrella, smiling at the nearby sewer entrance. Life is unpredictable. Who would have thought happiness would come from here? Meanwhile, Da Vinci and Xiaoqiao were nestled under a stone slab, napping. They believed that not napping on a rainy day was the greatest disrespect to the rain. When the rain stopped, they looked at the muddy road outside and then at their clean bodies, congratulating themselves on being the most hygienic little frogs. Xiaoqiao lay on a dry rock and noticed a snail crawling ahead. It nudged Da Vinci and pointed at the snail, saying, "Look, it's pooping as it walks." Da Vinci tapped Xiaoqiao, correcting, "Don't talk nonsense. That's just a part of its soft body rubbing off as it moves." Xiaoqiao realized, "Oh, that's why snails move slowly. They're afraid it'll hurt if they go too fast." From afar, Qin He received the frog's conversation and frowned, thinking, "You two are something else, explaining such peculiar logic so convincingly." "Not bad, Da Vinci." Xiaoqiao, seeing the obstacles on the snail's path, wanted to help. Da Vinci stopped Xiaoqiao, who was about to rush forward, deciding to demonstrate what real help looked like. It used its ability to clear the greenery blocking the snail's path, removing the obstacles. Pleased with themselves, Da Vinci and Xiaoqiao encouraged the snail to continue and hopped away to start their day's work, leaving the snail behind. The snail turned to look at the two disappearing devils, thinking, "That was my breakfast." Meanwhile, Wang Meng finally found a sewer entrance. He wrapped a handkerchief around his face as a makeshift mask, cautiously peering into the sewer. Confirming there were no mutated creatures, he jumped in, wading through the foul sludge while surveying his surroundings. Wang Meng's face showed a puzzled expression as he thought to himself that there was nothing special about this pile of foul mud. He took out a stick and cautiously poked at the heap. Suddenly, the calm surface began to churn, emitting a bubbling sound. In the blink of an eye, several thick, elite worms shot out from the mud, surrounding Wang Meng. "What the heck?" Wang Meng exclaimed, barely reacting before being hit all over by the stinky mud. The stench was overwhelming, but he gritted his teeth, held his breath, and swiftly swung his weapon. The blade flashed, and the worms were sliced apart. However, the expected experience points didn't come. Wang Meng was baffled. Did these worms not give experience points? Or were they not truly dead? With these questions in mind, he cautiously moved forward to investigate. The sight before him left him dumbfounded. The severed worms were still wriggling. Suddenly, 20 segments of worm remains simultaneously spewed out foul mud. drenching Wang Ming once again. His facial muscles twitched uncontrollably, and he resolved in his heart, "I'm going to finish you off today." Meanwhile, not far away on the rain-soaked road, Da Vinci and Xiao were joyfully hopping around. They curiously examined the wild grass sprouting from the cracks in the stones, and a small flying insect caught their attention. Xiao became instantly excited, determined to catch the insect as an offering for Qi. Da Vinci cheered on his companion from the sidelines. Suddenly, two zombies appeared ahead, moving slowly one after the other. The mischievous little insect landed right on the head of the leading zombie. Seeing this, Xiao charged forward without hesitation, knocking the zombie into a nearby crevice. The insect then landed on the shoulder of the other zombie, and Xiao immediately shifted his focus to the new target. As the zombie sluggishly turned its head to look at the insect on its shoulder, Xiao launched another attack. A system notification sounded. Xiao has completed a double kill on ordinary zombies, earning 23 experience points and 11 coins. The scene shifted to Qin He, who was crouching in a hidden spot amid the ruins, carefully observing his surroundings. After confirming it was safe, he stealthily moved towards the sewer entrance, thinking he had another chance to collect worm seeds. As he approached, he picked up a brick from the ground, intending to throw it into the sewer as usual. Bang! Ouch! An unexpected shout came from the sewer, and Qin He was stunned. He couldn't believe his ears, thinking, "Have worms evolved to talk now? Could it be an emperor-level worm?" Hesitating for a moment, he pondered whether he should toss a spiked trap down there. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.